complain about me, or, you know, talk about how much you love Undying, Quincy Crew, OG, or God's Jacket, why not get in touch? Hashtag TI10 on the social media, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. We are hanging out and we are waiting to hear from you. And you know, Casey's going to be stalking the socials, so maybe you'll even appear on the show later today. Now, there might be another reason I'm a little bit off balance this morning. And that's because I've been learning Dota for a bit. Learning, as Purge would probably say in his side-eye voice. And so someone thought it was a good idea to show you just how those lessons went.
Hang on.
How do I deny it? How would I deny it? I'm not going to. But
I don't. A.
Click it.
No.
What did I do? What did I do?
Could you use your salve on me by any chance? Click it once
Oh
and
no, I
click
had
a
to
minute.
click it and then do it. Sorry,
Yeah,
I tried
I
to
knew that
drag
was
it on
gonna
you.
happen. Resume laning, or you can put a ward on the cliff here. How about that?
Oh shit.
That's not good. That's gonna get instantly killed. Watch.
This is what they don't tell you about Dota, is it's kind of relaxing. But does anyone ever do, like Dota RP when they're playing? Oh, I'm being. Oh God, no! Make it stop. Listen, okay, I can't balance the social life of Dota with the actual playing of Dota. Okay, I'm trying.
It's scary. Run.
Is it that scary though? It's a witch doctor.
No, run.
Ah!
Run. Oh my God.
Hang on, what?
The bit boosters on your courier.
Oh shit, where's my courier gone?
Just transfer it.
Okay.
It'll come to you, and then resume jungling.
Okay.
Run away.
Oh, sorry, I'm so sorry. So I know Pangolia's like, oh, for f***ing sake, they're ganking me. Are you f***ing kidding me? F*** off. What am I doing this for? What is wrong with me?
Start running if you can. I'm coming.
Yeah, sorry, that's my bad.
No, you might live.
Oh shit, I'm still alive. What? How am I still alive?
You are very tanky.
Yeah, I can't believe I'm still alive right now. I actually thought I was already dead.
You are very tanky. Now we'll see.
Ah! Oh my God, did I just do
Nice,
that?
you did it. Oh, Omni, you soon.
I'm trying. Clicking. Oh,
Nice. Very.
eat it, mate.
Yeah, we got this. Did you just get a double kill? Wow. And
I
you
just
earned it
got
for yourself.
Double kill, guys.
Yeah, I want you to stand like over here. Just in case Pudge comes. See, there he is.
Yep.
Just use W and run. Can you terrorize him? His ult, your ulti? Use ulti. Perfect. Now keep running. Want. You got it? Now cast everything. That's good. That's perfect. Perfect. Alright, that was literally perfect. Ooh.
I was about to be like, someone clip that. Someone clip my moment of glory and Purge being nice to me, and then I died. So if we can just clip that and cut out the end.
And my teacher is here. Was that painful?
Some of the first clips, yeah, brought back some memories, all right. But the later clips, it did really show your improvement. You did get a lot better towards the end. You put it together. It was good.
Okay. Can we continue?
Yeah, of
I'm
course.
putting you on the spot here.
Yeah. I'm kind of busy right now, but maybe later, yeah.
Okay, fine. I've got my laptop. It's over there, literally. End of this. I'm not allowed to play any bot games though. That's the only thing. One of the biggest mistakes I made was I was too shy to play with actual people. So I started off in bot games. I hope I can give a really quick shout out to some people whose patience has been massively tested over the last year or so. Scott, Lucy Marhan, Ruby, Moxie, Neff, Sheepo, and Purge, and of course, and also Pyrian Flax let me do one of his in-houses. And the rule there is, if you're too good, you don't get to play again. And apparently 2 minutes into the game, me playing PA, they were like, she's fine. She can come every week if she wants. So any tips for new players? What's the one tip that you guys got when you were maybe starting out that actually made you instantly a better player?
I think I'm still looking for that tip. I can't help you with that.
I don't know, Liz. What
do you have anything? I don't have anything. I calibrated pretty high.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
That's the problem.
All right. Weird flex.
Yeah, weird flex.
Flex, okay, yes. You're making me all feel super good. Okay, fine. Well, my
There's no
advice
shortcuts
is...
with Dota. That's the one tip which isn't really a tip. You're just going to grind it out and keep playing.
Right.
Suffer.
My advice, ban techies and follow Purge's tutorials because honestly, He is the best man for the coaching job. And again, patience of a saint. Now, if you would like to show off some flashy threads, and it doesn't matter what MMR you are, in order to wear them, then head to our secret shop, which is now open. It is theinternational.wearenations.com. And then you can feel like you're part of the gang. They unfortunately don't do it in Merlot. But, you know, we'll get them onto it. I think we should check in with Sir Action Slacks for now, though. See what he's wearing. See if he got the memo this morning. Sir Action Slacks, where are you?
Oh, my friend, I am in the interview room. Thank you for asking. And I did get the memo. I'm wearing nice stuff. We're going to show... Could you not, please? Thank you. I'm here with Casey, the TI interviewer. Could you... Thank you. Goodness gracious. Eye level. I'm up here, Casey, if you could not. Appreciate it. Casey, how you doing over there?
To be there.
Fantastic. Absolutely understood that. Are you wearing a bathrobe? What's going on? Are you drinking? What's up?
You know what? I put this sweater on and I thought that asshole is going to make fun of me because he's going to think it's a robe. It might be midnight here in Seattle, but damn it, this is an outfit and I am excited to be here. How have you been doing, buddy?
Everything's been great. We got a lot of feels on the floor. It's great to see the teams back in action, getting into booths again. I like it. Atmosphere is hype. It's a little weird because it feels like it's all for us, you know? We're just watching the players and so close to them and they're not, you know, nobody else is attacking them. They're all ours.
You mean they're all yours?
Yes.
I do have to say, though, this is the first time since TI3 that I've gotten to watch it, like, on my computer in the middle of a work day. And I have to say, it's pretty hype. Like, it's really cool to be there, but, like, being there and, like, seeing other people around the office, like, watching these games, like that OG Quincy game was just, I mean, I teared up a little bit. So it was cool to kind of get that perspective of it. And I just wondered, like, are they nervous? Like, are the players as nervous as they have been in the past? I mean, it's been so long since they've all come together and played like this.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting because they come in and it seems like they're a little bit more calm and chilled. At this point, at the event, there's only like, I think one more underdog. Everybody's so equal. And then you have, you know, the gods, LGD and OG, the teams to beat, and everyone else is just at this even playing field. The Dota has been the best in so long. It has been an amazing event. So, what? Are you interviewing me? What happened? How did you pull this alpha move and counter interview? Casey, living God.
About those interviews, how are we doing on the cringeworthy stuff? Are we keeping it low, keeping it...
You tell me, fam. I'm pretty sure it's cringy as F, but it's all good. Don't worry, I got you repped.
Great.
Aw, you're so sweet.
I think you've been doing great, and I'm really proud of you, and I think everybody on panel is just doing a fantastic job. And I just want to just say to the community that it is so cool to see everybody coming together. It's been way too long. It's so fun to watch all these games, and I just wish I were there in person to shove you over or off that stool, wipe that smirk off your face. Can I just, like, how heavy is this thing?
Not heavy at all. It's like the kisses of a tiny little elf. You can't hurt me. Not even emotionally anymore. I can just mute you at any time that I choose. So there you go.
Don't.
Aww. Bye, Casey. This is the greatest event of my life. Okay, toodaloo. Bye. Back to you.
Well, thank you so much, Katie, for getting up at God knows what hour in Seattle to put up with Sir Action Slacks. And you know what? Sir Action Slacks is actually going to be taking over in this seat from me after this first series. I think it's going to absolutely go fine. I think it's going to be great. He's going to be on the desk with Jenkins. And I think that is a duo that's been waiting to happen for a very long time.
Sounds very clean, like a professional duo. Kind of no shenanigans there.
Yeah, the series isn't too big, is it? Well, second game, EG, Vici, I mean, who?
It's good for Slacks.
Yeah, we'll put Slacks and Jenkins. They'll keep deal with those.
Yeah, it's going to be a top-tier, very stony-faced, serious analysis. No funny business going to be happening on this desk, and no funny business happening to my right now, because Purge is going to be taking us through some expert figures and facts on the Radiant and the Dire.
That's true, and we're starting over here on the Dire side of the map. I know it's a little dark, dreary, spooky, but Halloween is coming up, but hey, I wouldn't want to live here year-round. It's a little bit too much for me personally. So what I want to talk about is the Radiant and the Dire sides of the map. They are, teams got to switch here and there. Which team is actually better? And in fact, it's actually typically the Radiant team. They've classically had a higher win rate across most of Dota 2, and the biggest reason is the proximity to the Roshan pit. Roshan is a big objective to take every single game. And what ends up happening in a normal game is the map gets split about down the middle. The Dire team will take the enemy safe lane, Radiant will take their enemy safe lane. And if you look at the half, Roshan is on the Radiant side, so that gives them a nice advantage. And on top of that, Ancient Neutrals are in a better location for the Radiant team as well. If we highlight those, it's pretty clear that the Radiant team is closer to Roshan than the Dire's is. And on top of that, that's your high ground position. You can stand there. It's a lot harder for the enemy team to invade against you. So it just makes things a lot safer for you as a whole. So it just seems obvious like Radiant is by far the best to grab every game that you win the coin flip, right? Well, there is some pick order differentiation as well. On the first pick has about a 52% win rate. Second pick, sorry, I shouldn't say Dire. I must have missed that, my bad. Second pick is a 48% win rate. So it is a little bit better to go first pick instead of second pick. On top of that, the best way to offset these disadvantages if you do play the Dire side is to have heroes that can have some vision control around the Roche pit. That's going to mean that even though you're farther away from Roche on average, you're going to be better at catching the enemy team when they are starting Roshan. Elder Titan is really good for this. Already good in the meta, and also very good at scouting Roshan. You just throw your spirit in there, nothing can hurt you. And a lot of times you can even slow down the Roche with these nice stomps. So this just buys you time to get across the map even though you're farther away. So when you guys are watching the drafts for the rest of the day, keep an eye on which team is on Radiant, which team is on Dire. Radiant lineups are going to want to take Roshan quick. Dire teams want some vision control to offset those Dire disadvantages. Back to you guys.
Thank you. Also, the Radiant's prettier.
Thank you, Purge.
No, sorry. That's why I'm hosting and I'm not an analyst. Should we have a look at what we got coming up today on day 3, the main event of TI10? We're going to have a look at the schedule, I believe. Oh, no, you know what? Before we look at the schedule, actually. Oh, we are going to look at the schedule. That's absolutely my bad. We've also got some other content coming your way, which I will cue in a second. But before then, I'm just so excited for these matches. We've got the lower bracket starting first today. It's the old switcheroo because we started with the upper bracket yesterday. Alliance versus T1. We're going to be talking about that with this very panel shortly. And then Evil Geniuses versus Vici Gaming. That is going to be a clash for the ages. Before we head to our upper bracket, can Secret carry on that momentum after winning OG in spectacular form the other day? And a bracket reminder for you all, so you can see the teams that are already in the top 6. Lovely. IG, Secret, LDD, VP. VP, is that a surprise for you, Gods?
Not really. I mean, maybe the bigger reassurance is that they're just playing well on the big stage, because that's something they've struggled with in the past. But everyone's kind of looked at this team as that team that should be in the top 6, just hasn't delivered before.
And then we've got our lower bracket. So Team Spirit is going to be going up against OG. Team Spirit had the momentum against Fnatic yesterday, Lizard.
They definitely do. And when you look at the Eastern crowd and when you look at their chat, they're cheering them even maybe harder than Virtus.pro. They believe in this team. And so far, yeah, they're a bunch of pubbers that have stacked together, but they're also good with each other. They're friends for a really long time. And I think there's something to that chemistry. I think they can make OG think twice in their series.
A bunch of pubbers. Are you going to live to regret that quote?
Look, we were all a bunch of pubbers initially. That's how we all started, right? That was it.
Yeah, but when we started, we were not top 6 at TI.
That's also true.
Yeah.
That's also very true. But a year ago or so, when they stacked together, it was a similar situation. Now, obviously, it's very different.
I think it's Cap who said that basically this is a lineup that will win the international, just not necessarily this year. But maybe they're going to prove everyone wrong. Maybe it's going to be them.
Is it them that are first when it comes to the youngest squad, or is it VP?
It's VP.
It's VP, yeah, but they're really close as well.
Yes. Yes, sorry, I got confused then. I thought you were talking about VP, you were talking about Spirit. They're one and the same to me. That's terrible, isn't it? They're not really. That was a joke. It's okay. We're allowed to make jokes because we haven't kicked off the main matches yet. Instead, what we're going to do actually is we're going to talk some stats. We're going to look at the leaderboard for TI10 so far. We're going to have a look at some tasty facts this morning for you to snack on our TI10 leaders. So, I mean, Virtus.pro there, Nightfall and GPK. The cause, godlike sprees, kills, insanity.
Yeah, overall they have a lot of good stats on their side, even their supports. Like this is what we see, but assists, when you look at the supports, the Safe and Kingslayer, the two of them, I think they average on 17 each. So this whole team works together really, really well, and GPK and Nightfall just grab the glory and get the top.
It really highlights that playstyle where GPK is just going around hunting for these kills, making plays, while Nightfall, the reason he gets these godlike sprees is he's not dying. So he's being really well protected, set up for success. And the other standout player there, I mean, Thompson, Owen, you mentioned him yesterday, he was absolutely insane. Yeah,
I'd be interested to see sort of who was second on sort of the most damaged heroes, because I probably imagine Thompson's quite far ahead of even the second place. You know, this man is just... He barely hits creeps. He's just in your face and destroying you from, you know, minute 10, earlier sometimes.
How much of that 600,000 plus damage do you think was done in that series yesterday?
Quite a good amount. Yeah, he definitely pumped up his stats. Yeah, for sure. You know, still these 20 kills, 2 deaths at least in one of the games. I mean, yeah, this guy's crazy when it comes to getting the momentum. I think we saw yesterday two just incredible momentum players in the mid lane, Thompson and of course GPK in that series. Just some of these guys, when they get that sort of start, there's just no stopping them. They just completely take over the game, and it's very impressive to watch.
Any other players that we should be looking out for in today's matches?
Like we already saw Fly from IG. We've seen him keeping that record pretty damn high so far. I think him and Emo are the ones to watch. Maybe put them in your fantasy cards today.
For me, I'll say 2 plays, Ice and Crit. I think they're like the scariest off-laner 4-position combo in the tournament. You know, EG, they're in the lower bracket. They had that poor group stage, but I think they're a team that can make a deep run.
You know what, Lizard? You've reminded me of something when you referenced the compendium then.
Mm-hmm.
Crimson Witness. Have you got your drops yet? If you bought a ticket to TI10, you have the chance of getting one of those sweet, sweet chests. So make sure you head to dota2.com/Crimson Witness and register there. And then you've got the chance to get drops whenever First Blood happens. Have you got some nice chests? Have you got any items dropping your way?
No, I haven't. Val, step it up. I've been here 2 days. I haven't had a single drop, so come on.
Me too.
Some of my colleagues, they've got 5. I've had none. Unacceptable. I'm not coming back next year.
Anti-British bias. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Nothing.
I'm also angry. I've got nothing as well. Do you think people will take pity on us and send us things?
I hope so. I'll be checking today. If I don't get any today, I'll be having words.
Send us nice things, please. Now, that horn means we're only a couple of minutes away from our first 2 teams taking to the stage. It's going to be Alliance and T1. And it's going to be a really interesting one, I think, especially on the Alliance side, because they didn't exactly have the best group stage, but they're holding on after a spectacular performance against Beast Coast. We're going to be talking about that soon. But are there any surprises that have really happened for you on the main stage out there so far, guys?
Not necessarily when it comes to the outcome of the games, but perhaps on the way the outcome happened. Spirit and VP just completely dominating and proving that Eastern Europe is a really strong region at the moment, even though they brought a bunch of youngsters to TI. Maybe that's kind of surprising. Also, T1 playing extremely well versus PSG LGD.
Yeah, T1 looks very scary. I'd also, at Beast Coast, maybe disappointing on the main stage, because their group stage was really solid. They took games off some of the top teams, so to see them just fall so flat and play kind of very uninspired in an elimination game was a bit disappointing.
Yeah, I've got to agree with Parker. I think, yeah, that sort of loss from Beast Coast was definitely the sort of the most surprising. We've seen these players before in very tense situations, and they have performed, and it just didn't happen the other day in a best of 1. And of course, in a best of 1, that's it. Goodbye. It hurts, but I'm sure we'll see the squad come back stronger in the future. They can definitely achieve much better than this.
So what's the most exciting thing about this matchup that we're about to see between Alliance and T1?
There's 2 squads with very similar strategies clashing. You have two captains on position 3, the offlane, Master Cuckoo versus S4. We have 2 extremely strong carry players as well. 23 Savage facing off versus Nico Baby. And remember, Nico Baby, he's played SEA. He's played in the SEA. He was a part of Mineski. He understands the region really well. And it's always nice to have an insider when you're playing versus a team from the region.
Yeah, and I think even for SCA fans, they have a bit of a soft spot for Alliance because of Nico Baby, how he got Mineski to TI. So they're, in some ways, always were hoping that Alliance would do well at TI, but now they're going up against the last SCA hope. So, unfortunately, that probably is going to mean they're going to be jumping on the T1 bandwagon and leaving Nico Baby on the side of the street.
I have a feeling, though, it's not going to be a sweetheart clash. They're not going to be kind to each other out there once they get to those booths.
I'll be honest, I'm going into this series, I'm a little concerned for Alliance. I really think that T1 is incredible, and Alliance, they're going to struggle big time.
Okay, well, we're going to find out if OD Pixel is correct, because it's time for Alliance versus T1. Alliance are heading back out onto the main stage here at the International. Some people thought after a disastrous group stage that they wouldn't be entitled to set foot out there, but they came back fighting against Beast Coast in their best of one earlier this week. And now they're finding themselves, they're finding their joy in Dota. And today, they'll be making every single moment matter. These guys are not going to be nervous. They're just going to enjoy killing T1. And of course, please welcome T1, the last team standing from the SEA region. But you can be very, very hopeful and proud of this team if you're watching them. Yesterday on the desk, they were predicted to make the top 4. This team is never going to be seen as an underdog again. They are family, and they fight as family and really put up a fight against LGD yesterday. So do not underestimate them. Just because they like to take things slow doesn't mean you should rest easy when you're head-to-head with them on that stage. But will they make it through today, or will they be heading home? We'll soon be seeing as they take to their booth. And there we have it. Alliance safely in their booth. They looked so comfortable there yesterday, and we are going to be talking more about them in a moment. But first of all, we're going to be catching up with a bit of a legend in the Dota 2 scene. It's their captain, S4.
S4 has played with some of the best players and teams in Dota history, but has yet to relive the success of winning it all with Alliance at TI3. 8 years and a few other teams later, S4 has returned to Alliance, an organization now managed in part by some of his former TI3 teammates. Gustav is playing for his old team with new blood, which is one of the things he says made him want to return to competitive Dota after taking a few months off.
This was kind of the first break I've had in forever since I started Dota. I've never really taken a break, so I felt like I way worse at the game.
How have you changed as a captain over the years?
I know that's gonna sound weird, but sometimes you need to kind of say no to people, and for me that's something I've tried to improve on, and I feel like I've become a little bit better on it.
I have some questions to ask you that you're probably not going to like. Is that all right?
No.
Dream League Season 15, Western Europe DPC is Alliance.
One of the bigger stories surrounding Alliance this season was their use of PPD as a temporary captain over the course of a month.
Getting more?
Our throne is in trouble. Our throne's in a little bit of trouble.
I can push it. Yeah, I think that's it, guys.
GG.
GG.
Specifically during the Animajor qualifiers, where event organizers emailed teams to let them know coaches would be allowed in the room during the games.
When I first contacted him, it was because of a reason, right? We were gonna use him in game. This is a bit controversial. However, this is how I understood it, that I feel like other teams are gonna use this to their advantage. So I better get to it early to practice for TI if this is going to happen.
So you brought PPD on as a result of reading that email,
Yes.
not beforehand. Interesting. Okay. And so what was your reaction to the way that that ended up playing out?
I was actually surprised that other teams were not using their coach already. In my mind, everyone was using it, but actually nobody was using it. So then I was like, oh, are we the bad guys now? I guess we're the bad guys. But yeah, in that sense, it looks a bit unfair. And I agree with some of them, but we just did what we thought was best for the current situation.
Despite the controversy, Alliance shifted focus back to their main goal, making it to TI10. S4 not only knows how it feels to play at an international, but also how it feels to win. Limp and Hanskin, I know, haven't been to a TI before. What sticks out in your mind about what that feels like as a player? How are you communicating that with your teammates to prepare them for that feeling?
Well, I'm always going to say that they need to enjoy the ride, kind of, and don't focus on down the line what's going to happen. Just focus on now and what you're going to do next. And yeah, enjoy the journey also.
Did you enjoy the journey?
Definitely. I mean, it's a rough journey, but it's not really regret. But I feel like at the end of it, you kind of look back and you're like, I could really like push myself to actually win another TI or 2 more TIs, you know, just be the best that I can be, kind of.
ODPixel, you have been casting S4 in different teams for years now. What is so special about this captain?
I mean, just the fact that, you know, even after all these years, even though still nowadays his play is a little volatile, he can still have those games where the magic returns. You know, it's sort of the same S4 from the past, and he can still just sort of come out with these crazy moves, these initiations, and you know as well that the players around him, they just, I mean, you know, you hear sort of his demeanor. He's a very calm gentleman. He's very good at keeping the players just focused, making sure that no one lets the emotions get to them. You know, this man, as we saw, he's been there. He's been at the top. He's been all the way through tournaments such as TI. And something like that at TI, just compared to any other events, it's just invaluable to have as part of your squad.
Yeah, the fact that he can make all those flashy plays still, not perhaps every single game, but most of them, and at the same time control his teammates, it's something incredible. You would like to have S4 on your team no matter in which team you are, because I remember a couple of years back, I was playing in a league and someone is playing mid, S4 is on offlane, and S4 is telling my mid laner what to do while he's still winning his lane. This guy is seeing the whole map at all times, and that's not something that every single player can do.
Yeah. And the calm demeanor you mentioned, Frankie, that's been, I think, key for keeping this team together, what they went through. You know, they're getting a lot of hate from the community. You know, there are a lot of people who are also on their side for the whole thing, but, you know, that would have completely, like, crippled a lot of teams, so he really helped keep them together.
And it's really interesting as well, it was mentioned in that interview that not all of these members have actually been to a TI before. For me, the most surprising one is Hanskin's never been to a TI.
Yeah, so far hasn't been to one. This is the first, and probably some emotions are running pretty damn high here, but he does have seasoned captain, like we mentioned, next to him to cool those emotions off, and also FNG that we haven't mentioned. He was extremely popular for a decent while in the Eastern Europe region because of captaining VP to the same TI. I believe S4 plus FNG, they bring a lot of equanimity to the team at this stage.
Yeah, and they're the only team here without a coach. I think that's kind of the crazy thing, is like they've decided they've got enough strong voice, and when you've got 2, you know, veteran seasoned captains, they feel like they don't need that outside or that, you know, that 6th voice in the team anymore. So it's interesting. It's going to be interesting to see how that plays out.
And Hanskin also has captaincy experience. So you don't have a coach, but you have an extremely respected, knowledgeable captain in S4. And then you have a support duo that also like to control and have input into the tempo of the game, although obviously they know S4 is boss. What can you guys tell me about the support duo of Hanskin and FNG? Blizzard.
Well, FNG, he's always been the most classic, old school position 5 coming from the Eastern Europe region. You won't really be expecting him to be playing some crazy heroes like Pango and Tidehunter and whatnot, but he will bring stability to any single lane. And one thing that I've noticed back in the day while playing against him, this guy has a metronome in his head that just works a little bit faster than anyone else's, and all the moves that he makes them just slightly faster than you. So even if you can predict what he's about to be doing, you can't predict just how fast. And because of that, all of his teams have done movements correctly and a little bit faster than you, at least in my case. But then again, you know.
You got the old man reflexes.
Yeah, I'm a boomer.
Yeah, and I'd say for Hanskin, he, to me, is the player on this Alliance team who's improved the most over the last year or two. He was a player I always looked at who was trying to play 4 position, but he looked more like a 5. I never saw him as that like flashy, high-skill support player that could make the plays you need on the 4 position role. But the reason Alliance, you know, have done so on the DPC leagues, even though they didn't do well in the majors, was largely because of Hanskin's improved play on so many different heroes.
And before we do start talking about T1, I do also want to ask about Nico Baby. How is his team setting him up for success, Owen?
I mean, it's very clear a lot of the times that they do specifically pick things that are just going to enable Nico Baby. You know, give him that space and allow him to... Well, one of my favorites from him, of course, is his Faces Void. Just sort of play these carry heroes that can just have huge impact in the fights. You know, a lot of the time, you know, I'm pretty sure Nico Baby probably takes the lead in a lot of the team fights on the comms. You know, you sometimes hear snippets of it in the videos that the Alliance upload at the progress of the practicing back at their training facility. That, you know, he's a very vocal carry, and that's something that you need. And you need him to have that confidence to stay at that level of sort of making those shot calls when he's out here on the main stage. And I believe that Nico Baby's able to do that.
There might be, even when we're looking at these heroes of TI, there might actually be quite a bit of overlap between T1 and Alliance. If you're Alliance, are you going to be trying to get your comfort picks here, or are you going to be trying to surprise and maybe avoid these pairings that we're seeing?
I think for sure a little bit of both. At this stage, you're aiming at your comfort picks, but you will also try to mix things up a little bit and throw T1 off. So usually what we've seen from Alliance so far is that they haven't truly strayed away from their schematics. If there's a puck on that mid lane, they're picking that DK instantly. Yeah. If there's a Mirana or a Monkey King possible for Hanskin, they might snatch it. So nothing really extraordinary when it comes to the drafts. Where I'm really looking at is the gameplay and the execution from Alliance.
Well, why don't we have a look at the figures in terms of heroes for T1, just to see if we do have any comparison in terms of what they're picking. And obviously the Snapfire pick. I feel like this is the favorite hero of every team right now.
Yeah, it's like one of the most played heroes. It's just so stable, kind of fits into any draft. It just gives you a little bit of everything. So probably going to be contested. I think that first hero, Lina, that's been perhaps Limp's best hero, even though it wasn't in Alliance's
for a really long time.
Yeah,
as well, right?
So I think this Lina is going to play a really big part in this series, or it's just going to be banned. So these two teams either going to be picking in the first phase or having to prepare, you know, an answer for it in the mid lane. Definitely something to look out for.
Interesting. And also the Crystal Maiden pick, I feel like that tells us a lot about the way that T1 likes to run their supports. It seems like they're very into their backline. They're not really up to kind of getting up close into their AoEs, their stuns.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. Your Crystal Maidens, your Weavers, they've been playing a lot of these heroes that like to be on the outskirts, the Disruptor, the Lion as well. So they tend to play the game that way, in which Whitemon and Zephyr are not necessarily the first one running in. And that's enabled because of the Doom pick, perhaps, that we've just seen. Not many teams have these mid laners that are just bulky and just want to be frontlining constantly every single fight. I believe Carl is the one that enables supports to be on the outskirts of team fights.
Now, if you are in Team T1 and you're looking back at those matches against LGD yesterday, what are the key takeaways? What are the things you're hoping to kind of focus on so that you can guarantee yourself a spot in the next stage of TI, Gods?
I think where T1 look good is when they have that like kind of meta carry, like they play really well around like the Medusa, for example, and these supports that can really have a high impact on the lanes. I think T1 look their best when they're coming out of the laning stage and are able to make a lot of plays around the map, particularly around Carl. You mentioned like the Doom where he's really good. These heroes that can kind of come online and hit this kind of early to mid game timings and then put their opponents on the back foot.
How does that compare to the pace that Alliance likes to set?
I mean, I think, Alliance, they'll be happy to sort of match the action that the T1's going to be bringing them. This game sort of just making sure that Nico Baby's out of harm's way, getting Limp on these mids that's more than happy to sort of stand tall in the mid lane if any fights get brought his way, or quick to react to any sort of side lane plays. And I think, Alliance, they're really going to have to fully focus on making sure that they don't let T1 get ahead of them early. Because in this sort of matchup, if Alliance gets behind coming out the laning stage, I think against T1, this team's just so hard to come back against after a lost early game.
Yeah, you think that puts some pressure on Alliance, perhaps? Just crush them in the laning stage no matter what? Is that the mindset that you think they're going in?
I think so, but I think Alliance, they are a team that can deal with that sort of pressure. I don't think they're going to be necessarily feeling that. I think they're going to be coming in confident, very cool-headed. Sort of my concern for Alliance is that T1, on the other hand, I just see sort of T1, this TI, they seem to have the same sort of energy to me that you saw sort of when OG won their first TI.
Yeah.
They're coming out, they're laughing, they're smiling, and they're playing some of the best Dota that they've been able to bring out. Sure, they got knocked down here to the lower bracket, but taking a game off LGD, this team is really, really good. I hope we get a close series, but I would not be surprised if we do just see T1 roll over Alliance here.
It's so true. I saw T1 at breakfast, and I said hi, and they were chatting. I was sitting at a table. They were singing and laughing, and they were so careful.
I just love this because I've been following these guys for 2 seasons in the DPC, right? And Whitemon is the one that puts the key in ignition and just lights things up. He's the one always smiling. He's just having a blast every single time, no matter what. Every single game that we watched or interviewed him, he's just a pleasure to be around, and it's very reminiscent of Jerax in OG.
Sounds like music to my ears, Lizard. Now let's talk about S4 versus Cuckoo. We've got our off-lane captains. What is the difference between these two, if we were to put them head-to-head?
I would say... Oh, no, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
You're so kind to each other. I'm just going to go to Lizard in a second. Gods, you go because you're in the middle.
I would say Cuckoo's a bit more stable with his play, but at the same time, they both can have very hot and cold games. I think Cuckoo's got a better ability to take over games with a good start. S4 a bit more stable. You kind of know what you're getting. Playing more of maybe the more team fight centric heroes, whereas Cuckoo sometimes will go off a different direction, play some kind of Bat Rider, something more farm heavy. So they do have a fairly different hero pool at times.
All right. So, predictions then. It seems like you're all going the way of T1.
A little bit, I believe, right? Are you guys
a little
the
bit?
same?
Yeah. I don't think it's going to be super. I think Alliance being underestimated by a lot of people, but T1, they took a game off PSG LGD. That's something very few people have done here at TI, so I have to favor T1 based
And they also made it feel competitive throughout all 3 games. It's not like they just took one off and that's it. The whole series looked nice.
If you're Alliance right now, and you're looking at what T1 were playing yesterday against LGD, what are you trying to do in terms of the build you're going to be doing and the things you're going to be drafting overall? Obviously, we're going to our draft panel soon, but what is the overall thing that you're trying to achieve?
I think the best way to go about it would maybe try and copy everything that PSG LGD has done, because it obviously works for them. Trying to just negate T1, their strengths, is also nice. Maybe getting rid of that Doom in the early stages. Picking and dissecting the way they move across the map and the way they protect 23 Savage could prove to be really good for Alliance, because the way T1 likes to play is they're all about protecting 23 and his farm. That's something that they've adopted ever since they got him into the squad, which was at the end of the first season of the DPC.
I'm also kind of curious about the attitude of Alliance, because S4 in his interview after their win against Beast Coast the other day, he was saying that basically they learnt a lot from groups and they came really well prepared, and basically the key to their win was the fact that they decided to have some fun and not have nerves. It almost seems like a T1 approach. Is that going to be enough though? Both teams having fun?
I don't think it's never enough by itself. You need the kind of skill and strategy to back it up, but when you're at TI, the playing field is so even that being in the right mindset, having that kind of mental edge can play such a big part in any game. And I disagree a bit with Lizard, like you mentioned, like, you know, play more like PSG. I think Alliance, the best thing they can do is just play Alliance Dota.
Okay,
Like, I don't think they want to go
agree.
away from their comfort picks, their play style. They don't look at what other teams did to beat T1. Just they have to play their game, or things will quickly fall apart when you're at TI if you're trying to change your play style overnight.
In the past, Limp has been criticised and seen as great for laning, but not much beyond the game in the mid. Is that true? Is that fair?
Yeah, I mean, it's just one of these mids that sometimes in the matchup, he'll just look unbeatable. Like, he turns up and he'll completely dominate the enemy mid. And he normally he can turn that into like sort of this fantastic momentum. But I think there's just been a few games where Limp can get a little bit ahead of himself. Like, he'll have that fantastic start, but then suddenly, just a bit of an overextension or a dive a little too far, and it ends up costing the team a lot. And these sort of mistakes you're not going to get away with when you're playing against a team like T1, who will immediately capitalize on them. So it's just, again, for me, for Alliance, it's just that volatility sort of across the board. Like, they can really hit it right, but when they don't, it's just, it falls apart very, very quickly. So they've got to make sure that they don't have those sort of early errors.
Yeah, if you take some concise comparison between Limp on a Lina and Limp, let's say, on a DK. On his Lina that we mentioned earlier, he can completely crush the lane. But if you're out of position one of two team fights, your whole game falls apart. However, when you're playing that Dragonite and you slowly win the lane, then your whole team converges around you and you're the focal point of your team fight, then Alliance looks a lot stronger, and so does Limp.
And what do we mean by the phrase beautiful Dota? Because I've also heard Alliance being described as a team that gives good, beautiful Dota. Gods, what does that mean? Because my games are never beautiful.
For me, when I hear it, it's like you, as a viewer, as a commentator, you're watching, and every move makes sense. Like, there's a clear purpose that you just see, like the rotations when they're, like, for example, collapsing around certain objectives, like the power runes. They're setting traps. They're making smokes at the right times. Being in the right place to contest a Roshan. So to me, I always look at the movement of heroes around the map, and when they're playing alone, when they're syncing up together, and that's something that Alliance on their best days do really well, but a lot of the time it can also look a bit more disjointed.
Now, I wish we could pull up some highlights from yesterday's match between LGD and T1, because I do think it still bears talking about, especially the second game in that 3-game series, where we saw a 10-man buyback fight, and all the couriers also coming back online as well. I feel like that might be one of the most memorable moments of TI, of the main stage so far.
I don't think I've ever seen that, ever.
No, never.
Not even at TI, any tournament.
Any tournament, any single TI, not even
any pub games.
Not even in pubs.
Any Dota games, full stop. Yeah.
That was incredible. And it was so enjoyable to watch that game and just be a part of it. T1 versus PSG LGD definitely did put a mark on the whole main event.
Do you think that the reason that T1 couldn't pull it back in that last game was just kind of LGD just saying, okay, right, we need to take things up a notch? Do you think it was down to that Ursa? What do you think was the thing that really knocked T1 out of the running?
LGD definitely did step it up a little bit at the end, but at the same time, they did allow T1 to have all of the good stuff in the second game, and they struggled against it. However, once you negate a couple of those heroes, which I assume Alliance will do in their first draft over here as well, then it does become a little bit easier.
And I think the scary thing with LGD is they're not just like a momentum team. When they lose a game, they learn a lot and adapt quickly. I think there are some teams, one of the big examples always EG, once their drafts maybe get figured out, they can't adapt as fast. But for LGD, with Zhao Wei, it just feels like they lose a game and they come back twice as strong the game afterwards, typically.
Apparently, we're having a few technical issues on stage right now. They're just fixing some audio issues. So apologies for the delay. We are going to try and get you into the match as soon as possible. Don't panic. But I want to talk about also T1's T1 drafts. That's how Game 2's draft was described, with the Medusa and Doom combo. What makes a T1 draft, and why does it work so well with their playstyle?
It's usually kind of greedy, like you mentioned. Like the Doom made it feels like it's a bit more on the greedy side, but they have these support, like these backlining supports that can be very active, dish out a lot of damage, and take advantage of the fact that like all 3 cores on T1 get kind of farm. I feel like that's what I would say about them.
Yeah, 100%. Cuckoo is perhaps sometimes a little bit more sacrificial. He can be greedy if he gets that Doom or Bat like we talked about before, but if there is a Doom on mid lane and Medusa on the safe lane, he will play that full playmaker role with Zephyr and Whitemon and create as much space as possible. But I think when you give them heroes that they've played 1,000 times each, Karl, every single game in the DPC season, Doom was either banned from him or he picked it. So when you have such full comfort zone, it doesn't matter what the matchup is. It doesn't matter how greedy you are, because you will find a way to play it, to make it work in the game.
Is T1 just going to outright ban Doom? Is that what you're expecting, Owen?
Alliance, I think.
Alliance, I'm so sorry.
That's right. I think Alliance, I think they will. I mean, as you say, it's kind of funny that we sort of get to this international level and you see some teams not really following the same sort of strats that teams were doing against them in the regional sort of level. You know, it's sort of as if they're looking in elsewhere. And I think, you know, you have to look back to, as you say, what people were doing back in the DPC, because it's looking a little too good. I think for me, the leaner
have their best heroes. So far, every single draft, after the draft, the post-interview with the coach, he would be like, yeah, we knew what they're going to pick, but we let them. You know, we prepared for it. And I'm not sure if that's the right approach. And look at those smiles. That's Whitemon right there, taking the punches in the middle. Like, he's like... The mood is just so relaxed.
This is what's going to happen if we lose. No, this is...
I mean, maybe some play-by-play. It's over. The fight's over. No one won. KO to nobody. What a shame. I was hoping for some high-quality FGC casting on the desk there.
Yeah, Owen, if you want to...
Owen, it's going.
Oh, here we go. Are we playing hand slaps here?
He's going to get all. Oh, we
are.
Here we go.
Here we go, Owen. Okay.
I don't even know how this game's played. What do you do? Just slap each other?
So Cuckoo seems to be going first. He's on the offense first.
No, he's not very good at this.
Warning
his opponent. You have to dodge the slap by doing the
I think he's teaching him how to play. Yeah. Oh, he doesn't want to play now.
Don't want to hurt your teammates' hands before
it
goes.
Yeah, probably not the best idea. Slapping the hell out of your hands before a TI game. I think they've been talked out of it.
Well,
maybe they're just short on hand warmers. You know, they're getting innovative.
Yeah, there it is.
Get those hands warm.
Sadly, Cuckoo is not going to be slapping his teammates' hands, but he did have a chat with Casey, I believe. So we're going to see what he had to say right now.
The season for T1 may have ended on a high note, but it certainly didn't start out that way. The team was looking forward to finally attending a LAN event with the Singapore major in March. But their captain, Cuckoo, was suddenly unable to go. T1, playing with a stand-in, failed to even make the main event. Like many other teams, the transition to in-person events proved challenging. But for Cuckoo, he says it's where he really thrives.
I did not play LAN for 1 year. And as a player, I really like to compete at LAN because the feeling is kind of unexplainable. Unlike the online, it's like you can like just chill, watch some anime while playing tournament, something like that. But on LAN, you can feel that you cannot slack off or play like lazy.
How have you had to change your leadership style as a captain with everything being so different?
I think our coach helping me to improve as a captain. And at first, he's the one drafting for us. When the drafting also come back to me, I feel that I kind of step up a bit to perform well and to draft well for my team.
And when did you step back in to draft for your team?
DPC Season 2, the opening game. It's like my captains told me, "Hey, Ku, do you want to draft?" Something like that. I know my draft is good, better than March. Nah, just kidding. No, just kidding.
With Cuckoo drafting, T1 went on to finish first in Season 2 in their region, giving them a direct invite to the Arena Major. And to earn enough points for a spot at TI10, all they had to do was win one match.
Me and March keep talking to the boys that don't think about the TI and the result. Just keep thinking about the game. Don't focus so much like on TI. If we go to TI, yeah, you can think about the TI, right? But if we fail on Arena Major, there's no direct invite for Southeast Asia.
Well, they won that match and kept on winning with a solid run that took them to the lower bracket finals, ending with a loss to EG that was so close it hurt. Still, after everything T1 went through this season, Cuckoo had led his team to a spot at TI. Let's pretend you're in the grand finals of TI10. Who do you want to play?
I want EG.
Why?
Because I want to see like so many Southeast Asian player on the grand finals. If EG and us is like on grand finals, we can put like 7 Southeast Asian players on one grand finals, and I think it's kind of good for our region. This is my 5th TI, I think, and most of my TI memories is like after upper bracket, we lose, then lose again. So if I'm gonna go back, I really want to raise the Aegis as a player, as a captain. My goal for TI is like keep grinding and do my best.
Wow, you can see in their plays, especially obviously from yesterday's match against LGD, that truly T1 have been grinding. But is it going to be enough to get them through this lower bracket run? And are we going to see them play against Evil Geniuses? You want to see that, Lizard, surely?
Yeah, I would love to see it.
Can't happen in the finals, unfortunately, but it could still happen down bottom because they're both in lower bracket now.
So did I just say that I would like them to lose? Actually, they can continue here. It's the lower bracket.
Yeah,
sorry,
lower
they how many games do they have to win? Is it this one?
Probably next round they would meet. Yeah. Both teams win. Yeah.
I wonder if we can actually bring up the lower bracket, if that's possible, and then we can actually have a look at it and we can see how that would happen if it can happen in the lower bracket, because it would be kind of cool to see basically who's there. Thank you so much, production. You are the best. So we've got Team Spirit versus OG. And then...
So it would actually be the next round instantly.
Yeah, so because their round 2 happened yesterday. So T1 versus Alliance, VG versus EG. So in other words, we could actually see that matchup in the next round.
We could see 7 SCA players play the game from EG versus T1. It would be hype. I would be really happy for the whole region as well, because it's so talented. Talking to any players, you know for a fact that their pubs are probably the most skilled, but also the most chaotic.
And they take a lot of pride. I mean, we saw it there several times when Cuckoo was talking about qualifying for TI. He's like, he knew if they didn't do well enough for the Arena Major, you know, SEA may get one less slot at TI. So, you know, he wanted to do well and represent his region. Even looking at the SEA region, you have 2 players on T1 who are the first Indonesian players to play at TI. So it's a big deal for Indonesia, the country, for the whole SEA region, that they're kind of like the last hope for SEA to do well here at TI.
And it is a shame that we lost Fnatic in that match against Team Spirit yesterday. But at the same time, I mean, they made a player change just before their qualifier, and they still managed to make it through the best of ones here in the lower bracket as well, and make it through to a best of 3 on the main stage. So it seems like the future's looking bright for this region, Owen.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I'll go straight up and say my bracket predictions. I have T1 winning this whole tournament. Because I was just been so impressed with the improvement of them over the year, over the season. They came, what, 3rd at the last major? They just took a game off LGD. That sort of sold me enough. I think at the least we're going to see them get to the grand finals, and I think they can absolutely do it. This would be the year for Cuckoo to finally step up to the right to the end here with an SEA squad.
That is, it's quite the endorsement from Mr. ODPix. So are they using your voice line in game?
And they should, shouldn't they? You know, yeah. Go T1 Cuckoo. You better buy my voice line.
This is why I'm excited to interview the players.
I've said his, you know, I've shouted him out and casted enough. You know, it's time for him to shout me back. I feel like every single game that I cast T1, it's always like Cuckoo this, Cuckoo that, Cuckoo. He's just making so many plays and making all the moves. He's always getting us excited.
And they're letting me loose on the players later. So if you guys have got any requests, if you want me to talk to the players and just be like, hey, I've got these friends on the desk. They've got these cracking voice lines. I can just pitch them to you. They're going to be so annoying to your enemies. They're going to win you TI OG stuff. Who's in?
Sign me up. Yep.
Amazing. All right, well, while we wait, I believe a PC has just been swapped out. We're going to have a little bit of fun here at TI because we have got a rapid-fire session with Team Alliance.
Welcome back. More rapid-fire questions coming your way. I'm joined by Nigo Baby. I'm here with FNG of Alliance. Welcome, my friend. Yes! Who is, in your opinion, the worst teammate in interviews?
That's a rough one. We're all pretty bad at this. So, it's hard to say.
What was the last thing you ate?
Fuck. The memory's so bad, you know?
You don't remember what you ate? FNG, what was the last thing you ate?
Bulba. Sorry, not the player. I mean, Bulba is a Belarus word for potato.
Potato?
Yes.
Okay.
Not the player. I'm sorry,
Bulba.
Bulba.
Potato.
I'm sorry, Bulba.
Everyone's going to keep that one going now. Can you tell us there, Limp? What about the last movie you watched?
Actually, we watched Dune together. I wasn't really into the story so much, but 6 out of 10.
Oh, you're going to make a lot of Dune fans unhappy with that.
It wasn't my type that much.
And you know a lot of people are waiting to watch that movie, and you're one of the blessed
Yeah,
people
I
who
felt
watch
like they released it very early in Ukraine for some reason, but I'm not sure why.
Can you tell me the last person you called on the phone using your voice?
My brother. I mean, he was like, can you prepare better? I'm like, we're doing the best we can. He's like, did you prepare my strat offlane Medusa? I'm like, you don't understand Dota. No, I watch a lot of Dota. I mean, like, you know, typical browser who's like, he knows what you're doing, but he doesn't understand it at all.
What a family affair for Alliance there. And if you want to catch up with Dakota and the gang, he's involved in The Late Show with Mr. Piri and Flax. So check that out tonight. But also, I want to see movie reviews with Alliance. I mean, they were quite harsh on poor Jude.
They were really harsh. Did you watch it, guys?
No, I haven't seen it, but I'm excited
to see
it.
as well. Yeah, I was waiting to go watch. I'm also in Ukraine, just like Alliance was, but I didn't go before TI. Now they kind of ruined it for me a little bit.
Whose fault is that? Yeah. Now you've got the spoiler, the storyline. It's a 6 out of 10 apparently.
Here I was hoping Alliance would do well, and now they're going off flaming June. They're dead to me.
Okay, so now you're saying T1. Who
T1.
do you have winning your bracket again?
I had Secret EG in the finals.
Okay, it's a classic.
Yeah, it's a bit hopeful.
A bit hopeful. I mean, is it classic matchup? Is it a, is it an uninspiring? Not uninspiring. It wouldn't be an uninspiring matchup at all. It's just something that I think a lot of people would expect is all. Sorry, that sounded terrible.
Yeah, I think at this point it'd be a bit of a surprise. I mean, EG have to make such a long lower bracket run, and then for Secret, I mean, they took out OG, but it's still a tough road for them through LGD as well. So
yeah, the word I was looking for was obvious. I'm so sorry, guys.
No, you're good.
Lizard, while I try and gather myself and remember that I'm meant to be a professional, what about you?
No, I wasn't any different. I was just as bland as Barker when it comes to my predictions. Yeah, it was, PSG, LGD, and OG, something like that. So
yep.
Very similar, very similar. No T1s
I feel like
in the
mine's
finals.
a bit spicier than an LGD OG, you know?
Actually, it is. Actually, it is. I give you that.
That's true, but you don't want to upset the OG fan base.
For sure.
Hashtag DreamOG. I'm right there with you. I've been practicing my no-tail hair flips. I think they're going to be the first team in esports who are going to be sponsored by hair products soon.
Oh, those hair flicks are amazing. The moment they uploaded a picture of no-tail, I tweeted that this hair already won TI. I don't care whatever else happens when it comes to pictures, when it comes to hairstyle. They have not only no-tail but Thompson as well, right? With long blonde hair.
Their coach?
Their coach, they've changed over this 2 years, and I would say for the better when it comes to when it comes to hairstyles.
Well, you know what I've been very, very impressed by is the suits that you guys have been rocking. I would like to wear a suit as well. It's just that they don't fit me. Right now, they really do not fit me for kind of obvious reasons you probably can't see because of this laptop. It's hiding something. I'm clearly not trying to because that would be impossible. But you know what? Over in the draft panel, we've got quite the spectacular look. And I would really like to show it off right now. Again, two of our panelists getting the Y memo. We've got basically Zim Vandel from Weatherspoons, and then we've got Pinot Grigio Blush in the middle, and then we have the sommelier, Fogged.
Sure.
How are you guys doing over on the draft panel?
Yeah, it's good. You know, I've never done a draft panel without a draft, so it's a very unique experience. Welcome to the draft panel.
Welcome.
has the best suits, you or Iceman?
Iceman? Who's Iceman? Is that Tsunami?
Iceman.
Is that what we call Tsunami now?
You or Bruno? You or our friend Bruno?
No, I think it's Tsunami. I think that's the right answer. I'm sorry.
Tsunami.
I modeled.
Okay.
I went to my tailor and I showed him a bunch of pictures of Tsunami. I'm like, can you make me look like him? And he's like, well, I'll try.
He's like, the beard is on you. You've
Yeah,
got to do the
exactly.
beard yourself.
And the face as well, you know, and the voice. But besides that, I think I'm doing a pretty good job.
And it's your first TI as well. Sorry, I
No,
didn't
he
mean to
definitely
interrupt,
has
Fox.
the color variety coming down, right? Like Tsunami tends to have, like, he's got these purples, these greens, everybody else sticks to the normal colors, and then we got the pink, so yeah, sticking to it.
Something incredible has been happening, which is we've been matching without even realizing.
Not me.
It's just Dota 2, it brings you together.
Yeah.
Team Merlot versus Team Pink, basically. It's like we've already set up our teams, and I'm so sorry to Team Merlot that I'm on your team by accident. Maybe I can be in the coaching role and just do the shoulder massages. I can do a march, coach march, and this is my technique. What do you think?
Oh, it's terrifying.
That's scary.
That's the only thing I'm. Well, I thought I was about to say that's the only thing I'm good at. It turns out I'm not good at that either. I'm going to ask about your brackets as well. I'm going to ask you to kind of predict the winner of TI right now, because why not? We've got time.
PSG, LGD.
I was going to say Vici originally, but I'm leaning towards LGD now. Yeah.
I had LGD IG finals.
Okay.
LGD
Ooh.
winning.
Yeah, me too, actually.
So definitely it's going to be China's year, you're thinking. Okay. Any particular reason why? This is a really stupid question. They're two of the best teams in the world right now. But you know what? Answer it anyway. Why?
Just dominance throughout group stage, dominance throughout the year, comfortable players, powerhouse players, and I think there's a lot of clutch factors that comes into once you get to the grand finals of these like powerhouse mid players in particular, and I think LGD and IG literally have like my two favorite mid players at the moment. So.
You don't think that Arme is going to be haunted by TI's past?
No.
I hope not.
I don't think so personally, because he's just been playing out of his mind. He's been grinding pubs every day. I initially had LGD IG finals as well, but I think we might see LGD VP in the grand finals.
Oh.
VP? Is that because of their performance yesterday?
Yeah, because typically they do choke on main stage, but they didn't this time around. And I think they've got a lot of potential that might actually just surprise everybody.
I was a fly on the wall in the interview between Slacks and DM. I thought I would shadow him and get some tips, and I have to say, he is so confident. One, incredible English, natural interviewee. I was quite jealous of Slacks, actually. But also, yeah, they're just taking it completely in their stride. And I suppose you've just had a win. Of course you're going to come into the interview room. Of course you're going to be feeling confident. But it does seem like there is something about these young players who've grown up watching TI where, of course, they care, but also they have this phenomenal self-belief, and I kind of want to read their self-help manuals. Listen.
Yeah, I think it's actually very specific to VP. They consider themselves like this new generation, and they approach TI like, step aside, boomers. We don't need any of your advices. We're going there with our own strategy, with our own belief in ourselves, and we will take it. There's quite a lot of optimism surrounding them at the moment.
You feel optimistic?
I feel optimistic.
What about you guys? Obviously, I feel you do.
They went for the strat where they pretend to reveal other strats in an interview, and they're like, we got you. We were actually saving a bunch of them behind, you know, because DM was very talkative in that interview. I was very surprised. Usually players don't say as much. So I'm hoping that's what they're going for. It's the mind games, right? Right, Lizard?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
That's it.
We got to cover them a lot in DPC, and sometimes, you know, maybe a little bit of overconfidence was a bit of their downfall. So that's one thing where I always have to be like, you know, VP, you can have that confidence, but rein it in a little bit. You have to give some respect to your opponents. They're here for a reason too. So, you know, I think they are super dominant team, but like in DPC, they had some games where they literally would give the opposing team their best heroes, and then we'd be like, why'd you do this? And it'd be like, because we wanted to challenge ourselves. So sometimes I think you got to be a little bit careful with that.
Some things linger on from the old VP. The old VP, like, historically did like A to Z challenge, trying to pick every single hero in a turn. Yeah. They never picked the same hero twice in the same tournament. So some of that, you know, bravado still remains.
And that same bravado and optimism can come to haunt you a little bit, because as Evo said, during that same interview, he was pretty much revealing what their most comfortable strategy is. He said, oh yeah, this is our most comfortable draft, and we were happy to play it, and we won with it. Well, guess what? Now everyone knows what's your most comfortable draft. Might be a little bit of a problem, but if you adapt to it, I think you can make it work.
Surely you can also see that, though, by watching the games.
It's hard to tell the mental state of the players during the game, so having that information it's like the confirmation, as Lizard says. So.
Yeah. Lizard. Lizard and Avo.
Avo.
I like that
Our
duo.
two favorites. No, I think with younger players and less experienced ones, anxiety does play a huge role in how they perform at TI, and we saw that with Beast Coast, who a lot of us had really high expectations for. And I remember an interview that we did with DM at ESL One Fall, and he said that they've been changing the way that they approach life recently. They brought someone new into their team, and he's just been adding routine and discipline and structure to their schedule and actually making them like go outside and things like that, and it's been really good for them. But the thing about VP is when they start to lose, they kind of fall apart, and we really haven't seen them yet. Because I remember they were willing to do interviews at ESL One Fall up until they lost one game, and then they just didn't want to talk to us that day. So there really could just be some psychological block that they have going on.
They also represent the whole region, right? And when
welcome back
you're
to more
representing
rapid-fire question action.
Eastern Europe, do you have a lot of pressure on you?
There's team spirit, though.
Yeah.
That is true.
No, for sure. Just the main organization from the region.
Another man who likes to pile on the pressure is Dakota. So let's find out how T1 fared under his rapid-fire questioning.
Hi, welcome back to more rapid fire question action. I'm here with 23 Savage of T1. Welcome, Carl. How you doing?
I'm good.
You ready for some rapid fire trivia?
I'm ready.
Who played in the grand final of the first TI?
Navi.
And?
I don't know.
Nobody knows the other team.
IG?
Close. Another Chinese team. Rhymes with Fleabone.
Navi and IG?
Oh, close.
Navi and Ihom?
You're right. Good job. You'd be surprised how many of your teammates said IG. Who is most likely to yell on your team in a match?
Yeah, I think it's me.
You get loud? You yell?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm always hype.
You're always hype.
Yeah.
You seem pretty hyped for this interview. Can you tell me the worst roommate on your team?
Can I say coach?
Of course.
I think coach.
Who's the best player on your team?
Me.
Nice. Who's the most improved over the last year?
Carl.
Can you tell me the last movie you watched?
Squid Game.
Squid Game.
Yeah. Squid Game.
You watched Squid Game?
I watch Squid Game.
Squid Game.
Yeah.
Of course. How do you think you would do on Squid Game?
Maybe gonna die. Like.
I think I died. I was right at the end of the interview. I can't do my job. I could barely do it in the first place, and now that's absolutely killed me. I like that that's also a movie, and I know that obviously it's a TV series, and obviously English isn't the first language. But now I'm thinking about a 9-hour Squid Game movie, and I could only watch one episode of that thing at a time, so I cannot imagine the tenacity and also the trauma of watching 9 hours of Squid Game.
That would be a little bit too much, even for a Dota player. We go through it one game at a time, but even for us, it would be too much.
Yeah, we're used to the suffering, but yeah, there's still a limit before you gotta kind of take a step back.
Do you, Victor, would you commentate a Squid Game?
Oh, if the Dota players were playing it, absolutely. You know, let's get all the Dota players in. Every much, we're playing for so much money. You know, we could put a bit more on the line than just a bit of video games. Come on, let's make it interesting. Let's make it exciting. Next year, we'll be there.
We wouldn't have a scene anymore.
Wow, there's so many players. We've got
Just
a few
use the
we can get
retired players, you know, the All-Star game or something.
There we go. Not doing anything else. Go and play a bit of Squid Game. It's nice.
Which Dota professional would win Squid Game?
Oh, I'd have to go with Fly.
Fly.
Yeah, Fly.
Fly would win.
Probably.
Yeah.
Do you think it's going to be an awkward dinner? Again, I don't want to do spoilers. I want to be careful, but like Fly, No Tail, Puppy.
That would be a very interesting trio to watch out for. Probably the one that Owen would be most typecasting.
Yeah, that'd be hype on. That would be hype. Yeah.
It's fine, right? I'm going to order myself a gold animal mask. Again, trying to avoid spoilers here. So moving swiftly on to some interesting stats from TI. I think these are overall TI stats as opposed to TI10 statistics. We're going to bring them up in our impressively massive monitor. Unfortunately, you cannot buy these in the secret shop. Over 10 years of TI, 1,598 matches played, and I think Owen has cast approximately 600 of those. Any highlights?
See, that's a lot, maybe. Any highlight from all TIs? Or from these stats specifically. I mean, there's a lot of creeps. You know, I feel bad for the creeps here. 2.8 million creep deaths. You know, it's not talked about enough. If we get enough in the chat, please, for every single creep that was killed over the 10 years of TI. Thank
It's not their fault they became creeps.
Exactly.
I thought more would be killed. I'm a bit underwhelmed.
You want to see more
Yeah.
Are you
suffering?
really underwhelmed?
I'm a carry player, yeah. I want to death to all the creeps. That's what they're there for.
I kind of want to see what the last hit statistics are. Just because that's when we can get properly judgy and pretend that we would be able to do so much better. I think we might even have some more stats.
Oh.
Team total wins. There we go. Interesting that OG have the least amount of wins, but you have to remember that when they won TI8 and TI9, it was through the upper bracket, and obviously they formed, I think their first TI was TI6?
I think so as
Because
well.
Monkey Business formed 2015, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then they went through a couple of majors and then straight into the TI. That's probably why they have the least amount. Keep in mind that PSG LGD, have they been at every single TI since TI1?
Yeah, they're just this historic TI organization. EG has, and I'd say, look, the other team next to them, EG, has had so much TI success. This is a team that just has been like a top, 4 to 6 team in almost like every TI, it feels like, other than 1 or 2 years.
And when you look at IG, it's pretty much the same situation because T1, most of their players in that interview thought that IG was the team that won TI1, but it was actually the TI2 that they managed to win, if I'm correct, right?
Yep, they won that one over Navi, and yeah, all those orgs up there, fantastic historic orgs. LG, the only one that hasn't won a TI, actually, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe this is the year.
Well, unfortunately, we've still got some technical difficulties in the pods going on, but it's fine. Stay with us. Stay with us. We could do a little fashion show. We're not going to do a fashion show. We're still going to talk about Dota. Don't worry. I'm not going to start talking about Counter-Strike. Don't switch off. Stick with us. In terms of I mean, I did mention it briefly earlier when we were looking at how many matches are played, but Aaron, is there a particular match that you've casted at International that has really stood out and stayed with you? I know there have been quite a few.
Well, I mean, it's probably obviously the Seb game, isn't it, right? TI Grand Finals, when OG do it. That's probably one that stands out the most that I casted. I think outside of that, of course, there's a lot of fantastic games. I mean, was it what it was Ice? What was he playing on? Was it back on where the one that Cap casted that was one of the considered one of those
the EG eHome, yeah.
EG eHome. Yeah, that
he was playing carry.
Yeah, in terms of just all games, that was quite a spectacle.
Do you get royalties from the Seb scarves?
No, I should, shouldn't I? I should. I'm very bad at business and stuff. I like to do things. People can make money out of me. I don't mind.
OG.
I'm just here for the good times.
OG, you've won
If you want to
TI
send me a
twice.
check in the post, though, OG, I'll take it.
You've won TI twice. You don't need the money. This man, however, look, he's not even wearing a proper shirt today.
I've
He
not
can
even
only
got a
afford
scarf.
t-shirts.
It's cold out.
Absolutely shocking. And you know what? We are going to have to take a short break while we get this technical stitch sorted out. I'm going to grab my little screwdriver. Yes, it is maroon. And we will be back with you as soon as we can. Well, thank you so much for waiting. And you know what? This match is going to be well worth the wait. It's Alliance versus T1.
Alliance versus T1. Game 1.
Well, we thought this moment would never come, but we're finally here in the draft of game number 1. We did have some technical issues. Slacks actually stole the headsets. He was running around. He didn't give them back to T1. Was even tweeting about Thawg to divert attention. Awful man, really. But we're finally here. We're ready for the draft. And now we can talk about Dota. So, Thawg, I'm going to ask you first. What can we expect here from Alliance?
Well, step 1, I was hoping that T1 would take out that Tidehunter. I think that's also a really good option if Alliance was able to get it. I think other hero that me and Effie were looking at is probably the Lina is the other, of course, one the panel was talking about, at least for Alliance. Heavy contested hero between the two of them. And then we'll trickle down to our, our Snapfires, our Disruptors, big team fight heroes, depending on what they're playing against. And of course, Alliance might have to be thinking right now is, do we want to ban the Doom? Do we move it up in priority? Do we look for IO? Because they had a couple struggle games on it too. So let's see what it's going to be.
I think we should expect a Magnus pick too, just because of his performance yesterday was absurdly good. He did well in groups, but after what we saw yesterday, I think this should be a hero to look for, and there it is.
There we go.
Priority shifted for sure after the yesterday series.
And for T1, whenever we watch them play, they just seem like you give them a comfort pick and they will outplay you. That's the name of the game most of the time. Jenkins always says that this team will pick the greediest draft and still fight you. And they would go 3 Midas and still fight you because they just know they can perform the team fights better. So, Effie, could we expect more of these team fighting heroes to go with the Magnus, or we maybe see the Doom that Carl's been running around a lot?
I think it just really depends on what Alliance are looking to play here, but the reason why we expected Magnus to come out is because, number 1, he does enable his greedy cores, but 2, in the past, Magnus used to just be played around RP, right? And that's what people saw him as. But this new style of just Horn Toss Skewer back as a form of initiation is absurdly good. You can play without the cooldown of RP. And in the right hands, Magnus can just check a lot of bases. And those are just ensuring that your net worth is always up and just always having the ability to initiate or counter-initiate, right? So it's incredibly valuable, especially in the hands of T1 or Alliance, by the way. S4 plays a great Magnus, so I'm a bit surprised that they didn't actually consider it here, Thawg.
Yeah, I'm surprised with their opener, actually, the 2 supports just like this. Maybe they're really expecting one of those like spirits that are really pesky and they don't want Lion to be banned out. They want to have that hard disable for it, but I know Snapfire's been super contested, but really interesting to see them just open up with that. Because now it's your supports are not going to be frontliners. Initiation will be a little bit harder, and T1's going to be like just snaps picks Lina. So that feels like, I mean, I look at T1s and it just feels much more comfortable, and it feels like it just ticks more boxes in the draft overall.
100%, and I think of all of the mid heroes that you want in first phase, you should be looking at the Lina because she doesn't have any bad lane matchups. She scales into the late game, she shoves waves and can play with only 2 items, which are BOTs and BKB, and obviously built into Silver Edge, which is the DPS item of the patch. Perhaps the reasoning behind Lion is that they know that T1 do like to play heroes like Puck that are slippery and just securing it early in the draft makes sure it doesn't get banned out later. Another idea behind it could be that if they are taking a fight on Vision and they have Vision of this Magnus, Lion can pre-cast the Hex, and when he blinks in, he'll be instantly hexed, right? So that could have been what they were looking at here.
I also saw Lion yesterday. 2 times we saw teams pick like illusion heroes into the Lion or pick like these elusive heroes into the Lion, and we're like, wow, Lion looks really good now. And we saw the mana drain like own throughout the game. He's just getting super farmed and taking out either the TB illusions or it was, I can't remember what the other one was, but either our Spectre was the other one. So
Yeah, that's typically how it works. And Lion was forgotten for a really long time up until Puck was the mid hero of the patch 8 months ago, and it made Lion rise to popularity, right? Storm as well, and Storm has been an incredible hero throughout this tournament, I would say. I doubt we'll be seeing it come out of Alliance. It's not a limp hero, but it is pretty nice here. Like, I look at these 2 heroes, and I would like to see a Storm.
yeah, I want something that Alliance can start the fight with that starts the fight with the Lion, that you can jump in and follow up, and something else that Lion's going to take some time, right, to get that Blink Dagger. So I want something that's just going to naturally be able to go in and start the fight, which could be that mid hero. But it's going to be limited because I did get to see I got to actually cast the T1 versus Alliance in the group stages too, and they put Limp in a bad matchup because he needed to be that kind of catch and jump in, and he never got to play the game. It was a 20-minute stomp. They got Necrophos mid. He was Ember. He was trying to be the one that like lead in pre-blink daggers on his other cores, and the game never even got off the bat for them. So
I expect S4 to fill that role we were talking about of jumping in with the Lion, but I can't really think of any high damage offlaners at the moment. But that's the nice synergy of having a Snapfire as well. You can go into the Lion and you can just throw the Mortimers from a distance. Something that I get reminded of when I look at things like this is they actually, they do ban out the Void. That's unfortunate because they did try this style of having Nico Baby just play Void, be the initiator, and putting Limp on something long range like a Sniper. And Sniper can be very good here actually because he outranges Lina and it forces her to buy a Blink Dagger.
but they did lose with the Sniper versus T1 in the group stage too, right? They like picked it versus the Razor to try to counteract it, and Limp got ran down by an ET the entire game with Zephyr chasing him. So I mean, it's definitely a good pick here. Just like that might be like this bad memory inside of Limp's mind where he's like, maybe give me something else there. So we're seeing very team-specific bans coming out, and it is going to be the Ember. So I felt like this was going to be forced, but now it's like into this matchup versus the Lina. I'm a little worried already off the bat from Limp. Because I saw this the other day. I saw this in the group stages. It was a worse matchup versus Necrophos, but is it maybe? Maybe Lina's even worse. Sure, in the mid game you can do something about it because Lina's squishy, but...
And depending on how you choose to scale your abilities, you can always just go for Flame Guard and just farm camps in between, but Ember does get severely bullied by Lina in lane. But he is going to be good at dodging her abilities, and of course, dodging Magnus's abilities. If you have a Remnant out, you can just react faster than he casts his spells.
What can we be seeing in the 3 position? Because they also talk about the DK for S4. Very successful hero against Beast Ghost. You were talking about needing someone that can be that frontliner. What are options left in the offlane?
They've traditionally liked something like a Beastmaster, something that can actually give them some natural push in the lineup, because when you already have a mid-Ember, sure, you're going to be able to fight in battle, but now your lineup is already really crippled on pushing. So that's something they really do like, something with some reach. But into Bane, that can be a little bit more complicated.
I like the idea of Mars with the Snapfire. It seems like a very strong lane, obviously with the minus armor and the physical damage from Rebuke. Also can give them the Mars Arena plus Mortimer's combo, which is has been quite successful historically.
It's also a good Hunter combo with the Lion. You're asking for a high damage offlaner. Mars does bring it to the table, so yeah. It is a high execution hero, however, which might be difficult when you're in the lower brackets. Perhaps the first game is the game where you try that out.
And out comes Dawnbreaker, so I'm really glad that this hero has had her main stage moments, right? Because when we were watching groups, there was maybe 2 or 3 Dawnbreaker games played by exclusively VP, and everyone was just like, oh, she got nerfed, she's not a great support. She doesn't have to be.
The two big ones actually are the last two picks from T1. The 2 heroes I thought were going to be amazing in the group stages, and people were like, yeah, let's not pick Bane too much. And then we come to main event and it's like, boom, Bane every game or Bane every other game. Same thing for Dawn. I like that pick. I think also that might dissuade them from going for something like Mars too.
Exactly.
Because then like the Mars ult comes down, Dawnbreaker is going to be able to set up and counter initiate heavily. So maybe that might put a little bit more fear into Alliance to just look for head-on team fights, because right now it's looking a little hard for them too.
For sure, and to add on to that, this concept that they have going with this Lion and Ember is basically get in, kill a target quickly, and get out. And by having the Dawnbreaker, you can negate that. Also, Bane is quite good at killing the Ember Spirit, so they do help that a little bit. They do have the catch for him.
The fun T1 poke is, I know what, it was Curtis who likes to always say, now they have like a sleep into a skewer. They have like this really fun little combo, lots of poke as well coming out from Dragon Slave. They have Shockwave, so they're always gonna have good ways to just spam, take fights.
What's the logic behind the Morphling here?
It's a pretty good Morphling game.
Okay.
There is the Bane who could catch him out and kill him. That is a threat there, but in the Dawnbreaker, Lina, and Magnus, you can preemptively cast your Strength and More Fight, and scales better than these heroes, including the Lina. It's just that I don't feel like he's going to have the space, honestly.
It feels greedy.
Yeah.
With the 2 supports as well, like they're kind of weaker supports. I feel like his lane could be a bit hard, and in the past also, people used to really like Lina versus Morphling also. Like sure, it's a little bit different, times have changed where it's just right-clicking Lina, but it's still kind of same concept. Like if you catch Morph in a bad situation, boom, Laguna Blade plus a double nuke. he's probably just going to die if he's out of position.
And the thing about that is you don't want to go in first with your Morphling because you could get gripped or LSA'd from Fog, right? But your Ember doesn't want to go first either because the same thing could happen to him. So they actually do have a lack of a strong, durable front laner because neither Ember nor Morphling can fill that role for each other unless there's some kind of snowball start on the Ember.
What's the S4 hero even left, right? Shaker's gone, DK's gone, Tide's gone. It's like Beastmaster's one of the few left, but...
They've done Legion before against the Bane. We've seen how that's worked out.
Yeah.
It's a really tough matchup, especially if you have to go be the one initiating because you just get Nightmared and that's over.
It could just be the Mars here. It doesn't really...
Well, there's no Mars anymore.
Yeah.
We're out of heroes.
Yeah,
Is Centaur a possibility here? Can we run that as the tanky initiator, even if he's not the most consistent stun?
I just haven't seen Centaur at all. I
Yeah,
don't
me
know
neither.
I don't know if the hero's very good anymore.
I don't think he's good enough here, especially with the way people have been playing Lena, just building a Satanic. She absolutely shreds him and has no concern of dying, right? It's just weird to me that they picked this Morphling over the S4 hero and didn't last phase it because I don't think it would have been banned out here because it doesn't look like the greatest of Morphling games. Like, he does fine versus all of these heroes individually, right? He can scale. There's no kind of instant stun, but like you said, he can die from Fog. He can just get burst down if he makes one mistake.
And now they had a bunch of time to really think about what that last pick is for Savage. Just like, okay, do you want to play like a PL or something? I mean, there's an Ember, so maybe not the PL, but he can just think about his specific matchup, what he wants to play versus that Morphling. And he has a Bane, so super strong lane that he's going to have. He's going to be able to farm really well. He's not going to be pressured too much.
It's also a Savage emblematic hero, the Morphling, so he knows exactly what he hates playing against.
Exactly.
So it's a tough thing to give him time on. And Mira's completely right. If you're picking, when you have the last two picks, you have to consider what can your enemy ban in these last two bans, which is why many times you just pick the hero that you think might get banned or the position you think might get banned. And now S4 without options. I mean, I guess, the Wraith King is going to be the option. Okay.
Ooh.
What do you think of that matchup against Morphling?
So they do want to play a higher tempo game, and Wraith King does hit his timings quite early, especially if he chooses to go for some kind of armlet build, right?
Yep.
They don't want to give Morphling space to farm, but the carry matchup of Morphling to Wraith King, like, Morphling destroys Wraith King, I would say. And
Especially with stats build.
it has to just be high tempo, run them over, because you look at Alliance's draft, there's not really any high cooldowns that you're afraid of. There's a mana burn from Lion, there's Chains, Ember can just keep you there. So I'm guessing they just want to steamroll them after hitting a timing.
So I need something fast. I mean, Timber is a good option. I know Brian was like screaming it over there on the left versus like the Wraith King and all that. It's not bad. It is an S4 hero, and there's just not really much left. He's gonna go for his Sanking. I feel like these lanes look super weak from Alliance. I'm worried. I've seen the Sanking struggle almost every game I've seen it played lately.
So the strength of the Sanking here is the defensive ability, right?
Yes.
He's really good at defending towers, really good just setting up Sandstorm. Hard to push the safe lane tier 1 with that, theoretically.
I would agree, and if we're gonna go on this 20-minute timing that T1 want to play for, then Sun King is one of the better heroes you can pick here, but it's pretty much because there is nothing left. However, there is the ability to stun or counter initiate, which is always going to be nice. It's just that I don't think this Sun King is going to be the one to go in first. Something Alliance do have going for their Morphling, though, is there's a lack of a natural vessel buyer on T1.
Yeah, definitely. Did we? I don't
Simplifies
think we
the
saw
gameplay.
I don't think we saw the Dawnbreaker go for it. There is Enfeeble, which can be frustrating in later stages, but early on we've seen, most people aren't really skilling it. So I think if Alliance, if they can play fast-paced, if they don't get smashed in their lanes, they do have a good way to fight back. Because I do think T1's is a bit greedy for them to actually just it's going to take some time for them to build up this Wraith King, as we've seen. That hero's gotten nerfed several times. So Alliance, I mean, I have to just stare at lanes. Like first 10 minutes, I have to see if S4 has a decent time on the Sanking, because I've seen so many games lately as Sanking where this hero just doesn't get to play. Like it dies like 4 or 5 times in laning phase, and then you're just a single blink stun.
But there's also this potential of Alliance playing the tempo game too, depending on how lanes go, right? Because if Sun King does get the early blink and Morphling doesn't get severely pressured, he does do well individually versus these heroes, right?
Right.
And we've seen Nico maybe group up with his team early and pressure towers and not just sit back and farm triangles. That's not really his style of carry.
And you were asking earlier for a high damage offlaner. Sun King does bring that to the table. You have a decent hunting squad with the Lion and the Snapfire as well. It's really just the lanes, it seems like to me, for Alliance. That's the biggest worry.
That's really my biggest concern. If they can make it out of the lanes and if they're even, I think they can actually do a pretty good job of fighting back. As long as they just avoid team fights, be very aware of Dawnbreaker. There's a hero that not everybody's really playing so much, so just be really aware of that global potential.
Well, let's see if T1's coach March agrees with this analysis, and he also thinks that they can take them over. As we go down to Sir Action Selects, who's going to ask him some questions.
Hello, March. Thank you so much for taking time with us. Game's about to begin. Strong opener with Lena Magnus. Saw you took a little bit of time with that last pick. What was going through your head?
We were thinking between a few heroes, the carry heroes that we wanted to pick, right? And yeah, we were trying to just find the best option there.
Don't give away too much, my friend. We still have a whole best of 3. Looks like Alliance's lanes looking a little weak. Do you expect your boys to take advantage of that?
Yep, I think their lanes are weak, but they have a better late game going in with Sanking and Morphling, so I think our team wants to take advantage of that.
All right, well, best of luck. We will see if they will as our game begins. Let's throw it to the casters.
Thank you, Sir Action Slacks. Alliance versus T1. Sunsfan with Cinderin, best of 3. And this is for elimination, Cinderin. Whoever loses this is out. Winner moves on a little bit further at TI10.
Into top 8. So
yes.
Obviously, starting in that upper bracket, which T1 did, is the blessing. You skip 1 round of the lower bracket, but we've seen many times at TI teams looking hot going into the upper bracket. They lose their first set, they drop down, lose again, and that is a fate you really don't want to face. When you feel like you came in a good position, you can get knocked out almost just as quickly if things go awry. So looking to take this series against Alliance, of course. I think fair to say, based on how groups went and how the upper bracket went for T1 against LGD, taking at least a game against the Juggernauts. T1 probably fair to assess them as the overall favorites in this matchup. But Alliance have been picking up a little bit of momentum, obviously going off that win yesterday. And you heard in the pregame the discussion about how S4 has said they've learned a lot from the group stage. And Alliance is one of those teams that can, they can pick up some momentum. They can learn from their mistakes, and obviously, it is a tough matchup today. But
you think? I mean, when you're playing group stage, not everybody's really scouting each other as closely because you're playing a ton of games and a ton of teams at the same time. But when it gets to this stage, there's a lot of prep that goes in for the specific team. Alliance has a little bit more time to work with, I would say. But T1 obviously coming from upper bracket, they're obviously disappointed that they lost that best of 3, but. Should be an exciting matchup nonetheless. And of course, Alliance is, I mean, they're the top EU team overall because of, what was it, #1 in each DPC season, like going into the major.
Yeah, unfortunately for Alliance, their showings at the actual majors weren't what they had hoped. Basically just bombed out both times. So obviously for them, they have a lot to prove here. And yeah, the whole thing about prep, I think, is pretty important. If you do talk about Dota with S4, he's a very intelligent player. The way he thinks about the game, I think he's a huge part of why Alliance won back at TI3. Just this overall understanding of macro movements in the game. Yeah. Alliance were outstanding in that tournament. It's obviously many years ago, but they kind of, I wouldn't say they pioneered split pushing because that was a concept that was known from back in Dota 1.
They perfected it.
But they mastered it at that event, and they did such a great job just playing the map at a different level from other teams that eventually they got caught up to, and then they started losing in subsequent tournaments after TI. But I think S4 really a clever player. So hopefully the prep that he has done going into this will show. But so far so good for T1 in the lanes, I would say. Carl in the mid lane, Lena against Ember. You know, this reminds me of a game we had yesterday. Was it Emo who played Ember against Shadow Fiend from Team Spirit? That was 2 days ago by now. Time flies when you're having fun. But it was the IG versus Team Spirit series in the upper bracket, where Emo got a last pick Ember into a known Shadow Fiend.
Yeah.
So picked it into a losing lane, but they assessed that it was still worth it for its overall potential impact on the game, and they did end up winning that game, obviously. Limp in a similar situation here. Lena's a tough matchup. You're not going to win this lane ever if the players are equally matched. And I think Carl against Limp is a pretty fair lane matchup overall in terms of just raw lane mechanical skill. So I would imagine Carl will be pulling ahead here.
Yep, I mean, relatively even to start things out, but of course it is early, like you said. They're going to get each respective water rune. Nico Baby this time around will be playing the Morphling in this bot lane, and we can talk a bit about Dawnbreaker, who gets canceled there. FNG, Shockwave brings him back in, and Zephyr secures the first blood with that last right click.
When you're playing these squishy 5s against Dawnbreaker, you need to be quick on your fingers. You need to be ready for that play to come. As soon as the Celestial Hammer goes out, you have to stun her. Hanskin hesitated for too long there, or sorry, FNG, not Hanskin. Let's focus on the right player here. Hesitated for too long with that Earth Spike and ended up taking 2 attacks from the Starbreaker.
Yeah.
That needs to get stopped instantly. As soon as the hammer gets thrown, you have to stun, and gets punished there, and Zephyr manages to get first blood. Very good for the Dawnbreaker. We'll be getting boots as a reward. This hero is exceptionally good at chasing down heroes because it's just so strong in lane. So with these freshly picked up boots, look for Zephyr to just go aggressive.
Now he's going to take some damage here, but we've talked about the Dawnbreaker support in the past, and some lineups feel a little iffy, as it were, especially as a support. Obviously, she's going to be very good in the laning stage, as we're seeing right now, but this game in particular, there are a lot of stuns that set up her ultimate for the later stage of the game. You have the Nightmare, you have the Fiend's Grip, obviously. LSA's pretty low cooldown, Wraith, Fire Blast as well, and then the huge RP. So literally every hero can theoretically set up the Solar Guardian, which I mean, I think you and I agree is probably the most important aspect of that hero going mid-game and beyond.
Absolutely. Oh,
top lane, Whitemon going to get caught out, takes a considerable amount of damage, but will live through it. Nightmare into the Wraith Fire Blast now is 23 Savage, blocking S4. He will be able to walk away as those little skelly buddies are chasing him.
The boys, as we call them.
The boys. I think that's copyrighted by a TV show, Sindrin.
Oh.
Can't say that.
Okay. Well, hopefully they're not watching that. There's probably not that much overlap between the writers of that TV show and TI, but you never know.
You never know.
You get surprised sometimes with where people's interests lie. So,
especially you.
Yeah. I guess. I don't know what that was supposed to mean.
Because you have no interest. That was the joke. Zephyr makes his way to the top lane. Wraith Fire Blast into the Starbreaker. The Burrow Strike is there in time for S4. But he's going to take so much damage from that hammer.
I think one saving grace for Alliance here against the Dawnbreaker ult, like we talked about. Yes, you have a lot of good combos with it, but it's not a good Ags game at the very least. There's no hero on Alliance that really suffers against that 60% evasion. Morphling a lot of the time can, you know, go for more of a magic-based build with the E-Blade. And I think waveform, attack talent, and all this stuff that comes way later in the game, I think can't miss, if I'm not mistaken. I'm actually not 100% on that. Good waveform bottom. Aggressive play out to Cuckoo.
Looks like Cuckoo might take a tumble here. Has his skewer available, but is just completely stun locked by Alliance, who get their first kill of the game and this series.
Yeah, they can easily take advantage of that. With the Dawnbreaker rotation top, they know they're 2v1. Lion, one of the best supports in the game, 2v1. Not that good 2v2, especially as a 5, but whenever you outnumber, you just have so much lockdown for your carry to just go to town. They do kill Cuckoo's mag, so he has still managed to almost find level 5 down here, so I don't think Cuckoo is too concerned. The game plan is coming along nicely. Lina and Wraith King are having total free games, basically. So, not the biggest of deals, but obviously Alliance will take what they can get in these lanes.
Now Whitemon not able to secure the rune. Limp will still get that invisibility. As looking at the overall CS here, let me bring it up real quick. Wraith King sitting at 38 and 10 versus a 33 and 8 of the Morphling, so relatively even. Of course, 23 Savage will eventually go into the jungle. This is the thing I like about Wraith King as a position 1. It kind of creates space for some, like a position for like Dawnbreaker theoretically to get some farm once he enters that jungle.
Yeah.
Semi-full time, if that's even a word. We'll just go it.
Full-time. That's called part-time, I believe.
Part-time job as S4 gets the Burrow Strike off. Whitemon taking some damage, but the cookie ends up saving S4 for about 2 seconds, but Zephyr is there to clean up yet again. Seems to be everywhere, and he doesn't even have his ult yet.
No, he has a lot of freedom to move. Cuckoo's doing such a good job playing alone down here. He's almost level 6, so you don't even feel bad about this if you're Zephyr. Might even end up killing Hanskin here if Limp doesn't come over to help.
He's going for it. Limp
has
in the area.
Hammer.
And not going to pursue any further. Cuckoo getting some mana drained here. Has to skewer out to safety. That means he's completely depleted.
Surely Zephyr doesn't do this, right? Okay. It almost looked like he was going to try to dive in the base.
It's 7 minutes. Yeah.
Learned from Cuckoo from yesterday. Just go for it, and then if you fail, you just write, we need wards. So
that's true.
He didn't have a ward.
That is the play.
Though, so
Earth Spike into the waveform. Cuckoo looks to be done again. So 2 kills in this lane for Alliance.
Yeah.
Nico Baby and company starting to get back into this game, which, I mean, it's not like it's out of reach by any means, but T1 definitely off to a slightly better start right now.
And Nico claiming that is very, very good for his economy. 250 extra gold here, getting the treads flown out now. Very curious to see what build he goes for, right? Because as the draft panel pointed out, there are some aspects of this game that can be dangerous to Morphling. So you could maybe see him go for something like a Lincoln Sphere against Bane, which isn't necessarily ideal. Okay, FNG in trouble.
Starbreaker not going to fully connect on FNG. Limp gets the nice cookie, stun, and the regen rune, and Carl just getting kited around. Another kill goes the way of Alliance, as FNG taking some harassment, but looks like he will live through the day thanks to the support of the rest of his team.
Yeah, great rotation there. Bringing Hanskin was crucial to killing off the Lina. They're going to smoke here in full vision, though. So T1 definitely know that this is happening. Let's see if they guess the right move, though. FNG mana burning here. Zephyr's going to walk right into him.
Yeah, the fact that Zephyr is level 4 despite being involved in so many kills is kind of weird, actually. Feels like he should be a higher level right now, but
he hasn't taken much lane. That's what you trade off when you leave the off lane, right? It's that you give the Magnus the solo experience, and while kills are nice, if you don't soak up any lane space, you don't progress, right? So I think now that Zephyr is showing mid, he might even sit here all the way until level 6, because Bane will need the tome in this game. So I might just park him here. As you pointed out, top lane is also an option. You could just put the Dawnbreaker in the safe lane, put Wraith King into the jungle. But this way you might get... You're definitely going to get more gold on Wraith King if you let him take the lane and the big camp. But S4 making sure that is not the case here. Digging that up with a bounty, getting a bounty rune out of his good old shovel. He's going to get dusted.
Whitemon with a quick burrow strike. There's the stun from Zephyr. And S4 looks to be mega dead here. Actually does a nice job of sidestepping the Starbreaker, but it just delays the inevitable here.
And keep in mind, this is a Sanking with Vanguard against the Wraith King Skeletons, and he still dies. So you can't really be tankier than this at this point as Sanking with Soul Ring Vanguard, but it's just not enough against these three heroes. Alliance looking a little bit lost over here in the triangle, I gotta say. They've been standing here for quite a long time, and they're just on top of a ward, so essentially kind of wasting their time. They obviously don't know this, but T1 are just not gonna go there. And you understand what Alliance are thinking. You're playing against a lineup that has Magnus Wraith King. You're assuming there's going to be big Ancient stacks, but T1 honestly haven't really paid much attention to that area just yet. So I don't know if this is going to be something we see developing as like a new meta almost, where teams, because of the anticipation that the opposite team are going to invade your triangle, you just don't focus on it that much earlier unless you feel like you can clearly defend it.
Right,
then you
it's
just
like
don't
the next
stand.
level thinking, essentially.
Right, then you
Nightmare
can't steal
LSA, here comes the Solar guarding it as well, but S4 able to get the burrow strike off in time to at least create a little bit of distance, but again, completely outnumbered with 4 members of T1 in the vicinity.
He is now 0-4. It was what Fogg was talking about. This happens in a lot of games for offlane Sanking, especially if he's left alone. And now, finally, all right, FNG, I think, took the Tome of Knowledge, so he's going to make a move with Limp. They have Finger of Death. Could very easily burst anyone they find, except Wraith King, who can, of course, put a point in the ultimate. They will find Carl. That would be a very big pick.
Yeah, this would be a huge one. It looks like it's going to be an easy one on top of that. FNG gets his first Finger stack of the game. Now some pressure being applied to this tier 1 mid in favor of Alliance.
Great move here. They do that in connection with the siege creep being alive mid, and FNG is going to tank this at least for a bit. Okay, Mortimer kisses.
Searing chains with the Mortimer's kisses. Look, oh, it's from super long range. Great anticipation as well. Alliance.
Very,
the tier
very
1
nice
as
here
well.
From Alliance, yeah, getting the mid tower out of that original smoke move onto the Lina. That's a very high value play. More or less equalizing the game with that, actually. They were starting to fall 2k gold behind, but found a lot out of that. And of course, let's keep in mind, Nico Baby is getting a lot of space as well. Opting to go for first item Skadi here. Interesting choice.
Wow,
obviously.
first item. Well, after Morbid Mask, but that's... I don't know if I've ever seen that, actually.
It's not the most common build. A lot of the times you see Morph getting some sort of a build-up item, like sometimes you get Yasha, sometimes you get a full Manta, sometimes you see the Diffusal if it's a good game for that.
Super good Skadi game against Wraith King and Dawnbreaker and the likes, as Bane's going to be taken out.
Oh
FNG though,
God,
Savage. Yep. 3 shots from him.
I love Armlet on Wraith King. It is such a good item. Whether, like, whatever you go after, if it's the Silver Edge build or the Deso, or I guess in some edge cases Radiance, I really like the Armlet first. You just hit such a strong peak already 10 minutes in with these 2 items. You saw him basically 2-shotting Lion there with that massive crit. 270% critical strike damage on a 4-second cooldown is no joke.
That's the old CK skill too. They kind of swapped.
Yeah.
Poor CK. I guess people are more have an affinity towards Wraith King more than CK these days anyway.
Yeah. Well, what they did do for CK, though, they increased the chance, right? I think at some point the critical strike was 11% chance. Now it's 33, and the numbers were obviously tweaked.
11? Are you sure about
I'm pretty
that?
sure it used to be that. It's a long time
11?
ago. We're both old.
I'm going to say 18, just
Okay,
the
so
one
here's one of
person
the
in
perks
chat
of
that's
being
going to
old,
check
okay?
this
You
up.
have a lot of things you can remember. You also have a lot of things you can't remember, and a lot of things you might misremember, which makes for great conversation. Because sometimes you're right, sometimes you're wrong, but at the very least, people are talking.
Sometimes you're right, sometimes you're wrong, and you're always an idiot as well.
Yeah,
so.
that is true. That comes with getting older.
Indeed. And bottom lane, tier 1 tower getting harassed a bit here as Limp and company.
This could be a strong
in
flank
the area.
for
Yeah, we're seeing a
T1.
flank now from T1. 23 Savage.
Someone's in trouble.
Handskin in the trees. If they can get Limp, that'll be the high priority target. Looks like it'll be Handskin instead. The rest of his team abandons him, but with good reason.
Alliance dipping there with 1 death is very good. Considering what angle T1 got there and how Alliance's heroes were positioned, that could have gone way worse if 23 Savage could have found a higher priority target.
Question is, does T1 actually want to push this? Because S4 looks to be mounting some sort of a defense. S4 not too far away from a Blink Dagger himself. This wave will almost ensure that he picks that up, in fact. And with that, likely to try to get something started. And of course, this is the beauty of Zephyr, like you talked about so many times. Or I should say, Dawnbreaker.
1 time.
Well, we know we've talked about
Actually
this.
twice. I did
We've
talk about
had
it
a couple
twice.
games here.
See, that's one of the perks of being old. You can just make, you know, was
Where
it
am
once or
I?
twice? I don't know. You talked about it a lot, you know.
Anyway, to finish the thought that you rudely interrupted,
Sorry.
Solar Guardian just allows you to be everywhere. It's like a mini haunt.
Oh, not this
It's
again.
like a haunt on a support hero. You can push the lanes really easily and then join the fight whenever.
Yep.
And if you die, it's really not that big of a deal.
All right, so if you're confused about what he just said, the point he's making is it's a global ability, okay? That was the point of the haunt. It has nothing else in
Thank
common
you,
with that
Synderen.
ability.
I really appreciate
It
that.
is global.
Kuko, he's going to skewer as a fish. Will be out as a result. S4 has the Burrow Strike to cancel the TP, and Hanskin and company should be able to clean up Bane pretty easily. It actually reminds me,
their mid-tower, though.
The extension was updated today with a bunch of new features, one of which was the most, what is community out, well, what am I trying to say? The one that people wanted the most, which is the top bar has the skills videos as well.
Very
So
nice.
if you don't understand a word that we're trying to actually explain in terms of the abilities, you can look for yourself. Makes our job a lot easier. Also takes
eventually
over our
in the
job to
future
some
we won't
degree.
need to say anything. It will just be, all of it will be in the tool.
That's right.
The tool
It'll
will just start communicating as
I
well.
think
It will
we can
it will
get to that
cast
point.
for us.
Yeah, the AI will take over one day. I think we agree on this. You could be the leader of that. S4 pushing out that bot lane. As you can see the steering chains here. I don't think that Alliance wants to push 2K net worth lead for T1 though. As looks like BKB just about to be finished on Carl.
Yeah.
I mean, what's the go time for each respective team? Because we have the Blink Dagger on S4. We don't have the Blink quite yet on Kuku. He went for the Helm, which we've been seeing a lot in this tournament.
Like you said, the dagger is coming out to Magnus.
Okay, it's on its way.
He
Great.
does have the dagger.
But what's the go time?
T1's timing is really, really strong right now, actually. They got dagger, BKB, as well as the Deso on Wraith King. So there are a lot of potential plays opening up for them right now. I think looking for the bottom tier 1 tower and maybe even finding a fight would be great. And then you can think about Roshan, perhaps. Wraith King, pretty good hero at killing Rosh.
Yeah.
So especially with this item build. Alliance, what do they have coming up? So Morph is going to get the Scotty.
Yep, skewer back from Kuku.
Oh, he's dead.
Continue your thought, please.
Yep, so Scotty coming up on Morph. Ember is going Kaya Sanj with brown boots. Not sure how good that's going to be in this game for Limp, but obviously he is very far behind the Lina, so perhaps you just need to get a little bit creative with which direction you go in. And those are pretty much the big items. F&G only 300 away from a Blink, as a matter of fact, so maybe he can get that too. As 5 Lion, that's not a bad timing.
No.
Around 18 minutes, pretty good.
It looks like T1 will finally get this tier 1 bot.
Oh, Nico baby.
Oh,
They have
LSA
a
is
lot
going to
of burst.
connect. There's a Fiend's Grip from afar as well. Laguna Blade finishes off Nico baby. Hanskin trying to take out the tower. but it's very healthy.
For lack of a better word, that seemed a bit naive, almost. It's obvious from our perspective with the vision that we have, but you're pushing the top tier 1 tower with only Snapfire protecting you, not something like a Blink Sand King that can instantly interrupt spells like Grip there or counter the Lina. But also T1 weren't really showing that many heroes to inspire you with the confidence to go for that play. So I think Alliance bit over a little bit more than they could chew there. And yeah, what did T1 effectively use? Only really Fiend's Grip. Laguna Blade is a low cooldown. That's going to be ready again. They still have RP. I think if you're T1 and you find this double damage rune here, you're like, all right, let's just go Roche.
Yep.
Your team fight is available. So.
And we're going to have a smoke from Alliance. We'll see if they find a kill here. Sleight of Fist going to dodge some spells from Carl.
Oh my
23
God.
Savage jumps in, and it's going to be a very quick kill on the Hanskin. In the meantime, Epicenter goes up, but there's the RP to counter it. And T1 taking 3 kills for themselves and taking basically no damage in this engagement.
Yeah, 23 Savage almost one-shot a Snapfire with Medallion.
Double damage as well.
They even find Nico, baby.
Does get off the attribute shift, though. It's wow. Yeah, double damage still there for 23 Savage, and into the Roche pit they go. T1 starting to run away with things.
Yeah, this is starting to get really ugly. They're just flat out outclassing Alliance right now. These last 5 minutes have not been pretty. They kind of equalized the early game Alliance did after having a tough lane mid, but haven't really been able to find much momentum from Limp on the Ember Spirit. And the games we've seen Ember win in this tournament have largely been off, you know, you get out of lane, either you do very well or you at least stay afloat, and then the team sets up moves for you. Your hero is very high tempo, can do a lot, but it just hasn't really been the case for Alliance here. So you see this smoke and broken, rather.
Boom.
Not broke. Just okay.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage.
They even find Limp bottom here in the picture-in-picture bottom right. Not sure if our observer found Limp, but
his dead body somewhere.
We can pinpoint the position of the corpse.
I mean,
in
he's
that bottom
specifically
bottom
having a pretty rough game. 8K net worth versus the 10.5 from Lina.
Oh, Hanskin. Good ward placement. He will get some info and actually survive this, perhaps. It's going on quite the walk.
Yep, LSA, Carl trying to find some more. TPs from Alliance are coming in, but the double burrow strike S4. BKB popped by Carl, though, and FNG is just going to go down to the right clicks. Nico Baby trying to find some sort of collateral kill here. Whitemon's just going to nightmare him, and 23 Savage in the vicinity, completely surrounded as Nico Baby. And 4 dead for Alliance, although technically Ember died quite a while before that. Hanskin, the last remaining member for now, attempting to TP. We'll be fine. And T1 just dominating this game number 1 of this best of 3. And again, if you're just joining us, this is an elimination series.
Yeah, crucial there, right? They go for the tower dive. S4 with a very good TP and Sandstorm double stun, but where's the follow-up? The other heroes just aren't in position. The way this starts is as a 10-second dive on Snapfire. They're taking so long to get in behind the tower and in position. You need more resources there. Like, if you want to take this fight, you need all the key heroes ready. You know you're behind in the game. You're not going to win fights 3v5. So either you bring the whole cavalry or you just drop it and lose a hero there. But Alliance tries to do a bit of both, and that's just not going to cut it at this level. And T1, they're doing a great job at administering their heroes, bringing them all around together, finding the team moves. And, I mean, it's easy to say what Alliance have to do. It's a lot harder to do it.
Yeah, as you can see, the win probability greatly in favor of T1, as expected, after getting off to this really, really fast start.
Yep. Gabe Newell's favorite hero used to be Sand King, as we've talked about before.
That is true.
I think
That's
this
the 6%?
is why he moved on from it, right?
Oh, okay. 23
okay.
Savage. Yep, easy kill for him again.
Oh, they will find
All right, that
Carl,
is a big kill for Alliance onto Carl. That's exactly what they need here. But unfortunately for them, 23 Savage still applying pressure to the tier 2 mid.
Yeah, it's gone.
And it's just going to go down. Aegis hasn't even been claimed yet. Oh wait. Yeah, it has.
This item on Wraith King is so good, Brigand's Blade, the neutral, because your first hit does so much damage that you immediately get into the threshold where it starts mattering really quickly. Crazy good. Okay, trivia.
Huskar.
Trivia.
Huskar's the answer.
Trivia after this fight.
All right, we got. That's not much of a fight. FNG's dead. Nico Baby waveforming to safety. 23 Savage and company not going to pursue any further.
You sure
Whitemon, okay, he gets a Fiend's Grip off. This will be another big kill for T1. Nope, Starbreaker not able to connect. He's going to be able to remnant it away for now. Escort taking so much damage will just be brought down to the right clicks alone. Whitemon finally dies. Such a pesky Bane Elemental. And Alliance getting some trades here.
Yeah, that's pretty good for Alliance given the circumstances. So you get a kill. Nico Baby gets 2, actually. He gets Cuckoo as well as White Mon, so it's going to make some item progression here.
Yep.
Eyeing up a Linken's, this doesn't feel like a very strong build to me, just because, like, you're going to have these stats, but you don't have that massive combo play with, say, a Sand King when you go Ags, or some massive damage output from an E-Blade. So I'm just worried that the damage isn't going to be there when T1's heroes get a little bit bigger. That's going to be my main concern.
Is this one of those instances where when you're behind, you want to take more risks to try to get back into the game, and going Linken's just feels too safe almost?
It's the thing, you know, I love to say this, you're playing not to lose rather than playing to win. And playing not to lose in this day and age in Dota rarely works in my experience. If you're behind, you need to go for the... Let's say you have 15% chance of winning with a play, right? If it's the best chance you have, you take it, even though the odds are terrible. Because the alternative is even worse, which is you don't go for it, and then you just lose by default. And that is something I think, you know, not that we're going to be talking a lot about public games or anything, but I think that's a mentality that people are not particularly good at adapting to in their public games, is that if you're far behind, hiding away is not a winning strategy. Pretty much ever, unless the enemy team is going to throw in your base.
Which happens.
Yeah, I guess it depends on the level of play,
right? It happens more often in
right?
pubs than in pro play, though, right? So
it depends on the level of play, of course, but yeah, sometimes you just got to take the risk, even if the odds aren't good. Carl will be spotted up by S4. Well, who found who, actually?
Yeah, that's a good question. FNG jumps in. Comes a Solar Guardian, though, and just like that, T1 is here in numbers. FNG sacrificing himself to the gods here as S4 gets horn tossed and likely will be brought down next. So 2 quick kills for T1. And Alliance attempting to get out of dodge, but Hanskin gonna get spotted out. 23 Savage. Yeah, his arm length is apparently goes through Fog of War.
All right, here's my trivia. If you know this, what is something you would really want me to give you if you're right? I'm very confident you don't know this.
Okay, a Snickers.
A Snickers, okay. If you're right, you'll get... All right, that's some free product placement right there.
True, I'll get you a Noble
What
chair.
is the name of the passive of Brigand's Blade?
The passive?
Yeah, the effect that it has.
There's no way. It's like something Mercy.
It's called Dark Mercy. That was pretty
Yeah, I remember reading it. I couldn't remember the first word.
No idea. That's pretty good. You can get half a bar for that.
All right,
That's pretty impressive.
Are you going to eat the first?
If that gets you all excited, I will do it. I will do that for you. I'm a good friend.
So you say.
Oh, that's actually a Jenkins quote. Let's pretend I never said that.
True. So T1, yeah, this is shellacking for sure so far. Question is, what can Alliance do? They're going for that safe build on Nico Bay with the Lincoln Sphere. And really limp his build. It feels like, I mean, he has the BKB, which is really needed. The casual Sage with Maelstrom helps you farm, but...
Nico is queuing up a Satanic next.
Really?
Again, it's I'm just worried about the damage, right? Like, Ember went Sanj into BKB.
Well, I think, no, he's still going Lincolns, though, right? He has the ultimate orb.
He's queued it as his next quick buy, which usually when pro players do that is like, okay, the thought process is there, right? You're like, okay, this is the next thing I want. I think looking at Alliance's lineup, there's still a lot of value to an E-Blade, just because if you get a Blink Hex from Lion onto, say, Lina, you can actually burst someone instantly with all of the magic damage you have, but you're not really taking advantage of it. The downside to that kind of build is, well, where's your physical component in a lineup that's almost purely magical? So then that would be a problem. But this way you have neither, kind of, right? Yeah. The Morphling can play to survive, but he's not really going to kill, I think. So worrying here for Alliance. But of course, if they do win one fight because Morph survives and turns it around, then maybe they can find...
Quick Hex. S4. No, not going to go for the Epi.
Yeah. Good damage onto 23 Savage, but one of the great boons to Wraith King is this lifesteal. So 2 hits on the wave heals a lot.
And Nico Baby now with the Lincolns online. And yeah, a lot of, I mean, I guess not a lot. There's a decent amount of single target skills from T1 to take that off. But from Bane, it just takes so long to cast, right? Even in Feeble, it's a bit of a process, and especially against something like Morph. I can see the thought process for sure.
The cast point of Enfeeble is actually not that bad.
Did they? I guess they've changed that skill so much.
Yeah, I think it's a while ago that got changed, but it's always been considered a good Linken's Breaker skill just because it's high cast range and it's such a... I don't want to say unimportant spell, but you know what I mean, right? You're not throwing away your Nightmare to break a Lincoln so you don't have it defensively. This is one of the best spells in the game, in my opinion, against Lincoln. So all Whitemon needs to do is have good positioning, break the Lincolns with the Enfeeble, and then he can look for Fiend Script or Nightmare, whatever he wants to do on that morph. All right, Burrow Strike.
S4, 23 Savage.
They are poking him quite well here.
Nice armlet toggle for now. He has the Deso going for the AC next.
Very close.
He will live.
Good out.
Of course, he does have 2 lives, so it'll be difficult to take him out regardless.
All right, Sunsven, trivia.
Oh, boy.
For the second half of your
Okay.
mark. What is the passive of Dragon Scale?
That I have no idea. Let's say armor.
You know, based on some of the naming conventions we've had recently, that's not a bad guess. It is called Afterburn.
Yeah, I would not. That sounds like a shaving product almost. As we have Alliance.
Do you want to advertise some more things here? What's the plan?
Not ready to go out quite yet. Cinderin is Alliance trying to do something here against T1, but the longer they wait, the more the deficit becomes, it seems. And Limp will just be TPing out for now, but has a Remnant available to come back into the fight if he wants.
That is a tanky courier. 23 Savage will get his Elven Tunic.
Yeah, and completed
What is
AC.
the passive of Elven Tunic?
I don't look at...
It doesn't have one. It was a trick question.
Well, technically it does have
has
a passive.
3 passives,
Yeah.
but no name.
No names. Yeah.
All right.
Understood.
Dewarding here. 23.
Oh my God!
Woo!
Holy jeez! Gaben Lord Almighty.
Literal one-shot.
FNG. That hurt me.
You know, you're used to expecting this out of a PA in this stage of the game, but Wraith King essentially right now, that is the Wraith King version of 1 dagger and I'm die.
Yeah. I don't know,
Just
29 minutes
literal
PA?
one-shot.
I don't expect that still. Maybe 39.
With Mag on the team and a Deso? I don't know. I think I would kind of expect that.
Okay, well.
We have different levels of expectancy. I guess the PAs in your game don't have the same items at minute 29.
That's right, Cinder and S4 trying to mount some sort of a defense here, but this is with the Aegis online for Carl. Obviously, Wraith King doesn't need one. Although we do see them take it relatively often, but I like to see it on the Lina this game. Considerable amount of damage done to that tier 3 top, and T1 going to reset.
Carl hits really hard with this Empower. I think in a way it's still underappreciated when we commentate Empower. We are always focused on the melee heroes that get cleaves, so they can farm Ancients, etc. But having any hero that just attacks a lot inherently just gives Empower value, even if it's ranged, right? Alina has insane attack speed, so she's probably one of the best Empower heroes in the meta right now, actually. Better than some melee heroes. Oh my god,
Oh boy, the hacks.
Look at the damage.
LSA's not going to hit though. Carl, one of the few mistakes from T1 this game. Pretty much a masterful performance thus far. But they won't sweat it, I'm sure, as this lead is
the chat wheel game is on point. No mistake there. Playing the sad trombone is very appropriate there.
Yep. Oh, we got the horn toss with the skewer into the RP. S4 is going to be the first to fall in all likelihood. Nico Baby staying alive at half. We'll get up to safety. So just 1 kill with that RP, but Carl Pasta BKB gets the LSA with a buyback onto S4 now. Starbreaker connect. Here comes a Solar Guardian as well. Nico Baby very tanky right now with that Lincoln Sphere. Nice Burrow Strike Epicenter combination from S4. Zephyr trying to get to safety with that hammer, but it's not going to happen. So the 1-for-1 with the buyback. Carl and company. Looks like they're going to lose the Dawn Break at the very least. S4 continuing to be a pest here with these Burrow Strikes. Gets 1 kill. Looks like Wraith King is next. That's after the reincarnation, so T1 have to back off.
That's a very
nice
good
defense
hold
from Alliance.
Yeah, they only had to use a Sand King buyback and all of that. Arguably, maybe, you know, Carl getting a little bit overzealous trying to kill the Morph. As we've talked about, it's a tanky Morphling, and you don't necessarily have to kill Nico Baby in a position like that. You can safely, you know, go for other heroes that die a lot faster or try to push the tower, but got a little bit bloodthirst. You can get carried away in these positions, and again, this RP is good, but great counterplay from Hanskin to get that double Earth Spike. Lina didn't pre-BKB for this. And that will save Nico Baby getting him out. And this is where the overcommitment happens, right? So you go for this, go very, very deep. Solar Guardian, I believe, got interrupted here by another good 2-hero stun from FNG. And now you're just in a really compromised position. Limp also
not only
doing tons
is
of damage here.
Morphling tanky, but he's not really doing that much damage. It's not like he went the E-Blade build or anything like that, so you can just go for the other kills.
And now Nico has the item I like to see. He's got the Axe. So now he can turn into Sand King, and that's big. This gives them a double Burrow Strike combination play.
Yep.
Oh, you need to be careful. He's taking so much damage.
He is, but looks like he's fine for now. Is Limp creating a lot of space here with the Laguna Blade. S4 a little bit too far this time.
Yeah, and he doesn't have buyback, and T1 obviously know this. They just bought back in the enemy base, so this does open up a potential push down mid play for them.
And that actually is pretty big because Morphling can't turn into Sand King
Carl
now.
found Limp with the blink stun.
The Centaur stop not going to be there in time. Limp, BKB attempting to TP, but the RP cancel. Down he goes. Does have buyback though. Still a minute 20 left on the Aegis for T1. But best case scenario for Alliance, this is a 5 versus 4 once this buyback comes out. But like I said, Morphling can't turn into Sand King for another 40 seconds, so this Ag, like, Snapfire could be good later in the game. I don't even know. Do the talents even... Does that work through talents once you get the little shredder thing? As this Rax is going to be a complete freebie for T1.
So fast. Like, Lina is just an absolute artillery. That's not really the right word. Machine gun was what I was looking for. Going straight in front of the
Synderen, your favorite. Carl, Laguna Blade, down goes Snapfire. They're trying to preserve the buyback. Nope, not anymore. That's 2 right off the bat here. And you can see S4 will be back in 10 seconds, but it's going to be 2 full sets of racks for T1.
Yeah. And they might back off here and wait for the next RP. You don't have to risk any push here in order to finish the game. If you wait 50 seconds, you might feel like it's pretty much in the bag. Gaben giving Alliance 1% here.
Okay.
Very gracious.
I mean, to be fair, S4 in that original high ground defense did a really good job.
Gives them 0. He's had enough.
Oh, boy.
You started talking about Sand King, and Gaben was like, I don't like this hero anymore. So there goes your last percent. Thanks, Sunsfan. You ruin everything you touch, don't you?
That's true.
Yeah, okay.
Aegis is now
kind of
claimed.
like Kyle with predictions.
Yeah, that's actually an uncanny skill that he has.
That's pretty impressive.
And now T1 looking to finish this game, although no Aegis to work with now, and Alliance obviously know that, and this is going to be their best chance to win a fight. Look for Nico Baby to morph into S4 soon.
I bet Kyle, I challenge you, Kyle, to tweet right now. T1 has this in the bag.
Yeah.
Let's see how strong the curse is. If you do that and T1 end up losing, you will get a candy bar of your choice from me.
Of your choice? Wow. He might
There
not
are some
have
pretty,
time to actually take out his
and
phone.
maybe quite exquisite and expensive candy bars out there if you know where to look. So it's a lot to gain here for Kyle, and no risk even.
That's true. Well, the risk is ruining his image of getting everything wrong.
That's true. That's actually pretty valuable to him, I think.
I think so too. He's really enjoying that.
Yep. Has to be fun.
T1 looks like they're ready to go and trying to finish this game. S4 wants to defend. We'll see how much they have in the tank here.
Oh.
T1 going to be happy with the tier 3. We'll back and reset.
Roche can respawn in 2 minutes. If you want to, you can wait for this.
I can't blame them. I mean, this is TI.
High stakes.
TI10, lower bracket. Another shout out. You can actually check the bracket right now. That's a new addition to the extension. If you go to the standings, it shows the full bracket. Very nicely done.
Okay, Sunsfan, I have a trivia for you.
Oh, boy.
What is the passive
Enough with these passives
of Mindbreaker called? I'll give you a hint.
Okay.
You like very simple names.
Silence.
That's the first word. What is the second word?
Is it silent something?
Yes.
Silent strike.
Silence strike. Okay, you get your full mark. That's a really good guess.
Thank you.
All right.
Beautiful.
Definitely didn't look over my shoulder there and cheated the test.
I would never do that.
No, you actually didn't, did you? I trust you.
Why would I?
You have so much to gain from this.
No, I'd like to look like an
Your
idiot,
image.
actually.
Oh, that's true. You and Kyle should start a team.
Maybe we should start a new podcast together. Might be an opening pretty soon. Is 31K net worth lead for T1. And definitely playing a little bit disciplined. Cuckoo.
Horn toss.
Yep, Horn toss is there, and S4 is dead. 60 seconds on the deck.
That skewer range
No
talent
buyback.
is so absurd. Like, you're expecting that skewer to stop any second now, and it just keeps going.
Yeah. I mean, this feels like, I mean, you talk about Elder Titan. I feel like Magnus feels like the hero of the tournament right now in a lot of ways.
Is doing very
Getting
well.
through a lot. As you see the overwhelming blink come in. We didn't even catch that on camera, but a lot of damage being done by T1. And it looks like the Fiend's grip is there as GG's will come out for game 1. This was a shellacking, Synderen.
Yeah.
T1 up 1-0.
As no need to sugarcoat it, really. That was just... That was not even close.
Okay.
That was just not even close. T1 basically T1 came out of a stronger laning stage. Alliance had a couple of good moves in the first 10 minutes, but after that it was just all T1 all the way to the bank. And they secure themselves game number 1 with a 39k gold lead here. Alliance, I think, adjustments for game number 2, you probably, if you're drafting like this and you give the enemy team Magnus and you give them like the strong team fight and a favorable mid matchup, you have to play around Limp more. Like this needs to go faster, or you need to take a different approach to the draft entirely where you feel confident just taking time for yourself. It was just T1 dictating everything in that game and just doesn't cut it. You need to challenge them, you need to get this is what's most important at this level of play. Don't let the enemy team be comfortable, right? And they were just comfortable the whole time. T1 just looked in their element the whole game.
Well, still, just one game. They can try to shake this off. They have a lot of experience, of course, but this is a best-of-3 Cinderman. But let's see what the panel has to say about this first game going to T1.
Thank you very much. Lovely to see Cinder and also rocking the maroon hashtag Team Merlot. But we've got to start by seeing if you guys agree with our lovely casters there. Do you think Alliance played well in the first 10 minutes, Owen?
I mean, it was better than the other minutes of the game. So, relatively sure. But, I mean, overall, I mean, it was what I expected. And it was more so what I expected when they let them get this Magnus and Lina. I mean, I don't know how you can expect to beat T1 on the main stage when you let them have these two heroes, which have clearly been their best heroes so far of the tournament. I guess they wanted an impossible challenge. They certainly got it that game.
They did talk about the reason they beat Beast Coast as being their preparation and not feeling any pressure. So why on earth wouldn't they ban that Magnus after watching LGD yesterday?
There's just too many heroes that you need to be banning. Maybe that's the thing, right? Like versus Zephyr, you need to ban out that ET earlier that every single team is banning or picking. Then you have the Doom, then you have the 23 Savage Medusa. There's just too many components here that they're thinking of. Maybe they thought, okay, this is probably the easiest for us to beat. It's also their comfort zone. We can't ban everything out, so let's give them the Mag and the Lina and try to work with it. It didn't work out.
But they did seem unprepared, because even going into their first picks, they were using reserve time. That was a huge shock to me. You come into a best of 3 in game 1 particularly, where you've had, you know, the entire night to prepare. You should know exactly what you're going to be picking in that first phase based on your opponent, because they knew they were going to leave the Magnus. They had to have had a game plan for a first pick Magnus, and they went in reserve time for 2 picks.
Yeah, and we were talking about S4 having these marvelous games. Sometimes this definitely wasn't one of those. Maybe he was micromanaging the team a little bit too much and they weren't helping him. I feel like, yeah, you need to activate Limp, you need to help out your mid laner, but as well, your Sand King can't be 111. Your Sand King can be completely stomped in the laning stage, because who will make any plays for your side then?
Well, looking at the draft, do you think that Sand King was ever part of the plan?
Maybe not plan A. I mean, I think not many. There are some teams last pick and they were offlaner, but it felt like when they got to his pick, there was not much left that was going to fit the game for him. And I think this game really highlighted, you know, why most teams don't have their kind of shot caller, their captain playing the offlane role, because it is really hard to do both when you're a core player, you know, winning your lane as well as trying to lead your team.
And also quite shocking for T1. That could have been the fastest game they've actually played here at the main event of TI. We should probably see if we can get our stats guy Leah on that one, because I'd be really interested to know. Do you think the pace was simply because T1 just had the confidence, they knew it, they had it in the bag, or because there was a risk of Alliance actually being able to scale up and take back the tempo, Owen?
I mean, maybe if the game went... I mean, I don't know. Sure, they had a more fun Alliance, but they were just so far behind. I don't know if any amount of duration of that game would have made things any better for them. Like, they were just so far behind. I think T1, they're happy to play the game at any stage. We just see that high ground push where things started to go, ooh, they were 23k up, so they're pretty comfortable. T1 obviously resetting, and then they sort of did what they've done in a lot of the other games that we've seen here, really. A team that's very, very safe, and they make sure not to throw games away. There was just that little bit of a premature push down the mid, but other than that, they were ready to fall back to the same way they've won a lot of their games, which is just sort of stall it out, get this incredible lead, and get to the point where there's just no chance for the enemy.
You can imagine what they were going for, right? With the Sand King and the Morphling, there is synergy there. It's not like Sand King it was something completely unprepared. You have the Aghanims on the Morphling, then Sand King, double stuns, double Sandstorms. It can be really difficult to deal with, but they got there way too late. I think they let the Wraith King ramp up way too fast. Armlet, Dezo, and Blink Dagger.
That's great.
Yeah, it was just all in fights. Just go straight, no Radiance, no shenanigans, no farming, just fight constantly. And it worked out for T1.
I was going to say, what did we like about 23 Savage's Wraith King? I mean, what was there not to like, to be fair?
Yeah, it was everything. It was none of this. I think we saw Wraith King in the group stage. I can't remember which team played it, but it was like Midas, Radiance, farming. And I mean, this game, 23 Savage, he goes to prove you get these items, you fight, and you're making just as much money as the Wraith King that's going to go AFK and just hit creeps all game and then inevitably lose the game, because the hero just doesn't feel that good when it's played in that sort of Midas, Radiance, AFK way. You know, you want to do exactly what 23 Savage did here. I was a little hesitant when I saw the pick come up last because I was worried that, oh, maybe they're going to do that. But then, of course, it's like, no, it's T1. They're going to fight. They're going to brawl. They're going to get him involved at every possible moment. And, we saw him one-shotting heroes. You know, poor old Bob's FNG or something just disappears underneath the blade of him. I mean, he was having a great time. And I think that's awesome to see, you know, T1 bringing out these sort of carries that aren't necessarily the top carries of the meta and just showing how strong and confident they are. It just goes to show we've not seen everything that T1's ready to show on the main stage. They've definitely got lots up their sleeve.
I've now got a new mantra to playing Wraith King. Why waddle when you can blink? Why did Purge never teach me that before when I was trying to play Wraith King and I was complaining about how slow his animation is when trying to get last hits? Do you think actually now we're going to see more Wraith King, now that 23 Savage has showed it could be viable at the main event?
I'm not quite sold. I think Magnus also enabled the hero quite a bit.
I don't think we loved the pick at the time, but perhaps we underestimated what... I think the Magnus is a big part of why you don't have to go for the Radiance build, because you do have that, you know, flash farm and power ability. So
it's definitely a strong hero. And 23 Savage, what amazes me is that this guy, he hasn't been at the TI before. He was just picked up. He played a little bit in Vici Gaming. Well, not really played. And then they took him to T1, and he's already on the main stage of the international, and he's picking heroes that are not in the meta and feeling extremely comfortable on them. That's huge. That just shows the confidence.
Yeah, I have a feeling big things are ahead for this kid. But right now, we're actually going to take a trip down memory lane and see when big things were afoot for Alliance.
My favorite memory from past TIs would be TI3, where we Alliance won. I remember almost every game I played, because most of the games we played really stood out. It was my first TI I went to, and for me, it was just completely new. Since I watched the previous TIs, I watched TI2, and that's where I got like really into Dota. And going into my first TI in TI3, I would pretty much remember everything about that TI. I was, I believe, 15 or 16 years old boy who was watching TI1, and I'm still a fan of competitive scene of the Dota, so I can't say, like, you know, I'm only the player. Yeah, right now I'm the player, but also, since I worked as a talent on 3 TIs, I know the feeling when you watch the game and you want to play it, but you also want to watch it because you see good players compete at it. This, like, you know, one step being fan and one step being player is like such a cool feeling, actually. I did watch the TI1. But I was not into it so much. But TI2 was really when I was like, wow, this game is good. I need to really, I want to be these guys, you know? The best TI? Well, I mean, all of them are best, you know? It depends on what makes it the best for you, you know? Is it the players? Is it the place? Is it the tournament itself, you know? In the end of the day, it's still like a huge, like a holiday, basically, you know, where you legit enjoy yourself, enjoy your games, enjoy the show, and just love your life, you know?
What do you think is the future of TI? Do you think there will ever not be a TI? Are we going to make it to TI 100? What do you think?
In the end, it's the fans who support the most, right? Like, we get this huge prize pool because fans love the game and they're trying to be part of it in any way they can. So as long as there are fans and community, it will go, like, you know, infinity.
Do you guys have any memories of TI3?
A lot, yeah. That finals, I mean, the TI3 Na'Vi Alliance is like one of the craziest Game 5 Grand Finals ever, the comeback. And I remember just sitting in the stands. I was next to the Korean commentators who were at the event, and they're just screaming, going crazy. The Russian commentators on the other side of them, they're going absolutely wild throughout the entire game as well. And it was just the Battle Royale atmosphere was one of the kind of most electric places to be because it was that kind of smaller, more intimate venue. And yeah, it just produced so many amazing matches.
Given that S4 was part of that winning lineup, were you quite excited when you saw him return to the Alliance brand?
For sure, everyone wanted him back on Alliance. They struggled since pretty much TI3. So with him returning, you're thinking, okay, they can do it again. And I really like what FNG said. It's not about the TI itself when it comes to the Dota and the games. It's about what makes it special for you. It's the experience that you had. And TI3 for me is exactly that. It's what TI1 was for him. That's TI3 for me. It's one of those first ones that I watched that made me really love the game and try and get there. Eventually, I did get there, but not necessarily as a player.
Well, listen up, guys. FNG, he worked 3 TIs as talent, and now he's playing in a booth.
There's still chance.
There's still a chance, but who is the most likely to be chosen to play TI? Hashtag TI10, let us know. But right now, our teams are taking to the stage, and thank goodness for them, none of us are among their ranks. T1 and Alliance. This could be the last game we see Alliance play on the stage here at the National Arena in Bucharest, Romania. So tensions are going to be slightly high in the booth. Meanwhile, T1, let's see if they've got a taste for fast games after that one. So much is going to be on the draft in this one. And Alliance, they're the only team here who don't have a coach. Obviously, we saw Jake talking to March earlier. He's a coach you want on your side. For Alliance, if you could give them any advice, I know it's a difficult spot to be in, what do you want to see them do next in this next game, Lizard?
I always go back to OG and how they would talk in the booth after a loss. Just forget about the game. We're here to win. Enjoy it. Rely on each other. You can do it. Just get the good vibes going. Get that PMA going. Believe in yourself. Believe in what worked for you throughout the DPC seasons and try your best.
Yeah, I never feel like there's anything you can say that's going to change, like, in terms of, like, strategy or skill. It's all you can do is focus on where your head's at when you're looking at, you know, bouncing back from a tough loss.
Owen?
I'd say, focus on just changing it up. You know, Alliance, I think they do best when they come in one game. If they lose, just going for something completely different. And this man, I'll keep calling for. I just want to see him play as Void. I know that they do like having him on like the Morse, the Deuces, or the AFK, but I really think Nico Baby, get him involved earlier, get him active. They're lacking something when they're just sort of fighting with the 4 of them against a team like T1. Get Nico Baby on something that he can turn up to the fight and fight back against this just incredible power that T1 brings early.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I think this team is very similar to that Mineski team that Nico Baby was on last TI. The only time they were winning games was when Nico Baby was like solo carrying the game, getting involved, and he was like, he's the guy. Yeah. I don't feel like, Alliance isn't a team that can do it like OG did yesterday, where Sumail gets completely shut down, but they still win the game because everyone else steps up. Limp, S4, they're just not those guys. They're going to play stable, they're going to be consistent, but Nico Baby is the win condition for Alliance every single game.
So what is so special about Nico Baby's Void?
Oh, it's just great. I mean, Hero's still good. I think he's underpicked, really. And I don't know. And so this day and age where you have so many of these heroes sort of raising up in the meta, like these ETs, it's just a perfect setup. And, what's better against these teams that want to try and brawl as a 5-man than a hero that's going to be able to turn up, lock them in position, and set up a turnaround?
I would love to see that. I would love to see Nico Baby on some full comfort zone, but his Morphling is also really scary. So I would maybe take my attention elsewhere. I would take it to the offlane and the mid lane, and no matter what you pick for Nico Baby, make sure that the other 2 lanes are doing well. So even if you sack him early on, if you get him a bad matchup like that Void versus something that's decent versus Venomancer or whatnot, make sure that Limp and S4 are having a good time, because they will be the ones that get you through that mid game. They didn't have a mid game in that last game. The first game was awful in that aspect.
They need to pick their heroes earlier, I feel like. They first 2 picked the 2 supports. S4 had last pick when his best heroes are all banned. There was no Tide, there was no Mars. All these teamfight specialists that he likes to play weren't available. And Limp, they could have first 2 picked the Lina, so I feel like they need to prioritize making sure they get those comfort picks so that S4, Limp can have those kind of consistent performances.
This is the funny thing about Alliance. They did incredibly well in DPC. I mean, they came first back in May. What were they doing well there? Can you remember, Gods? is a while ago.
Yeah, no, I mean, they were just consistent. I mean, this is, I think, always the story. I think I was talking to Owen about this before. They played consistent Dota. What's that look, Owen?
I was smiling.
We're not used to seeing it.
Yeah.
When he's off camera, he's a miserable git. I am only joking. He's absolutely delightful. And hopefully this game will be game number 2, Alliance versus T1.
Alliance versus T1. Game 2.
Welcome. New draft, new panel. We have replaced some of our panel members. My name's Delava Plus, and I'm joined by Tall Fogged and Canadian Effie, also known as Purge and Jenkins.
Yeah, that's basically right. You got it.
Yeah?
I'm fine with that.
Right, cool.
We'll take it.
Well, we are getting into game number 2 between T1 and Alliance. And in last game, we saw a pretty dominant performance by T1, especially mechanically. They're always that top team. There's a hero that stood out to me, as he tends to, which is the Magnus. And I know, Jenkins, you've been praising this hero a lot this TI.
Yeah, so I've been trying to think about what makes this hero tick. Why is it that it feels so strong in this TI? And I think there's an element of, it's obviously really strong, and I like that people are respecting it now and finally banning it out. But my theory was that in TI, people 5-man because they don't want to lose. You really don't want to lose. You just want to play safe. The whole, family theory. The comfort of being around your teammates. You're not going to be the one that's like throwing the game. I also think at TI, with that 5-manning, the value of being able to like fish for kills goes up immensely. So, it's a cursed name, but Pudge, for example, has been good at previous TIs for the same reason. You have this wall that's being formed with a really good team. You hook somebody out, all of a sudden it disrupts everything. And then also, BKBs is also something that as things get more and more pressured, as you're playing safer and safer, BKB comes earlier and earlier in the builds. And what does Magnus have as his ultimate? It's like the best BKB piercing disable in the game.
And I think the most important thing for Magnus there about the pick-off thing is that you don't necessarily have to commit RP to get those pick-offs now. You can either use Shockwave to collect them or Horn Toss, so it's way less resources to go for those fishes than it used to be.
Yep, 100%.
Sorry, I can't gloss over this point. You say Pudge was good at previous TIs?
He was good at previous TIs.
Like TI6, right?
Yeah.
When they picked it in the final?
Of course.
And the one game they lost?
Yes, of course.
Was with Pudge.
I did a replay review of that game.
Yeah.
Very depressing.
Yeah, it was, yeah. just little thing. I want to talk about another hero that we've been seeing a lot. Actually, this combo is pretty strong, as was Fogged was suggesting for Alliance, the Snapfire Tide. The Tide made sense within this teamfight idea, but what has made the Snapfire resurge so much?
A lot of it is just that she has a free force staff for their second skill, and because teams are so good at TI, sometimes even 300 distance is enough to keep somebody alive from a gank. So the fact that she has that from the beginning to the end of the game, plus high coordination, makes it amazing. Her ulti is great for getting kills. Her laning stage is really solid, especially when you pair her with a minus armor dual lane like the Tide setup. They have a much higher chance to get kills, and that's one of the issues with Alliance's lineup in the previous match, was that it was Snapfire plus Sand King. It isn't really that synergistic other than a double stun, so it wasn't the best dual lane. They ended up not doing so good against the Wraith King, and I think this is going to be a much better way to play.
I think also on top of what you said about, people are obviously much better at TI than during DPC or something like that. With Snapfire and even though it's only 300 units, in TI, there's a lot of combos. There's a lot of team fight for all of the reasons that we've already talked about. And so combo breakers have immense amounts of value. And so any hero that can do that, whether it's a hero that gets an early force staff or a hero that has one built in, it's going to be good.
Right. And on the T1 side, this time, we see the double support combo, Lion and Treant Protector. I actually want to talk to you, Jenkins or Purge, about the idea of draft theory, because we've been seeing this a lot. That if you have the two straight picks in the first phase, they are starting with supports always, right? They're not revealing a core here. Can you explain to me why that mentality might be?
Well, for T1, one thing that they've done, it was in the Animator that I noticed it, but something that they've done a lot is that they pick complementary heroes in the first phase. So I don't necessarily know if it's important that it's support. To me, it's more so with this team that both of these heroes cover a lot of bases. You have a Treant Protector who's going to be protecting all of the towers. Right. He's going to be sitting in a side lane pushing out creep waves. Does Lion hit a single creep in Dota? Absolutely not. This hero is like completely looking for kills. He's standing in trees, but he needs lanes to be pushed out in order to do that, and that's what Tree does. Tree pushes lanes. So having a hero that can play in side lanes and Tree and push out creep waves
and then having a hero that can actually gank off of it is really important. And then between these two heroes, there's also like, not a lack of disable. They do good disable, they do good damage. T1 does this. They cover all of their bases in their first 2 picks, so that way their final 3 picks can be whatever makes sense for the enemy lineup.
And it's so much easier to be flexible when that's the case, because then you don't have to make up for lackings. You don't have to worry about maybe your lane pairings be weak. That's a lot of the reason that Alliance opened like they did. A lot of teams are doing this. You grab your 4 and your 3. It's a really synergistic combo, and it brings this much bigger threat against the enemy carry position, who now has to say, like, well, we can't be greedy at all. We also have to pick something good, and it's just going to restrict your opponent's options.
And to add to that point, the 4 and the 3, when they pick it, is always in the first and 4th pick in the first phase. So you can actually protect the 3 a bit with the next 3 bans. And this will change what happened in the last game, but the Sanking didn't seem that strong in the laning phase.
Well, I briefly watched the beginning of the replay, and what mostly cost him, he went Caustic Finale level 1, which is not that weird against a Wraith King. You can do lots of damage. But I hearken it back to that dual lane issue between Snapfire and Sanking. What happened is Wraith King got a couple more denies than Sanking. It took like 2-ish minutes for them to get level 2 or something. It was a bit delayed due to the denies. And as a result, he doesn't have Burrow Strike for a while, so they just have no kill potential on the Bane. And because Bane was such a good laning hero, he actually ended up getting like a range creep pulled to the large camp. Then he stacked his small camp. Then he pulled his double stack small camp. This is stuff that's like pretty unheard of typically in the laning stage right now.
Yeah, that's insanely game losing.
So like that advantage that they got out of it forced them into this like constant separation where Sanking didn't even get to play next to Snapfire. So then Wraith King just has an abundance of net worth advantage, and he still has a Magnus, so it's just going to get more worse for Alliance as the game continues. So it was a lot of a laning issue, but some of that was certainly draft specific.
Okay. Do you think it would have changed if they had not gone for Caustic Finale level 1? Like Burrow Strike or Sandstorm, would that have made a difference?
If it wasn't Bane, maybe, because Bane has pretty high armor, so he's going to resist a little Shredder, and he's going to be able to offset some of that heal with Brain Sap. So I think if it's a slightly weaker support, absolutely. But I think they did the right thing in the circumstance. It's just they didn't lane well enough, and they got pulled on too much.
Yeah, that's the thing. Sanking notoriously is a hero that really struggles between levels 1 through 3. But once you have high levels in Sandstorm, it's really easy to lane because you just press Sandstorm, push the creep wave out. If the enemies go on you, you just stun them in it, and they take a ton of damage. So delaying his level 3 timing is extremely important. T1 did that, and with heroes like Bane and Wraith King, who have a huge amount of kill threat and lane harass, it's really hard to play into that if you've messed up the first 3 levels. So it was like amplified by the fact that T1 had such a strong lane.
So now we hear the clapping, of course, the audience going crazy because Earthshaker has been picked. And this hero has been moved from the previous 4-5 who used to see him into the 3 position this TI. What led to this change in your opinion, Purge?
I'm not sure specifically what made him more popular there, but he kind of did fall off as a 4. Typically, like, he can like lane block people, and that's very effective, but because it's dual lanes, Earthshaker, without his shard being busted, which it was during the DPC at one point, he just felt weaker as a support. But now as a 3, it's like you still get the best of both worlds. You can lane quite well against a lot of cores, and then your impact in terms of team fights is excellent because of Blink Dagger combos. So it is certainly, I would say, top 3 off-lane hero right now.
Yeah,
so
really
no surprise to see it on T1.
Okay. You think the cleave they added to Enchant Totem might have helped him?
It definitely helps, yeah. That's something that like he scales better. My opinion on Earthshaker is that he's been pretty decent as an offlaner for quite some time, just because he has that like natural tankiness that's so annoying in an offlaner. Magnus has that as well, where you go to kill him and he's just some 3,000 HP hero. If he goes for treads at like 15 minutes, like, okay, this is... But then on top of that, I also think that the game is being played a lot faster than can support a position for Earthshaker, who you can't really take a lane to farm your blink these days. Like, in that timing, a team is going to beat you. That's just how Dota has kind of felt for like the last 5 to 6 months, where the hero has fallen off. But you're farming in the lane as Earthshaker, so the timing, you get it like 5 minutes earlier, and in that 5-minute window, you're not going to lose the game.
Right. We see a FNG special, which is a Crystal Maiden. We've seen it, I think, once before, not to great success this hero. I think it was T1 actually picked against LGD. Why? Why the Crystal
Maiden? It. It's a lane stabilizer. It's good at harassing. It's going to lower attack speed. That's pretty effective in some of those early trades, and it's going to just make it a lot harder for them to kill Medusa in the laning stage.
Is she like a poor man's coddle here for the Medusa?
I wouldn't necessarily. I mean, I guess it's kind of similar. You're blasting opponents, getting lane trade advantages, but extra mana regen on Tide and Snapfire are great too. It's going to make them be able to harass more often in the laning stage.
Is she going to be an easy target for the Slark, though?
Eventually. You know, Slark is a later timing hero where, at least looking at this draft for Alliance, I see the Dusa CM lane, which presumably it's going to be that. Even if they put Snapfire and did some, CM4, like that would still do very well against Earthshaker Lion. Lion is very killable. Earthshaker's a hero who's going to sit on the wave. So you're super susceptible from the harass that's going to come out from the Mystic Snake and one of the nukes from either of these two supports. And if Snapfire comes in ganks, that's even more potential to kill an Earthshaker. So, I feel like Alliance is going to get a lot of farm this game on both of their supports.
Now, if we look at the Slark a bit, I'd actually like to propose a problem here, and I would like a solution from you, Jenkins. So you have no instant stuns, only roots here. Cookie is not going to surprise him. He's going to Dark Pact, unless you blink Ravage onto him, of course. That's the only solution. What is the Alliance's solution to this? Because mid laners don't usually carry that instant stun, except maybe DK.
Force Staff's kiting him. Like I said, I think they're going to get farmed between their supports. So there's that option. You're right. There's not much instant stun. I do think with a Dusa, with a Tide, you can kite a Slark enough where you just catch him after his 2 Dark Packs and after his ult. I think that's actually possible. But you probably do want a little bit more. You do want a little bit more. You don't want to just rely on that, because if the Slark is popping off, then he's just going to stick on you. He's just going to get tons of stacks, and you're playing these long fights against him. He's like, okay, that's great for me. If he has +1 item on the Dusa especially, it's just impossible to play. So some instant disabler, some hero who might build an Orchid would be great.
Oh, that's a good idea, actually. What kind of hero could that be?
Any typical Spirit hero is usually the way that you end up seeing as Slark counters. Kunkka would have been great because you can X him and bring him back no matter whether or not he's going to Dispel or not. So that would have given them some easier setup kills. And that's the issue with Alliance's draft. They don't really cross the map super well to get kills. So I definitely agree that they need somebody to be that start of the fight, because Crystal Maiden wants to play behind these tanky heroes, land her spells, sit back for 10 seconds, go back in again. Snapfire is going to want to have somebody that can start fights to make her ultimate feel useful. So
there it is. Okay.
Void Spirit is perfect for that. Jump in, disable somebody, maybe with a Yules, and allow your team to follow up, get a kill.
Can you build up an Orchid like you were suggesting?
I think so. I think this is a good Orchid game. I mean, people are usually opting to go for a different style of Void Spirit build, which is the Yule Scepter into Sanjin Kaya, and you're just going for this late game high magic damage build. But I think in this game against the Slark, it does make sense. It does depend on the timings. Like if Slark is already having a bad game, you don't necessarily have to build the Orchid. It's fine to not build the Orchid because the Slark's not a problem. You can just kill him with your ground targeted nukes, for example. But it's definitely in the cards. We're more likely to see it in this game than in the other Void Spirit games that we've seen.
Could you also build an Ags as an alternative to set up for the Slark? I mean, it's 2-second silence, not something you usually need to look out for.
Yeah, for sure.
It's probably a lot safer because then there's a lot of heroes on the Dire lineup that you're going to want to silence. So Ags is going to be raw, a lot more survivability for Void Spirit. That's probably more important than the extra right-click damage and higher mana regen.
It is. It depends on how I think Void Spirits tend to go for the Orchid, if they're having a really good game.
Yeah.
I think that's just what worked in general. We see that on Spectre as well, where Spectres are not really building the Orchid unless you're so farmed that you're going to get your next item at the same timing that you would without the Orchid because you're getting kills with it. So that's just kind of where Orchid falls as an item in Dota right now.
The biggest thing T1's missing right now is they need a hero that's going to go frontline and spot enemy squad. Slark can do that with Shadowblade or if he's just generally tanky and ready to go, but they don't really have a frontliner, and Ember Spirit's going to be perfect for that. Somebody that can jump in and set up fights and look for the Echo Slams after.
All right, well, I want to hear from you, Perch, then. What do you like about this T1 lineup?
I like that they can be very aggressive. They have tons of disables. If they do catch one of these heroes, they can probably kill them, but it's going to be really hard against Tide and Dusa because they have so much survivability as well as Kraken Shells. So there's good stuff about them. They got to split up Alliance and kill them one by one.
Jenkins, for Alliance?
I think that Alliance has good heroes for ganking. I think they have good heroes for the early game and the Void Spirit and their 4-man around the Dusa. And I also think that they can play the long fights. I know T1 has Slark, but I still think that the long fights eventually will favor Alliance once they get enough items on their Dusa.
Is there anything they should be worried about as Alliance? Some weaknesses at this draft?
Laning stage maybe for Tide. In most of the group stage games, we saw Slark get banned out against Tidehunter for worries of that extra harass. And with it being a tree, that's a pretty aggressive dual lane with Leech Seed and the Bramble, whatever, Nature's Grasp. There we go.
Yes. I've heard that lane's not actually so bad for the
from BSJ
for the Tide anymore. Yeah, it was from BSJ, so maybe I should take that with a grain of.
No, he's a Slark spammer, right?
He's a Slark. He's an offlane player too, as well. So, but no, it does feel like that. Like Tide with Snapfire, especially, you've got the double minus armor. It's so much harass. You could even skip Kraken Shell.
Well, I would love to go to BSJ now for the last word, but he's not here, so he's lazy. So we're gonna instead go to Sir Action Slaxus once again with March.
Hello, hello. Thank you so much. We have March here yet again. March, a very quick Treant Protector snag after that very standard opening coming from Alliance. Were you expecting that?
I mean, Snapfire is a very highly contested hero, and we like it too, so I think that's why they picked it up. We like the hero as well. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, well, say no more. Very quickly, chances of this game win. How are you feeling? Give me a percent.
75%.
75%. Well, we're 100% ready to go into that game, so let's go ahead and throw it to our fantastic casters and Sunsfan.
Thank you, Slacks. Recycling memes as always. That's your entire job description these days. Sunsfan here with Cinderin. T1 versus Alliance. Game 2 of this best of 3 in the lower bracket. How do you like these lineups this time around, Cinderman?
I think I like how Alliance this game have solved a bit more of the team fight problem they had in the last game. I think the way their lineup groups around Medusa can work really well. But that said, I also think T1 have some really great tools. To me, this T1 lineup feels like Assassination Squad, right? You've got Ember, Lion, as well as Slark, who can immediately take advantage of any fissure, any overgrowth that you find from the tree line, just get in there. I think the biggest challenge for Alliance, honestly, in this game is to keep their supports alive. I don't think playing Crystal Maiden is particularly fun in a game like this.
You could have just stopped it.
And even Snapfire, who's a relatively tanky support and stands far back, you're just not safe against these heroes. And a little bit of a problem is the protection that you have against Ember and Slark is relatively limited, right? Like, what do you have? You have Ravage, Frostbite, and a Cookie, and a bit of a stretch you have Aether Remnant, but that one's going to be hard to land. And Slark can purge off all of this if he times it well. So I think Alliance, absolutely paramount this game. Get off to a good start in the lanes, and you need, honestly, just stellar positioning on supports in this game to not just end up feeding.
Right. I mean, last game T1 got off to a really good start, and just I mean, that was basically the game. It felt like it just snowballed out of control of Alliance, and they weren't able to really do much from there on out. As top lane, we are seeing some action. Zephyr playing the Treant Protector, which we'll talk about in just a moment here. Actually, we can do it now, Cinderin. Your thoughts on this pick, since a lot of other teams don't pick Treant at all.
Yeah.
But T1, one of the few exceptions.
I had this theory, actually, that so in the group stage, we had a couple of games with Quincy Crew. I think that was in day 1, where they picked Treant in 2 games in a row, and it just didn't really work for them. And I had this theory, okay, maybe they've been scrimming against T1 and been rolled. Because like almost no other team, like you said, plays it. Oh, Zephyr is in trouble. He will be fine, though. No, almost no other team plays it, and it's been respect banned against T1 by basically every team. PSG even yesterday showing respect to Zephyr's Treant, so we'll see what it's all about here. I honestly like that Alliance let it through to change things up in this game, because obviously the last game just wasn't working out. Yeah. So they're choosing to give something else over and see what they can do about it. Unfortunately, to me, this is a really good Treant Protector lane, so I don't think they address the hero very well in the laning stage, and that's a really big part of what T1 use it for, is this hyper-aggressive play coming out from Zephyr.
Yeah, and Zephyr, of course. I mean, Tree as a hero, highest base damage in the entire game, so the level 1 potential in terms of just trading right clicks is better than anybody in the entire game. As you can see, Carl playing the Ember Spirit this time around versus Limp's Void Spirit, so the Spirit Brothers at it again. What's relatively even right now is, I mean, who would you favor just hero-to-hero matchup between these two?
In the mid lane?
Yeah.
I think it's pretty much a wash. Honestly, this lane very often ends with a draw. Comes down to who gets the first gank, or like sometimes I think the player who's most likely to find a kill, or the hero rather, that's most likely to find a kill in this lane is probably the Ember. But either way, it generally comes off the back of overconfidence, overstepping to get CS. You're going to see them play completely neck and neck here, right? They're getting the exact same CS, the exact same items. Literally identical inventories, just with different item orientation. Same number of bottle charges. Oh, Carl used his Tango.
Oh boy.
Look, you gotta follow suit. Doesn't matter your full health. Do it for the fans.
Yeah, do it for the fans.
And he's gonna have to use it now.
Cookie's gonna connect onto Whitemon in the bot lane. Looks like he'll be safe. He's an Earth Spike to try to trade a little bit of damage going their way. I mean, this is the lane we haven't talked about yet, but 23 Savage playing the Slark against a Tidehunter, which historically is pretty good for Slark in terms of the mid to late game once you get past the laning stage. Because you have just this fat, tanky hero that you can just get stacks off of. Yeah. As Cuckoo. Now, looks like FNG is going to take a tumble here. So first blood goes the way of T1 with the Enchant Totem. And actually, the thing I had to hold that thought. Double impale coming out from Whitemon again. S4 gets hexed, and there's the pounce. It does connect. Popping the wand, keeping alive a little bit longer, but 23 Savage. Well, actually, it wasn't him. Whitemon somehow stole the kill from his position once.
I don't like that narrative, Shannon. It's not a steal.
He stole it.
It's not a steal when the support gets a kill. It's good. He did a good.
If you were a position 1 player, you would agree with me.
I am very much not a position 1 player.
I know.
And I'm all about the team.
Yeah.
Getting a good game for your support. He's going to pay it back to you later.
Yeah, we'll see.
He will do something with that gold that's going to make you really happy. Don't you worry.
Zephyr in the trees right now has his Nature's Grasp ready to go. Has 2 levels of Leech Seeds, so can do even better trading. So they're able to potentially find a kill there. FNG, obviously one of the slowest heroes in the game, is Nico Baby. Not a whole lot of mana to speak of. A nice fissure. Nico Baby forced to go up top. Enchant Totem is there, but don't think they'll get the kill. But he's going to take heavy, heavy damage as a result of this. In fact, Zephyr might be the one in trouble.
Okay.
They're just going to turn it around. So Alliance getting their first kill of the game.
That looked good for T1 because the Fissure and Nature's Grasp were lined up so nicely, and there was no path for Nico Baby to take. He's just tanky enough, and obviously a little bit clunky with these 2 melee heroes walking in together, end up blocking each other, can't really connect onto Nico Baby, and obviously the Crystal Maiden as well, doing a lot of work. Now FNG, however, is out of mana, and he does not have the aura yet, so he's going to send out 2 Mangoes as well as a Sage's Mask. So for a little bit of time, he will have some downtime here, but it doesn't really matter. Cuckoo is just free farming close to his tower anyway, and I don't think FNG could have done that much about it. So,
yeah, you can see in terms of CS, Carl just slightly ahead of Limp right now as he's going to get the Sleight of Fist. Here comes Zephyr from the side. Gets off the Nature's Grasp, going to slow a bit with that Leech Seed as well. Limp in quite a bit of trouble. Pops a Fairy Fire. TP support coming.
He's dead.
Zephyr. Yeah, the last Sleight of Fist, and now FNG might be in some trouble.
He's dead.
Double Remnant. Zephyr will be able to get up a couple right clicks along with the Leech Seed again coming online. So double kill for Carl to start this game. T1 doing very well. I was going to... Man, it's a good thing I didn't say it because that would be a caster's curse, but for the mid lane, Limp. T1 doing very well. I was going to... Man, it's a good thing I didn't say it because that would be a caster's curse, but for the mid lane, Limp definitely off to a better start until that point.
Yeah. And now Carl is going to pull significantly ahead. He's level 6.5 against Limp's 5.75. I think Carl's net worth has to be up by a few hundred. 800 or 700, pardon me.
Yeah, Limp trying to get some retribution here onto Carl.
Oh, he does
get the stun. Yeah, Carl needs to back up despite Whitemon being here. Well, never mind, Zephyr's on the high ground as well. It's a 3v1.
Oh, if Limp dies here, this is
he gets hexed as well. T1 looking for another kill on a mid laner for Alliance. Oh, he gets off. Oh, he's going to mitigate a little bit of damage there. Turning it around. Gets 2 kills before dying. At least get something out of it this time, Cinderman.
Talk about value resonant pulse. They thought they had the kill. You saw Carl already backing off. He was like, all right, Treant line, you just hit him once each, he's going to die. He gets that damage block through that 2-hero resonant pulse connection, and then he gets level 6 from the first kill, so he can jump on the second kill as well. So a nice heads-up play there from Limp to get something out of that. Because that looked like he was just completely doing bottom lane.
Absolutely.
23 Savage and Whitemon connecting on S4.
He's playing on the edge here. S4. Get a lot of stacks for 23 Savage. Now Whitemon with Zephyr's company should be able to take S4 out. He gets off the gush, but won't be enough to find his way to get the kill on 23 Savage. Halfway to level 6, and once he gets to that point, it's going to be extremely hard to kill this Slark.
You know, dying as an offlaner with a creep wave like that, you're just so sad. Like 23 Savage just denied 4 creeps. He denied a full wave immediately after killing the Tide, and now he's just going to stabilize down here, find his level 6 very soon. It looks like Alliance will try to gank him before then, but keep in mind Slark has night vision, so your angles are a little bit more limited here. And 23 Savage even has a read that something could be coming his way, playing very cautiously. Might even take level 6 just from range without going for the CS. Oh, never mind. We pull it away by his 4 though.
Now still level 5 on the Tide Hunter. And as we talked about 23 Savage, this wave should give him level 6. He's given solo XP. There we go. So has his Shadow Dance to work with. Talk to me about... I mean, this looks like a really good Slark game, like theoretically. Against Medusa, against Tide.
I think so too.
Anything else to say?
Like the panel, no, like the panel said, honestly a little bit surprising maybe that Alliance let it through. You pick the Tide first phase.
Yeah.
Most teams go into bans here and ban the Slark. And then, okay, if you want to let that through, that's fine. But you'll also pick the carry that Slark loves facing. So you made this game even more enjoyable. And it's always important. Okay, hang on, Hanskin.
Yeah. Whitemon's going to be there. They'll be able to clean him up pretty easily. A little bit late to the party is Limp. He gets the haster at the very least.
It's always important when you look at the draft and you look at how the lineups turn out and you're like, man, this hero's counterpicked by 3 picks that wasn't good. You always need to remember what the draft order is, right? Like, you're always giving away information based on pick order. So a lot of the times, even at the absolute highest level with the best drafters in the world, there's going to be heroes that are just hard countered in the game because they get shown early. And obviously that's why a lot of the time you show your support as one of your first 2, sometimes even both supports, so that the cores can have better conditions. But yeah, in this game you did first phase your offlaner, and then I feel like not fully protect him here on S4. So that could end up costing Alliance dearly. He will find his level 6 minute 9, which is not all that great. Cuckoo level almost 8 on the Shaker for comparison. And this is while I believe both position 4s on the, the respective 4s have the same experience as well. So it's just raw offlaner difference. It's not like one of the 4s just took a lot more experience in the lane. Almost said stole. Bad influence from you there. It's not stealing. It's cooperative gameplay.
Okay,
we don't need to. We don't need to spread this agenda of playing cores against the supports even more than they already are in public games.
I mean, to be fair, it's gotten a lot better over the course of the last few years because everybody's getting farmed now. Yep, we have the Hex to start things out from Whitemon. This might be another death, but Cookie keeps him alive a little bit longer, but not long enough. FNG not able to save his mid laner. Limp now with his 3rd death of the game. And like I said, in terms of the 1v1, he was doing great, but since these ganks have been coming, just feels like non-stop from T1. He's just been dying left and right.
And the concern I have right now for Alliance is, what's your move, right? You need to do something about this status quo. It's not favoring you. You have a Slark laning against Tide, he's happy. Shaker's laning against Medusa, he's also happy. He's just, like, Kuka's just farming lane and jungle. He's out farming the Medusa as Shaker in this lane effectively. His net worth being higher by about 300 right now. And as we've already covered, Karl is 5-0. So you're also losing it. So you have to make something happen in the game. This is not the kind of game where, oh, we'll just park, we'll stack some Ancients, park Medusa mid, go farm the triangle, and then we're going to have this, like, strong timing, because in a few minutes, T1 is going to be running at you and pressuring you, and you're not going to get that area for free, so...
T1 getting credit for another kill. I mean, speaking of Ancients, there is a stack for Medusa to eventually take, but you can see that there's a somewhat aggressive ward also placed in that area for T1. So when that is being taken, they'll probably try to contest. 23 Savage trying to get some trade off here.
Might dive here. This is dangerous, though. Yeah, he's going to think twice
especially
about
with 23 Savage having his ult, so a lot
Karl.
of passive regen now. Karl gets off the Searing Chains. S4 is going to apply the Ravage, but will it save his life? Negatory. Sleight of Fish finishes him off, but Limp & Company might be able to get some beautiful trades here. Karl does one more Sleight of Fish, but dies shortly after. In the meantime, 23 Savage destroys Crystal Maiden despite getting that freezing field out for about a half a second. Hanskin looks to be next on the menu, but he does get Cookie off in time. 23 Savage, okay, we have the Mortimer's Kisses from afar, but they're going to go for the Limp kill. They'll get it successfully. It'll cost him his life. But he does get the stack at the very least of Essence Shift. Nico Baby all alone in the mid lane, so this is exactly what Alliance needs.
Pretty good for Alliance overall here. It might have looked like a bad Ravage, but ultimately they do get pretty much value out of it, finding those 2 kills and almost a mid-tier 1 tower. Lovely play from Nico Baby, especially to make that judgment call as Medusa to go push mid minute 10. That is not an obvious choice to make in this game state, but looking at what was happening bottom, it was definitely the right call for him to go there and get as much out of it as he could. You've got to be like a shark is what he says, and not exactly the most hyper-aggressive carry that can be like a shark that he's playing here, but he's finding as much food as he can there in the mid lane.
That's true. I mean,
very slow
when
Medusa.
I think of Nico Baby, I actually do think of Medusa because it's literally tattooed on his neck.
Yes,
so
that is true.
He has some sort of affinity with this hero, Cinder, and so we'll see how he performs this game. Tier 1 tower.
Yeah.
It's pretty low on HP here, and T1 want to try to... Well, S4. I mean, this is what Tidehunter does. Just puts his fat-ass body here.
You're unlikely to access this tower without a siege creep against Tide with the heroes that you have right now. So S4 making the right call to go there, and then Nico Baby's back to the jungle, probably going to be looking at that Ancient stack. Might triple stack it here before 13 or even quad stack it. It is being pinged by Zephyr, so he kind of has the same read that, you know what? This is probably what Alliance are going to be looking to do next, and he's completely right. The stack is now coming in from Hanskin, so would imagine a smoke play could come up soon. I'm hearing a pick pull.
Yep, that was used to stack. Very important that he had pick pull to be able to pull that off successfully.
They didn't stack, did they?
Okay, good effort.
I think the timing was off.
Yeah, maybe. The pick pull needed to be activated about a half second earlier, Cinderin.
Maybe he activated pick pull and the Ancients got scared and ran back.
Yeah, they'd be scared by a pick for sure. S4. Stuck inside the Nature's Grasp. Looks like he's going to be taken out. Does not have Ravage yet. Okay, never mind. Kraken Shield activates.
That's good call. FNG takes him out there.
From the lane.
Nova saves him. Very good.
It takes him out from the lane. Technically correct is always correct. Alliance looking to go on 23 Savage, who's very low on mana right now, but
here comes T1. Dagger on Shaker. They want to jump in.
Oh, Pounce not able to connect for 23 Savage. Cuckoo, like you said, Blink Dagger's there. It gets the Enchant Totem off. And Limp Astral steps to safety. Does that have any more stacks, though? Another 6 seconds before it comes off cooldown. Mortimer kisses from afar.
Very good
Up close, actually, onto 3 heroes. T1 taking so much damage, but the Echo Slam is expended to at least get 23 Savage. It's going to be a trade for 3, though. Triple kill for Hanskin with a god tier Mortimer's Kisses.
Oh my god, can you imagine a damage breakdown on that one? 3k damage.
Not bad.
We're 14 minutes in. That is some sick value out of the Kisses there. And yeah, T1, they were really looking for that Void Spirit kill, but unfortunately, Lion could not fully connect. I think maybe if Cuckoo Echo Slam's there, that could have bridged the gap, but understandably doesn't want to use it, and just really heads up play there from Hanskin to find that angle and get a big old off.
Yeah. Why is it called Mortimer's Kisses anyway?
Why not?
It should be like Mortimer's Belches or something, you know? Like he's not... I don't see the connection at all.
I know you really want to make belches happen in this game, but there's only one hero that has those, and that's Pudge, and that's probably going to stay that way.
It's too bad. This is one of the best Mortimer's Kisses we've seen this tournament for sure. Getting really big value out of that. Zephyr, Cookie connects on top of him. He's going to be taken out very quickly. Never mind. Gets the overgrowth off. They got a little bit too confident. Finally gets taken out, though, but the TPs are here from T1 trying to turn this around. Limp takes a tumble. 3 dead so quickly in favor of T1. Hanskin will get hexed as well.
Limp didn't finish the kill. He had the...
I mean, would that have made a difference, you think?
He thought the Treant was dying, so he used Dissimulate, right? And he jumped away.
Yeah, he thought he had it for sure.
Yeah, what ends up happening is that instead of killing Treant, he gets a 2-man ulti off.
Yeah.
That allows his entire team to connect on both of them. So definitely going to be regretting that. Like, you probably have casualties there regardless, even if you do kill off the Treant with that Dissimulate. But at the very least, both not you and Tide, you don't both
the
get
fact
caught.
That you
and it forced them to Ravage, right? Like, that's the thing. S4 popped the Ravage because he was like, okay, I have to kill the Treant because we didn't get it done with the Void Spirit. And then he doesn't have the Ravage when all of T1 connects. So honestly, kind of a huge mistake there for Alliance that ends up costing them a lot.
As you can see, T1 taking the lead in terms of just the net worth alone. Diffusal Blade now online for 23 Savage.
He is strong.
Yep. Going for the BKB next, so looking to fight pretty early. Has 7 stacks already of Essence Shift, actually.
If he has BKB, he only needs to worry about 1 spell for the entire BKB duration, and that's Stone Gaze. Nothing else is going to touch him at all. They don't have significant single target damage. That's one of the things you trade off when you pick Medusa. She's a very good spread damage carrier, but doesn't, until very late, start having that heavy single target because your natural buildup will favor split shot for the farming, and you don't get like something like first item Daedalus or whatever, right? Like, not that any carry does that, but you get the idea. It takes time. You need 3 or 4 items before you truly start just standing your ground against Slark. So with that BKB, he can feel very, very safe. Oh, he's actually maybe getting eyes on Nico Baby here with that night vision. He sees him.
Yeah. But
it's going to leech a bit of the experience.
Ancients are taken out for Nico Baby, so at least that is not contested.
He's going to wrap around. He will see Hanskin here. He saw the Solar Crest being used, and that means Hanskin has no defensive capability from that.
That's
no
the
plus
Diffusal
armor.
Blade will just cookie himself to the high ground, though. And we see the Stone Gaze going up, but a nice Fissure blocking him off. Cuckoo, in the meantime, looks like that's going to be the sacrifice. Fissures and dies. So not the setup that T1 was looking for. A good defense from Alliance.
Yep. As I've talked about in a previous cast, I always wonder, it gives an insight into what players are thinking when they ping heroes like this. He pinged just pinged Snapfire Medusa.
Looks like Zephyr is going to die. Gets off the overgrowth, but 100 seconds of none of that for him. Okay, I was gonna say, I don't want to jinx it anymore. I'm very hesitant now. That took quite a while, which maybe not so good a sign for Alliance, but they're not too far behind right now, so definitely can find an avenue back in the driver's seat for this game.
Yeah, this bottom tower is definitely gone. Nico Baby's going to take that, working on his Scotty. He went for SNY, opting not to go Manta against Treant, which I think a lot of Medusas would. Overgrowth is very annoying to deal with for carries in general. Sometimes in the past we've even seen carries go Manta BKB first two just to deal with Treant on a hero like, for example, Troll Warlord, who's totally dependent on being able to attack in his ult. But
Overgrowth, Searing Chains, there's a couple things to take off here.
I feel like Manta would have a lot of value here, but Nico, maybe he feels like there's too much, so he'd rather have the status resistance, so at least he gets rid of them faster than having that one quick removal. I could see the logic in that as well. You're playing against Shaker and Lion, there's just too much. Probably. So I kind of like this way of approaching it instead of the Manta.
I like how we just went through a little mind experiment where you've convinced yourself after talking. It's good to see.
Yeah, it's
very open mind. You're able to convince yourself of something else if you want. Oh, looks like Crystal Maiden is done. FNG trying to get the D ward.
That is how all machine learning works, by the way. I train against myself and come to a conclusion.
Yeah,
so
that is quite that's shockingly accurate and disturbingly accurate, in fact. Nico Baby, like you said, working on the Scotty now. As Alliance trying to stave off elimination here in game number 2 of this best of 3. S4 trying to TP out, but the pounce will cancel. Whitemon in the vicinity as well.
S4 trying to run. S4 trying to move.
He's not going to move.
S4 trying to cast a spell.
Thank you for the commentary, Synderin, as always.
S4 trying to respawn.
I would love for you to cast a team fight.
Just Synderin trying to
robot
cast.
Voice. Robot cast. Sounds good to me. 23 Savage now. Still a ways away from the BKB.
FNG.
Yep, that's another death for him. 23 Savage now with 9 permanent stacks of Essence Shift. Gonna harass Nico Baby a bit.
Free stacks.
Yeah, and of course you can see the power of Slark against the Medusa just drains the mana so much faster, especially with the Diffusal Blade on top of that.
We did say it was going to be a hard maiden game, man. FNG is just, I don't know, I'm not in the booth. I would imagine he's not particularly having fun. Not seeing a lot of voice lines, not seeing a lot of laughing. Also can't see him, so that would probably be a little bit hard to see, but
true.
It is, it's tough being a maiden in this game. And in hindsight, you know, Alliance, when they picked it, perhaps this is one of those picks that's easier to criticize because with the information they had available at the time, you set up even more for a good Slark game because it's good against Maiden, right?
Yeah.
And the heroes that you saw at that given point in time was, I think, Treant, Lion, Shaker, which, from my perspective, Crystal Maiden doesn't perform particularly well against. So maybe you were just really hungry for the aura for your Void Spirit and Dusa. But yeah, tough game for FNG, that's for sure.
No doubt. We got the
finally gets the D ward. He fought hard for that one.
It's so hard to ward against a Slark. The fact that he just knows that there's vision in the area, especially with the pro. I mean, in pubs maybe it doesn't matter as much, depending on the skill level, but pro games it is so difficult.
Yeah. Yes. It's honestly one of the, like, that's what makes Slark such a powerful hero when it's a good pick against the enemy, is the added benefits. It's the fact that you get a hero that can find wards and has 1800 night vision, which is a super crucial part at the highest level of engaging fights, getting information for free, making the right decisions. A lot of the time, Slark actually ends up winning the game because he has information that other carriers just wouldn't have in the same position, and you just make one good call that wins you a team fight and gets you Roche. Just flat out off Shadow Dance and nothing else. So, yeah.
Cuckoo has his Ags on the way, so we'll be able to use Enchant Totem to initiate along with the Blink. Yeah, position 3 Earthshaker always feels pretty good because you can get these items really fast compared to what we're used to. Oh, they're going to see a big collision here. Yeah, that's true. Fake Grenade on Earthshaker, pretty disgusting. S4 trying to tank things up as the initiation comes. Carl, let's see the BKB picked up, or popped by 23 Savage, going to town on S4 in the meantime. You can see Ember Spirit creating so much space on the backline. Nico Baby forced his ult out. Now Hanskin not quite going to die here. It's nice taunt onto Carl, but there's the double kill with the Sleight of Fist. He's taking a lot of damage, though. Can he get out in time? It's 23 Savage just focusing on Nico Baby. There's the Overgrowth to keep them in place. There's so many stacks now, but finally the Ravage comes out onto S4, but it's not going to matter, Synderin. This is going to be a full team wipe for T1, and they barely took any damage.
It's such a godly fight from Carl. He just does everything right. See, the fight breaks out, they see the tide, and he gets a little bit of vision on the backline supports. He literally zoned 2 heroes on his own, killed them both, and then lived after. Like, you can't ask for more out of an Ember Spirit in a game like this. Just I'm not going to say he single-handedly won the fight, but he definitely spearheaded it. So you're going to see the replay here. S4 goes out and breaks the smoke. They're going to poke him a little bit here with slight chains. And as soon as Carl sees the backline here, he's just immediately going to go in, BKB up, kill Maiden instantly. Not that that's too big of an accomplishment, but then he's going to go on to the next targets. Notice how Snap can't play. Like, Hanska can't play his hero here. He then kites away. The start's looking dodgy, good slight, and then ultimately gets to reset position. The Hex there at the bottom of your screen onto the Void Spirit, keeping Carl alive. So really good teamwork in that.
Yeah, Overgrowth just sealed it right there. As we see FNG now gets off the freezing field for just a little bit, but not resulting in a kill as of yet. Zephyr still more than healthy. Yeah, divide and conquer right there with that fissure.
Alliance are just not finding moments right now. And while Nico Baby is really farmed this game and is having a good time, the rest of the team are just lacking severely behind based on the nature of the game. Like, yeah, you're going to be able to farm on at least one core in most games like this, but Medusa can't carry this game on her own. There needs to be more damage than just that split shot. Right now, Void Spirit, what are you sitting on? You have not even a Kaya Sanj, minute 24 for Limp, having a very tough game here. Lower net worth than the 3 Tide, who's 0-6 in the off lane. Limp 2-7 on Void. S4 with Hood, Halberd, at least has some sort of defensive tool against that Slark, but the problem is you can outlast, but can you even kill? That doesn't make sense. Outlast was the wrong word. Okay,
Makes
Nico
a lot
Baby's
of
in
sense.
trouble.
Nico Baby, he gets off his ult. They're just going to try to withstand it. FNG and company have come to help out as well. Slider Fist doing so much to have FNG again dead. No big surprise. There's the Searing Chains now. Nico Baby trying to stay alive, but it looks like the right clicks will come through. 23 Savage getting that one with the BKB activated, and they're not done yet. Looks like Hansking is next on the list as S4 and Alliance are starting to crumble here, Cinderin. T1 looking primed to take this series 2-0. They lose one, it's only Cuckoo.
6 for 1.
6 for 1, that is true. Die back on FNG. And into the Roche Pit, T1 goes. So you can see a replay here, the initiation on to Nico. I mean, the fact that you have a here again, we talked about this before, but Slark against Medusa just feels incredible.
Yeah.
Like, is there a better like a carry versus carry matchup for against Medusa?
I think
it's up there.
I think Slark has to be one of the best. I think Ursa deserves an honorable mention just because of how much mana burn he can get out so fast for the overpower, but yeah, it's definitely up there. And like you said, Slark being one of the best. We can go back to the draft all we want. Obviously, the game is being played out right now, but probably something that Alliance aren't too happy about. Someone who is happy there, though, Zephyr, definitely having a great time. They chose to give him Treant this game. I think he's done an excellent job. In all honesty, it doesn't feel like Treant has been the absolutely most integral reason why this lineup has worked, though. It's something to think ahead for the other teams that are very likely to face T1 now, as Alliance are very much on the back foot, but perhaps prioritizing other bans against this team could be worth it. Look at that change in just the last 9 minutes.
Yeah.
Slark and company are up with a 19-1 chance of winning.
Yeah, that is rough stuff. 94% win rate or win probability for T1. Still 4 minutes to go with the Aegis, so plenty of time for T1 to farm the map. Make sure that Alliance gets kind of starved out of the areas that they want to farm and eventually go high ground. They don't have the best high ground, again. We've talked about this before, but T1's lineup, that's, I guess, one of the negatives coming out of it, but
they have so much safety on their course. That's the thing. Like, Slark and Ember can farm hyper aggressively because Alliance's ways of killing them are super limited. I honestly think you can't kill either Slark or Ember without Ravage.
Yeah, you need Ravage.
You can't chain stun long enough, and S4 doesn't have Dagger.
The thing that they're missing, I mean, again, this is hindsight, but burst damage against Slark would be very nice in this scenario.
Oh, here we go.
Jump in from Carl. Looks like FNG is just going to die. No, actually lives with barely any HP, and then finally gets taken out first as Carl will go back to safety. 23 Savage on the back line now, trying to target Limp. You see the fissure come out as well. BKB dodging the Ravage as a result. Limp is going to stay alive, though. Mortimer's kisses from afar. Cuckoo taking the brunt of the damage here. Looks like he's going to drop the first to fall for T1, but 23 Savage looks perfectly healthy for now. Pops his ult.
He still
gets one kill. Nico Baby, very low on mana, which means he is Very susceptible to die here, Cinder. And 23 Savage resetting, going back in, a buyback. You see the mana drain coming from Whitemon as well. Nico Baby pops the wand, but to little avail. Zephyr does get off his ult, but the finger of death taking Nico Baby out in spades. No buyback for him to see a nice freezing field come out, but it's going to result in the kill of Carl. In the meantime, beautiful tail on the 2. S4 on the run, trying to get back into this base. Is 23 Savage not scared of anything because that Aegis is still intact.
That was maybe a little bit too cute there from Savage, but he's obviously able to reset out of here. Guess, how long would he have had on the Aegis? That was still a good 2 minutes left on that. It was maybe a little bit unnecessary, but
2 for 2 with the, I mean, that was a pretty long fight, and only 2 died for Alliance. You got to be happy with that. Although Nico Baby is the one that has to survive in these fights.
Yeah. If they could have got away with that, losing any other hero than Nico, and he gets 1 or 2 kills, is probably a net win. But like this, it kind of turns into a draw. Got to keep in mind, Slark is getting a lot of those stacks now. 16 permanent agility on Savage. Usually you've got to pay good amounts of gold for this.
Yep,
that's just another, like, add that to the pile of benefits that this hero has that we talked about, right?
Yeah, but there are a lot of Slark games that are not good, right?
Yeah.
Like, it does take a certain lineup for it to really shine.
Oh, he
unlike
is
some other
looking.
carries.
He knows they don't see him. Shadow Dance is active.
Yeah. Has his shard, by the way, so has the Depth Shroud to be able to use on teammates or himself.
Yeah.
Basically like a free ult. S4 up. He's going to get pounced on. I think 23 Savage is just trying to get away. And he will be successful at that either way.
Out. They're just going to full reset. They don't have Carl. So we'll wait up. Carl's going to go top, start pushing that out. Obviously, with that, Ags can connect pretty quickly. Going to clean up that wave very fast with double Remnant.
Yeah, working on the refresher. Already has the Ags in his inventory. So we'll be zipping all over the place. The win probability has actually changed slightly in Alliance's favor in the last couple minutes.
1% down.
Yep.
All right, just another 50 good team fights, and then we're there. Well,
I mean, they do have good team fights, to be fair, but the problem is really is Ember Spirit on the backline just killing supports.
This is definitely doable, and what it's going to come down to is ideally that T1 go on Nico Baby, and you get to play your other heroes effectively, right? One of the big differences in that fight, like you pointed out, was that there was actually a decent freezing field for once, and it makes a huge difference. That's what ended up killing Carl. He wasn't expecting that burst of damage coming in from the tree line, so if you do set it up here for Alliance, it could work. Okay, instantly breaking the smoke.
Yeah, Shadow Blade up. Got the ensnare coming out as well. BKB, there's the Echo Slam onto 2. Limp already dead in this engagement. 2 dead for Alliance to start this fight out. Nico Baby getting mana drain for a little bit of time here. It's 23 Savage. Now just focusing on Nico Baby along with Cuckoo, getting the stuns out. We'll see how that status resist works from this time. But the mana drain from that Diffusal and the Essential stacks are just getting out of control for T1. They only lose their support Lion and get 4 kills as the trade. And T1 looking to go high ground. There is a buyback on Nico Baby, but will it matter? The building damage is now coming through.
At the very least, that glyph kills off the siege creep, but this Slark with current 18 permanent agility and 68 stolen.
Pretty good.
Very fast.
See the halberd being used, but this will be a full set of mid-racks in all likelihood for T1. As we're going to give some free stacks to 23 Savage. And T1 going to bide their time here, Cinderin. Like I said, these matches are just so important. You cannot give up leads like this. So likely to play quite disciplined, potentially even waiting for the second Roche.
Yeah, it's not far away. The early respawn is in less than 2 minutes, so definitely is a possibility. I think T1 can just take this top tier 2 tower without too much worry. Carl is going to go and take care of that.
No.
And Savage will also be farming up the Ancient camp on the Dire side. The whole triangle, as a matter of fact. FNG, I feel like I've seen him make this play like 7 times this game. Go to that cliff, place sentry, use a Nova, a D-ward, and go away. And he's died 2 or 3 times there. This time doesn't die, but unfortunately also doesn't find any ward. But whenever you find yourself D-warding that spot multiple times in a row in a game, you know what kind of game it is. Like, that spot is about the most offensive ward you can possibly place as Radiant that is not inside the enemy base.
Yeah.
So pretty indicative of the game state for Alliance. They're just cornered completely.
You can see Nico Baby going for the Divine Rapier, Cinderin. Still about 3K away from finishing it.
You got to do it, honestly. You have to take that risk. Savage gonna find Limp. Oh, the tower though.
And Limp has to Astral Step, uses both in fact, just to make sure he doesn't take another death to his name. And yeah, map control firmly in T1's favor right now as we likely wait for the next rush. So in 30 seconds we'll find out when that will actually spawn. FNG trying to get some map control back, but it feels like he's just died every time he's attempting this. The poor lad.
And they know the word is there because of Shadow Dance. So get rid of that immediately. Nico Baby is exposed here. Alliance are trying to bait him. They really want this fight where they go on Nico. They feel like it's their only chance, and I agree with this 100%.
Smoke up as well. And Orda gets popped. The Ember's here on the backline again. Ravage comes out from S4. 23 Savage does take considerable damage, but again, FNG dies at the beginning of the fight. Carl, look at how much space he's creating. Just absolutely decimates Hanskin with just his remnants. Whitemon jumps in with the finger of death. 3 dead for Alliance, and they are likely out of TI10 after this fight. Medusa takes a tumble. Triple kill for Carl. And S4 finally goes down. He's the only remaining member for Alliance with buyback. They call GG, and T1 moves on. Synderen, Alliance out.
Yeah, there's just no doubt about it after watching these 2 games. T1 just clearly the better team at this event. Alliance got completely rolled both games. There were some glimmers of hope. Again, similarly to game number 1, there's like that one fight around the 10-minute mark. This game, it's the Snapfire triple kill bottom. The last game, there was, I think I was actually also in the bottom area that the fight happened that went well for Alliance. But aside from that, T1 just, you know, they rolled them. Like, there isn't really that much to say. They beat them in all aspects of the game. I like their drafts. They play better in lanes. They play better in the mid game. They got the Roche. They won the team fight. What was a bright spot for Alliance in this series? I'm really struggling to find it, which is a shame, because even if you lose and go out, if you put up a good fight or you look good while losing, just wasn't really their day this time.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, they did pick Medusa, which is a comfort pick for Nico Baby. The fact that it's literally tattooed on his neck, I would hope that's a comfort here when he looks in the mirror every day. But sad to see Alliance go, obviously, because they've had a long road here, and unfortunately doesn't work out. But T1 moves on, and they've looked extremely good thus far.
They look like a team that's going to go further than top 8.
Yes, I mean, a lot of people thought that going in, but we talked about this before. They kind of peaked at the Ana Major, and then since then they tapered off a bit, and then the beginning of the group stage here, they didn't do too well, but have bounced back with a vengeance. So we'll see how far they can go. But with that, let's see what the panel has to say about this resulting series, and T1 moving on.
Thank you very much, Sunspan and Synderen. And to be honest, Synderen basically summed up that match for us. I think our work's done, boys. Should we just... No? Okay, fine. We'll talk about things. I think we should talk about Carl, because Carl had a fantastic game 1 on that Lina mega farm. But in game 2, it was even more impressive.
He was just completely dominant. From the get-go, from the one-on-one matchup on that mid lane versus Limp. But then again, a couple of supports rotating in, helping him out. He gets level 6 before Limp does, and he just dominates throughout the game. He's so decisive, so clinical in the way he fights his team fights. Always instantly jumps into the backlines, eliminates Hanskin, eliminates FNG, and from then on, the game is much, much easier for them.
And the T1 supports were so good at enabling. I feel like so many Treant protectors you see, they're like, oh, you know, I'm going to sit, passively play the side lane, then my core is going to go and I get to farm. No, Zephyr is rotating mid, collapsing on that mid lane as well. So I love the way the supports really try and set up Carl for success.
Well, right now we have got Avo on the sidelines. He's got FNG from Alliance to see what just happened in that game.
Thank you, Frankie. I am here with FNG. Thank you for your time, FNG. So I just want to ask you, what's going through your mind right now?
Well, losing sucks. You know, it's like I can't really tell anything else, but because I mean it is what it is. You know, we lost. We were way worse than enemy, I would say. I mean they played well, and yeah, good luck, T1.
T1 is a scary team, this TI, right? There must be some pride in losing to a strong team.
I mean, yeah, of course, it's like it takes a lot of pride also to say that they're a strong team, you know, as well. But yeah, I mean, I would say we're just not happy with ourselves more than looking at our opponent, you know, this type of feeling we get.
So what do you do now after a loss? How's the way do you recover?
I mean, I guess we just let time do his thing, you know.
All right. Anything you'd like to say to the Alliance fans out there?
Yeah, sorry guys, we tried our best, and thank you for your support.
Thank you, FNG. and we're going to go back to the panel.
Thank you very much, guys. And the odds were against Alliance in that matchup, so they shouldn't be feeling too bad about themselves right now. And you know what? Someone who definitely shouldn't feel bad about themselves is Hansken, because actually there were some great moments from him. Really, really good opportunities with Mortimer's kisses there. There was a great 3v1 situation, easy triple kill, punishing T1. You were definitely impressed, Azad.
Yeah, he did a ton of work, and I believe he's basically the main reason why Carl had to play the way he played, constantly breaching those backlines, because if he didn't, Hansken would continue dominating teamfights. He was demolishing T1 in a couple of those early engagements with Mortimer's kisses, hiding in the trees, and he's positionally an extremely good player. Sadly, in this game, it just wasn't good enough.
And unfortunately, I think some of the other Alliance players didn't set up. We saw S4, game 1 is Sand King just having a really rough lane. Another kind of poor game from him. And Lim not going for Yule's Scepter against an Ember. The reason I think Ember has such a free, amazing game is because what's going to kill him? Like, well, firstly, there's nothing to kill the Slark, and then you have this Ember who doesn't have to worry about any kind of Yule's Remnant catch. It just made Carl's game so easy.
So what's the future for Alliance?
Possible roster changes, possible... I mean, maybe they stick together. Depends how they feel about, you know, whether or not they can work out their issues. I think they don't have the right pieces to be like a true title contender myself. But I don't know. Yeah, it really comes down to what Alliance is looking for.
Yeah, it's a really tough situation to be in. They did win one best-of-1 in the lower bracket, got out instantly after in the next series, but... Then again, T1 is looking really strong. There's a reason why this man has them as the champions in his predictions. So
I'm feeling pretty good about that after seeing them play again today. I mean, it's like, I don't know. These guys, they're really going to go all the way. They took a game off LGD. Sure, they got knocked down, but this sort of performance, I think if you're in the lower bracket, you've got to be very, very scared of going head-to-head with T1 down.
Oh, we should have...
They're going to hit hard.
Apologies for interrupting you, but you said the word bracket and I went, oh, we can have a look at those. So let's take a look, first of all, at the upper bracket, because that's where we're going to be heading later. So your bracket overview there. You can see how many teams are remaining. Vici versus EG is coming up next. T1, they want to face Evil Geniuses, but Vici are going to have something to say about that in the lower bracket. Goodness, that looks absolutely terrifying, Owen, that lower bracket.
And honestly, I know we're getting a little ahead of ourselves, and I know it's the upcoming series, but to say something quick, I think T1 will get that EG matchup. I think it's going to happen. I think Vici's looking to do shaky. Ori yesterday, he was not having a great time mid. That's not going to cut it against EG. I know it's a different series, but to go back to that interview where Cuckoo said he wanted to meet them in the finals, it's not going to be possible, but I think he will meet them in the next round of the lower bracket.
Okay, so hypothetically, in that lower bracket, we've got OG, EG. Obviously, we do have Spirit as well. I don't want to count them out completely. But then we've got T1. So out of those four, whose chances do you rate, Gods?
I'm going to still stick with EG. I think they've shown... I think they have the consistency that you need in the lower bracket. You can't just be this team that's trying to play super flashy, and you're never going to be able to make those super risky plays. I think that's why OG really shined when they were in the winner bracket. To me, EG stand out the team that's going to figure out their stable drafts and figure out a way to win games.
So, EG, you predicting them to knock OG out?
Maybe Spirit will knock OG out.
Oh, yeah.
They could. Are you standing by that prediction right now? On the desk? Lock it in?
What, for who?
That Spirit are going to beat OG?
Maybe.
Yeah,
honestly,
when
maybe.
you said it.
I don't know. I said, well, sure. Yeah, look, Spirit. Yeah, good luck, OG.
It's all right.
No, Spirit's looking really, really good. They really, really are. They look fantastic on previous lands. Now they've come out here. Sure, it was a bit of a knockdown, but the wins that they're having, they look hot. If they can keep their cool, absolutely. Spirit can definitely stand a good chance against OG.
It's okay. I was going to cut you off and let Sir Action Slacks save you, but I thought I'd let you continue that one. You were quite convincing by the end of it. Okay, Sir Action Slacks, who have you got on the sidelines for us?
Oh, my friend, I have a real treat for you. We have Zephyr coming out of a fantastic series there. Man, you guys, first couple days of groups, lose, and you've been on a win streak ever since. Have not dropped a single game. What happened?
I think every T1 fans know it's like we always start so slow. Even us, it's like as the player, we don't know how to fix it.
Well, you seem to fix it. You might have started off so-so. You're ending strong. Before, you know, I got to talk to you about being one of the first Indonesian players to ever get to the International with Whitemon. And now you're here representing not only C, but Indonesia itself. So I just want to give you the floor. Any words to the fans out there that are watching?
Okay, can I speak with Bahasa?
Absolutely, please.
Okay. Mama, aku di TI.
I understood that, dude. I mean, come on. It was 2 words. No, but so you guys feeling confident moving in the uppers? Are you ready for your next match?
Yeah, we are ready. Yeah.
All right. Well, that's fantastic. Sir, keep on that win streak. It's been absolutely a pleasure watching T1, and we will see more of them coming up soon. But for now, back to you.
Mama made it to TI.
That's a dream right there. For many of us, for many of players that have been in that spot, that's a dream, getting to TI.
Making your mum proud.
Making your mum. Oh,
My mum doesn't even know what esports is. She has no idea I'm in Romania right now. Anyway, less of my sob stories, and instead, let's remember the good old times, because it's time to ask the players what they remember.
Welcome to the Dota Archives. Today we shall be discussing something many of you seem to struggle with: items. The game of Dota contains more than 200 of them, with many more having fallen by the wayside in Dota's march towards perfection. While many such items have been forgotten, sorry Fusion Rune, there are a few that live in our minds rent-free, as the kids say. One in particular everyone remembers.
Iron Talon.
Ah, the Iron Talon. Originally designed to help your canny farm, but instead used by your worthless Legion commander to level 1 jungle. But don't take my word for it. Here we are. I say, pro players, remember when Iron Talon existed?
О, талон. Мне очень нравился талон. Да, еще даже когда он нейтралка был, я помню, во-первых, его сам себе берешь, и у тебя появляется возможность типа где-то проедать, где-то варды ставить, если ты пятерка, например. Плюс ты мог большого крипа просто нажать талон, там нюк, и он умер.
I miss Iron Talon because the offlane can start with jungle. And right now, yeah, sometimes I want to start on jungle, so I cannot feed as offlane.
That's the time you play post for, like you buy on Talon jungle level 1.
It wasn't even Dota. You would just jungle. People in pubs would start jungling with Iron Talon level 1. There was like, it made no sense. It actually made no sense.
辅助玩家就打对线会比较用力，然后把对方大哥都打得生活不能自理，对方专野一下就起来，这种感觉真的很糟糕。
You just find the Iron Talon and 7 minutes ago he comes with 2 items and scales you.
I didn't think it was the worst thing in the world. Like, I think PMS was kind of the worst thing in the world.
PMS. Poor man's shield. Back when offlaners were left to fend for themselves, this glorified plank made their lives mostly bearable by blocking 30 damage from every enemy attack. Try right-clicking me now, Crystal Maiden.
Tournament shield was so dumb, man. It was so dumb. Playing against some melee Aggie hero TV or Naga or something, trying to hit the guy, and you just would hit him 16 times, and you maybe dealt 20 damage if you had bought enough stats.
Yeah, it was just bullshit. You just go to the lane. Either if you have 40 damage, which is support hero, you're tickling the guy, and you kind of feel like, well, you know, enjoy your lane carry. I'm getting the hell out of here. You know.
The patch before it got removed, it was just every mid melee hero bought it and went mid, right? And then they just won the lane. It was too strong or something. It had some crazy block percentage.
去美队永远的神啊！对，自从去美队被删了之后，我的火猫都很难上场了。Se sentía muy bien tener un escudo que te hace aguantar tanto, que era que como que venía el support, te pegaba y tú lo mirabas y simplemente lo ignorabas.
Back then, there was one patch where you would pick Legion Commander and you would buy PMS and you would 1v3 a lane. The other offlaner who's like level 2 struggling in like Struggle City, and I'm like just chilling level 5, and they're like, what's going on?
Some items have only just recently left us to go to Ice Frog's item heaven in the clouds. However, the Necronomicon and the 2 demons it spawned shan't be joining them, because they belong in hell!
感觉就没有比这个道具更让酱油讨厌的道具了，哈哈。
You know, I'm just running around and suddenly like these two little guys just gang up on me and kill me, and I'm like, oh, that's cool, I guess.
That item was definitely an abomination of a Dota item at the end. Like, perma haste, slay jungle camps really fast, give true vision, give mana burn, give a hard purge.
然后3级输以后他还能排野，这个真的是恐怖，好吧，恐怖如斯。
Yeah, I don't like my wards to be killed by some guy that just clicked one button and doesn't have any skill.
I spam a lot of tag gears and like people just buy Necro Book level 3 and like clear all my bombs. So like yeah, it's very good that Necro Book is gone.
Короче, нереально бессилен.
As a good riddance, I'm happy they removed it. I'm so happy they removed it.
Yeah, good riddance.
Can I say the saddest moment? Like, why they removed the Necro Tree? Because I love the Necro Tree item. I'm gonna use it, follow to the support, and remove their vision. They are kinda sad, so I feel good when they are sad.
What a sicko. As a man greater than I once said, everything can work. And you, the player, experimenting like some mad scientist is why the game of Dota continues to get better and better. Do not weep for the removed items, for upon that heap of selfless sacrifice we stand proudly today. They will always live on, as long as we remember them. Good night.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the International 10. There must have been some horrible conflict of schedules, for I am Sir Actions Lecture, panel host for this segment. I am joined by the weird man himself, the weird, the beard, it's Tsunami. We've got Jenkins as well, that's unfortunate, and the only person with any reliable analytical skill. Cinderin, so good to have you, gentlemen. What'd you think of the video? Do you remember when these items existed, Tsunami?
Oh my god, I've humbled from the Iron Talon days. I was furious whenever all these offlaners were like, no, actually, you know, I'm too lazy to lane now. I'm gonna go jungle. It was a license to jungle. I despised it. Couldn't be happier that it was gone twice. In fact, it being brought back and then removed again just made it that much sweeter.
Fantastic. Well, our teams are about to show up, my friends. We have Vici Gaming versus EG in a elimination bracket. The final of North America are going to be coming out soon. Jenkins, I will give you one word to describe this match. Go. One word.
Hype.
Hype indeed. Let's go ahead and welcome our teams as they enter the arena. Ladies and gentlemen, can you even have a TI without evil geniuses? This team has switched, they have swapped, but they have dropped into that lower bracket and they are looking as hype as they've ever been. Before, EG used to say they love lower brackets. Going in low, doing the eliminations, snaking their way to the end. Well, these guys have done anything but snake, and they are slaying as they enter the arena. Look at Crit, the man himself, the legend, Ice, the most terrifying timber saw this world has ever seen. And our Tor, ya boy, is this kid on Molly or something? He's going crazy out there, this TI, and he needs himself an Aegis to finally cement the legend. And now, the next team. I shudder to even say the words Vici Gaming, for we are simply not allowed to say the names of gods on the stage. These boys have been going so hard. Now dropping down in the lower brackets to face off against EG. They fight to see who will be the ultimate Dota 2 team, who will be surviving China or NA, and who will be able to own that old logo color scheme that EG used to have. They look exactly the same. They still have it here today as they fight to claim the Aegis. These are dumb boys that don't seem to be able to be put down, and I cannot wait to see how these bad boys do. We actually got a chance to speak to their captain to get a little bit more insight, so let's take a listen.
Vici Gaming comes to TI10 with a mostly new roster from the last international. Their captain, however, is one of 2 remaining members from the team's 5th-6th finish in Shanghai. DY talked with BBC about that experience, which was his first at TI, and more.
那对于你自己来说，那次的 TI 的经历或者说这个成绩，现在去回想起来是怎么样？很满意，还可以，很不满意，哪一种？
说实话，第一次参加 TI 能打到前6的话，我个人是挺满意的。但是可能我的队友他们觉得就是不太能接受，因为我毕竟还只是个萌新嘛。
到了20年，突然疫情一来 ，TI 一下没了。你们当时是怎么讨论的？你自己是一个什么样的感觉？
感觉也很明显，就好比在读高中，你高中3年都在这个为了高考做努力嘛，然后突然有一天跟你说高考不办，那这个时候你这个会发生什么样的变化？相信大家心里都应该清楚才是。
Luckily, March of 2021 brought the return of live Dota events, with the first major of the DPC in Singapore. Vici Gaming managed a 7th-8th place finish, but showed even more of their potential in June's ANA major. In Kiev, it was a brutal wildcard battle against some of the most powerful teams in the world. And VG not only survived, they thrived through a long run in the lower bracket to place 4th overall.
队伍本身的话，大家其实都抱着破釜沉舟的那种心态来打的嘛，就是不求一定要就是打进去，但是一定要就是把自己平时训练的那种东西打出来，就输的也输的不遗憾那样的。
那其实第一天的这个外卡赛程打完之后啊，因为第一天表现不是很理想的关系，我可以看到社交媒体上啊、论坛上啊，其实有蛮多的给你们压力的这种评价。你们打完之后会去看这些东西吗？还是在比赛期间你们基本上会脱离这些东西？
可能他们会有看吧，我看的会少一点。这种东西说实话感觉有点唯结果论，而且来打外卡的队伍这一届真的是太厉害了，能输还是能赢，全凭那个就是临场状态吧。
哎，这就有点像你拿你刚才高考的这个说法，就是哎，我正常高考和我参加了1年高复班之后再去补考，到底是感觉去年状态更好一点，还是此时此刻状态更好一点？
我感觉可能去年会状态更好一点。
哦，真的吗？怎么讲？
真的，因为去年那个时候可能正有冲劲呢，然后现在的话，因为中间隔了快1年之久，然后有1年没有走出国门，现在的竞技状态可能应该是大不如从前了呀。
就是你感觉那种国际比赛的，就是氛围和这个保持一个频度的刺激，对你来说是一个正反馈，是能提高你的这个水平和状态的。
对的，就是你能够在国际赛场上跟不同国家的队伍交手，会一直激发你去前进，就是去跟他们做对抗。
好吧，当然这个有可能这个去年的危机，如果柔系打了 TI10就是铁定的冠军，今年就是可能只能保证进决赛的一个状态啊。
Absolutely. Thank you so much for DY, and we are so excited to get into this match. Gentlemen, I've been talking this entire time. Love the time, by the way, Tsunami. I get the joke. That's hype as hell. But let's start things off at the top, and we'll make our way down. Cinderin, how are you feeling about this matchup, baby?
I mean, I want to start out saying, imagine this, one of these teams doesn't get top 8, right? That's just like a starting point going into this match that I think a lot of people wouldn't have expected pre-tournament. Many people had both teams even finishing top 6, top 4. So that already, to me, is a crazy storyline, that one is going home 9-12. As far as how strong they've looked,
I don't know. It's been a little bit a mixed bag for both teams. They've had some really good games, and there's been games where they've kind of just dropped the ball with advantages. There've been games where they've been rolled completely depending on opponents. So I think it's really hard to call who has the advantage. Obviously, Vici Gaming came in from the upper bracket. They lost a close series yesterday.
Yeah, it was close.
EG got a one-game win on the main stage so far in a less close game. So I don't know, based on that, who you would say looks stronger. I think it's going to be pretty close.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. I just want to talk about the interview because I got some vibes from that interview. I know he was saying like, oh, maybe we're feeling like a little bit less competitive this year, this TI, compared to the previous. But were you guys getting the vibes of like they're just kind of chilling, like they're chill, like low pressure, and almost like putting up the front of like, oh yeah, maybe we're not so competitive, but like really. To me, that's almost a good thing because of like the lack of pressure. And I remember DY said in another interview that when he was there question about the small hero pool of Vici. They're one of the smaller hero pools of this tournament, and he said like, yeah, we have a small hero pool, but nobody's figured us out yet. Nobody's figured out our heroes yet, and so we haven't had to pick our like pocket picks. And so the vibes I'm getting from Vici are just really chill. And I feel like given how this TI has gone so far, that's going to help out a lot.
Well, just because something's small doesn't mean it's not effective, Tsunami. You and on the panel can surely attest to that. What are you thinking about with this match, sir? Do you think that EG have this one shut in? Give me percentages, buddy.
Oh, you want percentages?
I want percentages of EG taking it.
Okay, so I see Jenkins' angle of low pressure, but I think that could be also interpreted as complacency to an extent.
Okay, sure.
I think that they are kind of low pressure, but that means that they don't really get that fire. And I think of all the teams here, I think coming second place, they say that on Olympic podiums, it's usually the silver medalist who is the least happy. Gold medal, obviously, you're very thrilled. Third place, bronze, you're just satisfied that you were able to make it onto the podium in the first place. But silver medalists have the chip on their shoulder, and EG have been silver medalists this entire time. So if you want percentages, I'm saying 69-31 EG.
You can't say 69 on a T9 panel.
So you're saying EG were happier last year when they were getting third every time.
I do think so.
Because then they were lower on the podium, so that was a good thing.
I mean, Vici has also been getting like second and third all year, too. I feel like these two teams are very similar in that regard.
This year specifically has been EG in the silver medal finish, whereas Vici Gaming, you saw at Singapore, they were just like nothing too special. It was IG that was setting China on the stage at Singapore, and then at the Animator it was LGD. Vici Gaming has always kind of taken a passenger seat throughout the DPC and throughout on offline events.
I think your 69 number might actually be quite close because Vici actually has a 40% win rate against EG.
Exactly.
Going into this, and so. On one side, you have Vici who came in from the upper bracket, and I think they looked really good in the VP series. I mean, the first two games, like, they looked Vici favored. At some point, they looked very Vici favored, and then VP eventually won, and that stomped the third game.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I feel like they learned a lot of lessons out of that one. They looked so dominant in game one. And then the Underlord pick, I believe, coming out to counter the Terrorblade, that was an educational game for pretty much everybody at the tournament. And I also agree with you guys on the second place thing. I mean, as my father used to say, second place is biggest, best loser before he would shun me out from the house. So understandable. That is coming out here today. Luckily for us, whoever is eliminated from the International 10 after this series won't be anywhere near second. Cinderin, my friend, let's talk about some drafts here.
Right. Well, what do you want to know?
Oh, just start talking. I usually just throw it over to you and you don't shut up, so I'm trying to...
I was like, we have a draft panel for that. What am I talking
about? Well, I'm talking
draft?
about anything surprising.
Okay.
I think that EG has had some surprising picks. As we've discussed, Vici Gaming, not so much. Did you know in their last series, they picked Snapfire in the same position every single time?
Yeah, they don't have to change. They don't have to change
checks
anything.
Out
Yeah,
with
like
what Jenkins was saying.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think the if you want a little bit of draft insight, I think the players to watch in the draft, honestly, a lot of it comes down to, first of all, Abed's hero pool in this term has been very, like, how to say, it's been very uniform. It's been a lot of these spirit heroes mid. It's been the tempo controllers. Against Vici Gaming, they're going to know what's coming because it's been the same basically every game from EG here, let's be honest. So the question is, okay, how are Vici Gaming going to adapt to that? Because sometimes in Vici Gaming's draft, they get very passive. They pick like these massive teamfight heroes that need really long. I think there was a game at the last major where it felt like, okay, Vici Gaming are just playing until the game is over, and they never really got the fight they were looking for.
Yeah, they have some of the longest games of the tournament.
And there's like two ways of approaching this kind of EG strat. One is that you fight them head on, and you have something that's just as good, or you pick some defensive team fighters that can hold towers, and then you put Poyoyo on some of his like hyper carries like Spectre, Terrorblade, whereas Arteezy in this series I think is maybe more likely to play something like the Luna that we saw the other day. So maybe EG, this is one of the few opponents that they're actually clearly faster than on average. So I think you should play to that if you're EG in this strategy.
How do you know that they won't go, I can outlate game you? Because we saw Arteezy also playing some Naga Siren as well and stuff like that. So which approach do you think that EG would favor?
I think if I were EG, I would probably try the slightly higher tempo, because when I see Vici Gaming struggle the most, it's when they get pressured really hard in lanes. And that's something EG's players are very good at. I think that strategy is way more likely to work against Vici than, say, someone like PSG LGD or IG, who have been, in my opinion, overall looking more consistent in laning stages. So trying to take advantage of that. Carries that I would love to see for Arteezy, Luna, Ursa, you know, these like high tempo heroes could be great.
All right, well, fantastic. Looks like things are about to get rolling, my friends. It is time for the draft panel. Let's throw it on over to Avocado and the boys. It's Avocado. It's Avo.
Evil Geniuses versus VG Gaming. Game 1.
Hello. Thank you for that wonderful throw, Slex. I'm trying to hide in shame after that interview, so I appreciate that. Now people can't find me. Effie is here with me, so is Lacoste, and we're going to be analyzing the draft for the first game of Vici versus EG. I'm going to start out by you, Effie. I know you're a fan of Chinese Dota. What can we be expecting in this draft for Vici Gaming?
I think we're going to see IO very contested amongst both teams. Tidehunter very contested. Weaver, Doom, they're there. And I think we should expect Vici to go for old 11s here in first phase. They didn't do that yesterday, and it was quite surprising. I think they were trying to catch Virtus.pro off guard, but it just didn't work. But in the groups, they've had the most success picking around the same 5 heroes for 11 in first phase. So I think if they can secure that without getting banned out, it might simplify their strategy on how to approach this game.
Yeah. The matchup that I'm most looking forward to is the mid matchup, because I'm a bit worried for Ori. Like, through the Season 1, he's been struggling. Start of the Season 2, he played really well. Yesterday, he got bodied by GPK. There was a lot of fixing that needed to be done by both supports. So if it's the case, like, I want to see him on a better hero. I want him to have that extra, like, 5% in terms of the lane matchup. That's a bit of advantage. This time around, Vici Gaming, Monkey and Lion.
But I'm so glad you brought that up, actually, because that's something that was really concerning me with Ori. He had a really rough season, and then throughout all of groups, it seemed like he really stepped up his game.
Yeah.
And then when he faced GPK, he just crumbled. And we talked about it yesterday, saying that this is the matchup to watch, right? Ori versus GPK. And in the same vein, if he can't win his lane or just go even with Aved, I'm worried for Vici's ability to match EG in tempo.
You were saying, Lacoste, that you were a bit worried before TI started. That you were a bit worried if Ori was back in TI form. We saw him in groups. He looked good.
Yeah. Throughout the group stage, he really looked good. I don't know what happened yesterday, but he's gonna need to step up if he wants to be matched up nicely against Abed. Because as panel talked about, these EG players, they're really good at putting a lot of pressure early on out on the map, so they need to be ready with the TPs, and we can see ET. This is one of the heroes that is better, in terms of counter initiation. EG also, they're not afraid the first phase Ice hero, and here we see it again. Beastmaster plus ET, most likely gonna be 5 plus your position 3 here.
And I'm really fond of first phasing your offlane hero, actually, and it's a bit surprising that Vici chose not to do it again, because typically these heroes do get banned out when they need them, and teams end up with a less than desirable Sand King pick or something like an Underlord even, right? So hopefully that doesn't happen too much, but to add on to ET, this hero has just been so excellent. The way that EG play it, basically, is that crit kind of leaves at some point, and Ice fights or leads the fights for a while, while Crit just sits and farms. He just had a 27-minute Ags or something like that a couple of days ago, and it really works out for them, the way these two players synergize.
ET farm priority, you know that he's gonna give it back. I remember a game where OG won in like 23 minutes. Saxa had the 20-minute Aghanim Scepter, so if you can shift your farm, you know, maybe say, I don't need that extra 1,000 gold, ET is gonna do miracles with it, because once he gets to that Aghanim Scepter, the game just like feels completely different. EG banning out Tidehunter, no surprise there. Beastmaster, ET, they don't provide you with any kind of lockdown, and we already see Doom is being banned out, one of the better counters for the Tidehunter. Vici had a decent amount of success with the Tide.
And this is what we were talking about how they're just going to ban these really strong offlane heroes in this phase, and we're not going to be left with the ideal pick here, and that happened with the Tidehunter and the Timbersaw. ET's just been so excellent, really, that if Vici don't ban something like a Luna or a Terrorblade, this is the kind of draft that EG wants to play.
Yeah, I believe these two heroes that you just mentioned, Effie, are going to be highly contested by both of these teams. I think maybe we're going to see both of them actually being picked if they're not banned out. One thing I wanted to see coming into this matchup is EG getting more tower damage. I'm talking about sieging the tier 3 towers, and that's exactly what they get from the Beastmaster. We still don't see the carry, because Vici Gaming, historically, they've been the team that decision-making in the late game is always going to be good, always going to be top-notch. They're going to turtle as much as they can, so you need to be able to break them.
This Invoker ban from Vici, a little bit surprising, but given their heroes, I do suppose that it makes sense, right? Invoker can purge Jingasak's not the easiest hero to gank mid with Lion and Monkey King duo support, so.
What hero would you be thinking then for Abed here? So actually, let's go to the other mid laner for Vici. Because you were saying that you want Ori to just feel good right now. You want him to feel comfortable. What are some heroes that we could be seeing here for Ori that would get him back in tip-top shape?
Lina, Puck, TA, these are the classic Ori heroes. Even a Dragonite, if the matchup is good, you know, he's not the most flashy hero, but gets the job done.
I think Void Spirit is also a very good hero for him and a good hero in this meta. It's just that yesterday's performance on it wasn't ideal, but he has impressed on it before. I've seen him come back from 30k net worth deficits, but he did have a Doom with him, so that makes a huge difference. I wouldn't mind seeing a Void Spirit for him, that's for sure. It's just depending on what Spirit hero they go for Abed here, it might end up being a mistake, right? So a lot of it is up in the air. And there's the Luna ban that we were talking about. That makes a lot of sense.
Because Luna plus Beastmaster, once these heroes group up together early on, it just feels so good. The tower push that you get from it is insane. You get a lot of team fight as well. Luna with the Eclipse, Beastmaster Core to set things up, and also Beastmaster against Monkey King always going to be good. With the Axis, providing vision with the Hawk. So Monkey in this game might not have the best game. Because usually if that's a position for Monkey, he spends a lot of, like 90% of the time just sitting on the trees.
Absolutely, and I'm glad you brought up Vision, actually, because with the combination of ET and Beastmaster, it seems like these areas like Roshan or the Triangle at some point are not ever going to be secure for Vici if EG do manage to win their lanes and snowball that into an advantage. Monkey King is an incredibly popular hero, and I can see why, but as a support, he's so easily countered, especially by heroes like Dawnbreaker and Beastmaster that are wildly popular in the meta at the moment.
So then does that deter the potential flex of the Monkey King? Because you were talking about the whole idea of picking offlane in their first phase, but most teams have been trying to either pick support plus flex or 2 supports straight up if they have the 2 picks, not the first and fourth pick of the draft.
I don't think there's anything wrong with Lion and Monkey as your position 4 and 5, because Lion fixes a lot of the draft. Sometimes you see like, IO plus 1 extra hero that doesn't have any kind of silence stun, and then you're in a bit of a trouble, which allows enemy to pick heroes that could potentially abuse that. Lion fixes a lot of those issues.
Also, Lion directly counters Abed's hero pool, right? Puck and Storm and Ember. So it's a nice thing to secure for yourself early on in the draft. It's just that Monkey King 4 here doesn't seem like it's going to have the greatest game.
There's a Storm for Ori. You talk about some of the Spirit heroes. Storm is definitely in that pool, very confident on the hero, and a hero with a relatively high win rate this TI.
Well, currently it looks like a good Storm game, right? All there is a Primal Roar. There's no instant stun from the ET. He can jump on him in the backlines and get rid of that natural order fairly quickly, and that's going to be very useful in team fights. I can see him going for something like Orchid BKB this game just to make sure that there's no issue in what he faces next, right? Because I believe there's still a disruptor in the pool, which is typically what teams would go for in this case.
Yeah, they might need to get some kind of silence for the Storm Spirit. Lina also still available in the pool. I don't think you want to go for Ember type of a hero because he just loses the Storm. Yesterday, one of the games, I believe I've said 60, maybe even 65. Oh, well, there we go. Sometimes you just have to go for it.
Because it goes both ways, right? Ember can also catch Storm and things like that. It's just that his job is much harder.
Yeah, for just the laning stage, Storm Spirit feels much, much stronger. And we talked about the silence. You brought it up. Skyrat Mage is going to be that hero, the instant silence that will provide a bit more lockdown for the Storm Spirit. He definitely does not like the plane. You already mentioned the itemization that Storm will need to go for. I think, like, even though you're playing into Beastmaster, BKB as your second item is a kind of must when you're playing against Skyrat Mage, because there are no saves whatsoever on your side. There's no healings. There's nothing that can, buy some time for you to survive in a team fight.
Yeah, so these, as Lacoste was saying, these two picks do ensure an early BKB on Storm, which isn't ideal for him usually. He likes to avoid things like that, but that's just the nature of what happens if you pick him early on. Also, the Slight plus Chains combo is incredibly prominent with Skyrath Mage, right? You'd think to yourself, yeah, I'll combo with Roar, but it's actually much more low committal to do it with an Ember early game. They should be able to burst Storm, Monkey King, even Medusa.
Yeah, between the Natural Order and the Ancient Seal, you have so much magic.
It's insane how much damage you can deal with that. I think VG Gaming needs to get rid of Ursa because he feels super strong against the Monkey King and be inside the Wukong's command, even though it's going to be a position for Monkey from what it seems. Natural Diffusal builder, which is also going to be great against both Storm Spirit and the Medusa. I just overall love Ursa against Medusa matchup. And it's EG is Radiant, so that means that once you do the switcheroo, once the tier 1 towers fall, you can always go to the top lane and threaten the Roshan, because you have really good heroes. Beastmaster will be providing the vision. That means that VG Gaming need to play around the Roche pit, which something is that they don't want to. They want to be playing the bottom part of the map where they have vision.
That's a very good point. I'm looking at this Medusa pick right now, and honestly, VG are in dire need of some sort of defensive offlaner that can come and help when the triangle gets invaded, right? But they've already banned everything out at this point. What's left is potentially Amars, but I don't consider him the greatest defensive offlaner. So VG could just take a different approach.
Oh, it's AM game. Like, they need to ban out AM. These are the heroes that work the best in the lane, both Legion Commander and Slardar, because they don't need mana. They can pressure. Even if you use counterspell, you're still going to get dueled, and Slardar one of the best ones against AM in the lane for sure. So they need, I believe it's just going to be AM or Ursa, whichever one is not banned, the other is going to get picked for EG.
I will agree with that, absolutely. Especially just to go back on the point that I was talking on, there really isn't some kind of defensive hero to help this Medusa at the moment.
There's the AM ban you were talking about, so let's see if the Ursa gets picked up here.
It's not the greatest Ursa game, but if they hit their tempo, it'll become incredibly potent, right? Because typically later on when he plays versus heroes like this, like Medusa and Lion, he's going to get kited, and Monkey King even when he gets items. But if they just want to play this early game snowball advantage, which is EG's playstyle, they win the lanes and just choke enemies out of the map, Ursa could work here, like Lacoste was saying.
Oh, thanks. What about this matchup, the core particularly against Medusa?
I don't remember seeing it, but they have ways of kiting. They have also a great setup with ET Stomp, Roar, long-range initiation, coming out from Slight Chains combo. And it also gives them a bit more tower damage. Maybe that's why they decided to go for Clinks. Instead, something that I brought up is sieging the tier 3 towers, which is going to be important. And VG Gaming with Medusa, I think they're going to feel pretty safe just sitting there inside the base if things don't go well.
Yeah, they don't necessarily have the greatest hero to go in here. Okay, Bloodseeker.
Last pick, Bloodseeker offlane here. Is that...
I don't particularly like it so much, but I understand what they're trying to do with it, right? They want to just instantly kill a target, right? You could put it on Storm Spirit and him and Lion just go kill the Clinks together very quickly. Also, they can just use the Rupture for early aggression, which is what I was trying to say. If you're not going to go for the defensive offlaner that's all been banned out, you have to play the aggressive playstyle. You have to pressure them in order for them to not pressure you.
And it's one way to buff up your Medusa. I maybe expected something a bit more defensive, something that can defend the towers. Bloodrite is okay-ish. It's not your, Earthshaker Underlord type of the hero. But looking at the drafts, I never had a really good read on Klinks, to be honest, like how strong he can get, because he gets pretty strong early on. So, yeah, I think both drafts look relatively strong to me.
Okay. Well, the final point I will add is Vici, team that likes to delay the game. Bloodseeker, great at lane cutting if you go for the Veil build that used to be so popular, and it's getting popular again. So who knows? Maybe they can play the game. But I'm going to wait for that because I want to hear your final thoughts here, Effie. He gave me his. Is there any draft you favor?
I favor EG's draft a little bit more just because it does seem like they can run them over. This Bloodseeker pick, I have to see it properly to understand, but I don't see a clear rupture target. I guess maybe the ET, but like Klinks is going to stand there and shoot his burning arrows anyway, right? And he's going to do it on the roar, he's going to do it on the chains. We'll see how it goes.
Well, before we get into the game, we do have an exclusive interview with EG's coach, Boba, and Frankie's on the sidelines to ask him the questions.
We did. No. Hello, wow, I am very excited to have legend of TI Boba with me right now. And first of all, you're known for your watertight game plans. What was your team's reaction when you pitched them your game plan for Vici today?
Kyle recommended this really good egg place in Romania, so shout out to him.
So you're all egg bound in the booth. It's not really wise to eat a load of eggs before you're trapped with each other.
Yeah, but they were really good eggs though.
Really good eggs. So basically, if you win today, it's because of keeping it Kyle. Let's head over to our casters. We've got OD, Pixel, and Fog.
Thank you very much, Frankie. Yes, game one, it has just begun. We've got a brief pause. I'm sure it's only going to be a brief one. Of course, Evil Geniuses versus Vici Gaming. I'm OD Pixel here with Fog.
Hello.
Fog, what do you want to talk about first? What are you excited to see from these two teams?
Well, we've got Ori on Storm versus an Ember Spirit. I think anybody who watched yesterday saw how tough of a time Ori did have in the opposite of the matchup, where he was playing the Ember Spirit versus the GPK Storm.
Yes,
so I think Ori is probably feeling a little fired up. Probably he's like, you know what? I want to do it back. He's a master tier Storm, so that's got to be the most exciting thing for me. However, he is playing into an instant silence, also roots, so game could get a little bit difficult if he doesn't have a good start. But he should have a good start based off of that.
What's your thoughts really on the way that Vici Gaming wrapped this up with the old 11 Bloodseeker coming in as the last pick in the draft?
It's definitely interesting. It's different from their usual. I was actually not expecting that at all. They usually tend to have old 11 on more of this type of team fighter. This is just a very different style draft for them, where it's a lot more fight heavy early on to allow to give space to Poyoyo. So yeah, just different approach. I do like EG's approach a bit more this time around, just because they do have this easy type of catch, and it's a very momentum-based lineup that they've gone for this time around.
No, for sure. And you like the sort of the choice of carry this game going with the Klinks? You feel this sort of fits the play style that EG's been rolling with?
Yep, they definitely really like the hero. Works well with the Beastmaster. The Death Pact, of course, too, is going to be utilized really well when we do have like the Helm of Dominator, Overlord, etc. picked up. He's going to be able to use that really nicely. And I think Effie touched on it a bit at the end there, is you can just hold your ground. I know the Bloodseeker was picked after it, but they've got Chains, they've got Roar, so if you can just hold your ground and get that off, it's nice. And the lane is, I feel like this lane might be a bit tough for 11, even though he's got so much sustain that comes out as the Bloodseeker. He's versus ET, and this hero's just been so strong whenever you have.
Yeah, I mean, how much you feel PYW is going to be able to do to hold back ET? How safe can he keep old 11 up it?
He probably can't, because you have the double stuns that you're going to be able to play around later on when you get Hex. So he should have a decent time at least, but I think it's still going to be a little... He's going to have a decent time to at least protect him from dying, but I still think old 11 won't get much last hits up here.
Let's see. He's going to pushing the wave underneath the tower here.
I'm honestly just staring at mid, because like Ori, he has to make up for yesterday. It feels like he had a bit of a rough series after that first game.
Easy courier here.
Nice grab. That was the salve. Do they have any extra regen? Okay, PYW did bring a salve out. They're going to need to use it soon. We're just watching the poke. Look at old 11. Just getting constantly hit from those searing arrows, hit from the Astral Spirit, and just walk down. He's going to get salved up and have to hide himself for a moment.
Mid lane, pretty even at the moment. 8 for 1, 7 for 1.
I wonder how well they're going to be able to secure Poyoyo's farm as well. It's a Monkey King, so traditional the Monkey Kings, we'll watch PYW eat a couple hits. He should be okay.
Yeah, it's going to take 2 more. And he's got the Dukes hit round the trees. Fly won't be able to find him.
But yeah, they picked a pretty greedy safe lane, it feels like to me. Monkey King, usually versus these melee heroes, he thrives, like Beastmaster. But Beastmaster plus a ranged hero is actually really strong versus this Monkey King Medusa lane. So I think securing the farm for Poyoyo could be a little difficult as the levels do start coming out for crit. Because you can't trade. That's the problem with Monkey King. Versus these ranged heroes, you get on top of them with Tridents, you have to commit for a kill, but trading is just not really much of an option.
And with a sort of Beastmaster, the hero in general, why is it that I feel like we just didn't see this hero as much as we thought we would see it coming into the tournament?
Ori taking a hit there. I think it's just a very player-specific hero, and also it's not this big team fighter. I think TI tends to just bring more team fight than any other tournament, so he's just different. He's a pusher. He's always going to be good with the itemization, especially when Dominator's populator, but you're not a massive team fighter. You're all about like pressing your advantage and taking objectives. Already seeing an early rotation. Grit hanging around the mid lane. Abed is having a pretty damn good time. He's played really nicely around his Sleight of Fists with his Flame Guard and dodged out, I think, 2 or 3 Remnants to keep it active. And it's pressuring Ori. And we do see the early point in chains picked up on Abed. So it could look to set up for early kills with those crit moves. RTZ does take a Blood Right, a big one.
Yeah, how's he doing for regen? He's just got the stick on him as Fly. So now got that side back out, he does. Yeah. So RTZ will be topped up. Some definite pressure. I mean, old 11, for the struggles you thought he may have up here, he's farming pretty darn well.
Yeah, he's definitely recovered really nicely. Killing that courier, I think, was a big deal too, because Fly has no regen, so that he can't like trade as effectively. So they are able to pressure RTZ a little bit more. And bottom too. I mean, DY's doing pretty good work. Poyoyo is up to that 17 last hits. I think he secured 1 or 2 boars as well. So whenever you can kill even 1 boar in the lane, it always feels great. That extra big burst of XP. Are seeing the runes being checked out. DY camping bottom. Abed able to get the 1 rune. DY will look to protect this one for Ori. But Abed's coming out even in the matchup, and we saw, of course, how GPK, he really handled Ori in that one. But as we know, Abed very comfortable in this matchup. Knows exactly how to play around those slight dodges versus the Remnants to keep Flame Guard active.
I mean, all things said and done, out of all 3 lanes, all cores are having a fine time. Nobody's getting bullied completely. First blood will finally fall on the top lane. And they won't look to dive for RTZ. Old 11 able to beat him back. So these kills already, I think, get some level advantage on the Bloodseeker. The setup is there. RTZ, he's in trouble. He's going to get taken down. PYW finding him. And I guess RTZ just not expecting PYW to lead in through the trees and the burst to be there from the setup into the Blood Right, but it was. That's RTZ out there. I mean, that's huge. That's blowing that top lane wide open.
They're playing the lane just like really well. PYW is perfectly in position every single time. Mid, you see that crit rotation. PYW is coming in to help.
So they get the kill. PYW won't be able to set up anything on his own. So EG at least able to make something happen elsewhere whilst the top lane starts to fall apart.
Abed sees a small camp stack. He also identifies that there's vision on the high ground there. Actually, cool play there by Abed, dragging the wave to the left so he knows there's an obstacle there. It's only there for 10 more seconds, so unlikely they'll get the D ward. But now mid, PYW shows his face.
Yeah, Abed's just going to jump straight away. He's got the 6 and he uses it immediately. And he goes with the Remnants, the follow-up burst from crits enough. Making sure only used the couple there as well. He's still got the Remnant to reset and return back to the lane.
And immediately double-checking runes. Fly checks top rune. They have crit double-stacking Ancients to make sure that the Clink stays able to catch up after this little of a tough start in the laning phase. And they will be able to get that Illusion rune top. Abed also steals the small camp stack that we were mentioning from before. Really looking to shut down Ori. They look like they're bringing both supports, though, now. Vici, this is a very common move we've talked about. I know at Animajor, people were really harping on how much Vici did do their double support movements around that 6-minute mark to help out Ori. I think EG's kind of expecting that. They're starting to make their move away. They're leaving RTZ up top and just making the moves around with crit and with Fly toward bottom.
I mean, top RTZ's got to be careful.
He really
PYW's coming over again. 6 is about to be there on old 11. If they get any sort of setup onto RTZ here on his own, he's not going to stand a chance. Bottom lane, trying to get him with the aggression, EG. 2 supports backing up Ice, but Poyoyo keeps himself firing it back. We'll see the attempt up top, but not quite able to go there. Old 11 didn't quite have that level 6 here. Still waiting on it in a creep or 2.
they've slowed down Arteezy so much. We've seen a lot of times with these Clinks, they just rush the Maelstrom without even boots. He has to go boots in this matchup just because he's getting run down. And yeah, Old 11 is gonna be 6th now.
Yeah.
With Treads, with Urn, very strong.
I mean, can Arteezy even stay up here on his own now? It seems so dangerous.
Perhaps waiting for them to maybe overcommit, checking if Abed has a TP, then they'll probably look for a counter gank play. Doesn't want to just straight up abandon the lane. They are seeing the rotation though. They have this ward that Fly did place
yeah, he's
before
got
he
to
left
get
the
out.
lane. Yeah,
he's backing off.
Yeah.
Arteezy knows he can't stay up here any longer.
They already have a jungle ward though placed for him, so they're gonna be able to watch him if he ever does farm these camps inside their safe triangle. Abed though, since he sees the storm move top, immediately starts pressing onto mid, looking to go for some tower damage. And they will send Poyoyo to the mid lane. So again, both of these safe laners abandoning their lanes.
Yeah, and Poyoyo, as the Medusa, can sort of sit around and farm this mid area of the map without any threat from EG's heroes?
Yeah, they've got the counter gank, same thing, right? Like Ori, he walked top, he didn't make the teleport, so he didn't have to use his teleport. Same thing for Old 11, they both have TPs available. If Poyoyo gets gone on, I mean, he's priority #1. They'll double TP to protect him. So laning phase, first 8 minutes, Vici, about 1k gold up because of that top lane being so successful, 900 ahead of the Clinks on that Bloodseeker.
The difference in the carry here for Cyril so far with the ease of lane they had to start things off with. Arteezy gonna have to do a little bit more of a recovery than Poyoyo.
First, and also Vici takes the first tower. Usually the team with Beastmaster is the ones who end up getting that first one, but EG will quickly catch back up as bottom will get sieged.
Nice Vici as well. They're keeping the 3 heroes up around this tier 2. Again, just Arteezy having to play so cautiously. He's been completely left on his own on this half of the map by the rest of his team with EG looking for these sort of objectives. So yeah, just such a scary game for Arteezy in these early stages.
It's great prioritization coming out from Vici, just, keeping everything up there top, making sure that Poyoyo has all the space in the world. EG does have, of course, that recovery method being built up. We see the stacks, triple Ancient, double Hard Camp. So he will be able to farm that. Once he gets his Maelstrom, of course, we've seen this time and time again, the Burning Barrage on it, so.
Stupendous.
I mean, what's the plan here for EG? How do they free this game up a bit more for Arteezy, getting this space secured?
Well, as long as he's not getting invaded into his triangle, I think it's now okay. Like, everything's starting to stabilize for them. They're going to start looking to rotate and collapse on mid with Ice soon. And already they have pretty deep vision as well. Both teams actually with kind of similar style of vision this game. PYW looking for the smoke up. They're taking Ori bottom.
So what sort of setup they can get? DY scanning things out, but Abed knows he's watching.
They're watching Abed though. Look at this early ward they placed on the Tinker spot.
Ooh, a lovely little dodge there from Abed as he avoids death, absolutely. He gets caught by one of those stuns. He is gone.
He has a regen too, so he's back all the way up to full. And walking into their jungle is a little scary for the supports. Walking into a Beastmaster with all these creeps. Look at PYW getting slowed down.
EG, they're just charging straight for the line. They'll get him. Jump over with the Remnant. PYW's gone. They might want to try for more underneath the tier 2. DY and Ori are down here.
They're thinking about it.
They have Roar at the ready from Ice if he wants to lead in. Quick jump from Abed over to the side.
Oh, I can hear the
It's going to be okay here. Ori not wanting to go for the grab. No, there's a lot of EG around.
Did you? He slighted and Quelling bladed the tree during the slight to cut DY.
damn.
I mean, it doesn't kill him, but it was a little bit of fancy footwork.
I was going to say, just sort of saying, hey, I'm going to do this. Watch out, DY.
I know where you are.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. We've got to look out for those plays coming out again from Abed.
Yeah, DY has to be very careful since he's playing versus the Beastmaster. That's another reason why EG did pick it, since that Monkey King was picked so early on. Gonna always be able to scout out inside the trees there for Abed to do that. Both teams just getting a lot of farm though. Just chilling back. Poyoyo must be quite happy just sitting inside the triangle. Arteezy not doing nearly as well as the Medusa. Already level 9 on Poyoyo. Arteezy's only level 7.
Yeah, nice. Poyoyo's having a great time. And the fact that Old 11's getting so much as well. At this stage of the game, Vici Gaming very much having 2 carries almost with Old 11 farming as well as he has done from that off lane.
Arteezy's game might be pretty difficult. Like, Old 11's just gonna Atos him, just blood right full commit onto him inside most of the team fights, I feel. He really almost has Atos. It's about to be done. That's when we'll probably see the big action kicked off from Vici, but they might look to anyway fight around mid tower since CG is collapsing with that Beastmaster.
See what they want to do about this Vici Gaming TP. Coming over from Old 11. He's ready to join the crew here. It's Vici Gaming. Everybody apart from DY right now around this mid lane. The tier 1 falling slowly. Poyoyo's going to start to try and clear it out.
Haven't shown the blood right. That's their best way to wave clear besides the Medusa snake. We'll stop the push though with that snake, of course, and EG's gonna smoke. Look to catch around the Ancient side. I think they're recognizing that, you know, it's Arteezy's not able to farm the Ancients because he doesn't have Maelstrom, and Poyoyo's just freely farming Ancients at every single one of these camps, so they have to slow him down.
They've got to do something, and they have got good kill potential with the Mystic Flare. Ancient. Let's see here. What's next here? We're back. Don't know, ladies and gentlemen, if you lost us, but we are back. Not quite sure what happened there. Maybe you can still hear us. And we couldn't hear one another. Hopefully it's all good. Anyway, bit of a brawl there between the two of them. Could have got, definitely got a bit messier, that.
Yep. I think EG's probably pretty satisfied. They got Poyoyo. It allows Arteezy to sit back, catch back up. He's got Maelstrom. He's starting to work on those Ancients, as we were mentioning, which is a quad stack. So that should accelerate him almost all the way back up. He's still going to be slightly behind the Medusa, but catching up significantly in levels because of that pickoff. EG probably wanted to get a little more, like pushing forward for that tower, but the positioning there from DY's ult just kind of did dissuade them from pushing forward. And also, I believe it is the Bloodseeker that ends up surviving through all of it too, because he was dropped so low.
It was that last bit of damage was chasing him for crit. But able to actually get back and reset old 11. I'm going to try and jump for him in the mid. They got the chain set up. Mystic Flare comes crashing down this time. More than enough damage from EG. They get that set up into the ult from crit. And not many heroes are going to stand a chance at this stage of the game. So much damage at this point.
And immediately starting to siege the tower. Starting to crawl their way back into this game. Vici still looking to split up around the map, just looking to get this. I mean, they are playing much more of a greedy lineup with this Medusa, Storm, and Bloodseeker chorus. Until they do have that, pretty much the Atos on the Bloodseeker, it's a lot harder for them to just force this action. Unlike EG, where their action just needs to come from a slight chains, and then that's a setup for the Skywrath every single time. As we are seeing that 60% win probability from these last few moments. And EG, with that mid tower taken out, they can start accessing into the Ancients and denying this away from the Medusa as well.
Backing off from the mid here as well. 15 minutes in, just 3-5.
PYW has been quietly farming the top lane for a very long time. He is 600 gold from Blink Dagger. Should have a pretty decent timing on that one.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty huge. It's all about the catch for both these squads. The amount of follow-up.
EG just has clear, like look at this ward. It just completely sees all of Vici walking through, even the ward up on the high ground right above there too. It's going to see them walking even more so through. So clear information right now for EG of what they want to do with their next move. And Abed's invis, or sorry, smoked up.
Yeah, ready for that chain setup.
And they even had like a Hawk even as well on top of old 11.
So they want to go for that. They know that how much is standing around old 11 here.
They just need the Skywrath in range with the chains. To see Poyoyo picking up his Manta, so he's got much more survivability versus that chains combo. He's gonna always be able to disengage with it, so understood why he's gone for this item build this time around rather than we saw the S and Y earlier. Needs a way to be able to disengage from the Ancient Seal and those chains. And now up to 1k gold lead for EG. Arteezy's getting all the space in the world to just sit back while his team pressures the Ancient side. Vici might have to just smoke and potentially just try to clear their Ancients because Poyoyo's getting a lot of farm denied away from him.
EG have dealt perfectly with the way that Vici were able to gain that lead in the first sort of 12 minutes or so of this. Addressing the problems directly, and now Vici Gaming, they're the ones that have got to try and rectify the state of the map right now, of EG taking control.
Look to clean up the creeps. 2 boarders down. Will they get the Centaur? They won't. Slow-paced game though, Owen. 3-5, 1640.
Stupendous.
I mean, who sort of benefits from it the most? Do you just sort of look at the Medusa and feel that Vici Gaming are going to be the more comfortable with this sort of slowdown in action, or VG always got the tools?
You know me. There's an ET on one side.
That's true, the ET. I mean,
Natural order is a pretty good mechanic.
Yep.
And Arteezy, he's gotten total time to catch back up. He's still behind, as we say, versus that Medusa, but so many recovery points. And the game for Ori is difficult. He's going to be going for the Orchid build since you pretty much have to on these Storm Spirits, but a lot of different things that can just trip him up. The instant silence, the chains, these two things are just easy. It's either one of them just catching onto him, and he's just likely dead.
And, you know, no sort of ways to bail him out either. It's not like VG Gaming have any sort of save. And we're just going to bail Ori out. He gets caught, he's dead, absolutely.
Exactly, yeah. Ice already has the Helm of the Overlord, too, and looks like they're going to find another kill with that. Just amazing vision that they have, really. Like, EG's just constantly able to play around this, because they have all these deep wards down, they have the Hawk that can play around, too, and Vici just doesn't seem like to be able to fight back.
No, not at all.
With a Beastmaster lineup, we're getting even one kill.
Yeah. Straight to the Rosham. And yeah, with that continued vision around it, they're going to have any sort of information on VG Gaming approaching immediately.
It's just dead too fast. Their actual best teamfight hero is the Monkey King in this game until Deuce starts to feel like she can get involved. So a free one for EGI. Very crisp macro movements.
That's just solid stuff. They're just controlling this triangle completely.
Yep.
They're going to try and fight VG. They're going to go with the zip and straight away, but there's the counterplay. Ori is just gone. But they'll lose the Aegis, but they don't care about the CG. They're more than happy with this sort of a trade, as Old 11 also taken down on the front of it all. Now the chase comes out from Ahmed. Straight over towards the Deuce, and Poyo will be able to remove the chains with the Manta, but they're still trying to dive in onto him, over to the side. The tree is cut, DY hits the ground. You've got Ahmed just diving into the base, past the tier 3s, chains him back up. He's going to be able to kill the Medusa. Poyo's dead, get back out of there. DY cut down as well by Crit. As EG, I mean, it's
picture perfect, really.
I mean, what did VG Gaming do? It was sort of a slow start, and then as soon as they lost that triangle to EG, they lose the Roche, they lose the team fights, and now this sort of a hit where pretty much the entire team goes down. I mean, EG's just hitting their timings, and VG Gaming, they're getting shaken up real bad.
Crit already has Natos. So that offlane Bloodseeker, who ideally wanted to get some type of pickoffs off, hasn't even gotten an opportunity, it feels like, to use Rupture, to even use his Atos. And as we mentioned, Ori, that was a big risk. He's just dead every time if he commits like that. He needs to have somebody else start the fights.
I mean, he needs to have his next item, really.
He just got the Orchid.
But I mean, as you said, though, it's just such a hard game to play with the Orchid alone. You've got nothing to protect yourself.
Yeah.
EG is absolutely going to catch you. You can only go in and silence one hero.
He has to have the bodies going for him first. Like DY has to throw his life away, or Bloodseeker has to just throw his life away so that the Storm, so Ori can actually get to play zero in these lanes, or in these team fights, because he's get chains, get silenced every single time he's dead.
Yeah, I know. And look at this as well. EG no stopping straight round to the bottom lane.
And look at Abed too. He's had the Javelin locked the whole time for that Maelstrom, and he's just going straight for BKB. They might just end this game really early on.
Absolutely. I mean, with the push potential that the Beastmaster can help them with, they have every means to take a sort of early high ground. They take one more fight against Vici like that one just now outside of the base and are able to wipe them. You know, these tier 3s of VG Game are going to get focused very early on in this game.
And they're even just pushing bottom. Like they have to address this on the side of Vici because of how big the Beastmaster is. They're always going to have to send a hero to react. And because of this, now look at EG. They're ready
this
for the move.
I don't know if VG Game is going to be ready for EG coming from this angle.
They're trying to bail out. They know.
Old 11. He will manage to TP out. PYW and DY, they are going to fight back. Zippo, but
Ori's just gone.
He just disappears.
Did he even get disabled? I think he just died to the sheer damage.
It was just the raw damage. He goes and he's just gone.
That's not even with everybody, too. Ice was still just lingering around the mid lane. They kill the Skywrath, but they lose 3 big ones.
I mean, everything continuing to plan here for EG.
It really has just been picture-perfect planning for them. Yep. After those lanes didn't go perfect for them, they, like you said, invading the triangle, denying that away from the Medusa, seems like a recipe for success, as they have just so much dominance now. 2 tier 2s taken out so early on. Now just going for top as well, and the control continues.
It's going to be another tier 2 soon. I mean, if they keep this pushing and turn just the tier 1 into a tier 2 as well, I feel like this has got to be one of the games where all tier 2s have gone down the fastest if EG keep this up.
I agree.
Just some insane pushing early game here from Evil Geniuses. Vici Gaming, they've got to regroup, gather themselves, and think about how they're going to hold in any sort of team fight. They're going to try another move here, Ori. It's going to go straight over towards Fly, but Fly's pretty tanky here. The blood rifle will come out, but Fly's still alive. They've silenced Ori. Ori's gone. DY as well. The damage comes through from Artesia's old 11 hits the deck. Fly will fall, but now Poyoyo surrounded by EG. P1W will attempt to help out, but he can't keep his Medusa alive. Poyoyo falls, and they're going to call it 22 minutes in. Evil Geniuses just destroyed Vici Gaming. They just slammed them out the way. This was a complete beatdown, and EG, I mean, this is the cleanest Dota they've brought out so far. Yeah. It was picture perfect. They
10 minutes
ticked
of
all the
perfection.
boxes.
Wow. Like actual 10 minutes of perfection, right? It just, they had Ori's number. It feels like Vici just slowed down a little bit too much, didn't utilize that heavy farm that the Bloodseeker had at the start, weren't able to force any fights, and then EG just hit this timing of the Beastmaster, started the push, took over Ancients, and like you said, perfect.
That was, I mean, that's just one of those games that I think from any sort of the other teams here or people interested in high-level Dota, you just watch back that replay and just look at every single movement that EG made drawing up to the closing of that game, because you just can't let them do that. I mean, EG game, they just had nothing. The few fights they turned up to, just complete shambles. You know, Ori's going in, he's dying immediately. And, well, yeah, that's a rough game one for Vici Gaming. They are going to really have to pick themselves going into the game too, Fog.
One of the best vision games, I think, if anybody does want to look at for those like 10 minutes, because they had absolute vision control. They saw all the moves Vici was trying to make. The move mid, you know, that's where Vici thinks that they're going to be able to get something for Ori, and they saw it coming immediately, and boom. They just get like a full cleanup kills. Arteezy was able to sit back farm. Yeah.
That's it. Perfection there from EG in this game one. We'll see if they can do it again in the second one, but what a start for EG in this series.
Thank you so much, Odie Pixel Fog. My goodness gracious, that was a game. A blink if you miss it. EG coming out in full force. Tsunami, my man, I haven't seen anything like that on the stage so far.
Odie Pixel said it. It was near perfection. I don't really think that you could have optimized any more than that entire game, which is funny, Jenkins, because you and I were speaking before this entire day started about how Vici Gaming prides itself on optimizations and how EG may be not taking the same early game approach, but here it just seemed all flipped on its head.
Yeah, I think the question we had was, so the way Vici likes to play is they're one of these teams that they will rotate heroes around in the laning stage just for efficiency. They don't do it for kills. They're not going for these like smoke plays or anything, but they just put this wall in front of you in the laning stage where, like, you know, there's a Grimstroke in the safe lane pushing the wave out safely from trees with the Quelling Blade. Somebody's jungling. They just do this like efficiency in the 10 to, you know, until like 10 to 15 minutes. But EG just broke it. And I think that was the question we had, was like, Crit is the type of player that runs around and makes opportunities happen. And I mean, I didn't think it was going to go like that. I mean, I figured that there was going to be, okay, one of these playstyles was going to win out. Either it was going to look like Vici was a wall and EG couldn't break it, or Crit was going to break it wide open, and then Vici was going to look maybe not exactly like that, but close to it.
Right.
Yeah, I feel like what's interesting in that game is how long it's kind of a lull for, right? Like, there's not much happening for, let's say, 15 minutes, kind of slow. And then EG are like, okay, we flick a switch now. This is what we wanted. We have our vision heroes to have their key items. We're strong at fighting. We're going to run at you until it ends. And that's basically it. And honestly, I can understand this GG out from Vici. It might look like tilt or whatever you want to call it, right? Because like, it's such an early GG in the game, but everything their lineup wants to do and everything EG's lineup wants to do, it's just been like, EG have just accomplished everything. They have full map control, they have a grip of everything, and they're winning the fights. So coming back from that is almost impossible. And sometimes it can be better to just be like, okay, call a spade a spade. We lost. Don't break yourself down mentally. Go next game.
And I think EG is the type of team too that they probably weren't considering this, but just as like a fact, like EG is the type of team that during the whole NADPC, we saw that they would often take these really long games, but the moment that you give them an opening, they go straight for the jugular and they just destroy you. So EG was this weird team where they would be very patient. They would play for only like perfect plays, the best opportunities. But then the moment that they could get that, it was like just all gas, no brakes. And in this game, it just happened so early that it was arguably this was like the biggest stomp of the playoffs, I would say, so far.
Yeah.
Is that how you feel, Tsunami?
Secret OG, maybe game 2.
Yeah, but at least they fought until
that
like
was an EU stomp.
They fought it out.
Yeah. And at least like tier 3 towers are falling at some point, tier 4 towers, so you call GG after that. Whereas this one, and it's what I have been critical of for Vici for a long time. I don't think that they have the same killer instinct that Evil Geniuses does. Even though both these teams have been proven to be very consistent, Vici Gaming is just consistent to a slightly less flamboyant degree, and they will be top 6 finishers consistently, but rarely ever grand finalists.
Well, this is the chance to prove it, right? I mean, they've got to win this one out and move on forward. This is TI, man. This is like the make or break moment. Do we continue to follow in kind of the calm that we were talking about, the same kind of drafts that are a little predictable, or do we pull out something crazy? Now, speaking of crazy, by the way, we had some nuts moments on our first draft, and I want to make sure that for Game 2, this is a very serious series where someone will be going home from the International, that we keep things professional and on track. So I would like to welcome a friend to the panel here. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may please introduce my little friend Peepo. Peepo the tiny meepo. Now Peepo is here because, don't touch Peepo. Peepo is here, and he does not like it when people say cringy or weird things. So Jenkins, if you ever say anything, you're going to make little Peepo cry. Don't touch little Peepo.
Three bees can replace every bird. Birds are not held accountable. They should be held accountable. Oh, he's blurring out.
He doesn't like that. You're fading him from existence.
I blurred him out.
Don't walk in front of little Peepo.
Hey, what the?
Little Peepo cries. Do not do this anyway.
Who's been a good boy?
Don't touch little Peepo. Focus on the panel. Thank you very much. Very important match here. And little Peepo, he will cry tears of shameness for what you've done here today. Anyway, we got a little piece here to give you guys some more insight into Vici Gaming. Do not touch little Peepo, please, as we take you over to there. Let's take a look. Little Peepo.
就是整个 TI 生涯里面最伤心，或者说最惋惜的一个场景，应该是在。
那可能是 TI6 那年，我好像在以后面打的 TI 嘛。 然后那年小组赛也比较顺利的。
然后我们赢了 A 队以后，我们已经锁定前6了。然后在下一场的胜者组决赛那个比赛中，我们就是那一场比赛对我们来说很关键。我们在那一轮遇到了一级战队。
当时其实我们觉得一级并不是很强，我们挺有信心拿下那场比赛的。
This racetrack, that's going to be mega. EG going to need a miracle, not a position you want to be in if you're an EG fan right now.
纣王，然后当时场面我记得我们还是挺优的，甚至一度破了别人的3路，已经出了超级兵。
The EG might just not have the bodies to do this. Can they get PPD out? He gets a more tap away, but no! The extra damage comes down from the Warlock as a fatal bond eliminates him, but nice! He almost dies. They're or might enable them to still win this game. EG might be able to do this. They're holding it at the bench here again. If they kill him, he'll take him out. They revive back in the tier. Oh, the throne's going down. The throne down to half HP. Game
1. 然后就被超级兵翻盘了嘛，然后就作为史诗一直被大家吐槽嘛，就领先特别多，然后被超级兵翻盘了。
TI 上的超级兵翻盘，
因为我跟艾斯艾斯的关系也好嘛，然后我就打完特别生气，然后就非常生气的指着他说：“哎，你小狗实在让我太失望了。”
然后直接影响了我们那一把输了以后，直接影响了我们第2把的心态和操作，直接导致我们第2把输的很利落。
All right, fantastic there as we enter. Little Peepo, he's still here.
Get him out of
no,
here.
No, keep him.
He does not like cringe. Look, he danced as soon as you start talking.
Like
anyway, back to this. We have one game away
He's come
from
to the wrong
potentially Vici Gaming exiting TI. Please stop dancing as we continue now.
Idle animating.
That is an idle animation. He seems to like it. He is not dancing. So, okay, that
There
was
he
cringe.
goes.
Let's
Yeah.
move on. Cinderin, back to getting serious here. Little Peepo, get out of here. Don't make Daddy smush you, little Peepo. It's time to go. Time to get serious again. Bye-bye. Perfect timing.
Great.
We practiced that for 6 hours this morning, so I'm glad that it went through. All right, so Cinderin, you're in Vici's shoes. Is that a game that you would have GG'd out quickly to get your head back into the game? And I would like to say to the new viewers here at Dota 2 that doing such an action, not a bad thing. You got to get your head in the game. You got to move quickly. Cinderin, I rescind my question to you because our teams are simply entering the arena. I don't care what you have to say, Cinderin, because I would rather see the teams enter. It is almost time for game 2 as EG face off once more. All right, now you can
Let me know what
answer
you
the
care what I
question.
think.
Go ahead.
I'm ready.
Cinderin,
You care now?
I do care.
Unrescinded.
Where's Peepo?
Where is Peepo?
Please focus on the match
Okay,
here, Cinderin.
so I think it depends a bit on your team dynamics. There are some teams that the most important thing, honestly, is that the team is on the same page about what your your approach is to GG calls. Some teams have the mentality we play until the throne falls, no matter what. Others have the mentality that if it's over, it's over, and those two things don't necessarily always align. And for Vici Gaming, I honestly don't mind the GG. Like I said, I feel like the game's just lost, and it's something we've seen championship teams also GG out in similar situations, especially player that comes to mind, a lot of PPD-led teams will GG out in positions like that because, like, I had a strategy, I had a game plan. It either we mis-executed or it was a bad plan, but either way it's over, and you don't want to waste all that energy just grinding through a loss if you feel like it's hopeless, right? It can look like tilt. Like I said, I think Vici Gaming are going to look better in this game, and they're going to change some things up, and they just identified that game was just not going their way.
I think so too, and I think Vici is the type of team that they usually have a pretty stable early game. Their laning is strong. Like I said, they don't go for kills, but they're really good at playing the laning stage efficiently. So coming out of it and getting snowballed on like that, I don't think that's necessarily something that they're used to. Their warding in the early game too is like, I think they have top 3 efficiency in terms of
top 2
efficiency in terms of warding.
I alluded to it previously, but yeah. There's this interesting metric on how efficient you are with your sentry wards, how many sentry wards you place to find an observer ward. LGD, obviously the best because they are seemingly the best at everything, but Vici Gaming is a close second.
Are you telling me that people actually keep track of the efficiency of sentry wards?
Very much so.
My goodness gracious. I don't even buy them.
Yeah, while you were doing a little
100% efficiency.
researching that.
That's right. You know, if you don't buy sentry wards to D-ward, that's 100% efficiency, guys.
Divide by 0.
That's right. So anyway, though, interesting to talk about these drafts again. Tsunami, you've been a little critical of Vici for kind of playing by the playbook, always doing it the same thing. Do you expect us to go to potentially crazy places here in this draft?
No,
see something new?
I think they should go back to more what they were familiar with. You mentioned that they had picked Snapfire every single time previously in their upper bracket series, and so I think that that's something that they can rely on. It's even tough for me to diagnose something that was wrong with them. I think it was just EG getting everything that they wanted. I think maybe ban out Ice Beastmaster. I think the vision thing was, to me, the downfall, especially in such a quick game. I think with Ice could have been on a variety of different heroes, but it wouldn't have ended that quickly. So giving Ice such a powerful vision hero, like maybe even ban out Nightstalker, stuff like that, I want Vici to focus more on not letting Bulba get what he wants, not letting him have his Kyle Egg strategy come to fruition.
Yeah, what in the name? What is the Kyle Egg? I believe I missed that.
You didn't hear the interview?
Does Kyle lay eggs?
Yes. He did not specify where the eggs came from, so it's a very real possibility.
I wouldn't put it past him.
Kyle is known to drop things on the TI main stage,
It's
so
true.
definitely could drop an egg. And I would not put it past him. So
He's not here to defend
anyway,
himself, please.
What was I going to say? So I think, I'm assuming in this game the pick order is going to be mirrored. I think Vici Gaming will try to get their hands on the last pick of the first phase this time around, and that changes the dynamic a lot. Because if you have that spot, you don't necessarily, like you pointed out, Beastmaster could be a target ban against EG, but you don't.
He does this all the time.
He
I
does.
love that he does this.
He's so zen.
I don't know
out
if
there.
he's memeing or if he's actually
All right, guys.
meditating.
It looks like it's time to wrap it up. We have the hell of the best draft you have ever seen coming up, and we are going to do it with Avo and the panel.
Evil Geniuses versus VG Gaming. Game 2.
I don't know what I have to do, Slacks, so you will pronounce my name correctly. But my name is Ava Plus. I'm here with Effie and Lacoste. We're here to analyze Game 2, well, the draft specifically, between Vici and EG. That Game 1 was a bit rough. Was it what we would expect, though, from Vici, who
No, definitely. I mean, looking how Vici Gaming played, they usually don't GG out. They did not lose. They even had a tier 2 tower. They had Medusa. They could have potentially tried to play. But sometimes you have to call it. Maybe that was the right call in this situation where they don't want to play this game for another like 15 minutes. Even though it's an elimination game, I would still prefer if they like play until the end, which some teams love to do. What I want to see from this one, from Vici Gaming, is pick up the offlaner. Like pick it up in the first phase because it got banned out in the second. Bloodseeker didn't really strike me as 11 hero. Yeah, it was a decent pick in terms of the laning because he has a high base armor against the Clinks. He was on top of the net worth, but I want to see him on something that can initiate, like anything with a strength. Give him that Legion Commander, Night Stalker, Tide Hunter. Tide's available actually, and Doom is banned out, so I want to see them get Tide Hunter here.
Nope. Same start.
Same start. Okay, so 11 throughout the group stage has gotten most of his heroes picked in the first phase, and they've relied on the Tide Hunter, they've relied on Doom, they've relied on similar type team fighty heroes, and just the fact that they've chosen to not go for that is really confusing to me because they just seem to be target banning his hero pool.
I think this is a replay. Maybe we might have loaded into a
This is
replay.
very bizarre to me, but the Bloodseeker was very out of place in my opinion. Even if it had a good laning stage, there was really no rupture target. What do you gain from this Bloodseeker pick?
It's not your Phantom Assassin that likes to move around in the team fights. Clinks can just stand his ground and deal damage while being static. And we see Tide Hunter banned out, Timbersaw once again, EG understanding where the threat can possibly come from. Another Invoker ban. Like, we've already seen this.
I want to ask you, like, what does that mean for team mentality when we see
I think that means, I think Syndron had a really good point how when he talked about PPD, where if certain strategy didn't work, they called it, they missed their timings and they GG'd out. So they're one more, I feel like they feel for themselves like this is it. This is something that we have prepared. This is strong and we're going to do it one more time because we probably made it work in our scrims. So.
Yeah, they are confident in this opener, and these are heroes that they do want to play regardless of whether or not it's going to look like the last game in terms of the first two for EG. I think they have to adjust the offlane and mid picks here.
Okay.
That's probably what we're going to see. If we see another repeat of it, it's...
Because they're banning the same exact offlaners as well. We're getting rid of the old 11 heroes, and he is usually the pillar of this team.
He is. Whenever 11 is popping off for Vici Gaming, you know that the rest of the team is also going to have a good time. I might be a bit biased here because he's one of my favorite. He's my definitely the favorite offlaner, and because he can overextend, you know. And then with 11, you're always going to have fun watching him play Dota because he will overextend. There's going to be a couple of mistakes being made, or like he can go either 11-0 or 0-11 sometimes, and. But he's been pretty stable lately. Throughout the Season 1 and Season 2, that has been a meme for a long time, you know, about 11, but he's been stable in terms of laning stage, itemization. His positioning has always been good. One more time, Shaker getting banned out, but this time around, Vici Gaming making a bit of an adjustment, going for Storm Spirit ban.
that's because they don't want to give it away, right?
Yeah.
It just looks exactly the same. We can talk about these heroes again if you'd like to, Ava.
I mean, sure. You know, tell me what why they might try the Lion Monkey King again.
Yeah, for anyone who might have tuned in, the reason why this line is valuable for Vici is because it directly counters a lot of Avid's hero pool, so it makes it so that they have more leeway in their draft and what they want to ban and what they want to pick. And the reason why I say he directly counters is just the instant disable and hex is very good against Puck, very good against Storm, very good against Ember.
Focusing a bit more on the laning stage, being able to take off the boar, dispel the Elder Titan Spirit. Let's see if they decide to go for even Ember Spirit, whose shield can be dispelled by Enchantress. That also means that this is a core Monkey King.
Yep.
This makes me curious because now that they see the core Monkey King, I mean, it could even be a core Enchantress potentially, but we haven't seen teams play it. And
Only Tundra has been doing it at 9 recently, I've heard. But yeah, they even got rid of the Ursula you were talking about last game, Lacoste. So a pretty solid hero against Monkey King as well.
Yeah, because he's one of the heroes that can just sit in a Wukong's command, trade well against Monkey. You don't care too much about Jingu. Once you get like 4 or 5 stacks, you feel too powerful for Monkey. Let's see if they decide to go for any kind of repositioning tools against Monkey. Okay, so you take the big creep. It's going to get arrowed by Mirana, the old school counter, just focusing on the laning stage.
I suppose it's interesting to look at their bans and then this flex to a core Monkey King. They actually eliminated a lot of heroes that might be annoying for Monkey King later in the game, actually, by baiting out these bans. So that's an interesting take that Vici just did that we didn't consider initially. Mirana, I think, has been an underutilized hero. She has really good chain stun potential, damage, and the AoE invisibility, which can set up for a lot of kills, but the reason why teams haven't been playing her so much is it just feels like you want more team fight and she doesn't provide that. But in terms of how EG played last game, if they just play for pickoffs, and she functions similarly to Skye, right? In that she follows up and does a lot of damage. So I see what they're going for here. I don't like it as much as last draft, but
I would prefer if Vici Gaming just picked their offlaner, because by picking Enchantress, they showed this Monkey King is a position 1, maybe a mid, but it's a core, which allowed EG to counterpick it, and they got the Razor. Something that both of these teams are really good at is utilizing the Razor when it's a really good Razor game, and this is a really good Razor game.
So they pick up the Queen of Pain, traditional Razor counter, but it could always be flexed as a carry. In fact, NA loves Razor carry.
that could be something that could happen, but we'll see, right? It's still open. And for those of you at home, the reason why Queen of Pain is a traditional counter to Razor is just because she blinks out of the static link.
And Shadow Strike also annoys him a lot in the lane. Can't heal too much, can't chase after you with a Shadow Strike on you. Right now, what drafts do you think have more weaknesses to cover with this last pick, Lacoste?
It's going to be a very hard last pick for Vici Gaming, because you're playing, most likely this is going to be Razor on the safe lane, and they're still waiting for Abed's hero. It's very hard to pick anything ranged. Your position 4 is going to be Lion. He's good at protecting your offlaner because you can throw a stun, you can throw a hex, possibly break the link, but I don't think you're ever going to feel comfortable playing into Razor on the safe lane.
Yeah, so I think this is going to be very dependent on lanes. It's obvious that Vici plays priority on it this time around, but I don't even think the lanes are that countered, to be honest. Like, if they do put Razor on the safe lane, which they probably should do, Beastmaster Mirana is going to be a strong lane, and so is ET Razor. Mirana just counters Enchantress, right? They're going to make her chase the Beastmaster around, but they could also do the same thing with Mirana for the Enchantress. And Monkey King, while he is good versus Beastmaster, he does get kited out by the boars, right? Also, Vici have put themselves in a position where they have no team fight at all. So it's a bit concerning.
They need something from the off lane. So you need to think about what you get from the off lane at this point, because your matchup is tough. If you get something like a Legion Commander, which is a great dispel against the Mirana Arrow, against the Beastmaster Roar, you're still going to have a really hard time. And once again, EG with the Spirit. Okay, Magnus makes sense. He has a skewer to break the link, and also Empowered Monkey. We saw yesterday how strong it is with Quincy Crew when they played it. The first game, even though they lost it, you come online so quickly with the Echo Saber into BKB timing. What I like about Razor on the other side is he's also one of the few safe laners that just builds into BKB early on, and then you steamroll from there, because you're going to hit the big timings with the Helm on the Beastmaster, one item on the Void Spirit, one item on the Razor, and you're going to be good to go.
And now all of a sudden they have Vici, on the side of Vici, they have this RP into Wukong's command into Sonic Wave, so they do have team fight. This Magnus looks like a really nice pick. Monkey King Magnus has really nice synergy because Monkey King's farming as a core can be very affected by how his laning goes. And if it goes badly, he doesn't really have an inherent farming tool built into him, right? There is Primal Spring, but it's not good enough. It's too much of a mana cost really to just spam it wave after wave, and it can also bait you into getting killed. But having a power on the Monkey King makes this game a lot easier.
Okay, so what draft are you favoring then, Effie?
I still like EG's draft more, I would say.
I definitely like Vici's gaming more than in game number 1. Looking at this Enchantress, it's a really good lane counter for both of the heroes, so they might swap things around. You know, they could potentially put this Elder Titan on the safe lane, and so that you don't have two heroes countered by Enchantress. I think that's the play here.
Well, we are going to have to hear from Vici themselves what they think about their draft, as Frankie is waiting for us on the sidelines with Vici Gaming's coach.
In that opening game, we did see the pace entirely controlled by EG. So, Coach Fenrir, how are you going to take charge of the tempo in game number 2?
刚刚第一把 EG 把节奏控得很好，你们在第二盘当中有什么打算把节奏抢回来？
就如第一盘而言，其实我们对线来说压力不是特别大吧，但是兽王还是给我们制造了点麻烦吧，而且我们前中期的处理也不是很好，所以这盘3手也做了应变吧，出了小鹿这个英雄。
So in the first game, we didn't feel like we lost control because we did feel like our lanes went well. However, the Beastmaster did cause us some troubles. So in this game, we did make a change and we got Enchantress third pick.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing the impact of that Enchantress with our casters. They are OD. Oh, and we've gone over to Fogged.
Thank you very much, Frankie. Yes, game 2 ready here. EG versus Vici Gaming. We just heard there from the man himself, Fenrir. Would you agree that, you know, they've obviously addressed the fact that the Beastmaster did a lot for EG last game. They let it through here, but picking some stuff up in response. Do you think they've sort of tackled it well?
Definitely better responses than the last game, it feels like, but definitely concerned still because Enchantress, you know, that's the laning fix. Which last game the lane, like they said, was pretty okay. So let's see what else DY is able to do inside the mid game if he's able to actually help out. Because I think also just vision was a huge component of the game. EG just had like perfect vision after that laning phase and just completely dominated on it. Also, we'll see how Ori's going to do because he was just completely countered in the last game. He was playing versus the Ancient Seal. This time he has a little bit more liberty until we do see that Yules that's going to be coming out for Void Spirit. The only real natural stun that he has to worry about is the Primal Roar until they do actually have a setup for him. So looking at Ori to have a better time and for him to actually be able to have an impact this time around.
And do you think Vici Gaming this game, Old 11, back on the Magnus, pretty happy with the way they closed their draft up this time?
For the game, yes. For the lane, no. But for the lane now, it's going to be much more difficult. Last time he had this advantageous matchup because of that Bloodseeker, high base damage, high armor. You could trade really nice with the Clinks with PYW behind. Now it's Razor versus Magnus with an ET behind. So this one should be much harder for Old 11 to secure himself last hits.
Obviously Fly again, doing his best to bully back the two of them. Get that space for Artesian. So this time potentially set up some early action for Artesian. He'll be ready to rock and roll here in the lane as a Razor.
Yeah, he kind of got, I hate to say it, but like he kind of got like carried by his team in the last game. He just had to sit back and farm. So I think this time he's going to be a lot more like impactful, a lot more moving around with his team and just more involved. Just feels like it's going to be more necessary because also I do think like the mid matchup it's going to be a lot harder for Abed versus that Queen of Pain.
Yeah, and when you see EG's lineup, do you expect them, you know, is the aim to play as fast as they did in game 1?
Yeah, they've got the Beastmaster. Yeah. If they can just start getting the ball rolling, absolutely. We look at the wave clear on the side of Vici. They've got Shockwave, which is probably one of the better ones. The rest that we always talk about is just difficult. Like, of course, you can't really walk up and get like a Scream of Pain to just clear out these pushes that are going to start coming up around because you're just going to get set up on. So that one, they do have a little bit of a worse time. But it all depends, too, is how they play with it, too. Because the Bloodseeker, the last game, they didn't really have him in a position to spam out the Blood Rights. It felt like they wanted it to. As DY with the heal. And as well as having his own boar, of course, from that enchant.
Now, we'll see how much it sort of affects Ice in the laning stage.
Arrow will connect on Poyoyo.
I'm going to
He could be in trouble.
I was going to say, he's going to get brought down pretty low here. It's fine. They've still got a south between the two of them.
And nice little high fives in the mid lane. We're seeing a lot more denies. Ori 10-7, 8-6 on Abed. Abed actually getting a lot more denies than I thought he would. The animation of that melee, of course, Void Spirit having one of the best animations in the game too, is helping him. Not even getting Dissimulate, which is cool. I thought maybe he was going to try to play around the Shadow Strike, but he's just absorbing them with the Resonant Pulse.
Yeah, I feel like that's something. Oh, there we have. This time round, they will get the kill. Bottom lane, Ice. Taken out of this. Already a good start here for Vici in the way that they've changed up the way they want to lane against Ice.
It is owning him. Yeah. He's only got 6 last hits. DY is doing an excellent job down here with Poyoyo. Both heroes are kind of just way stronger than the setup that they did have before versus the Beastmaster. So that is going to be impactful to slow down the timing of that Dominator that we saw picked up so early on last game.
Now we'll have to see how well Ice is able to recover from a bit of a rough lane.
He's level 2. Poyoyo is level 3.5, so is DY. This lane doesn't get much easier either for the Beastmaster because his board is just going to start being susceptible of just getting burst down by the Monkey King a lot of the times, as well as just being taken over from DY.
Yeah, I mean, in the past, right, we saw Beastmasters against the Enchantress just not level the boards. That's just something you can't do in this meta with the way the hero is.
Really. Especially, like, you just have to go the Dominator build now completely, so.
You can't change it up.
Crit, he's going to start moving around. Since that bottom lane, he can't actually apply pressure to Poyoyo. He's just going to start checking runes, helping out Abed so that he gets that advantage over Ori. Again, though, Ice, they kill his boar and immediately start committing on him.
He's on his own. It's going to be all right this time round. Boundless had already been used.
Yeah, he's been using it to kill boars. That's why you see Poyoyo being so farmed. 27 and 9. And his net worth is that much higher. It's only 5 last hits plus a kill, but he's an extra like 600 gold over the Razor because it's been like, I think 3 or 4 boars that he's actually been able to secure with the Boundless.
I mean,
very important.
This is a game as well where he's got a Magnus on his side. So with this start already, the potential is there for Poyoyo to become massive this game.
Crit, just looking to be a nuisance since he knows he can't, as we said, pressure bottom. He looked to snipe mid Courier. Courier actually lived 2 hits, so Ori's will survive.
It's trying to push back old 11, but always hard to go when they know he's got the skewer. We'll actually get the skewer back onto Fly. Trap back with the shockwave, not enough damage, and as soon as they have used that, old 11 has to be cautious of Arteezy being able to punish the fact skewers on cooldown. This top lane, I mean, 23 for 4 against the 25 for 5. This sort of matchup going much better than you expected for the Magnus.
Yeah, I didn't think he was going to have that many last hits, but just great positioning of the lane. And seeing PYW getting it to be pulled back for a good spot for him as Ice. Boundless is down. He can always go for the TP out, but look at 8 last hits on Beastmaster.
I mean, he's getting completely pushed out of lane here. I mean, we sort of see it as well with the movements from Crit, maybe sort of just bailing out in that bottom lane. I mean, is there any sort of recovery to be had down here now in this matchup? It seems like it's so far behind. What do you even do down on this half of the map right now in this laning stage?
You wait for a rotation, really. It's like when Abed has level 6 and he can make a move, or Arteezy makes the move down bottom.
Jump forward, Abed. Get the quick grab onto Ori, but Ori's going to be fine. Has got the 6, of course. Sonic Wave with the ready, but still at full HP here, Abed and Fly. DY will be able to top Ori back up, keep him in the lane.
That does mean they know that DY is in the mid lane, so they do know Poyoyo's bottom. They're going to start being able to play a little more confident. Ice now showing his face again. And they are rotating a 3rd hero around. So Fly is going to make that move around. They did the same thing around that 6:37 minutes last game too, just to try and apply pressure. But they're going to find DY in the river.
They should have him in. Another step in. And they've got that burst. So DY gone.
Urn secured. Urn charged for Crit. And they still do have a catapult bottom too, so Ice is looking to get some type of advantage. As Poyoyo, long-range arrow.
That's going to be a good duration on the stun here. They're in under the tower. Poyoyo's hit the 6 though. Wukong's command is down and look to beat back into Ice. Stop from Fly, stops the chase from Poyoyo, but further TP's coming in. Ori with the jump forward. He has got that Sonic Wave, he'll drop it. Blows up Ice, but now he's blinked in and Arteezy turns up for the trees. They were not expecting the Razor to be down here this early. As now over towards DY they go. DY getting slammed down. Poyoyo back in action, jumps over to Fly. Now get the trade back here, Vici Gaming, but Yeah, EG really piling up the pressure, trying to force some action down in this bottom lane with an early move from Arteezy.
Sneaky move too, just hiding himself in the trees. They had an Obs ward in the lane, but either way, they did not expect him to be there. Sonic Wave to secure kill, but Ori dies, and immediately EG responds, going right back bottom. They want to pressure this tower early on. Is giving a lot of space, as we see Old 11 pretty much has the Dominator finished up in the top lane.
I'll see what the reaction from VG Gaming will be to this pressure that EG's applying. Poyoyo's keeping... Okay, now he's going to TP top. They're going to leave this lane.
They did a good job holding it. Lanes again, looking really good for them. Abed looks like he was playing more of the farm game. Even when that whole fight was kicking off bottom, he literally was just farming. I see him maxing Dissimilate too, which is like that big farm mechanic. Now that he's got a Haste Rune though, looking to get a bit more active. They know that Poyoyo TP top as well. If they can get that kill onto the Monkey King, it'll be huge for EG. But Old 11 is in the area, and Ori is also already making the move up top, maybe predicting this.
Poyoyo's going to need help. Remnant is off the mark, and so is the Stomp. Turns around with the Boundless. They fall for a crit, and they got the damage to take down Poyoyo. Needs one more hit upon him. Fly, he's in to secure the deal. Comes in, gets the kill, now turns over towards Ori. Ori taking some huge damage here for the Elder Titan. We'll let the blink back up into the trees they go. Old 11 skewers across. Fly tries to drop down the Stomp. Old 11 will be able to finish him off before he finishes the Stomp there. So 2 quick kills for VG Gaming. They do lose their carry though. Poyoyo going down.
Great read though. Just as soon as like the Monkey King shows in lane, they're like, oh, all right, we probably have to help him because all of VG just went missing. So do at least get that trade going for them, and probably can transition it into this tower push. Sonic Wave also back up in 2 seconds, so if a fight does kick off around top, might look to fight, but they're a bit unhealthy on the mana pool. 300 on Ori, Old 11's down to 60. Unlikely that EG responds up there anyway. Ice, he's lost his board.
Has got Arteezy by his side here. The link's starting to go on to Poyoyo. What's over the Boundless onto the Tsunamis. A big link. Raw comes out to cancel the Wukong's command. As Arteezy and Ice will be able to finish off Poyoyo.
Ooh.
He'll get the ult off.
He finished it.
I mean, milliseconds before he dies, so that's going to be 2 minutes on cooldown. No effect to be had from that Wukong's command.
Targeted hits by EG. Arteezy is just baiting him. Arteezy just waiting for him to jump in and commit, and boom, instantly gets the connection onto a full static link. Poyoyo has to be more careful. That's 2 deaths back to back. It's going to slow him down completely. Sure, he's got the Magnus. He's going to have that empower to make sure that he can farm in the later stages, but he is into a Razor, so does have to be very careful about how far behind he does fall.
Good setup mid. Stomp into the arrow. EG. Ooh, they've got the damage. He'll blink out. Well, that magical coming in from the Astral Step. Still finishing Ori off.
EG starting to really ramp up the pressure, and just like last game, they kill the mid twice, they kill the carry twice. Now they're starting to transition this into tower pushes. VG's gonna have to have Old 11 bail them out of this, it feels like, because he's having that really good time, but now their 2 other cores are getting pressured quite heavily. And the supports can't really bail him out of it. Enchant just more of that like super early laning phase hero. It's gonna have to be PYW and Old 11, who now does have Arcane Boots. Was looking like he was going to rush the blink, but I think he just needs mana to show up. He needs to be in the fights to help out his team. As EG finds stacks, they're going to be happy. And this is the same exact move from EG as last game.
Same time.
Take bottom, take mid, take over to the triangle. This time it's not versus Adusa, but look at Poyoyo. Level 7, it looks like he's struggling to find a place to be.
Will show himself around the mid. EG. 4 of them having their eyes on the Monkey King.
Hey, I think if they connect with that stomp, they just go on him again. Has to be super careful.
See what the next call from EG is going to be. Already getting themselves back into the jungle of VG Gaming.
They have this vision up top still. The ward is about to expire.
Want to get Old 11.
They see 11. He sees the ward expire.
He's still farming though.
He's still chilling in the area. But look, EG's got a better hit. They're looking for Poyoyo again.
If Arbe can close the gap, they'll have a solid setup.
He's sure. Oof.
Oh, he's off the mark.
Both
Not able to hit
mark.
that Remnant, and Poyoyo will be able to walk away there. Bit of a miss from Arbed. Back in action in the mid lane. Ice getting jumped by Ori and PYW. As VG Gaming get the kill, Old 11 was even looking to get a further catch. Won't manage to quite do so. And now, well, with Ice down, VG Gaming feeling the strength to push back themselves in the mid lane.
should be able to commit forward for this tower. There's going to be some stall, of course, from the stomps from Fly. Also pulls the aggro of the creep wave, but with these 4 heroes, with the illusions, with the Dominator, should go down. EG's not reacting. Continuing to farm bottom on Arteezy, continuing to farm top on Abed. And Poyoyo, with his Empower, is able to farm up that Ancient stack after he dodges the gank.
Yeah, some well-needed space for Vici Gaming, with EG having to back over away from the Vici Gaming triangle.
Eleven's just how he's just farming a Storm. Just really wants his blink. He just feels like that he has to be that big initiator for the team, which he absolutely does. It's going to be an early timing, too. That could catch EG off guard if they look to make too many of these 5-man movements that they do tend to do with this Beastmaster. PYW does have the ward down. Did see Crit walk in and place this ward, so this one should get dewarded pretty early on. He still has the Sentry ward on him, so maybe it did actually sneak in and he didn't notice it. They're going to Moonlight, but it is covered. Obs and Sentry's already down. PYW was prepared at least for that.
They're not looking to bring in any firepower to tackle this head-on. They'll just avoid it.
And Abed just continuing to farm. As we said, the big timing for Abed is really that Yules. They just have no real great ways to set up onto the Queen of Pain if she plays careful, so he's still looking to finish that item up. It's giving Vici that time to farm up, though. The Empower, plus that Blink Dagger now online for Old 11.
Let's see how proactive they will be once that blinks out. See if they make a play immediately with the smoke.
Feels like they're getting a much better time this time around of just being able to sit back and farm, not getting collapsed on. EG definitely just feel like they're still farming. Like we said, they still want that UOs and everything on the Void Spirit crit, going for that Vessel, which is really good this game versus Monkey King. And with that ward vision, Vici's looking to get a hit. The blink reveal on Old 11. It's got to be a big one. And it is.
They've got the catch. Immediate jump from Old 11. Opens up onto Abed. No hesitation there from Old 11's Mag.
Double ults committed. The 2 big team fight ults, too. I thought they might save Sonic Wave and just use the finger, but I guess Ori probably made the call, like, I want this kill. I need to get my Orchid online so they can set up these kills a lot easier around the map.
They're on the hunt for the next one now, Vici.
Yeah, they've got the pace slowed down. That's exactly what they want to do with their lineup with Magnus.
Nearly as close as it gets there, as you can see, 51 to 49 right now. And you can certainly feel it. EG, they did start to get the pace going, but this time round, in contrast to game 1, Vici Gaming holding very well against exactly what EG wants to do.
They're not overreacting, I think, is the biggest thing on Vici. Last time it feels like they were like, oh my god, the map is dwindling, everything's closing, we need to just take a fight, and then they took a fight, they lost it 5-0, and the game felt like it was kind of just over from there. I see everybody just playing their own game. PYW's just hitting more creeps. We see Poyoyo's just farming with the Empower. He's got the Deso finished up. Everyone's just trying to hit an item timing. Kind of chilling out right now. And Deso's done. Yeah, Deso's done for Poyoyo. I believe the Orchid's going to be done onto Ori, and they still have like Blink on Magnus and almost Blink on PYW. So RP up in 40 and almost Blink on PYW. So they can definitely look to fight back versus EG with all these timings.
EG trying to get active here. We'll see if Crit looks to line up the arrow. PYW's into the trees, out for the TP, and they're not going to be able to stop it.
The creeps just creeps are still just on top of Crit. He arrowed the creep right in front of him. Perhaps could have maybe gotten the leap off into the arrow, but I don't think he saw the creep that was just trailing right on top of him.
This is pretty big for Vici. I mean, if Poyoyo gets that BKB on top of the Deso, the early sort of push that EG has been going for, it's going to be hard. He's going to be more than happy to just frontline in the fights, create sort of the attention whilst Old 11 looks for the jump in.
They still do have a lot of things that pierce through BKB, though. They have the Roar, they've got that Link that's always going to be really useful versus him, but definitely a necessity versus the burst damage that Mirana and Void Spirit, when you have an ET, provide. He does need that magic immunity early on. So probably double BKBs, double or triple BKBs for Vici next. But with their ults up, they can take the fight. Like if EG runs into them, they will battle.
Oh, definitely.
And EG, with the timing as well, they've got the BKB on the Razor, so they're looking to actually get an advantage here by claiming a tier 2 early on. See if Vici reacts to this.
They're TPing down.
They're spotted though. The Hawk is already on top of them.
Do EG want to dive this? They're certainly showing like they do. want to here as they get the Earth Splitter set up onto PYW. It's the line gone. Further TP's now starting to come in. EG looking for the setup on the map, but actually long TP is actually going to be cancelled. Ori goes to the Sunny Wave, push back, but they just turn straight over towards him. Ori's going to get run down by Arteezy. He's gone. Arteezy's now opting to bail out. He'll TP away. Abed, he wants to go in. In fact, he's straight over towards Poyoyo. He's on top of the monkey game. Poyoyo's going to fall.
Oh boy, that canceled TP. Old 11.
Did he cancel it himself, or?
He did. He
did.
He saw the Aether Remnant right on top of where he's TPing. He probably thought he would just get killed.
They needed him.
Because of that, a huge fight for EG.
They needed Old 11 over that, whether he gets caught by the Remnant or not. Without him, the team fight just falling completely to pieces. Crit picking up a triple kill. And even off the back of Arteezy bailing out of the fight, he was kind of done at a point, didn't want to risk his own life. It didn't matter that he left. EG still with the firepower to clean up.
11's got to do something big now with him rotating down, but he's got to just get a kill on Fly, it looks like here. Probably going to use the finger. But a big play from EG and a big mistake probably from Old 11.
Do you think in that situation it would have been better if he just went and tanked the Remnant?
If they made the call to fight down there, more than likely, because he's a 1700 HP hero. They would have to commit so much onto him to kill him, which would probably open up the opportunity for Ori to have survived. So yeah, a bit of a miscommunication coming out from Vici and EG. They capitalized and they're looking for more.
They're going to get the setup here. See if they got the damage. You said he is tanky. This Void Spirit, I bet he hurts. As that is Old 11 gone. EG starting to really hit hard as Vici. They've got to get themselves back together here.
The duo hunting is really potent. Crit as well as Abed can always find these kills as mid.
Ori.
Crit.
He has blinked in a little aggressively here to try and find Crit. Will manage to jump back out, but Ori's got to be careful. Making moves like that, EG now with more than enough tools to punish.
Just continuing to look to pressure this tier 2.
I'm going to see still DY hovering around this tower. A very risky position.
He's tough to bring down. They'd have to commit quite a bit just to kill an Enchantress. He's got 4 step too, and tower does go down. Do they get the outpost in time before 20? It's not the biggest deal, but they won't. But now having those 2 outposts, they're gonna have access into bottom jungle. And now Moonlight Shadow, they're still looking for these plays. Poyoyo, he was spotted in top. Oh, he's still showing himself.
He is.
He is in a troublesome position.
They've got the lead in. He's gonna try and stand his ground and pop the ult. He'll look over towards Crit. Poyoyo, has he got the damage? He hasn't. Crit's out with the leaps. He's away from the ultimate. Arteezy with the static link finishes off Poyoyo.
They just really have Poyoyo's number. They always seem to be able to catch him out. I think he needs to just play a little bit more careful, like not finishing off that one extra creep as we see a lot of players do. Is like these areas where you are playing around like the dire hard camp up there. I feel like so many times we see players lately, it's like they kill one of the creeps and they're like, wait, something's going on, and they usually bail out. But again, Poyoyo gets caught out. And Crit just super active. Just
look at Abed as well.
Abed.
Jumping straight up to the high ground. He's found the setup onto Old 11. That's the Magnus gone. Stomp as well, catching Lion. PYW, he's out of the game. DY's got to run. Quick jumps here from EG. And Vici Gaming, we were seeing when they sort of split up like this, it's terrifying with EG's sort of read of the map, like they had the read of the game 1 game state. They know when you're alone, and they will not hesitate to jump in and start the action.
And they do have such a crazy amount of burst. Like Crit is level 13. Something we definitely do have to factor in. This high damage that comes from this level Starstorm, Sacred Arrow, also such an early vessel. Like it is making the difference. That's why you're seeing this almost 2,000 HP
damage.
Magnus just die.
That's insane.
Like he's owning. Every single time he's been there, and that's what's the most important thing when he's there with Abed.
Yeah.
The Yule setup, it's great. The damage from the Void Spirit's nice, but that little extra bit that Crit's providing is huge. I say little, even though it's the highest damage, but... Now with a pretty big timing here, Aegis. And still able to pick off. They don't have to wait for cooldowns. They've got Roar, they've got that constant combo that they've been doing over and over again in this game. Vici looking to just wait for the BKBs before they really want to take a head-on fight, but they're starting to just lose too much control.
Look at the smoke from EG.
DY.
Now look to take down the edge quickly.
That's a lot of burst. with the natural order now maxed up on fly.
And look at this setup, bottom Abed. He's already over there.
And Crit's there.
You see them make a move in the jungle, and the next thing you know, they're over around this bottom lane. Ori is going to go for the TP out. He'll live today.
Nice Orchid play by him. Does get the Orchid off before that follow-up arrow hits him, so no Starstone from Crit to kill him. But scary. Every time they show themselves on these side lanes,
look how fast EG is.
They're killers. Crit's part of 14 of the 15 kills so far.
Yeah, I've still got that big combo play though, VG Gaming. If Old 11 can find these RPs.
They just need to find the combo plays. EG's just look at the way that they're swinging around the map. It's like every single time, it's just too fast right now for Vici to be prepared for it.
Let's see what Vici can pull together around the mid. They'll smoke up.
Can they land the combo?
They've got to look for this combo.
Yeah, Poyo has BKB as well, so a lot more survivable.
See who's able to find the jump. Can be PYW.
You see Abed.
Abed.
Oh.
He's looking to be in a lot of trouble here. Hanks with the setup. Abed's been found.
Nice move. Didn't have to commit anything big either. Fingers perfectly fine at this point, and they still going to have RP and Sonic Wave for the upcoming fight if it does go on to them. And they are avoiding their ancient area. They're trying not to walk into this vision that EG's had control of.
I mean, can you look for something more here whilst Abed's dead, or still the fact that RTZ has that Aegis a little too much for you to just charge straight into?
I think it's just breathing room. It's like, all right, Ori, you can actually push out the bottom lane a little bit safer. You can finish up your BKB so that you're not just picked off every time from a Yule's combo. So I think that pickoff is just, yeah, finish up the next item.
I believe we're seeing this AC getting very close to being completed here by RTZ.
That's going to be pretty good versus the Monkey King. Counteracting that death so almost entirely on his ult team. Again, just looking to get these pushes going too with the Beastmaster. Playing around that Helm of the Overlord.
And for Vici at this stage, do you think you just let your tier 2s go?
It's just difficult when EG's already set up on it. If you haven't already preemptively set up on it, you have to assume that they have vision everywhere. The Hawk's going to be behind the tower. As EG's been playing in the last game too, there's probably wards all over the place too, so just drop it. Look to make your own play rather than be super reactive, because you know they're going to have vision advantage.
They're doing exactly that. Looking for a tier 2 themselves, but the fortification is up. So if VG want to try and push back up to the high ground, they do still have Ice in his army leading in. A bit of damage to the tier 3s now.
Go poke it. Golem's doing work. And they're literally just sitting onto the triangle, just continuing to farm that area for RTZ. Full Ags now finished up for Abed. So, as we mentioned, you know, those BKBs, especially on Vici, are going to be very effective versus that. They don't have one on 11, though. He's actually gone for a Lotus Orb instead.
Did you like that decision? To sort of help against those being caught by the static link?
It'll help out. He'll be able to protect Poyoyo so he can actually stand his ground inside the fight. So maybe he gets a link of his own or reflects Aurora's. Ori.
Quite a deep move here from Vici Gaming. They're going to go out with the TP. PYW gets left behind.
They both had to BKB to TP out, though. They were very afraid of getting set up on.
And the question is, did EG see the BKBs being used?
I don't believe that. I don't think that they did. I couldn't see if the ward actually caught the glimpse from there. I think they were just a bit north of it. So might not know. But they might like to make a move anyway, since they have this vision advantage over this area.
Ahmed, yeah, he's going to go. He's in with the jump. As you say, BKB still on cooldown for 40 seconds. Ori's able to get the blink off. That's a close one, but he'll live. Regen rune at the ready as well.
He didn't even switch to strength treads. I was like, oh my goodness. He stayed on the int. Does have a regen, so we'll be able to come back out. Quick move though. EG, that means yes. That was the answer to your question. Did they see the BKB on cooldown? That is a definite yes then.
Vici starting to step out. I mean, again, they're not playing too fearful here of EG. Aegis seconds away from timing out for RTZ.
They're playing where they know that they have better vision advantage. Just playing around that one ward. They have sentries in the area so they can see if a Hawk comes in. EG just continuing to play around their vision so they can get that initial go. Vici.
There we have it. Another attempt here.
Smoke.
Last time, they're only able to get Arbed off the back of a smoke. See if they can get something a little bit more this time round.
EG knows this.
Set up in the trees, Crit and Ice. They're going to make the jump for Crit. Crit's going to make the action. They're in, but now the counterplay from Arbed jumps straight over to PYW. PYW gone. Crit, he's still alive somehow.
He's gonna tick out.
Get the deny.
Oh, he's actually got the vessel.
Oh,
with the bottle
They
as
want to
well.
deny him.
No, they bottled him up.
I mean, the temptation's there, but indeed, Abed being a bro, if that was any other game, if that was your pubs, Crit would have been dead. But they'll let him live. They keep the man alive. And that was the Sonic Wave burst for that.
EG, I think maybe that hawk that they had inside the tree line did catch just a glimpse of vision of when they went for that smoke, because their positioning was just way too perfect.
Straight with the moonlight to try and spread back out across the map. VG Gaming, despite losing PYW, they're still keeping this pressure on bottom onto the tier 2.
But they saw him. They saw Poyoyo, and they have this ward. So they have complete vision of Poyoyo right now. Arrow?
I mean, it's... Oh, my goodness, that was a little bit close. The last minute jump to the side. He's going to have to put the BKB and go for the TP out. We'll see Arbe jump into the trees to look for more. He's got the ult set. He cancels the TP out attempt from Old 11. As Old 11's going to get left behind there. As you say, that ward, giving them the info, Arbe able to jump straight in. And those without a BKB, such as Old 11, not able to TP out quite as successfully.
They do get the tower that they came for, though, on the side of Vici. But do have to be careful now that that BKB is on cooldown. We see EG immediate smoke swinging across because they know it's on cooldown. Either the Monkey King or the Queen of Pain will be a free kill if Abed is able to set up onto him. Or Ice with the Roar. And Vici has to go all the way up into their high ground, which is going to open up the map for EG. Push all their lanes in. It will be a bit difficult for Vici to get out of the map now in these next few moments. And a gem now picked up. So, like we said, vision control, vision advantage. That's what EG's been playing around these last two games when they have the Beastmaster. So, makes sense that they pick it up at this early time.
Still just 1k in it. I mean, it just goes to show how
very close.
How much of a swing you will see if Vici Gaming can find that sort of team fight, that high ground defense. Pushing into the high ground against a Magnus is always going to be rather scary. So, Old 11 will have to be on the minds here of EG.
EG has vision of Vici right now in the bottom lane. They have that kind of cute lane ward that I haven't seen in a while. Watching them all TP back, so immediately they push onto high ground. They get a free tier 3 and
the fortification.
That was...
That could definitely be abused here by EG.
They still see Poyoyo bottom. Look at the line drawn. Will they make it in time?
Surely not quite.
Ice has Blink with the Psychic Headband.
They're in with the Roy. Got the BKB off in time. Back up here as well from Old 11's Lotus, so EG won't be able to continue. There's the BKB, of course, forced here, out for a minute.
Is it down to 6? It is already. How's the Queen of Pain one? Also down to 7 seconds. EG's looking to swing again. Still looking for something.
Jumps in immediately, does get scored out by the silence, but he's rather tanky. Jump on Old 11. He's not really caught anything. Doesn't get the catch that he needs. Ice now heading over towards Old 11. The army of Ice is beating through this Magnus, forcing Old 11 back. Poyoyo will get the Wukong's command down to finish off Ice's life. But the rest of EG is still alive now, but he's ready to jump straight back in. He's looking at PYW. He needs backup, but he needs it now. RTZ trying to help out, but the damage from Poyoyo is too much. Another kill here for Vici Gaming as EG losing control in the team fight this time. Old 11.
Very greedy going for that play by himself, jumping in.
Jumping back into the whole squad without the rest of EG quite able to follow him up. See Vici, can they chase for more here? Poyoyo set up onto Fly, jumping forward. He's in onto the Elder Titan, and Vici Gaming getting 3 kills out of this fight.
Out of a whiffed RP, they somehow end up getting the 3 kills anyway.
Yeah. Maybe a bit of a good luck charm. That was an Old 11. Make sure you miss the RP at the start next time. That worked fantastic.
Abed just really overplayed his hand. He thought he could burst the Lion in time, but PYW survived, I think, because of his stick charges. And now into Roche, they're going to clean this one up. Aegis as well as that shard.
That's huge for him. Vici Gaming, a solid strike back here against EG. Now it's their turn to sort of show what they can do once they get this sort of a bump up in power.
And they will give that shard over to Ori as well.
We'll see this again here at the start of the fight.
It looked awkward.
Yeah, just not quite able. It was trying to catch Arteezy there in the RP, Old 11.
And it's like Abed was able to back up, reset with the regen rune, and then either way, they still weren't able to take the fight because of that positioning. Vici just having the high ground advantage.
Yeah, we'll see it here in a second. Abed, I mean, he feels rather strong, but jumping back in like that, that was a huge risk to take.
Yeah.
It does not pay off.
Oh, interesting. Bottom Ori. He's gonna get caught out here. Oh, he spent his gold too. He bought out the Lincoln, so 70 seconds, he's dead.
That hurts. Towards the end of that as well, he could have put the BKB, but the blink was down for a second, so maybe BKB wouldn't have saved him anyway.
Pretty interesting though that he's gone for the Lincolns as well. I know into Roar, a lot more people have been going this when there's only that like 1 or 2 single target things, but neutral items are a thing, and neutral items are what I call kind of the counter to Lincoln Sphere. As we see, there's a headband up on the Beastmaster, so as soon as they identify if Ori has Lincolns and no BKB up, they're just gonna headband break it every single time. So has to be very cautious of his positioning still anyway with that Lincolns. But Vici still with this enormous amount of team fight, and after that last fight too, didn't really point out, they did claim the gem. So we always were talking about that vision advantage for EG. Having this gem is going to make Vici's life just a lot easier of knowing that they're not playing under a Hawk, not playing under a Ward in all these situations. And a very buffed up Poyoyo, as we see an Alpha Wolf following him for the majority of the game. He's got ice armor too, provided from the Enchantress, and that Empower.
Poyoyo having that Aegis. What's the call here from EG?
Still look to control vision, look to play around those high grounds. If they can get the initial go every single time, it does feel like they have a good shot, but they just really need to watch out for the combo plays because Vici just has an explosive amount. Very close game though, neck and neck.
This is what you want to see, Vici Gaming.
They've got everything up. EG. I think they had vision of that one again. I believe that Hawk that Ice has right next to that ancient kind of area did catch a glimpse of it, so they're backing up immediately.
See if Vici's able to catch anyone here. Just completely playing it safe here, EG.
No risk, yeah. 4 heroes in base. Arteezy hiding inside the trees. Outpost will be claimed. Vici still swinging. 2 minutes left on Aegis.
Should be 2 more minutes where EG is focusing on getting their next bit of kit online. Same from Ori, trying to get the AC to counteract that of Arteezy. Arteezy very close to having his next item complete. Level 23 as well. Still top of the board here, just ahead of Poyoyo.
It's such an even game right now. It's really just, it's gonna come down to those initiations. Who's gonna get the big jumps? Who's gonna delete a hero at the start? Because on top of those big initiations, it's an overwhelming amount of damage that both sides do have.
Vici Gaming there will look to use this last minute of Aegis to take a tier 2.
Scotty's also now finished up for Poyoyo, so he's going to have a really good way to kite out those BKBs, especially inside Wukongs versus Arteezy. And tanky now, too. Near 3,000 HP on this Monkey King.
Let's see how hard EG want to push the high ground. Still 50 seconds on the Aegis. They've got to be keeping that in mind.
They've got the double catapults pushing in the waves. Mid getting hit, bottom as well.
Both teams very much waiting for the other to make the move here now.
Yep. So Aeon Discs will probably become the name of the game soon too, I believe, on both sides. I was checking to see if Abed, what he's going to be switching around to. I saw he had Hex, now he's got BKB queued up. I think there's a lot of arguments where Aeon Disc could just be one of the better items for both sides, just because, as I mentioned, the explosive capabilities of the initiations from both sides. You're going to want some type of counter initiation if somebody does get caught. Arteezy commits for the full refresh.
Spent all his money. And already, jump in, start the action onto DY, DY's gone. Poyoyo's going to look for the lead in onto Ahmed. Jumps forward with the BKB, the Wukong's command. Ahmed, can he get out of this? He's up in the air with the Yules. Ahmed will be able to jump out of the Wukongs with the Astral Step. It's a double kill for Arteezy. He'll kite out the ult of the Monkey King. DY's come back in with the buyback. Poyoyo trying to hide the trees, but Ahmed, he's found him. Jumps over Poyoyo. He's out of the game for 80. No buyback on Poyoyo. Poyoyo!
Ice doing God's work in the back line of the fight. He gets the Blink Roar onto the Magnus, throws his minions onto him, so there's no follow-up. I'm sure Poyoyo's sitting there like, where's Old 11? I need you. I need you to get some type of RP, bring them into my Wukongs. But EG kite around the fight, kite the Wukongs, and they catch that Magnus. Arteezy did commit his refresher, but not his secondary BKB.
A full minute to play here. No carry up for VG Gaming. Poyoyo.
It's on 2. Arrow actually off the mark there from Crit.
Jump forward. Look at the grab back up. Jumps in. He's going to get caught as well. Look at the Hex. The stun on TT is gone. A beautiful peel off there from Old 11 as he gets in, grabs the cause. We'll see Arbe continue to try and fight on the double kill as he bursts through Ori and PYW. As Old 11 tries his best to hold up the defense hit, and EG will still back up. Still EG getting kills, regardless of the fact that Old 11 gets an excellent jump.
Was a buyback earlier from PYW for had to have that skewer into that stun play, but a great pickup onto Arteezy.
And that will stop the momentum for now. EG, they have to retreat. They don't quite get the tier 3 tower. Old 11 keeping the game in decent shape here for Vici.
So it would be BKB for Abed, okay. So going to kind of go for that defensive route, not feeling like he's going to get burst instantly.
They're going to have to be even more careful now with these pushes. Old 11. Ooh. Not quite able to get the setup there, but Poyoyo, he's got his eyes on Ice. Knows that there's a lot on the high ground, though.
Yeah,
won't continue to chase.
Still with 2 dead. Don't want to commit for anything, and just you could just lose the game if you make some type of overextended play outside your base there. Still having RP up, too. As we're mentioning, it's eyes on Old 11 if he's able to find that grab. But Ice was that big preventer last time. Also going to be going for a refresher.
He's got that level 20, that skewer range as well.
Hasn't picked up the shard. It's multiple games now where I saw like a lot of players, especially on T1, Cuckoo, you know, he's the one who's been prioritizing picking up that shard. 11, I think every game I saw him play Magnus, he never buys the shard. And we've seen how powerful that horn toss can be, so a bit interesting that he doesn't even opt for it.
I think it's just sort of preference, right? I feel like some of these players, they play Magnus so long before that ability was ever added to the game, they just feel that it's not necessary to do what they want to be doing with the hero.
Yeah,
it's a bonus thing, but it's just something that, you know, if you haven't been playing it in the thousands of games you played in your career, well, maybe not thousands, but hundreds at least, you're not going to feel as keen to just change it up. And Old 11, he's comfortable with the style that he's always rocked.
EG's got their lanes in a good position right now still. They're looking to just go right back to bottom.
We'll find that flicker. That'll be nice.
Old 11 finds himself a nice one as well. He gets a ninja gear. So Ice's job is going to be a bit more difficult this time around.
Yeah.
To find that Magnus. Anything else we got? We have Telescope on Crit. Any other big ones? Stormcrafter on Abed. So now he's got a double way to protect himself. The Yules as well as Stormcrafter. And on the side of Vici, we did see Paladin Sword picked up. That was earlier, to be honest with you. And any other big one from tier 4s? It was just, I mean, the Ninja Gear is probably the biggest one for me, just because it's going to protect Old 11 so he can get those initiations.
Yeah, Ninja Gear is great.
Yep. Or he's a bit tankier as well now, too. He gets Trickster Cloak on his way toward his own AC to counteract the Razors. But again, very close game.
This Roche, this is not going to go down too easily.
No.
EG's going to have to take a fight first. Vici getting there, bringing a jump forward onto Ori. The BKB's forced out straight away. They get the Hex, open eye into the stun. The Wukong's command is down onto Arteezy. Arteezy is gone. Has to buy back straight away to return the fight. Arben charges it over to PYW. PYW goes down. Player will be able to dodge the remnant from Arben. Having the Eon disc procs.
It's on 11.
He's got the setup. You see that block? They put the RP, the Sonic Wave. They're looking to burst through Arben. Poyoyo's in. He takes him down. Arteezy pops to refresh. He's got the link building up off Poyoyo. Ice trying to get back, but Ori jumps in with the burst. Poyoyo, he's not got any damage to fight with as Arteezy takes him down. Buyback from the Monkey King. They want to get back in on this. Old 11 jumps in. He's able to pick him up with the horns. Just skewing back. Crit. He'll leap to the ground, but they've got the damage. Crit goes down.
Instant buybacks. They know how important, how crucial this Roche is. Arteezy using his before. Very good buyback so he can get back into that fight. 70 seconds, no Enchantress. Wukongs, they know is down. RP, they know is down as well. They're committing into the pit. How's Vici going to respond in this 3v5?
EG, can they finish it?
They also have level 25s picked up. 26 on Arteezy, 25 on Abed. And as we've seen multiple times, a Void Spirit once he gets 25 is a complete different beast with that AoE Dissimulate stun.
And Vici, they're going to concede the Roche.
And that means a free Aghanims.
Yeah, we'll see this fight again.
It kicked off excellent for Vici. They just completely annihilated Arteezy, but he did have the buyback to be able to get back into the fray. And I don't think they respected him coming back so quickly.
No, they still tried to continue fighting. We see here Abed with the chase down. A jump over to the side and still happy to kick back in as Abed goes in. They try and turn and collapse around him again. This is just buying time for Arteezy to wrap back over. They'll use the ults to go for Abed. They do get him, but that's pretty much everything used. And Arteezy being in position to get that link started on a Poyoyo meant that at that point the Monkey King's fight is over.
Now, yeah, as we said, the full blessing now for Arteezy. I believe Fly almost has his own full Aghanims on the ET too. They're going to look to progress here. No ults still available on the side of Vici. Horn Toss is purchased for Old 11, but Ice 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 is in. That's the first roar.
I've got to be so careful now. These buybacks on cooldown could be, they could cost the game here. Poyoyo, 6 minutes without that buyback now.
We do see a DY also hit level 20. Maybe happened during that fight there, but we'll be able to now start enchanting those Ancients. So we do have to see if Ice 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 will give some respect and maybe throw his Ancients away out of the fight, since DY will just be able to take over it every single time. And everything's back up, Vici. What can they find?
Oh, they're heading straight out. RP at the ready.
Scary moments here playing without buyback on the Monkey King, playing into that Aegis, playing into that cheese. Abed also does pick up an Aeon Disc afterwards too, so many different forms of protecting himself versus that big Wombo combo that Vici has. Vici, they're not quite at that next big item for Poyoyo to have that big protection. His Satanic is 700 gold away. Does feel like he's going to need it. These fights feel like they're going to start getting quite drawn out. And Fly, as we say, you know, he's trickling slowly towards an Aghanims. He's 250 away. It's going to change the state of the game a lot too, and he's able to stay in the face of these tanky heroes and allow his teammates just to rip them to shreds with that natural order.
Still quite a bit of time to play with the Aegis here for Arteezy, 3 minutes.
Old 11 just keeps going for Alpha Wolves the entire game that I've seen. Just looking for a dominated Alpha Wolf to stick it on Poyoyo.
Oh, here we go.
Scan comes out. EG's aware.
They're going to try and go for this into that Aegis of Cheese, but EG, with the Moonlight, they're ready to move in.
They want to take the fight.
Let's see if they catch this Feature with a good wraparound, though. They might not expect them to come in from the side.
They picked up the Satanic also for Poyoyo.
See if they can get the jump. Arteezy, he'll show himself. Quick little poke with the Plasma Field. Vici now, they're a little hesitant. They know they can't get the jump, the initiation that they wanted to. 11 is watching for the cliff here. I see jump forward from Abed, he's moving in onto Poyoyo. Arteezy keeps the link going, takes down DY, the roar comes out onto Poyoyo. Get the Wukong's command off. Old 11 still being patient, up on the high ground, waiting for the chance to jump, but he's seen him, the vessel's down. Old 11 no longer able to get the blink off, but Ice 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 is gone. No buyback available for Ice Ice Ice. EG, they're going to have to do this 4 versus 5 for now. DY, he bought back for this, there's a dieback from the Enchantress. Old 11, oh, he misses completely!
But they found Abed. They found one of the really important kills on the side there. PYW was able to get the chain disable for Poyoyo to engage.
Yeah, I mean, again, another scenario where there's an RP miss, but I don't think Vici minds at all. They're going to start pushing in a little bit down the bottom. No buyback on Abed or Ice Ice Ice. This is a long time without 2 of your cores. 11.
Point toss.
He's got the grab. He takes him out of the base. They've got Arteezy. Arteezy's going to go down once. Can they do it again? Can they do it again here? They're going to try, but the BKB's out. Jump forward, the Sonic Wave pushing Arteezy back down to the low ground, but Arteezy's able to get out of there. Moonlight shadows up. Crip gives him the cover to escape from the rest of Vici Gaming.
They'll force the glyph. 70 seconds.
And they've got to keep Arteezy safe. His buyback, of course, also still on cooldown for 2.5 minutes.
They should be able to clean up this Rex.
See if they can get anything more. Still a minute, no Abed.
Tough to swing all the way to top, though. That's your 2 mids still up. So they will back up, look to clear out those lanes. Double catapults hitting on mid. Big hit from Vici.
Again, just, I mean, keeping the net worth so even. 21 and 29. Only, what, less than 1K in it.
It's a crazy game too, where we talked about all these like initiations and the big wombo combo, and I feel like the 2 fights that Vici actually won, they did not have the wombo combo.
They don't need this RP.
No.
That's Old 11 is using it as a sort of an extravagant taunt.
It was like both of them. The RP whiffed and the Wukong's command was just like this zoning mechanic, but then they just get one single disable onto the Void Spirit, and they have the damage.
I mean, that is pretty terrifying when you're losing the team fights and these spells are all over the place. Imagine when they land. That could be, you know, the end of it here for EG in this game too. This is Vici Gaming starting their way back into this. The money for the full Satanic ready on Ori if he wants to spend up. And they are getting some big, juicy items online now.
Everybody really is. Like even like DY. Look at DY's Enchantress. He's just been like quietly farming throughout the majority of this game, as we mentioned, being that level 20 early on. He's got Solar Crest, his Vlad's. He's very survivable. Also having that Witchbane is always going to be nice. This little Dispel. Or as Kyle would like, the Cleanse. It is actually called the Cleanse this time around, so. And he's farming so much just because of his Ancient creep too. Like he just keeps taking the Black Dragon, and it's a better dragon because it's got that enchant buff on it. He can just push lanes by himself. He's pushing mid.
What's the plan now here? Sit back for the next rush?
We gotta wait for buybacks, I think, is the important thing, at least for EG. They've got 60 seconds and 600 gold for Void Spirit, about 1,000 away for Arteezy, also 30 seconds. They're a lot more dependent since they did expend so many earlier. Vici, though.
I mean, they're gonna charge straight at EG down here. See who gets the jump first. Smoke dispels on Ori. It's the jump out from Arbed. Getting himself a good distance away from Vici Gaming. EG, they are fully aware that this move is in motion from Vici Gaming. What do they want to do about it? DY,
Levin's getting a real
he's going to show himself into the trees. They find Fly. They'll jump in onto the outer time, see if they can burst it, but Arbed's in over with the Dissimilate. Fly, he'll be able to get the ult out, but Fly will fall. Jump over from Ori straight into Arteezy. DY, Poyoyo, and Ori trying to focus down the race. The Roar comes out from Ice Ice to hold back Poyoyo. Second Roar, it's going to be blocked by the Linkers of Ori. They've taken out Artor. Ice will manage to TP out in the trees. That's Arteezy dead. 2 minutes.
No buyback.
500 gold short.
And they still have RP. They can still look to hunt. Immediately pops, I believe, the Ninja Gear on Old 11, continuing to hunt.
He's still got the RP. He's ready for another catch. If he catches another call.
The way that they start the fight on Vici is really smart, too. Like, DY is just like, I'm just an Enchantress at this point. All I need to do is give information for my team to stick onto these targets. If they get even one disable on any of these cores we've seen over and over again, the EG heroes just die.
Yeah, these fights are looking harder and harder for Evil Geniuses. Smoke up to set things up, but still 80 seconds. No carry up for EG as Arteezy. They just have to sit back and watch.
And it's how do you actually deal with Ori now? You know, having the Lincolns, having that 18-second spell block that he picked up earlier from the 25 Satanic Trickster Cloak, he's so durable.
Tries to start the action off. Immediate jump, they do get the arrow connection into the Simulate stun. They're caught Ori. He's gone. Now over towards Poyoyo. Poyoyo still has the BKB. He turns over towards Arbed. Arbed's got his BKB ready to go if he needs to, but he's got out the Hortos. They've got the Hex as well. Arbed still managed to simulate out of action. So the buyback did come out from Ori here. I mean, it's maybe a bit of an early one. I don't know if he's going to be able to do too much with that still. It's time where Arteezy's out of the game, but it is only 30 seconds or so now. And now Ori in a bit of a risky situation. They lose Ori, and now EG might have the chance to push straight back. We'll see how safe Ori plays it.
Triple arrows online for crit. They just have, I think that's the biggest thing he just has to watch out for since the Rose are on cooldown.
Oh, 11. He's in with the jump. They've caught Arbed. They're able to chase him. He's gone. He pops. Buyback out immediately from Arbed as now EG they're looking to push back in. 10 seconds until Arteezy's up. They're keeping the racks alive in the mid, EG. Old 11. He's ready for the jump with the RP though if EG step anywhere close to the edge of their base.
It's level 25 as well on him. So longer RP, 4.75 seconds.
Ice.
The Roar.
It's got the first opening. Anything more to go here? Stomp onto the two. Remnant as well. Will follow up. Drag back into the arrow.
The force down.
Beautiful play there. Forced into the arrow. Crit. As that is Poyoyo gone. Vici Gamer, they've got to get out of it. There is a buyback available on Poyoyo if he wants to keep the fight going. Old Levin is able to get up to the glyph and TP out. PYW, he's away, but DY caught out by the stomp. EG, they'll run down the Enchantress and take down DY as well.
What a four step. Was that Fly? I think that was Fly's four step. He walked in. I think he used it right at the start there when the arrow was coming in. Or it could have even been a teammate trying to save it.
I think it was either Fly or DY. I think it was one of the two.
It might have been. It's the triple arrows coming into play there for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, coming from all angles,
and now
not a lot they could do.
Refresher shard and blessing on the rush. Most important thing for both sides. Both cores not having buyback now on the side of Vici. Ori as well as Poyoyo have it on cooldown.
Oh, it's risky. Yeah, EG no.
Arteezy's just going to run
time
his
to hit hard. Old 11
buyback.
on the high ground though. Hard to push into this Magnus when the Blink RP's ready. But Vici Gaming, with the state of their buybacks, they're playing it very safe. Back towards the tower. Now they look to get in off the back of their own smoke. They look for the long wrap around. They want to try and enter through EG's high ground. Down this river. Oh, they get to jump on a grip, but now the counter plays in. They're in. PYWZ on this kid's going to get proc. BKB comes out from Poyoyo. He's got the Wukong's command now. PYW slides off to the side. Arbez BKB short to wear offline. Trying to get on Poyoyo. The RP's there, but the BKB's already out. And Arteezy, so the skewer has no effect. Arteezy turns over towards Ori. Ori has to blink out. Powerless is down to Arteezy flying. He offers some safety here with the stomp setup. Arteezy trying to run, but Ori jumps in. The burst is there from Poyoyo. He's ticking down to the Spirit Vessel. The burst from Arbez Dissimulate takes Poyoyo out of the game. 2 minutes. No Monkey King for Vici Gaming.
Ori in a bit of a weird spot. Will be able to get himself away. They focus so much onto Poyoyo. Tons of buyback.
Catch on the PYW as well. EG, they're not done yet. Dissimulate over to the side. They found the line. DY's trying to punch back into Arteezy, but there's nothing that this Enchantress can do. He's got to run. Old 11 attempting to skewer back to the high ground, but Ahmed's got the chase. The Eldest is back up, and then Dissimulate's in. Ahmed takes down another.
But now Ori's on Ahmed.
Whoa, nice
to dodge.
Still got the Yules. Now they're ready to turn. Link has been popped. They get the skewer back up to the high ground. They've caught Ice. No Beastmaster for this push. And with Ice gone, that might be enough, along with Fly, also down right now, to stop EG from being able to punish the fact that Poyoyo's dead for a full minute.
Absolutely insane fight. Look how much damage, what, 28,000 damage from both sides. Everybody using like 50 different spells. Very nice. EG. Now, since they do have that number advantage, are starting to work on that rush. Arteezy in the pit.
We'll see the start of this fight again.
They kited Poyoyo. They didn't really stand inside the Wukong almost at all, and it really was the buybacks that EG just had a bit more of that allowed them to take a bit more of an advantage in that at the end of it all.
Now have that BKB off into on there, Arteezy.
He would have been dead otherwise.
Absolutely.
If he did not. That skewer into the Wukongs, he would have died even earlier.
Time to just draw out and just a perfect read of when to get back in on top of Poyoyo. We're seeing Arbed having some fantastic decisions when it comes to getting out of the fight and knowing when he can re-enter. He had that error earlier in the game where he made that play back into the full squad of Vici Gaming, but now the choices that he's making when it comes to playing these team fights are immaculate.
Just a constant reset. They just have so many different methods to get in and out of the Wukongs that it's allowing Abed to get, what, like, I think he got like 4 or 5 Dissimulate stuns onto heroes. So it's like 10 seconds of stun that's coming out just from that ability. So we'll get more of these level 25s coming out.
What's he doing with the Ags here, Abed?
Who doesn't have one? Who do you even want to give it to, actually? Do you just give it a crit?
I think give it a crit.
You don't really have anybody else. Yeah. Like, Fly already has it. He's the most important one besides that, so.
I mean, just sell it? You can sell that one, right?
Sure. Probably more useful on a hero.
I'm sure it is. We'll see. See how greedy Arbed is. So this move on 11. Oh, he's found him. He found Arteezy. Drag back onto Artur. They'll blow him out quick with a finger. That's the Aegis gone.
They've got the Wukong right on top of him, too.
Sonic Wave from Mori, pushing back Fly, so Fly won't be able to get back over and help out. Jump forward onto Arteezy. Pop the refresher. The BKB is trying to run. Another use the refresher shot and the refresher on use, but he can't keep himself alive. He's out. 2 minutes. No buyback for 5 minutes. A huge catch there as Arteezy on his own with the Aegis and refresher shot. It doesn't matter.
Did he used everything too. I think he used 3 BKBs. He tried to use 2 or 3 flickers to survive.
He pressed all the buttons. It wasn't enough.
He was completely alone. And they did do a good job. Ori, he jumped the backline. He jumped onto Fly, made sure that Fly wasn't going to be able to do any type of disengage. Those buybacks from earlier that EG had to use for the fight. now hurting them. DY.
Well, maybe the Aghanims on Ice will help a little bit here, spamming those axes out.
Okay, did pass it over to him.
Bit of deep push behind. He's just stepping straight back in. So it's Ahmed though. Ahmed's moved up. He on this will proc. He'll look to jump in with the two-man, dissimulate stun, gets himself back out with the astral step. Jump forward, the hold 11. RP onto the 2. The BKB was up already though from Ahmed, so Ahmed will live, but Crit will not. Marana is gone. Still 1 minute without Arteezy. VG Gaming, they're ready for the next one. Ahmed. He's going to turn over towards BYW, but 4 heroes upon him. The Hanks is there. Ahmed is gone. No buyback on him. GG is called. VG Gaming will take this game too.
What a wild game. Hundreds of buybacks it felt like in this one, but Vici, even though they didn't get the best connection some of the times with their huge wombo combo, at the end of it all, they just out-team fight EG in several different situations. EG just kept throwing bodies with more of the buybacks, but as for the scaling went, Vici just continued to scale just that much harder with their heroes.
Yeah, that was one of those games where the fights were so frantic that you know that you had to be completely focused, and Vici Gaming indeed pulling themselves together in a fashion we've seen them struggle to do so in a few games here on the main stage, but this game showing that magic's certainly still here from the squad.
And especially the man we just saw on your screen there, Ori, walking out of the booth there at the end, made up for all of his tough games that he's had at the main event. 15, 6, and 10 on the Queen of Pain. Item decision actually ended up working perfectly, going for that Lincoln. He blocked, I don't even know how many of Roars, and his target priority inside the fights was excellent. He always was either finding Abed with the Orchid catch, getting him with the catch, or finding Fly in the back lines.
And we saw, you know, this time at the start, EG, we knew they were going to try and go for a similar road to victory as they did in game 1. This time around, they weren't able to find it. What do you think tripped them up the most this game?
I think this time Vici just didn't overreact. I think the last game, sure, the Beastmaster was a little bit too overwhelming because they didn't have this Enchantress to always just like kind of deter them at all. But it felt like Vici was just like, oh my God, we have to fight, we have to fight. This time around, they're like, let's back up, push the lanes out, let's get these items online. We're good, we can scale super hard in this game, and we saw exactly that.
Well, indeed, an absolute delight of Dota 2 that game, ladies and gentlemen, with Vici Gaming taking a game back against EG. We're going to be having another one of these, game 3 round the corner, but as it stands, Vici Gaming versus EG 1-1 right now.
Thank you so much, Odie Pixel and Fog. Guys, I got to take a moment here. I got to admit, I am actually so emotional after watching that game. Like, this is why we are here. That was one of the greatest games I've ever seen, and just the fact that we're like at this event together with all of our talent in the talent room, just screaming, seeing Abed, you Stormcrafter and Yule Scepter. I mean, this is TI. This is 2 years that we've been waiting to come back here as like not only a family of us, but as a community. And that game just solidifies 2 teams from across the world coming together to just beat the shit out of each other. That was such a goddamn pleasure. And I got to compose myself here. But gentlemen, what did you think about that? I mean, Cinderin, we robbed you the first time from talking. What did you think about that game, man?
I don't even know where to start. You know, when there's games like this, you can try to pick apart any specific play from the last hour and, well, maybe not the hour, but at least the last 30 minutes. And small things could have just made a huge difference. It's about players making the right clutch decision on items, being slightly out of position, and more than anything, just the pressure, right? Like, every moment that we get into these team fights, like, let's say Old 11 gets caught, or Arteezy gets caught out of position, doesn't press his buttons correctly. We had that fight, like, in the end where he gets caught in the jungle, uses 3 BKBs, flickers everything, you know, like, he's just literally slamming his keyboard. It's like, how can I possibly survive? It's amazing. I don't know how to pick apart a game like that, because I feel like it's... You could take any given moment and be like, that's where they won or that's where they lost, and then 2 minutes later there's another one.
And before you continue, I would like to say that I do want to keep it on track, though. So I have implemented a new system. These are called panel points. These are little tokens, and if you make a good point, I will award you with a panel point. So just go about your business, and we'll get them in. And I just want you guys to be motivated to make good ones. So and now, after that, Cinderin, we will award some panel points.
I don't think I deserved one.
Well, not yet, but yeah. Anyway, Jenkins, you were saying?
I don't remember what I was.
I want panel points.
Okay, go ahead.
I think that the target acquisition.
No, that's what I was gonna say. Okay.
What? Well, target acquisition.
Let's go.
Keep going.
Go ahead.
Target acquisition.
Wait, why did I get some?
Please don't interrupt.
The target acquisition of Vici Gaming was very important, and OD Pixel alluded to it earlier, that there's always, whenever two teams are trading, there's always someone who's wrong.
Yes.
Someone is not going to win the fight. And the decision-making by Vici Gaming every single time that someone would retreat, there was such a tense back and forth because they were also extremely high mobility.
Sure.
Sir Action Slack, could I please interlude here?
Yeah, go ahead.
I would like to agree with Mr. Su to the right of me here. And I
You're
think,
actually invisible.
And I think
Oh,
what
there you go.
allowed, thank you very much for the channel. I'll come over here. I would like to say that kudos and shout outs to DY for walking in every fight, identifying that, well, number one, he's a pathetic support, so he always has buyback. The role, of course, position 5 is a very pathetic role. Walking in, always has buyback, setting up for his team to hit some nice RPs, to focus RTZ, and that was the key difference maker. Okay, why is there two? That was the key difference makers. The moment Vici started focusing RTZ in the fights is the moment they started winning, because when you look at the lineup, there wasn't really any other source of late game damage other than RTZ, and he didn't have a Satanic, so he was actually quite squishy if you just hit him with all of your right clicks. Sure, he has 3 BKBs because of refresher orbs. If I keep talking, you're just going to keep giving me these?
No.
Who's handing out the coins?
Well, they're based on it's voted in with the chat. If you do exclamation point, good point, yes. Anyway, continue.
So it's just about talking as much as possible, and while they're spamming, you just keep building up coins. Why am I not getting?
Well, I actually
you are lying. I didn't get a single coin.
Well, you have to make a good point, Synderen. So, Synderen, do you
spells.
agree? Yeah.
Which ones?
Good spells.
Oh my god, I couldn't agree more.
I got one better.
Okay, go ahead.
Great spells.
Better spells.
Okay.
Nope, sorry. Too slow.
Let's go ahead and bring it back to
How am I
serious
possibly
mode,
going to get that
if
many
we
coins
can.
anyway? It's over.
Gentlemen,
you can have some of mine.
please. This is an elimination game at the International. Please keep it tight
this.
if you can. So, Synderen, coming into this next game, we've seen such a back and forth. Let's talk about how EG must be feeling about this, because this is a game that they felt like they should have won, right? And now, after that comeback from that Vici Gaming, I mean, do you think they might be broken? Arteezy has been broken before at this at internationals. This is a team that can tilt. Will we be seeing this in a potential game 3?
I don't know. Why are you asking me anything? I have 0 coins. I'm like the least credible person who could possibly ask anything right now.
How come yours are to the right of you and mine are directly in front of me?
All right, Tsunami, perhaps you want to pick this one up?
Yeah, but I think that with these, we talked about it a lot during the group stage. The Dr. K factor. Jenkins,
yes, of course. Healthygamer.gg on
Healthygamer.gg. I think in these internationals of yore that you speak of, it was a more skeleton crew of support staff, especially mentally speaking. But now, the evil geniuses, they've got the technical know-how to recover from a game that maybe you should have won.
Don't look at me.
You know, it's always going to be hard. You know, the thing about a game like this is the players will have one perspective, right?
Yeah.
And then the coach will have a different one. And I think Bulba watching that game from the outside will feel like there's just as many moments that EG should have lost as they should have won that game. I don't feel like that. To me, watching that game, it didn't feel like a throw for either team. It felt like a bloodbath. And it's any given moment, anything can happen. And you can, like I said earlier, you can pinpoint, okay, Arteezy dying in the jungle, then the end is the nail in the coffin, but there's just as many moments before that where things can go right or wrong and you just lose, right? So the most important thing, honestly, is just mental reset, right? Like, if you can somehow get yourself in the moment, okay, maybe not even think very much about what happened in that last game, but just, you know, stick to your guns, get good picks. If you wanted to change anything from the draft, I'm still not fully convinced about an open-ended Razor pick when all you see is a Monkey King. Who even could have gone in a different role.
Do you think Vici Gaming responded to the Beastmaster well? This time they picked the
Yes,
Enchantress
they
in the post-game
owned him in lane.
Yeah.
Like, Ice had a terrible start. It was actually incredible how much he came back.
Not in the game, though. I feel like both of these games have been largely determined. Like, they've been in EG's favor, at least in terms of map positioning, and then eventually gold lead because of the Beastmaster vision and the ability to take over the entire enemy jungle. I do agree that the lane dominance was better from Vici this game, but I seriously think, and in the first game it was the same. Like, Beastmaster didn't do that well in the laning phase, but then the moment the laning phase ended,
He did it a lot better than this
He
time.
did. But the moment the laning stage ended, the game blew wide open because of the map control that it gave them. And I think EG played really well around that.
That is one of the things that I think Enchantress brings to the table too, though, is that one thing, she's good against Beastmaster and lane, but then when it comes to that mid game, when the Hawk Vision comes into play, Enchantress is the perfect dangling hero, as a certain banana guy would like to say. You send Enchantress in, if she gets gone on and has any sort of defensive item like Force Staff Hood, whatever it is, and even if you die, you soak up so much damage and so much attention that you set your team up for success. And a lot of the times these aggressive Beastmaster plays happen in the enemy jungle. There could be an outpost. You just die as Enchantress, buyback TP in, and you've given your team full vision for essentially whatever Enchantress's buyback is worth, which is not very much at that point, and all the expended resources. I think Enchantress is better against Beastmaster than just the lane because of that.
Yeah, okay.
And at level 20, she was taking the Ancients talent, and so even the Dom creep was, or the Overlorded creep was still being converted.
Yep.
And honestly, I have had much love for Ice at many internationals. He's always been a player who I wish would get an Aegis. But he seemed a little rattled at the end of that game. And not like, I didn't see the player cams or anything, but there was a moment where Crit landed a split Mirana arrow on the Lion, and immediately Ice roared the Lion. Even though it was like a long-range arrow, the Lion was going to be stunned for a while. And then in that precise moment, Abed went in to jump in on the Void Spirit. This is all during the top Rax siege. And ultimately, I feel like Ice, for as chill as he seems typically, has kind of lost some of that magic whenever it comes to elimination time. So more than Arteezy, I'm concerned about Ice.
Wow, that's a pretty good
spot a friend a coin, please.
No coins for you, Cinderny. You have to make good points, my friend.
So no coin.
All right, so
give me your best tip. How do I make coin?
Don't spread the coins around now. Let's focus up, please. All right, well, the teams seem to be coming out into the booths, and we are getting ready for a Game 3. This is a elimination match. This means that a team will be going home. VG Gaming, EG fighting for their lives in what could be considered as one of the most hyped series we have seen at this event thus far. I cannot wait to see the blood that shall be spilled by some of Dota 2's greatest competitors here at TI10. Let's take a look back at some past TIs, however, and get some EG memories about their times at the International.
My most vivid memory was from TI8 group stage. There was this group stage match against Team Liquid. It was Kuro's team, and at the time, we thought we were really good. So when we played against them, we're like expecting to own them kind of thing. And then they just like, they shit on us like so hard. We lost to some like off lane Drow Ranger kind of thing going on. Like, it felt like they're trolling us, but we lost. And I just remember sitting there after just laughing. I just started like, everyone in the room is like kind of serious, kind of sad, but I just started laughing and like, I started raising my voice and like yelling and like happiness. Like it was, feels good. It feels good to get owned.
I think like the thing that I can't forget at TI was TI2. So it was kind of like my first time going to Seattle, and I'm a huge fan of oysters. So I went to an oyster bar and ate like 2,000 oysters, and I had like I was having the runs like throughout the whole tournament. That was actually an interview where I mentioned I was having diarrhea throughout the whole tournament.
How are you feeling about the tournament so far? What has been the highlight for you?
Having a diarrhea every single day.
What was that?
But that was like a pleasant memory, I guess. Like the process of eating it was pleasant, not the rest.
Wow, what a fantastic piece about the memories of EG in this, the most critical moment they have ever faced. Will they have the run completed here at the International, or will they just slide on throughout the bracket?
Explosive second game from
Thank you.
EG.
I wish People was here to keep us on track, but we must continue as we move on to this extremely serious elimination Game 3 match. Gentlemen, This is what we're here for. This is Dota 2. If you are a new Dota player that's watching it for the first time, well, you are in for a hell of a treat. It is so good to have you here, about to witness TI history. So, Tsunami, my friend, we have seen so much. We have talked about how VG Gaming need to pull back from that last game. They did it, even though you kind of doubt it. You think we'll be seeing that again?
I think that Boba is a very stubborn drafter, and I think that they have been kind of using Beastmaster as the linchpin for this entire series. And so I'm curious, because this has been the downfall of Boba many a time, is he is very, very stuck on an idea, and he seems intent that his line of thinking is the best, which came against him in Singapore.
It absolutely did. Well, the time has come. No more questions. It is time for the draft panel
Did I get
with
a coin?
Avo, Effie, and Lacoste.
Evil Geniuses versus VG Gaming. Game 3.
We did it. Slacks pronouncing my name correctly. It was almost as difficult as VG Game winning that game too. And what a game, honestly. I mean,
what a roller coaster. You know? See the graph, it goes up and down multiple times. In the end, Arteezy gets caught, but I gotta go back to 11, you know. This is why he's my favorite offlaner, because he can do whatever he wants for 40, 50 minutes, miss RPs, and then all it takes, he can RP the ground, and in the end, all it takes is a couple of skewers, bait them in, one big RP. The man is just, you know, he is what he is.
But I think that says more about Magnus as a hero than it does about 11, right? You don't even need to land your RPs. You just have a free setup for your skewer. You can skewer them back a long, long range, and that's all you really need to do on the hero. I feel like get it out, and they did.
Back at the draft of game number 2, I feel they forgot about Magnus, because it seemed like a perfect hero, because he can be the good offlaner. He can be the one who's empowering the Monkey King, forcing him to, like, skip an item and just get a damage item, which he did, and also someone who can break the static link, work out really well. So yeah, no surprise. They decided to ban it out in the first phase this time around. There's still Tidehunter in the pool. I feel this hero can be flexed if necessary, but as an offlaner, you can protect him in the second banning stage. Doom needs to go 100%.
Yeah, I'm surprised that they valued this Enchantress so highly that they picked her up in first phase. I guess it just worked out for them, and they don't want to play versus Beastmaster.
It was the same secret idea, though, against the Elder Titan. That was the same idea. They just first phased the Enchantress, you deny that buff, and it worked for them.
Thing is, you can kind of run lanes around if Enchantress is countering a specific lane, but the utility of her in the last game was that she countered both lanes, right? This time around, it's easily dodgeable. I don't think she's more valuable than a Lion, because look what happened just now. They picked up a Storm Spirit, and they're probably going to ban Lion in the next phase.
They need to protect the Storm Spirit. You're correct, Effie. Because throughout the first and second season, throughout the majors, PYW Shadow Shaman, like, you know that his positioning is always going to be good. Anything with a Hex, as he's shown in the previous game on Lion, his Alchemization as well, going for an earlier E on this to be able to protect himself. This time around, EG getting the hands on the Storm Spirit, finally, I would say. I felt the first game they wanted to get the Storm Spirit, but VG Gaming, since they had the first pick in the second phase, they decided to snatch it.
Absolutely, and it just didn't perform up to expectations, but they've already begun protecting the Storm with the Puckman for obvious reasons, right? Coil leashes Storm, and he can't ulti.
So now we're expecting a potential Lion ban from EG to protect the Storm Spirit. If that's the case, is Shadow Shaman still pickable?
Yeah, I believe he is, because you need some kind of control. The way Virtus Pro defends their Storm Spirit is Puck, Kalina, and Queen of Pain, sometimes a Dragonite, if necessary, depending what was banned in the first phase and what the enemy bans out.
But also, if it is just a support Monkey King, then they're not going to go for the Lion, and the Storm's going to have the time of his life playing versus these two heroes as supports.
Right. So to a degree, this Storm also forces the Monkey King to go at least another position.
Perhaps, but it depends on how VG want to play it, because it's not the end-all and be-all if the two supports don't have significantly good catch. It's just that it just feels too good of a Storm game right now, just from these first two.
I think next ban from VG Gaming will show us where this Monkey King is going to go. If they ban out Ursa, it's going to say this is a core monkey.
Right.
So they do ban out the Luna. EG have had a lot of success running ET and Luna as a lane for the reasons that he amplifies both her right-click damage and her ultimate damage. And they've won a lot of games with this Luna.
So they get rid of Old 11 Doom, which is a good hero against Storm, but not what we were talking about, protecting the Storm.
I think it's necessary to ban 11's hero pool because that's what's been making it difficult for Vici to play to their strengths, I would say. And the Magnus being left in the pool last game was a bit of an oversight. And you'll find that even we forgot to talk about it.
Yeah.
Sometimes you get so caught up in so many draft ideas that certain heroes slip your mind, and I think that's what happened.
I was talking to Brian BSJ, and he said, you know, you ban out Magnus 20 times in a row, you feel like he's banned out, maybe you just forgot. You know, you always feel like the hero's banned out, he's super strong, and suddenly he gets countered in the lane. Like, you pick a perfect counter for your last pick.
So Vici do need to address the Storm issue. I really don't see this being good for their supports if they do choose to run Kane. And I wonder if they're probably just going to go for another Spirit hero mid here and try to pair it up with something like a Tidehunter in the offlane if it's left in the pool.
So like an Ember, for example, and then he gets countered, or he counters the Storm in the game with a Searing Chains combo, right? And that sets up for other stuns?
Yes, and we see
They ban it out.
Oh, well.
they decided to ban it out. That Tidehunter that we mentioned at the start now it gets more value now that the Doom is the ban coming out from EG.
I do think this is a good Tidehunter game. I hope it does not. So this is also a Spirit hero, right? It can function similarly to Ember. It's just that Ether Remnant isn't as great of a tool for catching the Storm Spirit, but if they pair it up with something else, that will be good enough. Because Void Spirit is actually burstier than Ember Spirit in the first 20 minutes of the game. So I can see the reasoning here. Also, maybe Vici aren't too comfortable running the Ember right now.
But there's so many mind games happening when you have two spirits play against each other, especially in this matchup. If Storm Spirit is going to go for Orchid, then your natural build on Void Spirit is Yule's Scepter, which means it's also a setup for the Remnant. And if he goes for Kaya Sanj, then you can also go for different items. You can go for Aghanim Scepter first, the AoE. So there's so much, like you see just one component of Orchid, and then you know what your item is going to be.
That's a very good point. Let's see what comes out here.
It's the Skywrath Mage again. The combination with ET once again for burst magical damage. Goes well with the Storm Spirit. You said last draft that you like this more than the Mirana pick.
I liked it more in the context of the last draft, right? But the Skywrath Mage here seems a little bit lost. I guess Vortex is good enough to cast Mystic Flare, but it's not as safe as a long-range slight chains into Mystic Flare, which is what gave it the extra value, I would say.
You also don't have a real hero that deals with the Enchantress. She can be really annoying, staying a very long time in the team fights. And all right, they decide to go with the Legion Commander. Perfect setup for the Skywrath Mage, and also something that can buff up your carry, something that can remove the potential silence once Void Spirit gets the Aghanim Scepter. So another way of protecting your Storm Spirit, especially with the 20-minute shard.
And another thing is actually if they do choose to run this Monkey King safe lane again, this also Skywrath Mage will bully him. It's one of the lanes that he will actually struggle with a little bit more than others in terms of melee heroes. Also, the Skywrath Mage instant silence versus Void Spirit is very useful.
Legion Commander is also a great block pick against the Tidehunter, who's still in the pool, something that he can't crack off, especially when paired up with the Skywrath Mage. You will always have enough burst damage to bring him down. Even if he decides to go for a Hood, there's ET to amplify the damage with his aura. Spectre, a bit of more global presence, but Legion Commander should have a good time in the lane. Skywrath Mage plus Legion against Enchantress Spectre, or if they decide to put Monkey King, which I don't think should be a thing here, should have a really good time. LC and Skywrath Mage, they will bully Spectre and Enchantress.
So this is a confirmed Monkey King support now, and the Spectre is, I can understand the need for a durable carry versus the Skywrath LC lane, but also I just see the Monkey King giving vision in trees, right? And then Spectre haunting in on the backline. That can be very useful and a very easy way to take these fights for VG Gaming.
So my question is here, you pick up the carry, therefore also revealing the Monkey King. Offlane is left, which means you get the free 2 bans. Why this over picking up your offlaner, which we've already talked is the core of this team?
Maybe they just didn't want it to get banned out, right? could be as simple as that.
Like Spectre was too valuable?
I think that's what they wanted to go for here. And actually, I was considering, what if Vici just go for 11's Lycan here?
Night Stalker, I think that's the hero to possibly ban out. Cuts into backline, Storm Spirit does not like to play into it, and you might need to have another scaling core. I think in the previous game, EG has been struggling with that. Beastmaster and the Razor combination, they're good if you want to end the game by 45-50 minute mark. Like if it goes past that, you kind of feel that they're not going to scale much with the items. And also banning out the Ursa. Like this is one of the matchups that I really love to see. Ursa, favorite matchup against Spectre. You always like threaten that Roshan. Vici Gaming, they don't have the good Roche taking potential at all.
You sold the Night Stalker idea, Effie? Or are you still leaning towards the Lycan?
And if they do pick up this Night Stalker, then their vision game is going to be ridiculous. And it'll be a good kind of way to deal with the Storm Spirit, but it depends on the carry that comes out, right? So it's Troll. I wouldn't pick Night Stalker into Troll.
Okay, why so?
Just because the lane for him is very difficult, and Troll can stand his ground and just fight back if he goes on him. It's not one of the best heroes to deal with. Also, Troll, if he can get on top of Spectre, he can kill her. He also does enjoy buying Silver Edge, which is going to be very good here versus Enchantress, Monkey King, and Spectre.
Thinking about this last pick, Vici Gaming, they have very limited team fight. Enchantress, Monkey King position 4, yeah, he brings that Wukong's command. Most of the time, I feel like this monkey is just gonna be a food in the fights, playing against the Storm Spirit, Legion Commander, and Skyrat Mage. Also ET with the Spirit providing vision. So they need something tanky. Void Spirit can cut into backlines, be a bit more annoying, but he needs an item. He needs an item and a half, which is not gonna be easy for him since he's playing into Skyrat Mage. So I want to see something tanky.
And we've talked a lot about having durable carries that can take a lot of damage for the team and kind of bait spells and turn the fights around. And Troll fits that bill really well. We just haven't seen him that often because he doesn't quite do it as easily as something like a Medusa or a Tiny. But I like the concept that they've done here with the Troll.
I've seen some Trolls, sometimes a bit too reliant on the lanes, and if the early game went a bit difficult for them, it was difficult for them to recover, at least in the group stages where we saw 3 or 4 Troll picks. The only exception to that was Beast Coast once, where they actually managed to pull off a game there.
As a Troll, you don't care too much about playing into position 4 Monkey King, so that's going to be good. You have the miss chance, you can be a range hero, so you can trade really well.
That's a very good point. And one of Troll's biggest issues is that he gets kited very easily, but they don't really have that great of a means to kite him. This looks like a very good game for him. And it looks like Vici are kind of stumped here too. They're really taking their time thinking about this. We're taking our time thinking about this.
It's going to be Lycan, which you suggested earlier, I think.
So the reason why I brought up Lycan, and we kind of went on a tangent, so I couldn't elaborate, is just that typically this is one of the heroes that they like to run, and they do like to pair it up with Spectre just to kind of secure that late game, because Lycan does fall off at some point and doesn't feel like he's as effective, but he's quite tanky on the safe lane and has no issues with farming the jungle and catching up. But also, he can just run his units at the Skyrath Mage and the ET without putting himself in danger. And if you have 2 supports that can easily get sniped, it makes Lycan's gameplay simple.
Sure, but I still love Troll against Lycan. I feel like they kind of counterpick themselves.
Well, this time we won't have an interview with the coaches, but we have someone that knows almost as much. We're going to go to BSJ with his last word.
Thank you, Avo. This game is all about the stages of the game, and it's going to be EG that's most likely dictating the pace. And as Lacoste mentioned, Vici Gaming is severely lacking on the team fight. So what that means for EG is even though they have a lot of single target pickoff, they're going to be looking to run around the map as 4, as a good offense is the best defense to guard Arteezy on his Troll Warlord as he's going to ramp up. He's going to want to be their building sieger later, but without that Aegis, he's not going to feel comfortable to do so. With the Ags on the Spectre going to be coming out on top of the burst damage from the Void Spirit and the Monkey King. So let's look for them to go for that early Aegis on EG, gather around their Troll, and make it difficult for Vici to be team fighting into them. We're going to be looking for that Lycan split push pressure to make sure that they cannot do that, and we'll have to respond and maybe create some chaos on the map. Winner goes top 6, loser goes home. Take it away, OD Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Brian. Yes, the deciding game now between Evil Geniuses and Vici Gaming. Fogged, initial reactions to the draft here for Game 3?
Does feel like that Troll last pick looks really good for EG right now. And I feel like I don't say that too often, especially not at this tournament. The hero's been kind of neglected for obvious reasons. He's just had a lot harder time inside most of the group stages. Also, a lot of people don't really like the way his ultimate works, of course, because it's got this double-edged sword where it forces you out of position a lot of times. Has been buffed several times in the past. But yeah, AG's draft does look very strong. If he cheats, it does look like they're looking to go for more of this like snipe plays and vision control with the Spectre, with the Lycan Wolves, with the Monkey King constantly scouting for the backline. So definitely have to keep eyes on that. But early aggression definitely going to be there from EG. They're going to look to hit and hit hard.
And would you say, you know, the last pick for VG Gaming, getting this Lycan 4 old 11? I mean, you sort of agree with the sentiment that it's not necessarily that scary last pick Lycan that we've seen in some scenarios.
No, and also I feel like their lineup right now is also kind of one-dimensional, where they're missing a lot, right? Where's their stuns coming from? It's going to be a Boundless Strike and an Aether Remnant is their only disables throughout the whole stage of the game until they start getting some crazy levels and items. EG's, they have the Duel, they have the Stomp, they have the Vortex. Eventually, we'll probably see an Atos picked up on the Skywrath, so just feels like EG's playmaking is going to be a lot easier, while Vici, I feel like they're going to have to avoid fights constantly and just draw the game out as long as possible for the Spectre to get online. I think that's why they went for the Lycan, though, right? It's that, like, exactly what Brian was talking about, how causes chaos, he's going to draw attention away from the Spectre, but into the troll lane could be maybe a bit difficult.
Let's see how well old 11 holds himself up here. We'll have, for now, PYW by his side. Down bottom, DY again on that Enchantress, ready to keep this lane nice and safe for Poyoyo on the Spectre.
And let's see how Ori does this time around. We saw him playing the Storm Spirit in the first game versus a Skywrath, and he literally could do nothing. And he is playing a Void Spirit, kind of similar concept, playing versus Skywrath. And once that silence is leveled up like 2 or 3 points, there's not much you can do about it until you have your own defensive capability like a Yule Scepter.
Sure. And I guess on the Void Spirit compared to the Storm, the Yule's being picked up first is much more likely.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It is going to happen. Like, no Storm. I think like 0 Storms lately want to go for a defensive item first. You're playing into their hand. Let's see. I really think that Arteezy is going to get absolute free farm, which is a concern for me. So PYW, this is a double melee playing into ET as well as Troll Warlord. You have to just start pulling Sweat away. And oh my, Fly actually gets the side pull. As PYW is trying to pull the wave, it gets pulled into neutrals. One of the bigger disasters that can happen when you are trying to pull as these double melee lanes. Fly does eat the clap, doesn't actually hit either hero on Vici, and 11 will be able to secure every last hit at the very least for himself. Doesn't end up missing any XP, but as we said, Arteezy, absolute free farm. We expect probably Abed to have that free farm as well. Bottom, I think that's probably a bit of the better lane because Poyoyo, that's why they picked the Spectre, because they see that Skywrath, because you're able to absorb a lot of that harassment in lane, and in the later stages you just kill him. Dispersion is very useful versus Skywrath. But we'll see how that all ends up playing out.
And of course for Poyoyo, if we do indeed see that sort of first build-up item into the Aghanims, do you sort of see this as a game where there's going to be a lot of chance to set up action for this Spectre to get involved in with the Shadow Step at the time he'll get the Axe?
You can kill the Skywrath every single time. If a Wolf just scouts crit, a Shadow Step plus a Howl, the Howl applies that minus armor, of course, on top of it, and yeah, the Skywrath is one of the squishiest heroes in the game, so.
See mid.
Mid.
Ori.
He is just...
All right, first blood just like that for Abed.
Wait, he just walked up?
You can't make those mistakes.
No.
That hurts. You know, 1 game away from elimination. Mistakes like that could come back to haunt you.
It's on the water runes, Owen, as well. So Abed fills his bottle top, he pushes in the mid wave, so Ori misses out on almost a full melee wave. He's going to get the water rune bottom as well. A huge mistake from Ori, and this is the second time now. We saw it yesterday versus VP. He was tripped up by the Storm Spirit as well. 7-1 last hits, 15-4 on Storm.
Quite the difference there. Missing and more last hits than the viewers are. If we could get that CS up on the side. Beautiful.
Thank you. So you're seeing Arteezy, like we said, it's going to be a free farm lane. And Vici also just has to be careful for the positioning, because once level 2 comes out on Elder Titan, that's when they can actually start look to be setting up kills onto either Old 11 or PYW. And they're not going to be able to slow Arteezy down up here unless a rotation does end up happening, which they can't really do pre-6. So lanes definitely feel like they're going to be quite a problem for Vici. Crit is taking a bit of a beating bottom, but we'll be okay. Mid again. Ori just keeps getting pulled into the wave. Does get some good last hits here with that Resonant Pulse, but
it's a lot of damage.
I think he needs help getting runes. I think he's going to have to tell his two supports. One of them has to start checking these, because Abed's just going to start taking over this matchup too much.
It's hard, though. I mean, only so much an Enchantress can do. Scare someone off the runes early on, and PYW kind of needs to be here with Old 11. You know, laning against a troll, as we say, it's not fun for the Lycan.
Not much PYW can do, really, to push Arteezy away. At least he'll save the Lycan from getting killed in some situations, but he can't, like we said, he cannot slow down Arteezy at all. Can't really stop the pulls either versus an ET. So it does really feel like EG might even come out ahead all 3 lanes.
It's a solid start, it really is. You see it here, top 3 at the moment on the CS.
Bottom is the only one that feels like it can go the other way, as they have an Enchantress and Ice. Just take a good amount of harass damage here. The Wild Wing just keep poking him.
DY, he's making the lane pretty robust here for Poyoyo.
Constantly throwing the daggers out. Crit, he'll have to use the slow to make sure DY doesn't catch up to him for the enchant.
I mean, any sort of chance to push Crit away from Poyoyo, he's going to feel pretty good about that, DY.
Abed's got the wave on his hill. He's level 6.
And we're going to see the setup mid. And they've got the wraparound. I mean, Crit, he may have been pushed away from bottom, but that means he's ready to turn up mid. And it's another kill onto Ori.
Ori saw the rotation coming, too. He had the ward. He saw Crit making the move.
That's true, yeah. He saw him go the whole way.
Yes, he did. That is another big mistake there from Ori. Bottom, though, as we said, Poyoyo, he's going to be able to get that kill with the Enchantress as soon as the Skywrath does leave. But yeah, lane's already looking like big issues.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Now, this is rough for Ori. We saw him struggle to recover from a bad laning stage the other day. We'll see if he's able to have a better shot at it this time round. It's a slow start already. Abed nearly doubling the CS.
Are they going to check the runes for him again? This is the power rune. This is the most important one. Abed is level 7. Void Spirit's level 5.
DY's coming over to at least grab the bottom if it spawns down here, and it will.
It will. Crit is going to TP mid since he doesn't get the bottle. Since he doesn't get the rune, they're just going to fill up Abed's bottle there to enable him. And then they're going to look to make the go immediately. Instant dissimulate out to disengage.
Still trying to punish him before he has the Astral Step online. Still just level 5, Ori.
I cannot believe he's level 5 to level 7.5 on Abed. Abed also has Catapult Wave, so now he's going to force pressure onto tower. DY looking to react. Might need a +1. This is not what you want to see if you're a VG fan.
That is the TPs.
This is devastating.
They've got to bring lots of backup in. See, PYW and DY will manage to get the reach over onto Crit. See if Abed can help out here. Crit goes down. Abed not going to be able to play aggressive into the 3 of them. As they are able to come in, keep this area a little bit safer for Ori. Ori also able to be the one to get that hit onto Crit, so
very
a bit of a jump back up for him.
Yeah, he has to get given pretty much every single last hit in the kills. His top, Old 11 does show himself. Was having pretty good farm, but immediately from that Abed rotation will get set up on, and Abed already TPing back behind to the tier 2. So maybe looking to hide his positioning still and look for another play.
We go. They're going to look to dive in onto Ice. Pretty deep here, Ice.
They got him. Giving it Poyoyo. Nicely done by PYW and DY. And they're going to be PYW is probably going to have to be the one that has to bail everything out of here.
They're going to try and get him again.
Does get the dissimulate.
Very quick there to react.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
He's ready now, Ori. He knows that they're looking to make his game as tough as possible.
Look at the chain fills that's coming from EG. It's getting spotted too. That ward that we do see Vici place early on is going to see it. And the move onto Crit.
I mean, they're able to come in with a horn as well. Straight over to Crit they go, but the Stomp comes out, catch the 2 of them, the silence on Ori. Ori zips over with their Astral Step, takes out Crit. Now they turn over towards Fly as Vici Gaming bring the numbers mid. First hit from Poyoyo, and it's an effective one. 2 heroes down around the mid lane.
Again, it really is the 2 support movements. I'm watching that from Vici. They're really making up for that hard start in the laning phase. Just paired up together, looking to just help Ori so much as Abed. Shows himself mid again, has an illusion rune. So he's just fine. as both safe laners are really starting to get ignored. RTZ is starting to make the move down toward bottom. Probably expecting a rotation to come out toward top soon. And he wants to look to take out this tower. It's already less than half HP down here. Abed also swinging over. Is going to be spotted by the ward.
Poyo is going to be very careful here.
He does.
He knows with the way that EG plays, this sort of timing every game, they're ready to get aggressive onto the safe lane. They're closing in. And they're able to lock him down. Not quite playing safe enough there, Poyo. You could sense it. He knew that they were going to look for this sort of play, but getting a little too far up to the creeps, and EG able to run him down.
Who got the last hit as well? It was RTZ. And it was a killing spree, so enabled toward his next item just a bit faster. Fly.
I'm going to go for him. He's still got the stomp, but Centaur Stomp comes out a bit early. Might actually give the chance now for Fly to get his own one off. Trying to jump to the side there, PYW, to avoid the sleep, but it won't happen.
Radiant's bottom tower.
We do see while chaos was happening, of course, Old 11 takes the top tower. He's gotten a lot of space to just be farming up their top net worth for his team. Looking to swing toward mid, trying to collapse onto another tower. EG bringing the numbers themselves.
They really are. I mean, VG game, they're going to try and fight this. They get the open up with the stun onto Ice's side, but the stun comes out. Gives Ice time to heal up. Isn't enough. He tries to stand his ground. PYW finishes him off with the boundless strike. Abed fights back, brings out PYW. Ancient seal from Crit onto Ori. Abed goes for the zip TP. He's away. Ori still wanting to try and fight here. Cinderboard's Fly, but Fly's pretty beefy.
They've got a catapult wave coming in, though. Pretty ideal timing for Vici to continue with this push.
And Ori still wants to go for the catch onto Fly. He's going to miss the Remnant, though. That's going to put a stop to any sort of setup.
EG thought they brought the numbers, but Vici brought just a +1, and they also will have Haunt available in about 20 seconds. But EG does stop the push. Ice comes in as well.
I'll be able to hold this all while RTZ gets the superior space out of the two carries.
He's going to have a very early Maelstrom. Treads, Maelstrom, plus a Falcon Blade any minute now. That farm is just going to continue to accelerate. And are they stacking it all for him? They are. So they're starting to get some Ancient stacks prepared. We do see Ancient stacks as well on the side of Vici. So both teams preparing themselves for these later stages.
EG's heading in. Vici game, they've got to be careful of this ball lining initiation from Abed and the follow-up damage from Crit. Especially now the 6 is online, Mystic Flare ready to go.
Eleven gonna start farming Ancients with Poyoyo. Looks like they're both gonna do it together, even as a team, bringing PYW also as well. So let's see if EG's aware that nobody's really showing on the map. They're gonna look to hit a tower because of that.
Poyoyo, he's getting rather low here. Just gonna stick around, get that XP at least mid lane. Setting up the defense with the Wukongs.
It's a nice hold. It's his bluff play too. They're getting a lot of farm from that Ancient play while also defending because of this.
Yeah, they'll get the space to clean this up completely, Vici Gaming.
And they've got salves too. You were mentioning how Poyoyo is dropping a bit low. He's got Chip Vest. They salve him up and he's still a bit healthy. He's got Haunt also to join inside the fight. DD Rune does spawn bottom. And EG will be able to claim themselves that tower. Immediate smoke with a DD. They have the vision up top too. They see Poyoyo. Of course, he's on the creep wave, but they did see him setting up there initially.
The smoke was seen right there.
Mm-hmm. They're already setting up for it. They're making the right read too, because they know EG wants to make the move onto the Spectre, because otherwise Spectre's just gonna haunt into the fights and they're gonna get outnumbered. So.
See PYW. He will get caught out here. Did try and come over and was by the looks of it trying to at least dispel the smoke.
Yeah.
Keep the info ready for his carry, ready for Poyoyo. It does cost him his life.
Gotta just protect Spectre. Everything is about Spectre this game. And RTZ does finish up his own Ancient stack without any help. Up to 7,300 net worth.
He's pretty huge.
2K ahead of that Spectre at the moment.
Quite the start. I mean,
and it's a good troll game, as we mentioned. It is a very good troll game that he's not really playing into any of the traditional counters of that kiting that just allows you to play around that battle trance. I also see that he's gone for, we'll wait for that for as Abed finds an easy pickoff. He's gone for the build, which I've seen more and more players do lately, as you max your Berserker Rage rather than maxing out your Fervor. just scales really nicely, and if you do get involved in the fights, which he can with Treads, Maelstrom, and Falcon Blade, the root is very effective.
Absolutely.
As it does increase. 2-second duration is pretty good when you're playing versus elusive heroes like a Void Spirit or even like Lycan who can be speedy away. You get like 1 or 2 roots and they're just dead.
See the setup down bottom here. They're looking towards Ice. Old 11 comes in.
Can they set up? They need a +1 though.
They're a little hesitant. They know that there's going to be more behind Ice.
Yeah.
EG, you know, Abed just being in the neighborhood.
Dire's middle tower.
We'll secure that Helm of the Overlord. Pretty much done for Old 11 though.
Another smoke up here from Ori.
Vision. EG's placed this ward every single game. This time it's going to get found. PYW is going to see it.
I don't know if Ori's going to be able to quite find anything even.
He's got
DY.
Yule. They could set up potentially for Abed if they have the follow-up.
Look who, yeah, but Abed's got backup.
Yeah.
Both Fly and Crit just sitting behind him, knowing that that sort of timing was going to be coming out from Ori and making sure that there's no window for the play to be made by Vici Gaming.
They can always bring the numbers because of that Spectre. Seeing DY also, making sure that he's keeping Poyoyo healthy at all times. Going toward the Ancients, just popping the Nature's Attendants on him, so they'll be battle ready at all times. You see the men on pretty much all 10 heroes. Everybody's battle ready in case something kicks off.
I mean, both teams for now happy to resume farming. You can expect that EG, and once they've got their first time or so, they'll be the more proactive out of the two.
I think both the situations where they're going Orchid, and also I saw Ice. He was halfway to Armlet, and then he's like, no. I'm not finishing Armlet this game. I think tempo is what the name of the game that EG should be going for, so he's about to have Blink finished up on the Legion Commander too, and they've got the combo plays, right? Legion Commander plus Skywrath, almost anybody they find is going to just get killed from the combo, and now Orchid's done. Abed, he's hunting with Crit. Like we said, they want to target Poyoyo mostly. But this ward also is spotting out Ori. See which one they find.
They're going to try for Spectre. That's a big zip from Abed to close in. Set up with a silence. Easily done there. EG, they've got perfect pick-off potential now. The map's going to be a rather dangerous place for Vici Gaming to play split up. With EG getting themselves these early tools to get online.
Scary place for him to be as well in the Spectre in this game. Sure, he has the Haunt, but I feel like that's going to be Old 11's territory for the most of this game since he has this Helm of Overlord already done. Tower mid will get quickly taken out.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant
So still getting their farm on Vici, but you can just see Arteezy's accelerating that much faster over the Spectre. He's not getting picked off, and it's constantly Poyoyo under the gun here of just getting gone on. He almost has his Ag, so they're gonna be able to be more proactive themselves as well soon, but EG's getting a bit too much space on the map.
Arteezy is completely popping off this game.
Yeah, it's free farm.
He had sort of a rough ending to game 2, but this game 3 is coming headstrong and he's looking good so far.
Almost has the BKB done. He's like about to have it. That is quite scary.
See if the smoke from Vici Gaming gets a catch. They themselves wanting to look to get some action.
Fly. Not the most ideal target though.
Yeah, ideally they were hoping for more, maybe seeing if they could find an opportunity for Poyoyo to use the Haunt. He's not going to use it for Fly alone.
Yeah, if they catch the Yule Scepter onto Abed, then they can commit for him and just kill him immediately. But yeah, Fly tanks the gank. Bit fortunate there for EG.
Yeah, especially at that time, as you say, where Arteezy was about 200 gold away from the BKB.
Exactly.
That would have been the time to get the hit in on the troll, but wasn't the case.
They were both right next to each other too, right? So it could have really gone either way for a moment. Nice spot.
Ooh. Okay, that'll do it. That will do it. The Haunt giving them the vision so they can find the Yule setup onto Ice. Ice, he's going to try and run his way out of that. He's kind of making it away for now. Is he actually going to live? He's going to live.
Oh,
he gets away.
Goodness.
The good old pig pole there helping him speed through the trees and away from a Haunt movement there from Vici Gaming. Vici Gaming, by the looks of it, will still get the tower, but now they're all down here. We actually see EG, they're looking towards the Roche pit, maybe seeing if they can take this whilst they concede the tier 1 tower. So space certainly being made there by Ice.
That was the Haunt used, that was the Shapeshift used as well afterwards. That was so much committed from the side of Vici, and just a Piggy's able to scurry away. 3-man overwhelming odds as well, of course. You know, he had like 37% movement speed increase, so he's able to scurry away. And straight to Roche. They'll get it. Big move for EG.
And making the most of that play from Daryl completely.
DD inside of Abed's bottle too. EG probably looking to take these head-on fights a little bit more so now in this game. Poyoyo does have the Ags finished, but Haunt is on cooldown for 85 seconds. So as for a head-on team fight, I don't think Vici's going to be looking for that. We'll continue pushing this bottom tower with the Helm. PYW scouting the tree line. He's also going for his own Yule, so just wanting to have multiple different setups, it seems like, for the Storm. And Yule's overall versus Troll Warlord is also one of those humongous items that you can just, you know, while he's battle trancing, just Yule's control him. This Troll just continues to pull further and further ahead, though. 3,200 ahead of his counterpart.
Yeah, that's easy. On an absolute vibe right now.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And EG, again, managing
Similar.
to find this sort of area they want to play around. In up to the triangle of Vici Gaming, and they'll always look to try and initiate from this angle, keeping Vici almost awkwardly pushed over into their own jungle.
Haunt is up in 20. And those backline heroes, as we mentioned, they will get ripped to shreds very quickly on the side of EG. But the ET as well as that Skywrath, you're gonna see the flank around that's just gonna quickly hit as soon as Haunt does come out. From Haunt, from Shapeshift, from all the summons just running on top of him. And there's not too much that they can do to protect themselves. I think that's why we see Crit. He went for a different build this game. He's gonna go for Glimmer Cape to protect himself because he knows he's just gonna get hard committed on by the Spectre and by all these summons. So wants to have some type of protection for himself rather than a setup for kills. Does mean we'll probably see Dusts picked up on Poyoyo and Dust picked up on the Lycan at a very early point in the game, but you can see the different direction that he's looking this time around.
I mean, they're strong. They can go high ground, maybe.
They're thinking about it.
At BKB, 2 minutes on Aegis. We'll see how much EG do want to push it, but they've got some real power right now, and indeed, they're going to step up and start having a poke.
There's no glyph either.
Let's see how confident they feel here, EG. Oh, it's easy. Leading the charge here onto the tier 3 tower, tearing it apart.
The Wukong's is forced just to hold.
There's only a 1k difference, but with the heroes and the tools they have, how much of that money is on their carry right now. EG, you know, if they fight around Arteezy, they can take a lot of this map away from Vici.
I think they can look to go again. There's still
with
no
the Aegis,
glyph.
2 minutes, you know, this is a perfect timing.
If they see anybody too, like Ice just a blink duel, and then they have number advantage to go into high ground, Vici might not be ready for this push to come out again from the fake back from EG.
How do you stop him?
They're wrapping around though.
There's Flight. Is he going to spot this? He's heading near to the tree line.
They want Abed.
Abed's hiding in the trees. Jump forward straight away. The silence will catch out. Ori jump from Abed. They've got the vortex. Pull back. Arteezy is in on top of the void spray. Yule's up into the air. Ori keeps himself alive for now. Good shot. Dodge with the dissimulate. Ori trying to escape. Will get back to the base. Arteezy's torn down DY. Now he's going to look over towards Old 11. Ice. He has the lockdown with the duel. Old 11 fully surrounded here by EG. He's trying to run away with the shapeshift, but Abed's got the damage. Old 11 goes down. Arteezy being rocked. Watch from the tree line here. Still has the Aegis for a full minute.
Tough one to bring down. There's 4 heroes and they still can't commit for him. And the push support says, we've seen, of course, they're going to have a really tough time versus this Vici jump, immediately get incinerated. But I think at the end of it all, you know, it's not amazing for Vici, but it's a pretty decent hold, all things considered, when they are at this deficit. And Ori somehow survives. I really thought he was just going to get first. 100 HP, the splitter, like a fraction of a second from killing him.
We'll see it again here. Of course, the Haunt just giving them a lot of information to start off the action. As you say, Crit and Fly immediately focused.
Look at the splitter. It just doesn't catch him. It was so close. But again, immediately, EG, they're grouping up as well, going for top. Satanic now finished on Arteezy too.
22 minutes, Satanic. Let's see if they can do it again. Here, Vici push them back.
Silence.
They're going to see the setup from PYW in the trees. He's ready with the Wukong's command. EG, they'll guard it up for now, but Crit won't be able to make it out of the ult. It's Crit Scott. It's 4 versus 5. Arteezy wants to go back in. He's looking to get on top of PYW, but the Yule's control is there. They'll send him up in the air. It's in for Abed. He's caught out by the silence. Render's one behind side. He's in with the duel. Looking to lock down Ori. Arteezy is in with the damage. Has he got enough? No, dissimulate. It's on. Ori jumps again. Away again. Ori lives once more. Now EG's got to be careful. There's no Abed. Ice focus first. Nice little arm that Toggle won't save him.
He still goes down.
They stopped the TP.
The TP stopped. The barrel strike is in. Arteezy is going to do his best to try and turn. But he's up in the air with the Yules. He has got the ult, but he's not going to be able to get it off. The silence is in. He can't press the button. As Fly also goes down. Tips coming out. Vici Gaming a solid hold. The racks are protected.
I cannot believe Ori's surviving. That changes everything. He's able to get so many different forms of silence out from Resonant Pulse just because he survives. It ends up getting Abed killed. It ends up chasing out and getting Arteezy killed.
A massive hold. Absolutely there. I mean, and Arteezy taken out.
And it was 20 HP. Last time it was 100. This time it's 20 on the Void Spirit. As Vici's really starting to feel themselves, starting to throw out the aggressive tips.
Rest easy. And we'll see it here. I mean, Arteezy feeling that he still has the chance to get back in. Of course, that Aegis and BKB Setani, he's massive, absolutely huge. But look at this, the dual lockdown is there, but Ori, as you say, he lives.
I cannot believe it. Now tier 2 mid, things are starting to swing the other way. Vici's late game lineup is starting to hit a bit of their timing. Even though Arteezy's so farmed, the Spectre, the Lycan, they're catching up. And finding him there isolated, a huge kill. They even tried to bail him out. Like Fly ran in, he's like, I'm gonna mango you, get rid of battle trance, but again, just because the Void Spirit lives through all this, he has so many different forms of silence to control.
Tough fight there for Arteezy, but still, he's at the top spot. The rest of the team falling behind a little bit of their counterparts on Vici Gaming. Arteezy can't go down again though. One further death and then Vici Gaming, it's going to get to the point where Poyoyo Spectre will start to take over the lead.
He's gonna have Manta done now too. Manta plus that Aghanim's much harder for them to get any type of catch on Poyoyo. He is getting very durable.
I mean, are they still at a point, EG, can they try and go for this Rax again at this stage, or without the Aegis is it far too risky?
I think right now it's just like get your lanes out, get more control, and then they have to get the Roche advantage. But they can't just commit into the Roche by any means here anymore.
No.
Because Ori's just completely caught up as this Void Spirit. He's actually just doing way too much with these double silence pulses. And the Hunt, it's back up.
That's the plan. 4K lead here for Vici Gaming. Manta done on Poyoyo. Each of these fights is going to be ready, as we see, to get on top of Crit and Fly.
Arteezy's still looking to threaten that Rax.
He
exposed.
Really, I mean, it's just the two of them, really. The rest of PG a little further away.
They might just get full engaged on him almost immediately as soon as Vici's on position.
I mean, Arteezy's going to start things onto the Rax. I mean, they do at least force back 4 members of Vici Gaming to the base.
But now EG's got to deal with their lanes. Bottom's pushed in, mid's pushed in too. Roche up in 15 seconds.
Nothing.
11 has a full AC too, and they're actually smoking, looking for the fight themselves.
I mean, they know Roche is going to be up soon. They don't want to let it fall into the hands of EG.
Aeon Disc also now on Ori, so those jumps that EG couldn't even kill him before, now you're definitely not going to kill him if he's able to get any backup from his teammates.
EG could get caught a little off guard by this.
Was
he jump straight in with the sides on the 2? The ult comes out as well. Arteezy puts the BKB. He'll turn, but immediately Crit getting really, really low here, but the sleep storm comes out. Crit lives for now, finally goes down. Buyback from Crit. Arteezy, he's on top of Ori. Ori falls to the side. They've rooted him down. This time Ori will fall. He won't live through this one. Abed focused by Old 11, but now with the turn, he's got the lockdown. The duel's there. They catch Old 11.
Fly MVP of that team fight with the ET, just a stomp and a splitter to turn everything around. Looks like it was going to be disastrous for EG as they lost Crit almost instantly, but great stomp to disengage, great stomp to be able to get them those big pickups. And Poyoyo maybe a bit lucky to even get out with his life. It looked a bit close. ISIS almost got the duel on him.
We'll see it back here again. Vici Gaming very willing to start the action off.
The Dispel too, of course, we did see that one from the Legion Commander. Allowed Fly to get in position to get that 2-man stomp, to get the setup onto both the Spectre as well as the Void Spirit.
He saw Old 11 with the good intentions as well to try and go straight for Fly, but not quite able to close in on him before those abilities came into place.
As we saw here, Abe getting it rather low, was low on the mana as well. Old 11 not able to finish him off with the rest of EG to turn and control the Lycan. They're all back up for EG Gaming, but no Haunt, of course. And EG taking down the Roshan rather rapidly. Any sort of steal available. PYW is going to look for it, but he's not going to be able to jump in time. Aegis is picked up. They've got the dual control. They focus him down. Jump forward with it to simulate. Ori, he'll burst onto Ice to go down. Arteezy, he's got the battle trust, but he's up in the air. They're kiting him the first time round. Pull back as well with the Remnant as Arteezy's been separated from the rest of his team, but he's still got that Aegis.
He still has ult. He used Rampage.
Oh, okay.
Same noise.
He's right. He picked up the shard there off the Roche. See if they can kill him off. Stomp. Gives him the cover, but there's the jump with the Remnant, the first and once. Fly getting pushed back as well by Old 11 and the army. Poyo, he's back in action with the Horde. The Shadow Step jumps over. Now he's going to look over towards Arteezy. He needs buybacks, he needs backup. Because Arteezy...
He's still scary.
And they're a little cautious on how they go back in on him with the buybacks coming into play. Ice. He's got the duel back up in 5 seconds. And they'll respect that. Buybacks come out, VG Gaming, they'll pull back and they won't push any further for now.
But they do take away the Aegis as soon as it is picked up from EG. And EG, like you're mentioning, they wanted that timing to be able to go for a push of their own. Ori still has his Aeon disc up. Won't be able to get out of there. Denying the Aegis away from a troll lineup when you have Spectre at this point in the game, though, is phenomenal. VG probably feeling very comfortable with the state of the game. Also, EG having to use 2 buybacks in that fight.
Yeah, we saw how much they needed that to try and attempt to get this top racks taken away. Now that whole plan's going to have to be put on hold for EG, which is going to hurt.
And the fights for the supports on EG is just impossible. Like every single time, they just die almost instantly. Starting to pick up their defensive items. Arteezy does find a DD down bottom, put inside the bottle.
But with that Aegis gone, can they push on for that much more here? It's so hard without that ability for Artur to have a second life. With just the one, VG Gaming have shown they can deal with him.
He's still looking to push. EG does not want this game to go on too long. They know they're going to get outscaled. So still looking to just get a bit of map control here, keep forcing VG back.
He's still so far ahead in the farm department. 6k lead on the troll.
Almost has a basher now done too.
But look at this old 11, 500 gold off his Ags.
Don't think I've ever seen the Lycan Ags with the Spectre. It's gonna be an interesting one.
Now Vici gonna try and get out here with just the 2 of them, Ori and PYW.
Are scanning.
EG.
I mean, PYW is also quite fun. He has a Death Cell picked up out of nowhere.
Just grabbed it.
Damage is going to start ramping up a lot also for Vici. Oh, and that's a nice. That's a dieback. 80 seconds, no Legion Commander.
See what they can find with this there. I've got the mid lane pushing in Vici. EG trying to keep Alita's top one pushed out, but we've seen pretty much all the time. It's always been 2 lanes of VG Gaming that's been going back over to EG's half of the map. A lot of focus from EG still on this top lane and hasn't really turned into much more after they took that tier 3 tower.
It's that invisible impact always from the Lycan, just seeing the constant wolves, a minion sent out to the lanes to push it out, and EG just, they keep having to address those lanes, and still 40 seconds, no Legion. Arteezy.
They're gonna get the jump. I've got the setup here from the Spectre, but flying crypt by Arteezy's side. And still with the DD in the bottle, BK being satanic he is. It's a scary target to commit on. Shadow step back up in 15, Haunt at the ready as well from Poyoyo. If they want to try and make a move. It's just 20 seconds until Ice is back up, so looks like that time will pass.
Oh, he did just commit for the Moonshard. Okay, so we've seen this build a couple times also on the Spectres. We've seen Bloodthorn Nullifier builds too, but just looks like he just wants raw attack speed just to be able to clear out through those back heroes. And also, of course, your illusions get that attack speed too, so it's really beneficial once you start using your Shadow Step and also your Haunt inside the fights. As Arteezy with DD, quarter of it left. They're trying to find a grab.
Let's see who's going to show themselves. Ori.
He's got the Aeon
And
disc.
Poyoyo. They might get the wrap onto Poyoyo. We're going to see Ahmed. He's looking for the lead in. He's trying to get out here with the Manta Star, but they grip the grab back with the Vortex. Right. He's going to get focused here, though, as Ori's jumped over. The damage is done, though. Arteezy commits with the BKB. Poyoyo gets taken down.
He spent his gold, too. He does not have buyback. 11 will just be able to kill crit with some minions. What a bully.
Can he get anything more here, old 11? Flies a little low, but
It's a big kill here.
No Spectre.
60 seconds. What can EG make with that? Lanes are all just pushing in onto their side, though, so I don't think they can actually do anything.
I don't think it's still a long time, of course, until Roshan.
It's just every time I look at a lane, there's an Enchantress creep, or a Wolf, or a Helm of the Overlord. Vinci's doing an excellent job of just keeping these lanes pushed out, so EG can't capitalize on any of these pickoffs that they do find. And even though Arteezy is continuing to be at that top spot, as you mentioned before, the other heroes are starting to dwindle behind. Abed is going for more of that supporty kind of Storm build, where we're seeing him go for Aghanims, so he can be that AoE black hole for Arteezy to focus fire targets. But Vici's just getting much more on the map, and they're scaling way harder. Everybody getting farm. Monkey King and Enchantress soon to surpass Ice Ice Ice.
Vici Gaming, they know that when Poyoyo's back up in 10, he'll have Horn. So ready to try and start something,
and they see Crit
as soon as he's back in action.
They just saw Crit also. That deep ward they have placed is scouting him. So they're going for the big wraparound. They're assuming that he's going to go connect to his team, so they're probably just using him as that information tool.
They'll go for him.
They'll just kill him. And now they'll know where the rest of EG is.
I mean, they're immediately making the move over. They actually catch Ice 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 here with a Boundless Strike. They're able to set him on top of him. He's going to try and run. We'll see the bite over to Poyoyo as this Spectre's ready to start charging down the Legion Commander. Ice Ice Ice, no escape for him.
Things completely falling out of control. Even though there's such a farm troll warlord, the rest of the heroes just unable to do much of anything. They can't get away either. That was the real haunt used, but well worth it for Vici.
Yeah, absolutely. Any sort of a small couple of kills at this stage, as long as they're stopping EG from getting the momentum that they need to try and hit Vici Gaming before the game gets too late. And it's going to be a success every time for Vici.
Feeling very scary though for EG. Just lanes constantly being shoved onto their sides, which means there's a chance that in the next few moments that if Vici's ever able to get the Roshan for themselves, the game's just over. EG has to play with the Roshan advantage, it feels like. Gem purchased up, Fly starting to get annoyed. These wolves, these deep wards that they have placed, need some type of solution to make sure that they can get the jump first, as Arteezy's getting gone on. Committed his gold as well for Bissell.
He's able to find a DD, but immediately used.
He uses Satanic as well.
DY, he's going to play around with him for a little bit, but Arbed's here with a backup. Zips over towards the Enchantress. Enchantress pretty tanky though. We'll see Arteezy on the rampage.
They're just kiting him. There's the Yules on Aether.
He's ready to try and set up maybe with the Wukong's command. Arteezy.
DY's hurt it. The Legend's starting to commit for the back.
They're going to have to help him. He's had to put the BKB. Arteezy now looks to turn. He's in onto the Monkey Kick. PYW goes down. Instant buyback from PYW, and Ori jumps in. Quick burst onto Crit. Crit goes down. Poyoyo is in with the Shadow Step, looking for Ice Ice Ice. Arteezy trying to stay on top of 111. Look at the bashes at the roof, but Arteezy is pulled back by the Reverend. Arteezy goes down. They jump up to the high ground. 3 down, 4 dead on EG. Only Arbed getting out of there is Vici Gaming. They have all the space in the world now to push down mid and take at least a racks away from EG by the looks of it. 80 seconds, no Arteezy.
And even though it looks like such a good troll game, you still see the same problems with the heroes. The itemization from Vici on point. The Yule Scepters to kite him out constantly. And then even the Aghanims bite on the Spectre. How can you catch
They're going for the end.
They are going for it. 60 seconds, no troll.
They know.
They've got it.
He spent his money. No buybacks. 2k short of the gold here for Arteezy. 1200 short here for Arbed.
Rest easy, child, says Ori.
We'll see Fly come back in and try and hold them off. Arbed, he's going to look for the Zephyr. What can he do? It's a good vortex into the sleep. Have they got the damage? Arbed's got, he's got a second life. The Ancient's exposed though. Vici Gaming looking to close it up and send EG out of the competition, and they will. Vici Gaming take game 3. The series is theirs as they knock EG out 2-1.
What a performance, really, from everybody. They just knew how to play their timings. They played it cool, they played it collected. Even though this Arteezy troll is so far ahead, they knew how to play versus this line.
They did. They knew that EG had that one avenue, that need to force that top lane push as much as they did. And those times we saw Ori surviving on a slither of health.
100 HP the first time, 20 HP the second time, and somehow that really is, these little things are the things that dictate games. His Void Spirit surviving really changed the whole outcome of the entire game.
It did. And that series as a whole, I think Vici Gaming a lot to be very proud of. You imagine what we saw back in game 1 to come back
from that sort of loss in the first game, turn the series around. Incredible stuff. As VG Gaming, they'll be the ones holding on in TI and moving on, knocking EG out 2-1.
20 HP. The difference potentially between a TI moving on, potentially even a TI victory, to being knocked out. And with that, we say goodbye to North America in the International 10. Gentlemen, they might have gone out, but it was an incredible match, one that I think TI fans and Dota fans in general will remember for a lifetime. Tsunami, wrap up how you're feeling on that one. I mean, whew. It was crazy.
China's just an evil genius's kryptonite, it seems. IG was able to solve them in Singapore. PSG LGD was able to solve them in Kyiv. And now VG Gaming have solved them here in Bucharest. So, like you had said at the very beginning, Cinder, and it's tragic that either of these teams would be taken out at this early in the tournament. But that's just a testament to how competitive this tournament has been thus far.
And I think, honestly, looking back at this series, and especially at this game, VG Gaming just deserves it, right? Like they played an amazing third game. I think a lot of people were scratching their heads, what is this like in last pick? How does this draft even make any sense? And you just got to see it come together. I think this was the hardest game of the entire tournament for Crit. He couldn't play Skywrath. This matchup is so horrible. Like, I don't know what to say. I've played this myself a couple of times. You pick Skywrath, you're like, oh, I'll play Skywrath this game, you know? And a guy picks Lycan in the enemy team, you're just like, okay, I actually just hate myself, you know? He presses one button, he sends his Granite Golem at you, it crits you like 2k range away from the fight, and you just die. Sorry for hitting you there.
You're good. You're good.
That's good. A little bit of metaphor for what's happening in that game. Granite Golem.
Yeah, exactly. You're like the Granite Golem.
Yeah.
All right, guys. I must interrupt you there because we have an interview with your boy. Turn up. It is Avo with Arteezy for his exit interview.
Hello. I'm here, not with Arteezy. I'm here with Fly. Thank you for your time, Fly.
Yeah.
So Fly, I honestly just want to know what's going on through your mind right now.
It's obviously a lot of emotions. You kind of wait 2 years for something and it doesn't go the way you expect. It hurts, you know, that's the reality. It feels like the world is kind of crashing down. This literally happened like 2 minutes ago, so there's a lot to process, a lot of disappointment, and you know, what can you say? It hurts, and of course I'm sorry for letting down the fans at home or whoever's cheering, and you know, I definitely think this was not our best showing.
No, still one crazy series, and I think you have a lot of courage for coming here and talking to us. Yeah. So thank you very much.
Thank you guys, and whoever's obviously cheering for us. Your support matters a lot during this time, so yeah, thank you guys for supporting us.
A difficult loss for a strong team that will always live within the hearts of their fans. EG says goodbye to TI10. Back to you, Slacks.
Thank you so much, Avo. Yeah, very emotional time down there. And again, thank you to Fly as well. When we go and ask the players for post-game interviews, you know, we'll have some of them lined up, and it will be an extremely emotional time, and another one will just stand up and say, hey, I will take this. And, you know, Fly coming in there as the team captain, really showing how just brave and amazing that he is to take opportunities like that for the fans. So thank you again. Jenkins, we're going to have the bracket come up here pretty soon to kind of see where we're at. And is this how you expected it to go, buddy?
Some of these. I did predict that T1 would go far. I actually predicted T1 over LGD 2-1. I thought that was going to be a really close series, but I think it's, you know, more practical. Like, you know, LGD is arguably the best team in the world right now, so that was kind of following the old heart there. I predicted Team Spirit to go pretty far, just because maybe not much farther for these teams, just because I feel like they're the type of teams that can take a game off of anyone, but not necessarily the teams that can go the entire way. If they do, it'll be like one hell of a run. I think Vici, OG are two teams that people do expect that will make it into the top 4, or at least are in contention for that. So those do make sense.
Yeah, and one positive, though, as we move away from EG and go into VG Gaming, China needed some wins. It was a brutal lower bracket so far, so shout out to them. I mean, they are just moving ahead, covering that bottom bracket, LGD covering that top bracket, and I'm so excited to see all these different, regions still be represented as we say goodbye to NA. Tsunami, are you excited for anything coming up here?
Yeah, regional distribution is something that I would not have predicted to be like this. Like Eastern Europe has 2 teams right now, which is wild to me. And VP and Spirit are both looking like top 4 contenders.
Yeah.
And China holding it down. They have 3 teams right now still, IG, LGD, and Vici. And then Southeast Asia, T1 has been consistently slaying any region that comes up in front of them. And then, of course, the 2 Europeans with OG and Secret are carrying the torch for much of the English-speaking audience. And
I think this is something really unique to this TI, I want to say, compared to some of the previous ones. At least it feels that way, that this time around, with the exception, unfortunately, of the Americas this time, that both South America and North America are out, any of the regions can get top 3 right now. Yep. That's really what it feels like when you look at the bracket and see the teams play, is that I guess the favorites from Eastern Europe probably still VP over Spirit, but Spirit definitely have it in them. T1 have looked really good here at the main event. China obviously have 2 of the strongest teams in IG and LGD, and then you've got Secret and OG that, even though OG got crushed by Secret the other day, they showed good form in the lower bracket. So, honestly, it's completely impossible to predict, and that's awesome.
Absolutely. And we have a real treat for you. A Dota legend having with us here, Frankie, is with Old 11.
You're not joking when you say he's a legend. This is his 5th TI, so it's quite the honor to be interviewing him now. Old 11, first of all, congratulations. Second of all, how did you turn things around for Game 2 after that Game 1 loss?
首先，恭喜获得胜利。在第1把之后是怎么调整，然后扭转局势打第2把的呢？
就是因为第1把输了，第2把。当时打起来的时候，我们也没有特别的去应对吧，我们只觉得尽力而为，然后尽可能的抓失误，然后就抓到失误，然后就赢了。而且第2把其实我打得不太好。
So we weren't really targeting to adjust. We tried to do our best to find mistakes, and we caught their mistakes. Actually, for the second game, I didn't play that well.
Well, it doesn't matter. A win is a win. You're still in TI. Do you think it was a mistake for EG to draft Troll Warlord in that 3rd game?
赢了就是赢了。在第3把，你觉得 EG 选巨魔战将是一个错误吗？
说实话，巨魔战将不是一个单金版本胜率比较高的英雄，感觉有点，确实是到绝境了，但是。在我看来不是一个好英雄，对。
To be honest, for this patch, Troll Warlord's win rate isn't that high. They do have their back against the wall. However, I don't think it's a good choice.
And so I need to ask you what it's like for you right now, because at TI6 you played on eHome alongside Ice. Is it hard to send an old teammate home?
要问你一个问题是 TI6 的时候，你跟 Ice 是队友，然后现在要把前队友送回家，是什么样的一种感觉？
如果是别人的话，可能会比较悲伤吧。但是如果是3哥的话，还是挺爽的。
If it's someone else, I think I would be a little sad. But if it's Ice, it feels great.
Okay, I would love to ask some more about that, but you know what? I think we need to send things back to the desk because it's always lovely to finish on a zinger, isn't it, Slacks?
Absolutely. God damn.
That is
no
brutal.
Mercy.
That's brutal.
Man. We were talking about how Vici isn't good at going for the jugular. Man, that man right there. No mercy. Oh, my God.
Oh, whoa. Well, that is fantastic. Getting a little bit of, that's the Dota spirit, guys. If you're joining in the Dota, some gentle ribbing, that's what we're all about. Who hasn't done that in a pub? And we welcome you to join us here at TI for some gentle ribbing yourselves. All right, guys. Well, that was a fantastic series. Coming up next, we do have Secret versus IG. So go nowhere, my friends. You thought that series was hype? We're about to jump into another one. Gentlemen, it has been an absolute pleasure paneling with you guys. It's been a joy. And that's my done time for paneling, by the way, as well. I'll take this last moment to give you a very heartfelt last saying, and that is, please buy my voice pack. There it is. There. Thank you very much. Okay, coming up next, Art of the Juke. Let's take a look at some of the best memories and the best jukes from TI. Buy it.
One of the coolest things about Dota is that there's room for individual plays. And nothing stands out more than a simple juke.
And now Burning, he's got the double gun. Oh, he's going for the mind games there. He's doing it. Oh my God, did he actually get out of this as well?
I think what makes a great juke in Dota is the anticipation and understanding of the situation.
One of the best jukes that I've ever seen was Zai when it came to Evil Geniuses versus Newbie in the upper bracket at TI6. He had this sick play as Elder Titan where he completely lost Newbie.
Around as best as possible. Zai trying to play around this first KP, trying to juke out the burrow strike. He knows it's coming. Did he just do it? Oh, he's in the shot. Zai, he throws out the stop. KP, he force taps himself away, blinks back in, goes for the right click. Unbelievable. Jukes him out beautifully by Zai.
One of the biggest things in Dota is what's going on when you can't see parts of the map, you know? Like, if you can't see it, you don't really know what's going on there. You don't know where people are, and you're scared. So it's just me left against KPI. I think I'm super low on HP, and I'm pretty close to dying. And so I just, like, gave it a shot. Because the rush areas, it's incredibly tricky with fog sometimes. So if you see from his perspective, I'm just, like, disappearing and popping out over and over again, until I finally leave the pit and then manage to force stuff on the high ground.
Yeah, double fog, force staff high ground, juke the stun. Nasty.
Oh.
That's just Zai. He's very good at positioning, and he's rarely wrong. So if you think you're out-calculating him, you're probably not.
He's a pretty serious, kind of stoic, quiet guy, but in game he plays with a lot of personality, and I think that's why he's a huge fan favorite amongst everyone. I think the pressure is definitely on the person trying to catch the person that's juking. So KPI probably felt a little embarrassed after Zai got away in that situation.
He just got played, you know? It happens.
Okay. What does that take you back to?
Looking back, it's not a really good play anyway. In a real situation, I should get the kill like 100% almost because I have stun available, I have force staff. And maybe if I like force staffed first up the hill and then saved my stun, I would have got him as well. But I just stunned because I went with my instinct and I missed. And then he TP'd away, so it looked pretty bad for me. But yeah, it was a good play by him. Like.
And you missed by like a unit.
Yeah.
Evil Geniuses, off of winning this match, managed to go forward all the way and place third and win $2 million. Newbie, on the other hand, they just bottom out of the tournament. So this match mattered a lot.
A good juke is tough to come by. There's, really just a best way to play every situation. But occasionally there's some wiggle room, and that's where the outplays and the jukes become possible.
I think juking is always instinctual to some extent, but probably for every great play, there's a bit of luck involved as well.
Jukes happen all the time at TI, but hindsight is 20/20, and players always say they should have got it. But I mean, that's just a testament to the skill of the opposing team as well. Gentlemen, we are here to talk about Secret versus IG. Here with me to discuss that are Gods, Lizard, and Insania. Thank you so much for joining. So for this series, we're returning back up to the upper bracket, so a little bit less scary because there's no elimination. But at the same time, being at the top is still scary going down to the potential lower bracket. So tell me a little bit about Secret versus IG's play styles, gentlemen.
Well, for these two teams, it's going to be, I think,
bit of a clash in style. I think for Secret, they're going to be a bit more kind of focused on the laning stage, the early game. And while you kind of mentioned, yeah, they're in the upper bracket, they're a bit more comfortable, what they are competing for is a guaranteed top 3, which is a huge increase in prize money. So I think there is still going to be a lot of pressure on these teams.
Yeah, and at the same time, even though perhaps their playstyles in-game are a little bit different, the way they got here isn't. They secured the spot very early on in the DPC season and then just chilled a little bit, said we're not going to be really revealing any of our strategies. We'll be saving it all up for TI, and this is the match probably that they were waiting for a lot.
Insania, what are we going to expect?
I think what Lizard brought up is a really interesting storyline where you have two teams that haven't really been on the radar the same way a lot of the other teams have been. Like in Europe, for example, you've had OG that I think has had a lot of the attention directed their way, and in China you've had PSG LGD. So both these two teams, I think, have flown under the radar a little bit, both among talent, but also among the players, just based on the vibe I get from talking to people. So it's going to be interesting to see how they match up. I think Secret is a little bit of the wall, and they proved yesterday, I believe it was yesterday, against OG, that they can hold off the aggression, and I think IG wants to put the pressure on.
Well, it looks like both teams are ready to come to the stage. Let's bring them on. Team Secret is known as the dominator of 2020's online tournaments. It is thanks to this team that Dota fans have praised the European region. Since TI9, they have kept a rather static team, with Powerhouse Matumbamen being the only new addition to the likes of Nisha, Zai, Yapster, and Puppy. People have speculated that this team ran cold in the 2021 DPC to take the heat off, and they are proving that theory to be correct as they emerged second in their TI10 groups and have remained in the upper bracket by defeating defending champions OG in a whirlwind 2-0. On the TI stage, it is time for Team Secret to remind the world why their adaptability and the EU Dota region reigns supreme. Gaming, composed of Fly, Emo, JT, Kaka, and Oli, have remained a cohesive unit since September 2019. Taking first and fourth in the DPC's Chinese region, IG showed their true power in adversity after reverse sweeping Evil Geniuses in the Singapore Major Grand Final. At this TI, they placed first in their group with an impressive score of 14-2, and then sent Dark Horse Team Spirit down to the main event lower bracket with a 2-1. This year has heralded the reemergence of Chinese Dota as leaders of the pack, and IG is, with their pace setting and versatility, one of the reasons why. Let's take a look at the journey for IG.
Team IG's road to TI10 started with a bang, winning the grand finals in the Singapore Major in March. With Kaka, they're led by an experienced captain, one who has played in 10 majors and 5 internationals. After reaching second place in TI7, he's now heading to TI10 with a unique perspective and a roster of new teammates benefiting from that experience.
Somebody just walked back up to him, and over the Hex, Emo's able to set him on to crit. The Hex into the stun. A question mark
in the old chat. All right, I love that. GG, GG's called. He was just standing there. All right.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen, spicing it up a little bit.
那转眼间过了5年之后，现在称呼你一声卡师傅或者是老将也不过分，而队里也有比较多的年轻的选手。那你现在再和大家一起去冲击 TI， 跟以往会有什么样的心理上的变化吗？还是你觉得，我卡卡依然是一个非常年轻、有冲劲的年轻选手？
我觉得我个人感觉就是我跟什么队友区别不大吧。我觉得跟自己心态可能有点，心态上会有点变化吧。因为我觉得我之前。TI打的就是有时候我会打的感觉，就我现在看啊，就感觉之前打的可能想的东西太少了。然后现在我觉得就是我的思维会 格局会更大一点，就包括就是不止于我自己的位置，我会去说一些就别的位置，然后该怎么去运营，然后该怎么去打团之类的。就现在我觉得这种思路会更宽大一点，因为我觉得之前打的太偏个人了，然后偏的打的有时候也会就看起来就没那么有章法吧。
It's been a season of high highs and low lows, ending with a tough performance in June's Ana Major when the wildcard round sent IG home before they could even see the main stage.
然后有别的队伍在聊到你们的时候，或者说有一些观众在聊到你们的时候，认为你们是有隐藏实力，或者说不一定是刻意的隐藏，但是可能就是主观上没有那么大的强的动力，导致你们没有打出特别好的状态。你们会自己怎么来评价自己在 Arena Major 的一个表现
？Arena Major 就是我们也没有隐藏实力吧，就是我们就是5号位不在嘛，然后就是我们教练上会在那个线上的时候会出一些小问题，我团战其实还是蛮好的，就是我们线上出的问题会比较大，所以打的没有特别好，但也没有隐藏实力啊，我们也是在认真打的。
所以其实就是人员不整，其实是成绩波动最大的原因，和主观能动性关系不大。
对的。然后我觉得外卡赛队伍也是非常强吧，然后打比赛我觉得更看一个状态，就是谁状态好谁就能赢，这样。
你可以想象一下，现在登上 TI 的舞台要出场了，然后这个时候播放的是你们的采访片，这个时候屏幕里的卡卡说一句话，
用一句一毛大神的话就是让我们来看看谁才是真的 TI 冠军吧。
Let's see who the strongest TI champion is. Those are very, very, very strong words from a very strong team. Now, a lot of people, when people think about the Chinese region, obviously one of the teams that people will think of is PSG LGD, but IG is also a really strong team as well. Lizard, can you tell me a little bit about what makes them a strong team?
Oh, well, they came into the first season of DPC in the Chinese region not really with stellar performance. They had their ups and downs, but instantly into the major, they take it after the question mark. The mental strength that's necessary to go from 0-2 into winning a major, I think that's probably their strongest thing at the moment. Even at the TI, the fact that you have, besides them being obviously extremely good players with a lot of confidence, they can go as far as to the grand finals.
And basically, since this team formed, I feel like they've been successful. Like right after forming, they won a minor to qualify for one of the old majors. I think it was the MDL major where they got 3rd place. So like even right after forming, they're getting top 3. Then the new season starts, they get 1st place at the Singapore major. And their result at the Ana major, as they kind of mentioned in the interview, was pretty much entirely down to having the stand-in.
Right, because they had their coach stand in for them. Now, Insania, tell me how the TI experience might affect them here, because I believe that for IG, Fly and Kaka have attended TIs before, but for the other 3 players, this is their first TI.
I think where you would imagine for a lot of players that adds a lot of pressure, I feel like Emo's the kind of person who just wants that. I think he thrives off
He
of
feeds off.
Exactly. To me, when I watch IG play and just the vibe that the team gives me, I feel like they're a team that likes this environment. They want to play high-pressure games. And, you know, like we said, top performances at all their LAN events ever since the team formed, I think is a sign of that.
Interesting. Well, while IG is a very, very accomplished and strong team, we also have on the other side Team Secret, right? And they've been doing extremely well at this TI. A lot of people were thinking, oh, maybe Team Secret is hiding their strats, and they came to TI and boom, they came out with a bang. They had impressive games, and now they're kind of looking like they're set to win in a lot of people's minds. What makes Team Secret a good match for IG?
I mean, with Team Secret, there's always been a bit of a meme around this team about TI form. They're a team that has kind of repeatedly maybe disappointed their fans with their results. But realistically, when you look at it, they've gotten top 4, top 6 at all these recent TIs. And I think this year is no different, except for the fact they've added somebody, Matu, who has that experience. He's played at the TI main stage numerous times. He's won the TI championship with Team Liquid. And I think that kind of experience and kind of composure that he can bring makes a big difference when often Puppy has teammates who are like younger and more inexperienced.
Also, TI was moved away from August, which is usually where Secret hit maximum TI form. October, they're usually very, very good. So I think
Yeah.
that might also play to their
Straight
strength.
after the TI, usually they're
Precisely,
again,
precisely.
amazing.
October's a good month for Team Secret.
So are you saying that moving TI to October was a Team Secret buff?
I do think so, yeah, absolutely.
Also being in that incredibly strong wildcard at the end major with IG, I believe Nigma as well, and falling out of the major very early on, made them take perhaps some vacation a little bit earlier and come refreshed to the TI.
So Matumbaman is like their new player, and Gods, you said that he's really, really strong. Do you think that the addition of Matumbaman as their newest player has changed how Team Secret has performed?
I think Matu provides Secret with a lot of stability, and he's a player that you can kind of put into almost on any hero, and he's going to be able to perform on it. And I think for Secret, it's nice to have a carry player that can both be like a shining star for them, but he can also let the other people shine through. Like you have Nisha, Zai, Yapsor. You have all these like star players, even Puppy, like even their position 5 player sometimes turns into the carry. So I think having a carry player that's as versatile as Matumbaman is plays hugely into their strengths.
If you go all the way back to his Nigma days, right, like he was sacrificial one in a lot of games, and he was forced into sometimes playing these cheesy heroes that aren't necessarily the best in the meta, but are strong in certain circumstances. Having that as well on your side, even though it's not the focal point of the current meta, can prove to be handworthy.
Yeah.
So we have China and we have Europe, and a lot of people have said throughout the year that they have very different play styles. How will these play styles clash? Does Team Secret and IG, do they even follow their regional metas?
Well, Secret, at the moment, in my opinion, has a perfect read on the meta. If you look at the way that they played versus OG, the way they drafted, the moment ET has been picked up by OG, a hero that has been picked up, I think, the most times at the tournament, they instantly respond with an Enchantress, which makes his laning a little bit more difficult and also makes everything easier for Team Secret. There was an interview with Seb post-game on the Chinese channel, and they asked him what happened in the game, and Seb was very honest. They just outdrafted us and then crushed us. It's just the way it was.
I think Secret, what they showed in the OG series is that they can wall out this aggression that we've seen during TI. Like, I think PSG, LGD, IG, and OG are the 3 teams that they're able to just run at you and apply pressure and get their carry players to get ahead. But Secret proved that, you know what, we know how to like put up the wall. We can stop you from running at us. And I think that's something I haven't seen from any other team ever since, I would say, like LGD rose to dominance. So if Secret has figured it out draft-wise, how to like stop this fast-paced gameplay, I think they have a very shot at both beating IG, but going even further than that, maybe, taking the next step into the grand finals.
I like that. I like that procedural thinking that you had. Now, you mentioned the wall. I know that you've talked about it a little bit during the group stage. Can you please explain what you mean by Team Secret's wall?
Okay, so I think when you play against Team Secret, and something that I know we struggled against a lot personally on Liquid, is they will basically wall you out. They won't let you get onto their side without fighting you. And they will abuse the fact that, you have to run up ramps to reach the high grounds of their side of the map. And Puppy will position himself there on this like ogre type hero or enchantress, and he'll just bully you out and be like, hey, you can't get past me.
Just imagine Puppy standing on top of the stairs with a club, ogre club,
Precisely.
waiting for
and
you.
Then middle
can't-
me's approaching.
And you're a Crystal Maiden going in for a gank. You're smoked. The smoke breaks, and so does your team fight afterwards. They're really good at breaking up team fights and setting up the perimeter around Matumbaman while he is farming.
On the other hand, for IG, if there was like a signature move for IG, what would it be, if anything at all? Or is it just simple diversity?
When I think of IG, I think of just Kaka and Emo as like the 2 big playmakers. I think Kaka, his Lion, you go back, he's always played these big playmaking, stunning, start the fight kind of 4 positions, even like when Sankin was a 4 position. So he's a guy you kind of have to look out for to make those big mid-game plays. But really, all of their mid-game plays are centered around Emo and him being the kind of flashy superstar of this team who wants to pop off. It can be hit or miss at times, but if I think IG is going to take it against Team Secret, it really comes down to Emo a lot.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think for IG, it's initiation. Like, Kaka will play a hero that's going to blink stun you, and Emo will be there to follow up. So if they can get that jump, if they don't get stuck on running up the ramps, I think IG has a really good chance of winning this.
My just small take coming from the DPC seasons is JT, you can't allow him to have a great lane. If you're IG, that is, because every time he has a great, amazing lane, complete chaos ensues. They're just running across the map, killing you for at least 5 to 10 minutes, dominating completely, but then they go that one step too much. You've seen that yesterday at the Slardar game. That's literally a repeat of the DPC season game. He went Io Slardar on the lane. You know how that's strong, how strong that lane is. They went 7-0 and then bought Midas and just, just fed a bit.
I see.
So make sure JT struggles. Is the game plan for IG.
Make sure he struggles, but everyone else has a good time. That's it.
And you talk about the wall. I think if anything, you think of how to play against it. Putting, running a more kind of passive, defensive kind of like late game carry may be the way to play against that if you're IG.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I know the few times that we've had success beating Team Secret has been when we've been able to outscale them and force Secret to come to you. And I think that's a position, if IG can get to that point in the game where like their pressure allows them to force Secret to come chase them around, I think that's when you get Secret on the back foot.
But Secret is so patient. You told me during a group stage that they're super patient. They're very, very good at letting the enemy come to them. Do you think that is that going to happen here?
So it can happen if IG gets a favorable draft for themselves. That can scale better. That's what Insania just said. If we are able to outscale them, and if we have decent laning stage, that will force them to come to us because we don't have to make any moves. And if IG manage to put themselves in such situation, they can definitely take Secret. They can break the wall.
Okay. So about how that fits into the tournament meta, do you think that we're going to see a lot of the same things that we've seen throughout the tournament so far? Like Monkey King, Tiny kind of fallen off a little bit. And I mean, Ogre is really popular with Team Secret, right? So what kind of heroes do you think are going to come out in this draft?
It's going to be tough to say. I think yesterday when we saw Secret go up against OG, that was a really prepared Secret for OG specifically. I felt like they had hero answers for that team. And, they've had the luxury of playing against OG for months in the European region. So I'm not sure how prepared they'll be for IG, but I'd expect to see them, probably coming in ready, like having ideas for whatever IG might throw at them.
Interesting. Look at this graphic here. Favorite heroes of TI10, Ogre Magi. Okay, that fits. Snapfire, Tiny, and Morphling. With a picture of Magnus.
The funky looking Morphling.
He's morphed into Mag.
He morphed into Mag, that's it. But
that's definitely Morphling though, right? Like that's the stat for Morphling. Favorite pairings are Ogre Magi and Magnus.
And Ogre Magi and Tiny. And it's understandable because they truly do complement each other. You get damage from one and cleave, and from the other you get that attack speed that is so nice for a hero such as Tiny. It's literally all he needs at the moment.
Yeah, even the Ogre and Magnus is all about buffing up your character. So they're really trying to go for these heroes that complement whatever Matu is playing.
Yeah, and I think we've talked about this before, but at TI especially, your carry player is like really put under pressure, and having whatever tools you can have to buff him up, I think has been a generally pretty winning concept throughout the last couple of years of TI.
So you said earlier that I think a lot of people said that this is kind of like a patch that heavily favors supports like that 5 position. Do you think that either team benefits from that over the other?
I think Team Secret is like very well rounded. They have basically both Yapsor and Puppey that are star style support players, and I think one of the biggest strengths that they've had throughout the years is that they've managed to enable both supports in most patches. I think right now Yapsor suffers a little bit from the way the patch is set up. So I'd say probably IG has a little bit of a bigger edge, because I think Kaka just, he wants one Blink Dagger and then he's going to go in and die anyways. So
Oli is perhaps a little bit more predictable when it comes to the drafts and position 5s that he plays throughout the seasons. He's played very stable heroes such as Phoenix and whatnot multiple times. Sometimes if there is some innovation coming from the Chinese region, it's mostly Aster that will do it with gyrocopters on 5. Lanham with Treant Protector and Abaddon and just running down people. Meanwhile, Oli, he would let Kaka have those flashier, more innovative heroes while he'd go with the standard ones.
He's trying to secure the lane, or maybe just like he's play a Phoenix where he has this big team fight thing to offer, but he's not trying to be that big playmaking hero that impacts the mid game.
I think he's more of like a very positioning heavy support player. I think he's the kind of guy that if you give him an Oracle, or you give him a Phoenix, or you give him a Wisp, he'll always get his spells off and he'll get him off at the right time. And he always knows how to like keep himself alive until the clutch time in a team fight comes.
Interesting. I wonder if either of these teams have been affected by the no audience here this year. Like, do you think either of these teams are affected by that at all? You know, we have Emo with the question mark famous, but
exactly. Maybe Secret has been affected, but I doubt it.
I think
However,
it could benefit them if anything. I don't.
Yeah, sure.
I feel like Secret's sometimes a team that has a lot of like weight and pressure on them. So if anything, I wouldn't think of Secret as a team that really like feeds off the crowd like a OG does, for example.
I agree. And then on the other side, IG, they've already proven to us that they don't care. That question mark, that was also at an event without an audience, and they thrived on it.
interesting. I hope that both teams are still feeling the cheers of the crowd that we have going on, and yeah, I just hope that they know that they have a lot of people at home cheering with them. Now for IG, right? They have players that have been players that have been doing really well at
LAN events.
at TIs and at LANs. But do you think that their coach has been supporting them a lot, other than their performance at the Annie Major? Like, how do you think their coach
Like the mental performance and whatnot? For sure. I think that there is this attitude towards newer players that your coach has to take in a way that he needs to help them with mental preparation for tournaments. But I come back to what Insania talked about. Emo, he seems to be thriving on it. I would even say that maybe he needed to help out Kaka, the old veteran, more than he needed to help out Emo.
Yeah, look at him. He's smiling.
He's ready. He's ready to put some question marks in the chat. You know?
Oh my gosh!
And regarding that, I think I overheard or I heard that he overheard EG talking about his Morphling at the Annie Major. I think I saw this translated on Reddit, and that they had said something like, "Oh, he's trying to be like Thompson" or something like that. So there was a lot of like pent-up frustration that went into that question mark.
That was a mistake.
I'm gonna prove to you that I'm better. And I think like that kind of attitude, TI is the place, right? That's the place where you prove that you are the king, you are the greatest of all time. And I think, I mean, it's hard not to love the guy. I think for me at least, this is probably the reason I like IG the most is just his personality and who he is and what he brings to the scene.
He really gives off like young Sumail vibes.
Yes, I was thinking the exact same thing.
Everything you're saying, I was like, this is Sumail back in 2015, 2016. He's just like this young, really confident, cocky kid who just thinks he's better than everyone. And he was better than everyone. Yeah,
right.
9 times out of 10.
And when you think about it, Sumail is the one that made this prophecy already. He said that Emo will be the next superstar.
Yeah.
It was on point.
And Sumail doesn't really say that about a lot of people. Like, I don't think I've ever heard him look at someone and be like, this guy's good.
On the flip side about LGD, he said nothing to say is their most replaceable player, which isn't just like it wasn't like hard flaming. He was just saying he's like the least vital part of their system, maybe. But you know, it shows how much he really respects Emo. That he's just saying, yeah, he's the real deal.
And that was also because they were destroying tournaments with their coach being on that mid lane. So when that happens, you're like, okay, if this team is so strong that they can win with mid lane coach, they can do whatever they want to.
Now, on the opposite side, Heen is the coach, right, for Team Secret, and he has performed at TIs as well, and he's also won Esports Coach of the Year last year, I believe. So tell me a little bit about him and how he has benefited the team.
He's a TI champion. Everyone I've talked to who's worked with him has nothing but like the highest praise. He just seems like a really calm, steady voice. I mean, maybe you guys know a bit more about him on a personal level, but he seems like, you know, one of the best coaches in Dota 2.
Yeah, he's always very calm. I think the Korean coaches, they're a little bit broken. We have one of our own. I feel like it's just the meta. You have to have a Korean coach. It's an advantage you get automatically.
What is the advantage that you get
from
that?
It's just, I feel like, so we have Blitz, and I get a similar vibe when I talk to Heen at events, but it's just this very calm person. They give off good vibes. They're very smart, very intellectual. I feel like this has just been my experience with the Korean coaches I've ran into.
Did Blitz pay you to say this? Or?
No. But he's on his plane on his way here now, so I'm a little bit
you're
afraid.
prepping the ground.
I need to make sure I butter him up a bit. So
understandable. At the same time, Secret in the last year, it was all online events, but they won pretty much everything. And if anyone will get that award, it should be their coach.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So if you were to, on a completely different note, if you were to nominate another coach for best coach, what would you nominate? I'm just curious.
He would nominate Blitz.
Wait, you can't. Okay, you cannot nominate Blitz.
Okay,
no,
I would
no.
probably nominate Jabs, our second
See
coach.
their second coach.
Okay, no.
TI coach.
TI coach.
Wow, that's tough choice.
March maybe.
Yeah, I mean, it's impressive what March has done with T1 and how far they've gotten, but at the end of the day, I just think Xiao 8, to me, is like, he's such a standout person for LGD, and I don't think LGD would be LGD without him. So for me, he's probably the most obvious choice.
Lizard?
Yeah, I would go with March. I think the transformation that they've made on the side of T1 in the last couple of months is phenomenal. They looked, while Jackie was still in the team, they looked a little bit shaky. Replacing him for 23 Savage, they looked shaky again, but they found the right recipe to work around 23 Savage. They didn't fall apart after a rough start to the second season, and they pulled it together, and here they are, looking extremely strong. In the lower bracket, but still extremely strong.
Gods.
I would have said Xiao as well, but I'll say who my runner-up would be Bulba. I think EG's been like the most consistent, top-performing team. Obviously, so we're saying this right after they got knocked out of TI, so it's a a tough moment for EG. But I think historically, Bulba and EG have had some of the best results in competitive Dota 2.
Yeah, Bulba also has like a lot of. He's very actively involved in the team, right? Like he drafts for EG. Who drafts for IG and who drafts for Secret? Do you either?
I think I've seen Super sit down in the chair at least a couple of times. I would imagine like it's a fairly, especially in Chinese teams, I think they tend to do it almost always. The coach is very involved in the draft, at least what it looks like from the outside. I don't know if they just do most of the prep work or if they just step aside, let me do the drafting.
But for Secret, do you tell Puppy to stand up out of his chair?
I think there's a reverse situation there. I think Heen is probably very much on the prep side of things, and Puppy's the one that makes the decisions ultimately in the end.
So can you run me through how drafting works prior to a TI? Because teams are always discussing strategies, right? And draft is involved in that. How do you prep for that?
So I think when you come into group stage, you want to come in with a strong identity of like, this is what our team does well, this is what we are going to aim to do. And you come in with this idea that you've kind of prepared, or, we like these heroes, these are the heroes we think are strong, these are our answers, this is how we're going to try to approach it. We want to play fast, we want to play slow, we want to build a wall, whatever, play style your team has. I think that's what you come into group stages with. And then depending on how well it goes, you adapt. You're like, oh, okay, the teams that are playing really fast are doing very well. So we might need to take a little bit of that and add it to our playstyle. Or, never mind. Secret seems to have it figured out. They got these heroes that can zone people off. We should try to learn how to do those. And I think once you reach the deeper points of the tournament, it's more team versus team rather than like overall meta. And you're thinking more about what your opponents can do and what you can do to match it.
You have more time to prepare as well.
Exactly.
Right? When you're in the group stages, you're just constantly playing. You don't even have time to watch all the games. You have a coach, but it's physically not possible. So after the group stage, you have that one day off. You take it to go through all the data, figure out which heroes have worked for different teams, figure out which heroes have worked for the teams that you are up against, and then prepare exactly for that. And if your idea, Puppy said, if your idea is correct, you're gonna win. If it's not, you're gonna lose. And that's he keeps it realistic. He's my Slav boy like that. I appreciate it.
So there are practice rooms here at TI, right? The teams are able to practice, and in the group stage, we saw the players kind of headed there all the time to like go practice all day. How does that apply to TI? What do teams do at TI? Do they still use those practice rooms and like practice? Do they scrim each other, or do they just kind of like lock it down?
So I think there's some nuance to it. I don't know if every team does it the same way, but I would imagine there's a lot of watching the games that are going on and sitting there as a group talking about it. I think some teams probably they decide to scrim. They want to warm up a strategy. Let's say we have an idea of how to beat IG, and then maybe there's another Chinese team that wants to scrim you, so you try to scrim that idea against them, see if it works as a matchup against the playstyle, and if it does, you might run with it in the actual tournament. But it's really, really individual, I think. I think some players, they like to go sit down and play a bunch of pubs. They just want to get warmed up, they want to get into the thinking of Dota, get into the flow of things, and others just want to relax. So it's very individual, I'd say.
The last couple of days, there were not many pro players playing pubs, I can tell you that. Like, if you go into pubs and search a game, you're going to find some 1K MMR, 1K rank scrubs. You won't be playing the same matches that you were playing just before TI started.
Yeah, during the group stage it was very different. I felt like because I'd see Secret play a two-game series, then right afterwards I saw Puppy in a pub game. So I think main event things it's like you're dead set, just focus on your next opponent because you know who you're going to play. So I think you're the practice phase is kind of past. But yeah, at this point it's all about just preparing for that one important best of 3 that you've got coming up.
Yeah.
I it's true because it is really scary. Do you think that the teams are playing differently because they're in the upper bracket instead of the lower bracket? Because the lower bracket, from what I've been told, is where people start bringing out the cheese strats or like the secret strats, I guess. But what about an upper bracket?
I think traditionally game 2 of either the opening game of the series in the upper bracket or the lower bracket. That's really when you're going to see like a prepared strat. Because coming into game 1, you've had a lot of time to think and a lot of time to prep. So whatever strat you're coming in with is what you theoretically thought, like, this is what's going to be really, really good against this team. And that's, I think, where you might see like these cheesier type heroes. They haven't really been that popular this TI, though. I think this is probably the TI I've seen the least
This is a TI without a single Meepo picked, so that tells a lot about cheese picks.
No Brood as well, I believe.
No Huskar either, I think.
Yep.
No.
So maybe 1 or 2 Arc Wardens maximum. So
I feel like IceFrog was like, we've gone 2 years without a TI, no cheese this year. We're going to make this a clean, a gentleman's TI.
Has there been a Techies yet?
I don't think there has.
I don't think so as
wow.
well. Yeah.
I mean,
cheese
we are blessed.
What were you saying?
I was going to say, no Quick Vet TI, right? No Huskar, no Brood.
That's true. That is true.
I'm actually quite surprised by Huskar. I expected that hero to be picked up at least a couple of times. Coming into the TI, playing a lot of pubs, watching a lot of pro players, there was a lot of them spamming that hero.
Yeah, I mean, Ame was playing it a lot. I actually expected to see more Huskar during the tournament, but it hasn't been picked at all. So maybe he figured out something we didn't. I think the Shard is very, very strong. And I think, there is potential. If there's going to be cheese, I think out of the options that are left, Huskar is probably the most likely.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So is it just because of the Shard that Huskar is the secret strat?
For me, at least, the power level of Huskar compared to the other heroes, he just seems like a better hero than the rest. I think Techies maybe, but it would have to be the right circumstances.
He's playable.
And the right team. You need like the Techie specialist.
Right. I don't know if Zinq plays, or sorry, wrong series. Maybe in the LGD series, Zinq might play.
I was talking about Huskar. He's kind of playable, right? Other heroes such as Techies, Meepo, definitely not. They're a little bit too weak at the moment.
Yeah.
If they get buffed eventually, they will be played, but before that, probably not.
So in the draft, they banned 2 heroes first on each side. Do you think that we're going to see like tournament standard bans that same bans that we've seen pretty much all through the group stage and through most?
So when it comes to Secret, I believe they will stray away from the tournament bans and ban out the heroes that are aimed at IG. I feel that they've prepared really well for the Chinese teams. They've had 2 ties in the group stages versus them, but also if you think about the series versus OG, that's not what they banned. They let the Elder Titan go through, they banned out OG specials, and they just picked Enchantress against it. They counter it.
Yeah, I think Puppy, especially as a drafter, likes knowing what the opponents are going to pick. So leaving something that's maybe strong there, it helps you prepare, especially as Sam mentioned for that game 1, you have a prepared strat. It's a lot easier to prepare a strat if you know what your opponents are going to pick. So leaving something in that you kind of like dangle in front of them, you tease them with this, oh, you can get this first pick ET or this first pick Tiny, and we have an answer for it. That's quite likely.
So pretend that you are the coach of IG and you have your hand in the picks and bans. What would you ban first phase? What would you pick first phase?
Oh, it's crazy hard. I unfortunately have not done my homework well enough to be able to answer that question, but it ties back to what I said. I think if I'm IG, what I'm aiming for, what I'm thinking, like I want to accomplish the goal of breaking down the wall. I want to feel like we can move into their side of the map, and then as soon as we've established control of the game, force Secret to come chase us.
Do you think their Mars Phoenix is something they could go for, or is that going to play into Secret's
You
hands?
think if IG can pick it, or
Yeah, IG can pick, because that's one of their kind of bread and butter strategies.
Yeah. No, I think Teamfight, generally speaking, always does well at TI, and I mean, I think Secret's this game is not gonna end in 20 minutes, I think. And with that said, now I'll probably curse the game, but most likely, I don't think the game is gonna end fast, because of the way both these teams play, I think it's quite patient. And while IG, I would say, is the more aggressive team, I think in terms of accomplishing their win condition, it usually takes a good half hour or so for them to build up. So I think, yeah, Mars Phoenix, any sort of scaling, team fight, late game damage.
And if you think about how convincing Secret was versus OG, I think coming into the game, IG's draft is going to be a little bit more difficult. You have to be thinking about some of these heroes that have been picked up in that game, in those games. Specifically Tinker as well. It looked extremely strong. The Morphling plus Shaker combination coming back to the TI stage, and Secret looked like they were just having fun in the game. So you have to be thinking about the Morphling, about the Tinkers, about the Magnus Ogres, Tinies. There's a lot on your mind.
And I think you have the pressure, right? Secret has shown that they can beat Elder Titan. You know, the Enchantress has to be going through the head of IG. Whereas maybe IG don't want to play against Elder Titan, right? So now they're forced to ban it, even if they're on the first pick side of the game, where normally you wouldn't have to. And I think this is the big advantage you get by proving to everybody that we can beat one of the best meta heroes. And that's something that I think in terms of like the first pick draft, here it plays into Secret's strength that they've shown everybody like, yo, we can beat this.
And I'm not sure, obviously, what they're going to be banning or not, but I'm sure that Secret isn't the most capable, let's not put it most capable, most successful or proficient IO team. They never were. They were never truly playing this hero to the fullest. Even when it was an IO meta, they weren't picking him. And that's something that IG might abuse, but at the same time, IG is not the team from Chinese region that plays IO a lot, so maybe it just goes unbanned, unpicked.
IO unbanned, unpicked.
Probably not. It's a hot,
uncontested.
it's a hot take. It's a very hot take, but possible.
Yeah, Ollie will play it, but it's not like his go-to. It's not like I think they'd much rather seeing him on that Phoenix, maybe even a Bane, those kind of other more positional-based heroes. But yeah, we'll see.
Interesting. I wonder how that's going to play out. How about we take a look at most banned heroes of all time at TI?
IO.
Look who it is!
No surprise.
IO. Now tell me a little bit about this Naga Siren ban. Why is Naga second most banned at TI?
No one wants to play against that.
I feel like, could this be because there were not that many carry heroes originally? From like, I'm thinking the early days.
From the first days when it was like 50 heroes.
By like TI2, the hero pool was pretty complete. I think we're close to like, it was like somewhere between like 95% of the Dota 1 heroes were in the game, I think, at TI2.
I see.
So there was just a period of time where Naga was just the hero, I guess, the teamfight carry. And also, if you go back to the TI5 EG one, it was a 4 position. Everyone had to ban
and it was offlane even
EG.
at some point, right? So a hero that has moved through positions, and because of that also it got banned quite a bit. Same can be said for IO, who has been played as a carry, as a support, and Enchantress that was extremely popular as an offlaner at TI9.
So we've seen, oh sorry, were you going to say something?
I was going to say, when I think of IO as well, I think of the last 3 TIs, right? We have TI7, GH, probably the world's best IO player, at least in the support position. So like just was pulling bans for this hero. And earlier TIs, you know, you had players like Ake, TI3, just getting Wisp banned out constantly. And then you have OG's 2 years of dominance where Wisp was just a permanent ban. So I think that explains why the Wisp is on top.
Well, we now see most banned. How about most picked? Let's take a look at the most picked heroes for all time for TI. All right, Insania, tell me how happy you are to see Rubik up there in most picked.
I mean, it's just a great hero. I think it's one of the most fun designs that we have in Dota. Just overall an awesome hero. And, you know, at TI, when the stakes are high and like everything, you're feeling under pressure, one of the ways you normally deal with Rubik is by covering your spells. Like you'll throw Ravage and then quickly Anchor Smash. But, you know, when you're on the main stage, when there's so many things going through your mind, that's when you slip up. That's when you forget. And that's what makes those really iconic Rubik moments where you have these amazing steals.
I feel like Earthshaker and Tidehunter have really solidified their positions here at TI. You've seen those Echoes and you've seen those Ravages, but what about that Mirana? Mirana is third, and we haven't seen too much of Mirana here. You know, Moon Meander played her, but what about Mirana?
It's just not so sure. Yeah, flexible, I guess.
Flexible hero, has been constantly a solid roamer, has been played on mid for a couple of TIs as well, as a counter to Razor and some other heroes, but overall I am a little bit surprised by Mirana. I guess the teamfight composition that she brings, the teamfight help with going in and scouting and also having the invisibility ultimate comes in handy, but I wouldn't have guessed. Like
also,
that's one I wouldn't.
Mirana was one of the few heroes in TI1.
There you
including
go,
TI1 data, there was like 30 heroes or something in the pool, and I just remember seeing a lot of Mirana. Every single game was like offlane Mirana, because there was just no offlaner. So
I'm also thinking it might be like a mid-player thing, right? Mid-players are cocky, TI is the place to prove yourself. You want to play Mirana, show that you can land the arrows. This used to be a topic that you talked about a lot, I think, before, where it's like, I'm a better Mirana than you, or I'm a better Shadow Fiend than you. And I think that hero, since it's been able to, you know, last through the mid days, become a support and still remain popular, that probably explains why it has such high pick rate.
Interesting. On the opposite hand, all three of you were wondering who the most the unpicked heroes in TI. Let's take a look at that one. boom, for this TI, we still have so many heroes left unpicked.
That's my pop stack every single day.
Quake was crying at home right now. That's his heroes. Brood Mother, Huskar, Lone Druid.
Yeah.
He would have single-handedly fixed this.
Yeah, he even plays some Zeus.
Yeah, he does. These are his heroes.
Wow.
And I think if you make him play support, he might play Spirit Breaker.
Yeah.
I could see it, yeah.
I'm a little surprised there's been no Spirit Breaker myself. I think that's one here I thought at least I would get like even like 5 or 6 games in the group stage. But
PSG, they played it on mid even.
Yeah,
like,
they were
just a couple of weeks ago.
They were picking it like every
back
game.
to coaching.
Now, what about Omni Knight? Omni Knight was getting... I would say that Omni Knight was spammed a lot in the last couple of months leading up to TI. What happened to that guy?
I think he got ice frogged.
He got really ice frogged.
Yeah.
Tell me about that. What happened?
So his
to him?
Heavenly Grace was basically uncounterable because you couldn't purge it and it provided a lot of status resistance. And then Ice Frog decided, you know what, I don't want to see Omni Knight at TI, so he made it purgeable, which suddenly made an uncounterable skill very easily counterable by a lot of counterpicks. So it kind of killed the hero.
There's always a little bit of a TI meta. I feel like you do see some of the exciting, the Shakers, the Enigmas get buffed before TI, and then these Omni repelling someone. That's boring. Naga, kind of boring. Let's nerf these heroes. You know, we don't want to see them at TI. Let's make sure we get the Shakers, the Tide Hunters, the Rubiks, the fun flashy
The more
heroes.
fun heroes.
Yeah.
And I'm happy for that. The meta is definitely more exciting. And so far, the games, this TI has blessed us with some good dotes. We haven't seen the snowbally 13, 14, 15-minute games. It's very competitive, and the meta is very interesting. Even if you think about the group stages, every single team brought something different. To each team its own, they had their own identity and their own meta, which obviously has morphed into something more crystallized after the group stages, but it's been fun to watch.
What was the standout thing that a single team has brought, Lizard?
Standout thing that a single team has brought? Maybe a Monkey King position 4 jumping around without boots with Skadi and Orb of Corrosion for me has been the most interesting one. The position 4 Monkey King itself, okay, that has been played before, nothing extraordinary. But the way they played, the build-up and the level 10 talent that gives you the additional stun duration made it very viable, and it just looks funky. It's if I imagine Yabzor, that's his hero. That's literally it. He doesn't care about utility. Orb of Corrosion, Skadi.
Yeah.
That's all he needs. I'm a carry.
I would say the other kind of cool fun thing we've seen is the Dawnbreaker come out, particularly the way OG used it mid. I think there was this idea that it could be like an offlaner or support, and well, VP also used it as a carry. So I think seeing how VP and OG have used Dawnbreaker has been really impressive this TI.
Yeah, and I think with the way it looked, at least in the series yesterday, it seemed to match extremely well against the Spirits. And every single series I look at now, like it seems like the teams we need to draft some sort of Spirit. It's either Earth, or sorry, it's either Storm, Ember, or
Just
Void Spirit
not Earth.
in every single game. Yeah, no Earth Spirit, unfortunately, but who knows? It might come out. It's not a bad hero in the mid lane, but you need to have a player for it. So maybe Thompson. Could be eyeing it up. But
Maybe Thompson, Earth Spirit. Well, everybody, we just wanted to let you know that there are a little bit of technical difficulties in the pods. We will be fixing that and get right back to the games. Welcome back, everybody. The teams are locked and loaded, and we are ready to start Invictus Gaming versus Team Secret. Upper bracket best of 3. Loser will fight for 5th and 6th. The winner will head into the top 4. Let's get started with Game 1.
Team Secret versus Invictus Gaming. Game 1.
And we're here with the first draft of this wonderful series between IG and Team Secret. Always a pleasure to watch Secret Draft. And we have a new panelist with us.
Howdy.
You might have not seen him before. Her name is Sheepsticked. How are you doing? How are you feeling first time on panel here?
I'm feeling amazing. They let me know they don't have enough British talent yet, so they just had to fly me over quickly to fill that gap.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Diversity is important. And then we also got Aoi. We've seen him before. Hello, Aoi.
Hi.
All right, well, we have a draft between Secret and IG. I am curious to know what you are expecting here of Secret, Mr. Aoi. Or IG, rather.
Well, I think, yeah, so for both of them, I think Secret, I don't think they're really thinking they have to do anything out of their norm. I think they should feel like their normal play style matches up pretty well against IG's. We actually saw them sort of counter draft how they thought OG's playstyle was, which is generally a good sign for a team when you're feeling flexible enough to play multiple playstyles. As far as IG, I really liked what Insania said about they should feel like they should want to break down Secret's wall. Because if you think about IG as a team, they're very aggressive, and their style is to use that aggression. If you can't play your normal style against a team like Secret, like it's going to feel bad, at least in the first game of a best of 3.
We start off, Sheep, with a Lion Mars combo. What do you think of this opener?
I actually like it a lot. I love Mars. He's one of my favorite heroes. He was looking a little bit shaky in the group stage at a very low win rate, but I think he's seen like this resurgence of teams like continuing to pick him and being really effective with them. Collapse especially, his Mars has been fantastic to see. We've seen it paired with IOs, but that's getting banned out this game. Lion, great hero. Provides a lot of burst, which is nice when people are picking these heroes like Ench and Tide Hunter. I'm actually surprised because Tide and Elder Titan were not banned and have not been picked on either team when they have been very popular so far.
Yeah, maybe a first for the upper bracket, it feels like. And to add on to your point about Mars, I think you're right. It feels like he's been through a bit of a renaissance with the armlet build. It allows him to have some sustain in lane. It allows him to clear creep waves with one W, don't know the name as well. And
God's Rebuke.
God's Rebuke, thank you. And typically that hero's lack damage, but Armlet has made up for that in a lot of ways. And as far as Lion, I feel like I've seen Kaka play Lion literally for 4 years. Since he was on Niobe, the TI10 Grand Finals. Was it 7? I think it was 7. Like, he's played Lion, and he's always looked good at it. IG style, I think, has always been to have these heroes who can group up early, run at you, and then when an opponent sort of splits them up to go on the side lanes, Kaka on some Lion or Nyx is always there ready to catch them. I remember in the Singapore major, like, Abid was on Puck, and I'm like, oh, Abid Puck, he never dies. And Kaka was always there ready to catch him with perfect spell casting.
I want to ask about the Ench pick, though, because this is not the first time that Secret first faces an Ench, but it is the first time that it's not against an ET. So what's the logic behind the pick here?
I like Ench a lot because she secures your lanes. She provides a lot to a draft, actually. She's, you can send your creeps like down lanes to push. She's really good at she can rotate onto mid and provide help support there to like secure war runes, especially if your mid is like one of these spirits that really wants the ball refill. I like her a lot for that. She's a great hero that Poppy has played a lot so far this tournament already, so I think it's like comfort and good for them.
Yeah, and to add on to that, I think Enchantress, she's sort of like a misunderstood 5 hero. I think a lot of teams, when they play their Enchantress, it's a very low farm hero, might have some Tranquil Boots or Treads and nothing else. Poppy this tournament, he has 321 GPM. He's a higher GPM player than Yapser, probably the highest position 5 GPM. I didn't check that. So Enchantress with items, she's incredibly well scaled. And when you think of these heroes at frontline, you think of the Ogres, the Banes, but Enchantress, if you pop that heal, take the 15 talent, have a couple items, she's a better tank than all of them. I think we saw that the last series where DY, he was just running in on Enchantress and he was giving vision. They saw RG's Razor to just blow him up. I think Poppy wants to do the exact same thing here.
Interesting. Actually, Quincy Crew did that a lot in the season with MSS. They would put him on Enchantress, and that's exactly what they would do. Tank and use your body to stop smoke, stuff like that.
Yeah, and I think Enchantress, she's, like, you mentioned for MSS, it was a 4 position. For Secret, they get to basically play 2 4 positions this tournament. It's just how they control the map. Because a lot of teams, they're sweeping around the map. You consolidate all your farm into your cores, But often what happens when you do that is that your supports sort of get left behind. Puppey and Secret in general, they play a more even style in terms of farm. I mean, they'll still get the carry really farmed. But in the process of holding their side of the map, playing some defensive wards, you tend to like leave supports in lanes or farming like some dangerous camps more often.
Oh, what could we be expecting here, Sheep? What could we be seeing here for IG next? You have the Lion Mars. You said you like this combo, but where is this draft leaning towards, in your opinion?
Well, since they have a lot of aggression with these heroes already, I mean, we've seen how popular the Spirits have been this TI already. Storm getting banned out. That does leave Void Spirit, who's been quite contested, I would say, through this TI, so maybe they'll pick it up in the next round. I think I really like Team Spirit's supports already. I mean, Monkey can flex onto any role, but like talking about how greedy they are with how they like to play their supports, I think Monkey is like amazing for that as a 4, if they want to go that route, because he gives so much vision through jumping through the trees. If they get good wards down, you know, that lets them play this aggression on the map to like farm in dangerous spots more safely. I think the supports like of how well Eng can farm, like those two complement each other. And I think it also like is good against what IG want to do. If they can scout out like these moves and stop things, then like that's going to be really good to stop that. Lina also quite good. I think Imu's been playing it quite a lot this TI so far. And between Lion and Lina, no one's going to be left alive. That's an amazing nuke.
I really like what you said about the vision coming in from Team Secret's heroes. Because when you said that, it reminded me, like how I think of Team Secret, they're always about accumulating vision, and accumulating information, which you get from vision, like Monkey King, Enchantress keeps shoving waves, which both these heroes can do if they decide to support them, and then reacting to that information to make good decisions. I think since they picked Lina mid, I was thinking, okay, I was going to say they would not put Monkey King mid, but I like this from Team Secret, like they're instantly countering the hero that they know where it's going. I think Lina this tournament, maybe you can play her 4, but honestly, I don't think I haven't seen it this tournament. And I used to spam Lina 4 a lot, and she feels god-awful this patch because you can't keep up your fiery soul stacks with LSA. They made the cooldown 13 seconds on LSA at level 1. So right now, Team Secret, they have damage, they have some like lane shove, some vision and annoyance. I think right now they need to consolidate their team fight. Because if we look at the two, if Secret wants to form a wall, hold their jungle, it's looking a little bit spooky here. When Mars goes in an arena, like what's your real reaction here, right?
Can we discuss the Lina TA matchup though for a second, Sheep? Because I know that obviously that's very obvious counter. You can stop Dragon Save, stop Light Strike Array, but I know that with the attack speed and the way that Lina's being played right now, the matchup doesn't seem so one-sided as it used to be.
Yeah, I would say Lina looks decent here. Like it can go either way. If you build the attack damage on Lina, I love that build. Lots of people have been doing it. You can burst through this Enchantress. You can burst through this Templar Assassin, get through her refraction charges. I personally think it's, you know, it can go either way as the game progresses. I do think though that Team Secret getting this TA, getting this Venger they also just picked up is going to allow this TA to kind of snowball through this game pretty hard. It looks like an all-in to like help her. So that makes Lina's game pretty hard because if TA gets a good start, gets her dagger, so on, jumping this Lina, she's a squishy hero for a long time, man.
Yeah,
So-
we've been seeing Lina's go for like Travels, BKB, Silver Edge almost every game. That's no plus armor. And IG, they've actually reacted to that lack of physical mitigation. First you had the Mars, who can like maybe absorb some of those with Bork, but now to pick up the Winter Wyvern. This is, I think it's a really good pick because right now, like before that pick, I felt like Lina was a bit vulnerable. She might still be vulnerable because Lion Winter Wyvern supports. I don't think you can deal with the aggression of Puppey's Enchantress, but they might be able to, I don't know what their plan is for that. Maybe their plan is just pressure the lanes really hard. They do have last pick, so if they pick something that puts a lot of pressure on what I'm assuming is a Zai Ventress Spirit, not the best laner, then I could see them like trying to hold Yapstra's Monkey King and Puppey's Enchantress to the side lanes.
What's the logic behind the offlane Vengeance Spirit? We theorized this pick would be maybe present at the TI, but I think it's the first time we see it.
I think Venge got picked a couple times.
In
I
the
saw
group
position
stages?
1. Yeah, someone played at position 1. I think
Yes.
it was Secret.
I think it was Secret.
Secret played at position 1
Yeah.
with a sniper, right? Was that
Secret or
Secret OJ? I don't remember who that was.
I do remember what game you're
Yeah,
talking
they had
about,
a lot of the 4-mass armor heroes and sniper.
Yeah.
I think. Well, I don't even know it's position 3 Venge for sure.
Okay.
But
yeah, it could be flexed.
The single target save is really good here because Mars and Lion, you know, Mars, you think of this big AoE arena, but honestly, he's a single target hero. You're just spearing one hero after your arena. And Lion, if you hex on, you can save them. The buff that made Venge extremely popular when she was meta, maybe a few months ago, was that when you swap your ally, you give them damage mitigation. And also, the Aghanim Scepter became really strong once you couldn't destroy it. with a hex just becomes a strong illusion.
Are you concerned though, because Secret currently have very little team fight. They have a Monkey King. He probably on support, but there is nothing that really keeps people in the Monkey ult. So I feel like Team Secret need to bridge that gap with their last pick, and like TA and Venge are really awkward because they're they can be cores, but then if Vengeful is off lane, then you're taking away a off lane, which is where most of the stuns and controlling heroes come from. So I don't know, Secret's draft seems a little bit awkward right now.
Yeah,
their
I
last
feel
pick
like
is important.
I completely agree, because usually the ways that you do a team fight are either you break down those heroes in lanes, or you sort of master team fights so you can still take engagements. The last way you can do it is you can sort of play like these like sort of more spontaneous small skirmishes, pick them off, which I think is what Team Secret's sort of going for. They're going into a snowball lineup. I don't mind it simply because of Enchantress. I think this is the only hero in Dota right now that lets you snowball off of lanes into like a commanding map position. It's just everything about this hero. You get creeps, you can take control of runes, you can gank the mid, and then you can push towers. It's just snowballs like that. And honestly, I don't know where Team Secret's heroes are going. Because wait, this is just a Venge 1, right? Again, I'm pretty sure it's
or it could be Monkey King 1 and then
Monkey
Venge
King
2.
1.
Yeah.
And
then ET4.
honestly, they can do anything based on what IG picked last.
Honestly,
which is interesting.
And they have a great minus armor draft now with Older Titan, right? The amount of physical damage is insane.
They've fully committed onto it though, and IG have a Wyvern, which is one of the greatest heroes in the game against physical damage.
But their physical damage is weird, right?
Yeah.
It comes from like minus armor, which Winter's Curse doesn't really help against. I mean, the Code Embrace will be extremely good, but it's not like one of those physical damage lineups where any Winter's Curse feels good.
Right.
And I mean, I don't know. Team Secret's draft, it's not really what we've traditionally seen this tournament, but Team Secret, they're like the team that's most confident in their own ideas always.
Yep.
And I think if they think this is what's right, like why would I just want to see it. I don't even want to question like what its weaknesses are. I want to see how they apply its strengths.
Fair enough. So then, considering its strengths, what would you expect here for IG? What is it that they need to do to mitigate this?
For
line?
IG,
Doesn't have to be a prediction, but what are you looking for in this next hero?
probably just a carry that can match the tempo of Secret. I think Secret's like lineup is they're gonna take Roshan. Yeah, Weaver perfect.
That's a good call, because if they tried to go for a scale, they could get run over, right? And Chandra's to Avenge. I think your idea is spot on here.
Right.
I like that Weaver a lot.
Okay.
Okay, so it is a 3 Venge, a 1 Monkey King. I did not know what I was talking about, because they can go anything.
And then a TA mid, right? I presume.
Yeah, TA mid. The 1 Monkey King is a bit more team fight, and Outer Titan, I mean, this is the last phase Outer Titan. I think Fogged is having a little tiff right now.
You better not get too happy. That hero's getting nerfed after TI.
Yes.
Fogged will never see him again.
Well, there's one person that we do need to see before we get right into the game. As you guys know, this is the famous segment, The Last Word, and we're going to go on with BSJ's best friend, Jenkins.
Hello. Let me tell you what's going to go down in this game. There's the camera I'm supposed to look at. Okay, on one side, we got Team Secret. They got Monkey King, they have Enchantress, they have TA. Name 3 heroes that push lanes better than they do. You might be thinking there's absolutely no way that IG is going to win this game. False. That's not true. There's no way. IG absolutely can win this game, not the lane. They've got Mars, they've got Lina, they've got Lion. These are pick-off heroes extraordinaire. They can absolutely win. If these guys on Team Secret are pushing up in those side lanes, they're going to pick them off. That's what's going to happen in this game. We also have a Winter Wyvern. We have Mars, like I just mentioned already. These heroes can absolutely fight into anything. But Team Secret, what are they waiting for? What are they riding on? They need this TA to absolutely pop off. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to push out the side lanes. They're trying to make sure that their TA gets farmed. And we'll see, can Matumba Man's beard give Team Secret the power to get through this game? Introducing Purge and Moxie.
Thank you so much, Jenkins. That was incredible. My goodness, Purge.
Yeah, I didn't know we were going to get that kind of throw. It was a great way to start the cast.
It was fantastic. I feel like when you walk outside your building and there's that guy sitting there and he just needs to tell you everything, but, you know.
I'm usually the Jenkins side of that, so I can relate, yeah.
Oh, dear. Well, we have a great game number 1 here for you guys. We've got Invictus Gaming versus Secret. And like Jenkins was saying, they have a lot of burst potential. They've got a lot of gank potential, things that IG does exceptionally well. But then Secret, you know, it's Secret. They have just some of the craziest things that they can play, move. You know, we've got the offlane Venge that we've seen a bit of on and off. It's Zai. Who knows what we're going to see?
I really liked the Venge this game. They did it as a response likely to the immobile Lina. If Lina gets out of position, she tends to have a really bad time. So being able to swap him out of position is dangerous. And as we pointed out in the drafting stage, having both Lion and Alina, it's a lot of burst damage and a lot of spells to go on one guy. And if that person is Vengeful Spirit with Ags, Venge is going to respawn, and then you're like, haha, your ultimates are gone. Now we're going to be strong. With that said, though, I still agree with what Jenkins said. Those pickoffs on the side lanes are going to be really satisfactory at the very minimum. But the Venge swap is still a potential solution here for Secret. So if they cast their spells amazingly, yeah, their lineup can absolutely work, and I can't wait to see if it does.
All right, well, we get the usual scuffle over here, just getting into position, trying to ensure that they get those bounty runes. You can hear everyone's very excited for this match. Love to hear that crowd. And we're gonna see some fighting break out right off the bat, but Yapster will be able to take this bottom rune.
All right, nothing too extreme at the moment. Oh, just kidding, they're gonna fight some more.
Gotta get those value clicks off, man.
I mean, this is big against Yapsar here. He went for a boot start, so any extra regen harass at the very beginning of the laning stage is going to hurt his first 20 seconds or so. That could make the difference in whether or not you get as many denies, and therefore who hits level 2 faster. That could miss a kill time. These things might sound small, but they're really, really important in these super high-level games where everybody makes the tiniest mistakes.
See, now we've got that triple view. Mid lane going about what we expected here. Nisha being able to harass very well with these side blades. And a little bit of movement up in the top lane, too. What are things that we want to be looking for here, Purge?
Well, I think one of the bigger questions is how well Puppey is going to do on the Enchantress. It's a hero that was more or less ignored the entire group stage. He was seen as a very strong hero earlier on in the year, but all of a sudden, she's kind of popping back into it, which is a little bit surprising to me. So can Puppey get a lot of harassment done? He's going to start things off with a Centaur creep. He's got a limited time here, but this can be a great way to stabilize the lane if they can get a kill, or at least some good harass.
Checking in over on the mid lane right now. It's looking a little not so great here for Nishi. Look at the last hits of 9-8.
Oh, this is so big.
Top lane, there it is. There's the first blood as Buffy gets the kill on Kaka.
It was really cool how he did that, actually. He brought the Centaur, and keep in mind, you only have 30 seconds from when you transform and take over this neutral, so he kept the Centaur more south than his hero, and then when he showed, oh, hi, I'm here, they boundless strike from farther away. That sets up the Centaur stun, then they get the body block. It was excellently executed there by Team Secret.
And Puppey is the king of positioning, and definitely not a stranger to playing this particular hero. Bottom lane, though, I like how they've went and they've blocked off the side camp. I think that's very important whenever you're playing against an Elder Titan.
Yeah, don't give them the free stacks or damage here. And once again, Puppey grabs another Centaur. We'll see if they can get another swing top. Be a little surprised, but fight bottom too.
Just harassing a little bit back and forth. Nothing too hard committal here. Yeah, so just have to be careful, though. He's taking a decent amount of harass.
Puppey just controlling this lane. He gets another D ward here. This one's going to be blocking his large camp, so it's going to take Kaka a lot more resources to prevent Puppey from lane controlling, pulling all that good stuff. Man last hitting is going fine, but in the mid lane, oof, Emo is doing really good. 16-8 versus 8-1 on Nisha's TA. It's going to be hard to catch up if he doesn't get some stacks going.
Yeah, it was definitely a situation when we saw the harass coming out early, but Emo just, really focused up, hitting all those creeps, making sure he's getting the last hits. And clearly that has paid off. I'll be interested to see, too, if the way, because IG is a really interesting team, the way that they like to move about the map. A lot of the times when they're creating stacks, they usually, instead of, some teams that go off into different lanes to try to create pressure elsewhere, they usually play around that area. So do you think we're going to see something very similar to that, or are they going to try to be more aggressive, try to take away stacks from the TA?
Definitely be aggressive while they're taking stacks, if possible. Secret can mitigate this a little bit by trying to push lanes all the time, because then it's going to create two windows for IG. Yes, they could go be aggressive and try to contest TA, but they also need to defend their towers from dying. And if they don't contribute a lot of heroes to pushing those lanes, it's a really tough decision to make.
Oh, Fly sitting very low here. Is going to have to go. Pop those one charges. Yaps are hunting. He's got the spirit.
He's got a new stun.
They have a fresh stun. They'll turn and put some damage over onto Ollie. but we'll back off.
Oh,
Ooh, they
gets the
canceled
salve.
out the salve.
Nicely done by Zai there. That's a costly one. Do they have any more? No, just a tango. That's going to cost Fly some last hits here. It's a good time for Zai to play aggressive, get as many trades as possible. With that said, Yevtor shifts over to try to help with the water runes. That's going to guarantee it for Nisha, so they will be helping him out a little bit, help him catch up. And in fact, he's basically caught up now. 20 last hits versus the 23 on the Lina, so not bad for Nisha.
Definitely two very skilled players over in this mid lane. Bottom lane, a lot of harass coming out over onto Kaka. They're out the Hex, they've got the net though from the Troll. Turn around, nice Earth Spike, Kaka. So they were trying to get the body blocks off, but not gonna be able to succeed.
But still, they're making good pressure up there. Puppey is not super highly leveled, which is going to make Matoma Man get his levels more faster. JT pushing him back.
Good Earth Spike again, but they'll put some more harass over onto JT.
He got the stun. He's going to heal off of this creep wave most likely. There
it is.
Very nice. And he went for 3 points in Jingu Mastery, so he wants as much lifesteal as possible. And that's probably because he knows that Puppey's not always going to be in the lane, so making sure that he can lane sustain without a support coming over is going to be really helpful.
Seeing a pretty even matchup now here in the mid lane, 29 and 14 over on Lina, 28 and 5 over on Nisha's TA. Have some beautiful stacks though, and Puppey, he's creeping in. He has an idea that these are being made.
This is the best thing to do. Oh, stacks, cool. I can pick the best neutral creep that I want. And that takes a lot of the gold out of the pile. Fly getting a Zai kill though.
Indeed he is.
And honestly,
Good moves,
it's very normal for Venge 3 to die at least like once or twice in the lane stage. It's not easy.
What about this Puppey though? That's a Laguna Blade. LSA doesn't quite connect. Puppey hiding over on the tree line, putting out some of the impetus. He is going to fall, but we have that high five coming out over here. Nisha gets the kill on Emo.
A very big juke by Puppey. That forces Emo to commit and gets him that easy return kill. So excellent trade once again for Secret, but the game is still even.
Indeed it is. Wouldn't be surprised to see some more movement going around those stacks over in the top area.
At the very least, they're going to keep blocking these camps, move Enchantress over to limit the large camp, or they can start getting aggressive on the map. And while Puppey's accomplished a lot, he is still level 2, which can have its downsides. It's a little bit harder to make as much happen for you to be survivable if you have that trouble. Matoma Man getting a great trade off top once again, gets a Jingu stack, harasses JT, but...
Zai, the bottom lane, they're going for the dive. It's going to be Ollie who collects on this kill.
Thinking about diving mid though. All the supports stay there.
Thinking about it. Trap gets popped. The center stop coming out. Pulls Emo into place. They go in for the cold embrace. They'll follow up though with the Earth Spike. It's still a dead Kaka, and they get another one. They get Emo. Ollie running for his life. Another trap pop, and he's going to be the last one to fall in the mid lane.
Man, I was a second away from criticizing Secret for their supports not being bottom and for Venge dying twice in a row, but you saw the payoff there so hard. Puppey comes in, lands a monster 2-man war stomp. I didn't even know the stun went that wide, but he gets 2 heroes, and Matoma Man rotated. Remember I said before he got that Jingu stack? He brought that buff all the way to the mid lane for this gank, and it gave him that huge damage burst against Lina. And now they just get the tier 1 tower at 7 minutes.
7 minutes.
That's incredible.
It's going to open up quite a bit of options for them. You know they're going to want to take that Roche early. That's Secret Dota, baby. That's how they play.
This is the dangerous thing about these successful early game heroes, is that it just creates this weird tempo and puts IG in a bad place. It does restrict Nisha's farm normally, but this guy's great at jungling and clearing stacks, so he doesn't really care that much if he sort of loses his mid lane for a while, because now he's just going to farm really aggressively on the other side of the map, and we'll see how long it takes for Secret to take this safe lane tier tower for IG.
Give me a prediction, Purge. How long do you think this is going to take? Because they're making those moves right here, right now. They've got the vision. They're poking away at Fly.
Ooh, Ollie's going to try to slow it down, but he's getting
Ollie,
caught.
this is not good for you, my friend. Matu just whacking away. Yaps are following. They do have the flight, but they have the tree jump. Hopping right back down again. They want this kill, and it's going to Matoma Man. Bottom lane, more pressure being placed on Fly. They want this tower, and they're pushing it hard.
They're getting some damage done, but it's a little bit tough. Little skeletons are certainly going to help. But diving the Weaver is a problematic thing. Even like Vengeful Spirit has some issues, because you can not land the stun if he goes invisible. You have to commit a dust, but sometimes he's going to time-lapse dodge things. It's a little hard for them to secure that kill on the Weaver, and as a result, not as easy for them to force this tower as much as they'd like it to. And on the other side of the map, JT's had a free lane for the last couple of minutes ever since Matu left, but The bright side is that he's going this armlet build, and it takes him some time to get it online. So even though his net worth is going to be good, in some ways, IG would rather him just have a fast blink dagger.
Matumba Man is landing over onto Kaka. The sleep coming through. Couple more clicks and down he'll go. Fly now. In a world of hurt, he's not going to be able to. Oh, manages to jump over. And the back line, there's the Arena. They're just clicking away over onto Zai. Swap comes out though. This is looking like a squished bug as Matu gets himself a double kill. They're looking for more. They find JT over in the corner thanks to this trap. The pin over to the tree. JT, he's trying to stay alive, but there's too many heroes. There's too much damage. And eventually, Ollie saving him for just a moment, throwing out that embrace, but he will fall, and Ollie will fall as well.
It is so hard for IG to defend against these fights because Secret is just collapsing together perfectly. It all started with Matumba Man's stun, sets up the guaranteed Yapsor stun that buys them more time. He gets Jingu's pickups, and eventually just cleans up the team. And look at that, the tower on the other side of the map is just now dying to Emo. He's died 2 times so far this game off of those early dives mid. He hasn't had as much time to just clear the mid wave and then go do other things. And the tempo is just going to accelerate now. The enemy jungle is gone. Secret's going to start playing super aggressive and not going to give IG any space.
That is a huge problem. This is exactly how Secret likes to play. They like to get this advantage. They like to choke out their opponents when they are just having difficulty trying to catch up. The flip side of that, IG, this is the thing, right? We get these team metas. When teams start playing against each other frequently, in terms of like boot camps and whatnot, you get used to one another. And the big thing that IG likes to do are these ganks. Their pickoffs, they like burst damage, and clearly Secret has done their homework because they are just playing so tightly together.
But the thing is, I think, and one of the things that restricts him on the ganks, Lion's obviously amazing, but he had a rough laning stage. He just hit 6 with the Tome. And they're going to go for a kill, see if they can get it. But the other issue is they picked Wyvern. Wyvern is a great pick for this to counter against Secret's heroes, but not the best ganking hero and not the greatest laning hero. And that's part of the reason they've lost this laning stage by a moderate amount. But we'll see if JT can get a pick off here.
Zai sitting very far back, wants absolutely nothing to. And they have a feeling. I feel like they know.
They got him with the scan just a little bit. They know they're playing.
Standing over to the side, you can see already Matumba Man teleporting on in. Swap in for the initiation. They managed to find Fly. Can they burst him down fast enough, though, is the question. Yes, they can. Another high five being requested from Nisha.
That was really close, actually. Puppey didn't have his dust in his inventory. I saw it come off cooldown the moment after they got that kill. It was really close to him escaping. But that was a cool gank. Haven't seen the early ulti into swap, into double stun. That was really awesome. But boy, they almost lost it, but great kill.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And now they're just going to have a brief period of lull, most likely. TA was going for fast blink dagger. Nisha's already got it picked up, so her damage output isn't going to be as good, but she's just going to be a second version of Monkey King. When they find somebody out of position, both TA and Monkey are jumping in, and they're doing a lot of damage. And against a vulnerable hero, for a vulnerable hero like Lina, that's super scary right now. Emo had to buy Yule Scepter as soon as possible. That's going to help him to defend himself if he gets in trouble. But frankly, if he gets swapped out of position, I can't help but think that he's going to die no matter what. Because even if you buy yourself a little time, your team's going to have to back you up somehow to keep you alive.
Like you said, the way that they jump on Emo, even though he does have that Yule Scepter, there's generally at least one other person, right, participating in these ganks. So even if you buy yourself some more time, he just doesn't have any way to really save himself beyond that.
It's got to be Cold Embrace. It's going to stop physical damage. That'll help a lot against Monkey King and the TA, assuming that your team can like counter-initiate in that 4-second period. And Winter's Curse is another great way, as can be or Mars ulti, but there's just so many different angles that are worrisome that it makes it look a little scary to me for IG. And Zai died twice in the laning stage, but now he's doing pretty good. He's got his point booster. He's got his first stat item of his Ags, 2k gold, and he's going to have this. And then he's just going to be a super nuisance every fight. You're going to see probably 2 swaps, multiple sets of stuns, a lot of dangerous things for IG to deal with.
Why haven't we been seeing Venge in this offlane position quite as often recently?
There's just stronger heroes is a pretty safe example. Heroes that can win the lane. Venge basically never wins the lane as a 3-position hero unless they like really mess up on the enemy team. So the nice thing about Venge is that you basically have free Aegis. You can think of like Venge Ags as like being a Wraith King, which is a huge advantage. That's his ultimate. You can get it with just with an item. So having that advantage is great, but it isn't very good at the laning stage, and that can really get a lot of drafts off to the wrong start if you can't really feel your hero's advantage in those early positions.
So it's just a high risk, high reward kind of setup is what I'm getting.
Yeah, that, and also you have to worry that if they have like a greedy carry, you're going to want to punish that. Otherwise, they're just going to go crazy. And Venge can't really do that as well. It's more of a mid or late game hero.
Kaka standing on the high ground. There's a swap over onto Emo. Immediately trying to keep Emo alive. That double damage not looking so good. The sleep comes out though. Able to get the kill on Emo. Follow up with the Winter's Curse fight over onto the back lines though. Kaka running for his life is going to get punched down by Yapsor. And they'll take down Ollie. Yapsor still hunting, wants to get his hands on Fly, but I'm not sure if he's going to be able to quite do it as he does have the Shikuchi up. But they'll happily turn around on the side of Secret and go into the Roche with the double damage.
It's so easy for them to do this now, but boy, that was legitimately a two-shot on Lina. That was a melt strike with a second hit from Nisha. Obviously, there was also minus armor from Venge, but that was all about the Tumbler toy. The Lina was just playing aggressive, Emo playing aggressive in the mid lane, but that Tumbler toy jump with the swap up to the high ground, he had no solution to get out once the stomp was there to follow it up.
I'm going to make you say that 3 times fast now.
Which part?
Tumbler toy.
Tumbler toy, Tumbler toy, Tumbler toy. Got anything else?
Emo running now from Yapsor and Nisha. They're hunting, they want this kill, and they will take it.
This is just so cool to see them punish the Lina. It's one of the most feared heroes, frankly, for a couple teams. T1 is another hero that it really stands out for, but Secret was so ready for in this draft.
This is not looking good for Fly. Uses the time lapse. And to defend the swap, though, again, Zai doesn't seem to care because he knows Tisha's right behind the follow-up with an Arena. Will pin Zai off to the side. And IG will get themselves a kill.
Bottom, Matu gonna get a solo kill, pretty sure here on
Kaka. Kaka! Can he get out in time? The monkey's got one more hit, and there it is.
Anytime you see a death like that on one side of the map, you're like, yeah, okay, but is Secret getting something else? And I look bottom, Monkey sitting in the trees channeling his ulti. Oh, that's not good for Kaka.
Not good at all.
Especially because he's trying to finish his Blink Dagger. That's usually like a lull moment. Oh, go sit down there. No one's going to be in the area. Nah, Matumba Man was ready for that one. Punishes Kaka. Still 1,000 gold till he can get Blink and be really active and set up these team fights.
So what's the play now going here for IG? How do they move about this map? How do they get this real estate back? Because it feels like Secret is just fighting them tooth and nail for any inch.
They're being really oppressive, and I think the scariest thing for IG is that Lina is struggling so hard. JT did a great pivot. He stopped his Helm of Iron Will, and he went for Blink instead, so he stopped building the armlet, recognizing what they needed. So that part is online, but Emo just looks like such a vulnerability in this game so far. We've all seen in these fights a wave of terror and a little bit of pressure, and he just goes down. In fact, I almost wish that he had the Arcane Ring on his hero instead. He needs all the armor he can get right now.
The jump over into the mid lane. They spotted Zai. Nisha's here, though. Look at the damage. 2 hits will take out Kaka, and there's the Laguna. They can't finish on Zai. He's going to be able to just walk away. Emo running for his life. Nisha looking for the opening. LSA will connect, but now Fly joining into the fight. Has to be careful. They'll throw out the dust, force the Weaver away.
That was so cool. He swaps while the Dragon Slave is mid-air, so he's not there for the fire to get hit.
Uh-oh. Emo. There are monkeys lurking in the trees, and Anisha who wants to cut you into pieces.
I just don't know what they can do about the Monkey King. He's already got Orb of Corrosion. He's got Echo Saber. He's getting pretty close to the Deso, to be honest. They're going to have 2 Desos on their team. That just means that he blows up these low armor heroes. If he ever catches Wyvern or Lion or even Lina without a defensive item or an ally nearby, he's just going to blow them up. And that's the case for both of these cores. And that just makes the game so much easier for Secret, because they just need one of those guys, they're very mobile, plus a support, and they can kill almost any hero.
JT has got to be feeling nervous.
He's got Blink.
Does have the Blink. He's just going to get into the corner, teleport out. I'm sure that trap popping probably scared him a little bit. It's like, oh no, is Nisha here? No.
It's a little scary. Or Monkey King.
I mean, Monkey King's got his eyes on a little bug, and monkeys like to eat bugs, Purge. Not going to land the Boundless, though. Enough time to force Fly back.
Oh, he changed his build, actually. He went for the Basher instead. I wonder if this is because he recognized they already had a Deso. It's a little bit unsynergistic for you both to purchase it. It would have been good. But Basher's great, too. It's going to make it even easier to kill Lina, to kill those supports, to kill Weaver. So I like the pivot here. They're in such a good position. This doesn't bother me at all that he's gone back for a slightly inefficient damage item. It's perfect for the utility.
But I also feel when they're, sitting pretty like they are, it's a little bit easier to be able to make these more creative choices, right? Not necessarily the ones that you're expecting, but the ones that are going to help you seal the victory.
Exactly. It's easy to talk about the what's the 4th, 5th, and 6th items you buy.
Right.
It's like saying, what are the best 6 items on here? It's all game dependent, and when you're this far ahead, you can really just be flexible and do something that's going to help you close out the game, not necessarily just get ahead. And this is, Basher's a great item for that. If they can get a couple crucial pickoffs where normally somebody should be able to defend themselves, it's going to continue the map pressure. And Secret gets a tier 2 tower that's going to open Shrine.
Top lane,
huge
though,
advantage.
IG trying to find some movement, trying to just put some pressure over on a tower. They're not feeling confident to go up against them just yet. We still, of course, have 30 seconds on that Aegis of the Immortal on the TA. Smoke play comes out from IG. They might be looking to make a swing play. Agnum Scepter completed, though, for the Vengeful Spirit. This is going to be a hard fight.
Yeah, the moment he sees anybody, they're getting swapped, and he's fighting to the death.
Yep, Thor getting into position. Oh, the 3-man balance! A follow-up again over on the back lines. The whole Matu at the place, but he's winding up there for that Wukong. They go, they put out the Earth Splitter coming through. They'll take down Kaka, the Dance Lifeline. Swap coming out now to protect Matu as Ollie has been left behind. Nisha is godlike.
I really thought that Matu might be in some trouble there, but that 3-man Boundless Strike was incredible. Also fortunate for him that the same time that came out, Winter Wyvern ends up cold embracing the line. So even though they did disable Matu, he's not able to follow up right away. That hurt IG's defensive play there to try to catch him. They put the burst damage in him, but he survived just too far ahead.
It is getting so spooky for the side of IG. Very little vision up. They still have some towers, right? You've got the top tier 1 over there. Double damage now for Nisha. What is this? His 3rd double damage?
It helps when you control the map, but whatever rune does come up, it is a lot of DDs by all means. There's like, what, 6 power runes it can cycle through? This one's going to be huge. 120 damage right now is his bonus if he gets it. He's got the Grove Bow as well, so its attack range is legitimately like a normal ranged hero. So it makes it even easier to get those pickoffs. And still no Blink Dagger for Kaka on the Lion.
Definitely struggling, trying to find any opening, but it's one of those situations where his cores need this. They need the farm as well. How do you move about the map? Because every time they show up, it feels like Secret is just there.
Yeah, that's the hard thing about being behind, is that you don't have as much safe places that your core can be like, yeah, you know what, you can just have that one place that's like slightly safe. Instead, it's like those places have to go directly to your core, so they can try to catch up as much as possible.
Right.
I really like Emo's item pickup. Goes for the Dragon Scale. It's absolutely the right item. He needs as much armor as he can get right now to keep him alive against these heroes, but here comes the possible swap bottom.
Yeah, again, they have the dust. Couple hits immediately over onto Fly. He's going to have to time lapse away. Ollie in position, worried. He's going to try to turn this around. Does have the Winter's Curse. Should be able to take down Puppey, but is going to pay for it with his life. And that's now a Winter's Curse that they don't have to worry about on the side of Secret.
That's true, but any kill they can get right now with being this far behind in gold is going to give them a nice advantage. And that's 260 going to Winter Wyvern, and now he's got a Blink Dagger.
Oh, Emo, do you know what's lurking in the darkness?
Oh, that's really scary.
Look at him. He's just like, something's wrong. I don't want to be here anymore.
Yeah, when TA sits like that, she's prepping a double Meld Strikes. That's minus 16 armor on top of her Desolator. That's a lot. That's like one shot. Well, it's not going to be one shot, but
do your math.
I guarantee Lena would die in 2 attacks from that. That's like if he gets within 600 units, which is quite a lot right now, death if he doesn't Yule's it in time.
BKB picked up now for Fly. It's going to give him a little bit more survivability, but it is still very difficult, very dangerous, because he's got to make sure that he does not get stun locked before he's able to get off that BKB.
And even then, it's not a game you want to buy BKB, in my opinion. Like, you can stop like Echo Stomp easier, but Vengeful Spirit Swap still goes, and yeah, you'll stop Monkey Stun, but like, if Monkey just gets on top of him, he doesn't care. He's just going to auto-attack, slow him with Orb, slow him with Skull Basher, stun him with Skull Basher. But it's an item he has to get this game. There's too much at stake, and it's too scary.
I'll say, though, you know, both of the cores over on the side of IG have been not making space, but finding the farm, finding the space. If you take a look at just what the net worth's looking, obviously we've got the TA, who's just been balling out of control, 14K, but everyone else is fairly close right behind because they are finding these openings, but looking for the pickoff, the fight, the advantage on the side of IG as they are smoked up and they're making their way over towards Roche Pit. Zai is, I don't think, the person they want, but they're gonna have to take it. So they'll open up with a stun, they'll fall off the finger. Can they do enough damage? That's the question. Zai, all right, Kasa stop going in. Nisha will take down Ollie. There's Litter coming through. JT, he cannot survive this. He's going to be the next one to fall. As they'll turn around. Another swap though coming out. It's all right. It's the Vengeful Spirit. It's the illusion. It's absolutely fine. As they'll go right back, try to put the pressure over onto the mid lane.
Man, all of that, and they only killed one hero. They had to kill Venge twice. They almost killed Monkey, but that defensive swap was huge. And after that fight, I was thinking the same thing as Matoma. And, you know, maybe it's time for a BKB. That was a little too scary for him. If he has BKB, he can definitely continue fighting there. But in that moment, it looked like a big weakness for Secret. But either way, that's the advantage that Secret wants. Put the Venge way in the front, let the enemy jump on him, and he just gets to make the team fight pretty decent for them, whilst the rest of Secret rolls over and takes a 5v5.
How do you position yourself in these fights, right? Because obviously... So obviously, like, Zai has just been running at them because he is the initiator. It's definitely at the point where, you know, they're not as afraid to take these fights because they do have the backup. Elder Titan, an incredible hero for this sort of thing. But for IG, it just feels like they can't quite figure out how to get around. How do you get around the defensive wall that is, of course, Zai here?
It's very difficult. The best thing they would go for, obviously, is a blink disable kills on either TA or Monkey King if they can catch them. And this is part of the reason Matoma Man's playing trees right now, because he can basically kill a creep wave every boundless strike. Once he hits 20, that cooldown goes down a lot, and then it's even easier for him to do it. So he knows that he's the obvious kill right now. So until he gets BKB, he's not going to feel very comfortable being aggressive on the map. And that's why Secret's playing a little bit carefully right now. If they just keep the net worth about even and then he gets BKB, the game's going to get... It's going to feel like very, very, very winnable.
Oh, look at this. The swap immediately just going to get rid of Kaka. He's going to buy a bit more time. Nice echo stomp. Ollie into position. He wants to try to find the opening. He's not going to be able to do it. Fly with the BKB now. Buyback coming out from Lion. They'll turn their attention to get over onto the Winter Wyvern because he's going to fall next. Ollie will fall. Swap out again, though. This Ags on the bench doing so much work. Boundless comes in hot. Kaka's not looking very good right now. They get a nice Arena. Do they have the damage, though? They have the BKBs. They turn it back around. Emo, he's not looking like he's going to survive this. He gets taken out. Nisha just chipping away over at JT. That's a dead Mars, and it's looking like a dead Fly. If they could just get their hands on him, and it doesn't matter. They have the spear.
Zai got 2 kills in that fight with a Wave of Terror. That was pretty sick. First picks off Fly, but ultimately amazing fight. They got separated a little bit. It looked a little bit rough for Secret, but Zai just swaps out any danger. Matu gets a great ulti to set up and guarantee the Lina kill, and this is that advantage that Secret got. BKB's online. Zai's going to respawn here on his illusion, ready to go, despite everybody on IG being dead. Here's a clip once again. Swap instantly on Kaka. So important so that he can't disable those important heroes. BKB gets used on Fly so that Zai can't really grab the guy he wants necessarily, but that's okay, because he's just buying time and getting vision for his team. Ollie lived a little bit longer than I expected there, but swapping in the TA. He gets speared back, but a lot of damage reduction. There's Lion coming back again, but he gets cleaned up.
JT trying to force him out of the base. Important to note, they owe the swap from Zai. Emo trying to just run away. LSA connects. They get a kill on Zai, but he's back up again. He's got that Ags. Matumba Man, Echo Stomp landing the swap again into the Boundless, into the burst damage. That's known as Nisha. But the follow-up with the Winter's Curse. This is not looking good for them right now. They'll be able to take down Matu. Follow-up with an Arena IG. They're coming back up swinging. They're trying to get them out of their base, but they don't have the positioning. They don't have that damage. The Hex coming out again over on the side of this TA. They need to put out more. Can they do it? Fly with the BKB chasing him down. Yamsa turns back around the punch. He's going perhaps a bit too far as he's going to get held into the trees with that spear. And Nisha and Poppy and Zai are just going to run the heck out.
IG would not let Secret leave the base. The Rax was already gone, but they sensed some momentum shift there that they could pressure their opponents. With that said, some of that was Zai as well. He kept the fight going as well. Swapping offensively, ultimately maybe costing them a bit because Monkey King ended up dying there. But if we take a look at the net worth advantage, 14,000 gold advantage for Secret. And frankly, a lot of that was from buybacks. A ton of that came from the IG side.
That was definitely IG very angry that they were cracking their base and simultaneously taking Roshan.
It's tough for them to catch up, but they got to take those opportunities. And when the enemy team's in your base, it's one way.
Little cheeky play there.
No regen for you, but there's a Scotty on Templar Assassin.
Oh my word.
An excellent item against any range cores. That means Lina, that means Weaver. That's why he picked this up.
Oh, they have the vision. We saw that swap coming from a mile away. Another one bites the dust.
And that means they're going to keep pressuring. They don't want to give them any time to get stuff done. So they will go high ground. Zai does not have buyback. That means he can only die twice in this fight, except for 3 times. Big disadvantage there for Zai.
Wow, Zai, really?
Yeah.
Really, dude.
Look at this damage from low ground.
They can't even get anywhere near it. I mean, they have a Wyvern, right? The Wyvern at least will be able to push out these waves, but Nisha just does not care.
Can't cold embrace the buildings, and they're just going to fall. Good luck fighting into this. They got 2 minutes on Aegis.
JT, all right, he's looking for initiation. We'll jump over onto the Tia. They follow up. Okay, they'll get the heal. It's a good. Oh, the swap, though, coming up from Zai, buying enough time, but they do a lot of damage over onto this Monkey King. Are they actually going to take down Montu? They take down Montu. JT throwing up the arena, doesn't want to let Zai go. Zai's going to come back up again. That's life number 2 as they do manage to hold copy over into the arena. Yapzor is back, though. Anisha clicking away. Fly. He's trying to get out. Oh, look at the damage. They take down Ollie. Nisha just mad fighting everyone. They get the kill on Kaka. JT on the low ground. He can't get back into his home. And they're going to take down Fly too.
That looks so good for IG. They end up partially initiating, forcing Secret to group up, and that's when they hit him with the winner's curse, guaranteeing the Matu kill. But all of a sudden, Nisha sends blood in the water. He jumps up, gets the backline with the supports. They even briefcase down the Weaver on the low ground. And I think this is about the end of this game here. Almost everybody is dead, and Zai's going to be up in 50 seconds. I mean, they're only missing Monkey King at the moment.
There is no buyback on any of these heroes. They are coming up, though. The Winter Wyvern's going to be back up. So is the Lion. They just call it. They called it. They just don't want to deal anymore with what Secret's got going for them.
It's way too hard for IG to play this deficit because they'd have to engage with 2 supports in Lina. Lina hasn't felt strong all game. Ever since those early laning stage ganks, the supports, they had great abilities, but like, how are you going to engage on a TA that's attacking your tier 4 towers from 600 units away? They have no option there without their cores up. So, wow, what a play.
Definitely very impressive. I would say also that this felt a lot like the Zai show. I don't know if that's the same feeling that you got off of this.
They all played so good, honestly. Those early ganks were huge, though. Zai played great. Matu won his lane and rotated successfully. Like, as they played so cohesive as a team, and it made a big difference.
All right, well, that's going to be game number 1, guys. And, of course, this is best 3, so we have plenty more. But we're going to toss it over to our panel.
Thank you very much, Moxie and Purge. A very, very convincing win for Team Secret. Now, when we were in the green room talking, Insania didn't have a lot to say, but when he did speak, he said, if Venge stops Lina, then it's over. So tell me how that worked.
So I think in this game, we've had a lot of like really high level 2 pro players like at the absolute peak who fully understand what they're supposed to do in the game. A battle going on between Zai and Emo, where Emo's having such a hard time entering fights until Zai swapped. And for that reason, Zai was like positioning his hero very aggressively and not swapping. Like you would see him run into fights, just kind of like play in front, and then he would use one swap to initiate. And as soon as he died, you notice Emo's just not entering the team fight. And he wouldn't use the second swap until he knew for a fact that the fight was secured. Right. And as soon as he did, you just saw Emo coming in. And if you guys go back into the replay, you can even see Emo was queuing up a Lincoln Sphere at some point during the game, but he never managed to get to that point. So he made the really high level decision of, you know what, I'm going to buy a Shadow Blade. Because once Zai dies, the Spirit cannot use dust. It can't reveal heroes. So that allowed him to get good positioning so that he wouldn't be afraid of getting swapped. Some really, really interesting high-level plays coming out.
Interesting to see how that worked out for them. Now, what could Invictus Gaming could have done there? I mean, Team Secret had a very commanding lead throughout most of the game, and it seemed like they just set the tempo, just like you guys mentioned earlier. What could they have done?
The matchup on the mid lane is seemingly and historically a little bit difficult for the Lina. The matchup on the mid lane itself is not. You should do well, but later on, the moment TA gets one mobility item, they can jump you, they can take you out instantly. In my opinion, I had a feeling that Weaver should not be dying in a game such as this one. I really feel that Fly, until you reach those high ground positions in which you're trying to pressure the high ground and tier 3s, you should not be being picked off. If you're pushing the tier 1 and you get swapped into Monkey King stun, into Venge stun, there is some positioning problems there. Perhaps they should have planted him on the backsides of team fights and pushed with JT a little bit more often. How I noticed and what I've seen from the team fights, JT was a little bit late to join the fights. He was definitely doing it well. If you remember the team fight around the Rosh pit, he separates Monkey King out of the two teammates that got caught and literally saves the fight. But it doesn't matter because everyone is already way too low to continue.
Let's see how the stats played out in this game. It was pretty difficult for IG. It looks like Kaka had 0, 11, and 6, and for the people at home, that looks like a really rough score, right? But he is playing Lion. So tell me a little bit about how the support works in this way, right?
I think for both Kaka and Ollie, once you're on the back foot and you fall behind, you're naturally going to have to die to try and make some plays. They've got to move out on the map, try and contest Roshan, try and, if you just stay in your base, you're going to eventually lose because you're just getting more and more out-farmed. And it was up to Kaka to start these fights with his blink stun initiations, or up to Ollie to get a really nice Winter's Curse off. So naturally, these supports, they're going to feed a bit. And then Nisha and Matu, they reap the benefit of that. 14-0-11, 10-2 and 12. Great stat lines for them. But yeah, just a tough game for IG. I think a game where we haven't really seen IG on the back foot, and they didn't really know how to play from behind this game. Or they really didn't have the heroes for it as well.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. We were talking a lot about Secret's wall, but Secret can do more than one playstyle, right?
Right.
And I think yesterday when they were up against OG, that's when they needed to set up the wall. Today they decided, you know what? We're going to take control of the game ourselves, and we're going to take the pace to them. And I think IG hasn't really been tested in that way. I think in almost every single game IG played during their group stage, they were in dominant control of the games they played. And this was the first time I saw a team take over.
I really think that they had one big issue, and that's the fact that the mid lane and the safe lane kind of want to be playing the same style, or they have been playing the same style. I feel Fly should have been perhaps just a tiny little bit more active with a different item build. I don't even think that BKB, it was necessary, but it came a little bit too late. Or just get a hero that's more mobile for Emo. He's an extremely good Lina, but the game plan is so much easier. The fight plan is so much easier if you have your Void Spirits, Storm Spirits. I believe 2 were banned out, but 1 was still remaining in the pool. They could have gotten it.
And so much goes back to the way Secret prepare for best of 3. They left that Lina in the pool knowing that most likely IG would take it, and I feel like they had that Venge up their sleeves as the answer, as the counter. They did the same thing against OG with the way they give OG some specific heroes and then counterpick it. It felt like IG just fell into Secret's trap here.
Yeah, that is exactly what you guys said right before this game.
It was Insania's point, and it's still the strongest one on this panel. I believe I liked it a lot. It's the Vengeful Swap. No, for real. The Vengeful Swap made IG's draft and IG's strategy look feeble. You cannot play this Lina plus Mars if there is a hero that puts you out of position so easily. You have to be hiding constantly. And that's exactly what Vengeful Spirit, that's exactly what Zai was doing.
The only reason why I laughed is because when you said it was his point and it was good, he just turned and looked at the camera and smiled. It was
like, yeah.
very, very good. All right, so it seems that all three of you agree that there were issues with the draft in there on the side of IG. So what adjustment would you make to their draft?
I think this is one of the things you have to understand about playing up against Puppey. And it's like he will give you your comfort heroes, but he will have an idea on how to beat it. And I do think this game was it was that. Puppey knew the Lina was coming out. He had an answer prepared. And I think IG just oh, this draft's going great for us. We're getting everything we want. And I think OG was in a pretty similar position yesterday. And this Secret, to me, looks really scary. This is looking like a TI contender Team Secret.
But what do they do then? So they can't pick their comfort heroes because Team Secret has the notes. They know what to expect. What do they do then? Do they pick something unexpected? Or what is the solution here?
I feel they shouldn't be thinking that way.
Yeah.
That's first. Don't think about Secret and what they're going to do, because Puppey will find a way to counter and make whatever you pick look not so strong.
Yeah.
Just go with what you think is the best for you, and that's it.
And they thought the Lina was best for them. I think the response to that game is just like, okay, let's put Emo in something more active. Let's go back to the Ember Spirit or something that can make plays, and then have Fly playing the hard carry.
I think that has been their most successful playstyle. But I also want to add to the Puppey point. I think Secret giving away all the comfort heroes sometimes also backfires. I think this is the trade-off with the way that Team Secret drafts. It's sometimes they're going to give you everything you want, and that's precisely what you need in order to win too. So I wouldn't be surprised if they Puppy tries the same thing, but it doesn't work out as well in game.
There was that meta specifically when Lycan was truly popular, and Puppy let it go through multiple drafts and just lost with it. And it's exactly the point that he was making.
So what kind of hero specifically do you think IG would want to go with? And maybe instead of Lina, they would pick something else, or
I want to see an emo Ember Spirit if it's the right game for it.
it would become another battle of the spirits, as we've seen quite a bit throughout the other series today. But what about Team Secret? So I mean, it's really easy to say like, oh, it's Team Secret. It was really easy for them, but they have to be playing at top TI contender status, right? Tell me about what their strongest points were in that game.
I think for me, it was just countering the draft, having a really good game plan, and then also executing in such an aggressive way. They never gave IG any breathing room to get back. I feel like a lot of teams would be like, okay, we have these matchups that we're happy with. Let's maybe, take our foot off the gas. But Secret, they just, they kept pushing forward the entire game once they got that small lead.
Yeah. And it feels completely in their comfort zone, but everything does. Like
when Secret looks good, they just look very good.
They just have multiple mental models. They can pretty much play whatever strategy.
Yeah. They banned out Ollie, something that I thought was very interesting. And when we listened to the interview with Kakia before the series, he's mentioned like one of the reasons we struggled at the Any Major was we didn't have our position 5 player.
Right.
And I think this is not something that you've historically heard a lot, where like the 5 is like such a big deal to the team. It's mostly been viewed as like the least important role or something like that. So they targeted him with all the first 3 bans. We had Phoenix, Wisp, followed up by Bane. And when I think of when I think of Ollie, these are heroes that, for me at least, immediately come to mind. So I think it was an interesting approach to Secret out to game 1, and I think maybe that caught IG a little bit off guard.
Let's take a look at them entering the stage. Looks like everyone's pretty cool, calm, and collected. No jumping for joy, but yet no like looking down at the ground either. Do you think that the mental state of the game has been changed now that they're one game up? Now that Team Secret is one game up, and IG is one game away from potentially going down to the lower bracket.
It definitely reassures Puppy and what his old draft and strategy is about. Meanwhile, when it comes to IG, I don't think it matters that much. These guys came from being 0-2 at the grand finals. This is still upper bracket. They're in a fine state at the moment.
Yeah, this is where the coach Super just has to kind of reassure his team, like, okay, we're going to make some adjustments. We have a game plan that's going to, make things look and feel very different so that we actually get to play our game, because it didn't really feel like IG was ever at any point really playing Dota in that game. They were just constantly on the back foot.
Yeah. And I don't think I've ever seen Secret smile this much, if I'm being honest with you, at a LAN. They're usually the silent killers, like no emotion.
Yeah.
They just show up, destroy you, and then move on. So I definitely think Secret seemed like they're a little bit relieved, at least, how that game up.
Right when you said that, Avo turned around and looked at you and laughed too. He gave you a little smile as well. Well, you guys have said, like, the way that this panel has been going, you guys are saying like Team Secret is basically like invincible. They have the drafts. Yeah. You can get whatever you want. It doesn't matter. You can get nothing that you want, even better.
It's Team Secret in October. What can I say? It's just how it goes.
I need to know.
But I would say that's what people thought. Singapore Major, Grand Finals, EG's up 2-0. They get Storm again. They're up 10K gold. Everyone's just like, it's over. I'm ready to, go to sleep or whatever. IG, when their back's against the wall, when nobody believes them, sometimes they can pull out these miracles. So we'll see. I don't think IG's out of this series just yet.
Do you think that the miracle might be like a pocket hero? Cheese Strat maybe? Maybe some Huskar?
For IG, I doubt it. I
Maybe
don't
the
think,
pocket Ember Spirit.
Yeah. I don't think that they're
Pocket
feeling
Ember.
that low to resort to some Meepos or Broods or whatnot. Ember Spirit, or just switching up the playstyle a little bit better is what they need to do. They could have the same exact draft, I believe, but removing the Venge, banning her out and letting anything else be played against you would make the game so much different.
It seems like there aren't very many things that IG can do to really change it up. That's what I'm getting from this, but there has to be like something there.
I think
What is
maybe the support hero pool. I think they're used to Ollie playing more dominant laning phase heroes that enable Flyfly to have a better start to the game. And this time around, he was playing Winter Wyvern, which in theory had a good matchup, right? You were playing as Monkey King, you were playing as TA, you were playing against Venge. There was a lot of physical damage coming in from Secret. But I think they just weren't able to set up the game plan the way I think they're used to playing, where always like enabling Fly to get off to a good start, and then they're able to support Emo and for him to then take over the game. So maybe slightly shifting their game plan a little bit more into what we've seen them play throughout the group stages and the first round of the
And they do make the game easier for you, right? On one side you had this Winter Wyvern, on the other you had Enchantress plus Elder Titan. Enchantress and Elder Titan, they'll pretty much dominate on any single lane.
Yeah.
It's so much easier when you have your 2 lanes set up from the get-go. So much easier to play.
But if they're banning out the supports, what do they do? Like, 2 bans come out immediately. Do
There's
they
a bunch of them. We have over 100 heroes. They can find something. We still circle back to the mid lane matchup and circle back to the spirits. Get the real playmaker on that position 1, on that position 2, sorry, because I feel Fly should have covered that role in the first game, and it wasn't truly covered.
Yeah, I think with Alina, they felt like they didn't want to go too greedy, and they picked this kind of semi-carry Weaver. Where they look best, like I go back to their first series, is like they have this Storm with a Spectre. They need this more farm priority on the carry.
Well, let's get this game started.
Team Secret versus Invictus Gaming. Game 2.
Welcome to Game 2 between Secret and IG. We're your draft battle, Level Plus, We 2000 and BSJ now joining me. How does it feel, BSJ? Your first time on battle today.
I'm feeling good. That was a good first game by Secret. It looked exactly like their first series against OG. They're just balls to the wall aggression, like 4-man wrapping on towers 7 minutes into the game, and then it just never ends. And I'm expecting to see the same thing. Now, what's IG going to do about it?
You talked about when we finished the draft. I just don't know what what the strength and weakness is. I just want to see what they're going to do with it. So can you explain to me a bit what they ended up doing with it?
Yeah, so, okay, so I'm going to admit a bit of bias here. I think when Team Secret's dominating, they play my favorite style of Dota.
Okay.
It's a very, when you think you're stronger, you'll bring everything, but then you'll sort of reset, and there's a time in the game where you'll look for your highest percentage fight. I think, BSJ, you're actually mentioning over there, after they collapsed on that bot tower, they spread out and farmed a bit, and they formed a little bit of that secret wall we know to wait for their next timing. Look at it and wait for the high percentage fight. Team Secrets, they're not the team that they did run at them almost constant that game, but it's not mindless. There's always a reason for TA's finished this item, or they seem weaker, the supports don't quite have ultimates, or they collapse on bot tower. That game, that's exactly what they did. They identified when their opponents were weak. They have pathetic supports in Lina and Winter Wyvern for Enchantress. They cannot fight them at all, so they just abuse that timing. After that, they're like, okay, if we kept running them here, maybe they'll take some fight with buybacks. Nah, we'll just farm a bit for timing, and then we'll fight again.
The interesting thing about their timings is they're so specific, is that in the early game, Monkey King and TA, very snowball-y momentum heroes, while Venge has to wait all the way until her Ags before she's impactful. So what do? They give zero attention to the Venge with the supports. They just ignore her and let her die a few times bottom, not a big deal. But then after they take the 2 towers, Monkey King and TA accelerate their farm with levels, but they need one 2,500 gold item each in order to be full power. So then you see them chill, and then right when they get that item, the Venge gives all the time in the world. She becomes the one for the next 5-10 minutes to farm her eggs.
And I'd love to see that. You give your core space, or Team Secret gave their core space, and then they immediately gave back. As soon as they took up that space, they give back. The next person takes space, they give back, and then you form a coherent game plan. In this game, IG, I think many people would consider Outer Titan probably the hero of the tournament so far. I mean, he's just looked amazing. He's so flexible in what he does. He can be some 5 that's providing strong laning, some team fight, or sometimes he just does 4 and a solo killing cores in the late game.
Yeah, you need a core that has built-in armor. That's why they banned the Monkey King. The Monkey King ulti giving you plus armor, which is now removed by the ET's aura, and I haven't really seen many other good options so far.
Yeah, I think teams have tried using Ursa a bit, just because the ultimate's not. It doesn't matter if you have armor when your ultimate's on. But other than that, the traditional ones, maybe some Lifestealer, your Spellman, that hero is. Well, I mean, you play Lifestealer.
Yeah. Lifestealer's laning stage is just a bit rough, but any hero with built-in BKB is decent just because the aura doesn't go through it. So it effectively gives you armor.
Team Secret has done the Enchantress before as well against this, and they did that last game not against an ET, but let's get them to think about it a bit more.
I'm honestly surprised that IG want to play for Enchantress, because Team Secret here, they are going to pick it up. Because if they're picking ET, you have 100% they're going to pick Enchantress. They picked it against ET, against OG, they ran them over. They picked it without ET, honestly, okay, I'm going to tell you something.
Okay,
EG's right out of the tournament. So I played a bunch of Enchantress in pubs. I went to Moba, I said, Enchantress is a broken hero. And he said, it's not as good in official as in real games, you know, as in pubs. You won't get as many kills. But Secret, I think they're showing what Enchantress does. It's the only hero that allows you to snowball these things. No other hero could allow Secret to do what they did last game.
Yeah, the creep just has extra armor and extra HP, so your diving towers, like, they don't even exist. And I don't, like you said, I don't think there's any other hero that enables that.
Yeah, no, this hero it's strong when played correctly. The thing is, I feel like you have to be an Enchantress spammer to play this hero. And Puppey, I think Puppey's the best Enchantress. Like the jungle heroes, you know, the Puppey Chen, Puppey Enchantress, they're on the next level.
It's just that every creep you get decides what you're going to do with it. So you have to have like infinite permutations of what you're going to do, because whatever camp you go to, it's like one of the 5 big creeps.
And that plays into Team Secret's strengths, in my opinion, which is their communication. Puppey receives this information, and maybe he hears something that's like, oh, instead of taking a creep from this camp, I'm going to wait a bit and get it from another camp. And this will allow me, because Nisha's talking about, oh, if he doesn't get the next rune, his game is really bad. Okay, I'll play for my creep for that one.
How do you feel about this Lion pick? That's exactly what they had last game, and it doesn't do really much to the early aggression of Enchantress. I feel like they're kind of setting themselves up for a similar story.
So when I play Enchantress, I like playing against Lion. The thing about IG, which, okay, so I like the Lion pick, I don't like the Lion pick. So if this was a pub, I wouldn't like Lion. But Kaka has played Lion, like, I think 9 times this tournament now, after last game. He's played Lion for 4 years, and IG, they thrived in the group stage because they played their own Dota. Like, I think the worst thing that can happen to a team is if you lose game 1 and you're like, guys, let's become a different team right now. We're going to draft different, we're going to play different. Like, Secret outplayed them last game, but I think this actually gives me confidence in this situation in particular. What are your thoughts on Lion?
I think it's a hero that he gives you a lot of things that you no longer need to worry about. There's also a lot of heroes that I don't want to pick into it just because of the immense amount of disable. But then he opens up basically the need to jump him with a hero like Storm Spirit, Void Spirit that have immediate stuns, immediate silences from long range. And if you get one of those coupled with early momentum, I think he looks like he did last game, because Lion's either, you can't scout him, you can't find him because they've got the vision and map control, or you just constantly have all your lanes shoved in, and then Lion is forced to reveal himself on like defensive towers, and he just doesn't look like the same hero.
I'm honestly really curious that they picked Lion there, because if you look at it from a first pick perspective, usually how it's gone this tournament, you first pick what you think is a broken hero. Right. And on the 8th pick, where they pick Lion, you know, 2 bans, 2 picks, you pick the strongest counter pick to the 2 heroes that you see. Usually that's actually a core hero.
Yeah, I thought it was like a Luna or something.
Yeah, I mean, here, I don't know if there's some hidden synergy with the ET, you know, some, I don't know, spirit into finger. Maybe it's just like the vision and team fight, just, they're good. I mean, they're a good support duo together. It's just, I don't feel like it has a oomph you need for that pick on first pick. I mean, first pick right now, you get counterpicked on a lot of picks right now compared to second pick. I mean, they have the 4th and 5th counterpicks on you.
So now, what are these bans representing for IG? Because usually you'd protect this 4th pick, but you're not going to protect the Lion. So
why did it ban Morphling?
Yeah,
Brian?
when you have ET Lion, isn't that? I guess it's the Morph Shaker. They're just that terrified.
It has to just be Morph Shaker. Like maybe they think even though they're countering Morphling, they'll like take over the map too much with Enchantress, and you'll hit that timing with Shaker Morph. But I mean it feels wrong to me. Like if you're going to dedicate this much to Lion, and they're going to pick something bad against Lion into it, like. I feel like you should just let them have it.
Yeah, you might as well just pick a support or a core that's weak versus Morphling.
Yeah.
Inclined to ban it.
Yeah.
It's, I mean, we don't have the same information that they have. Maybe this is something that they've played in scrims, but it just, like, I can't describe exactly why. It just feels off. Like, and that's how I feel usually in drafts.
So
they did go for the Ursa ban, which I think is for the Outer Titan. I think, I can't remember who played it, but it was at this tournament. I'm not making it up. It was an Ursa versus Outer Titan, and it looked very nice.
It might have been Secret themselves, actually.
Multiple teams have played it.
Multiple teams.
Just versus Outer Titan?
It's just the enraged damage reduction. One of the few heroes that can run at you early enough that the thing ET doesn't want is a core just running at him and not being afraid of just instantly dying.
Yeah, that's a good. Also, when he gets its eggs, like usually in this tournament, I seen like ET versus I don't know, like Limp Sniper. I saw ET solo him 100-0. If you have an Ursa carry, he just waits for ET. It doesn't matter if he's magic commune. You just go on him, you bash him, you kill him.
Yeah. Now they ban out the Vengeful Spirit. So what is the purpose of this ban?
Probably a save from the Lion. A lot of times, the best way to deal with heroes like Lion is just a simple Force Staff. Same with ET Stomp. They have pretty predictable. Like they're going to put one hero in front, on the side of Secret against these type of heroes like Lion and ET. And since it's a very obvious time when you're going to use your spells. And when it's like ease of execution, you also just lost to it. Maybe you're going to pick another hero like Lina in the mid lane that's positional based. Venge, surprisingly, before TI, for people who haven't been like playing a lot of pubs, it was very popular. It's received several nerfs, but the Ags itself, when you're basically a reincarnation Wraith King from the offlane that purposely dies because you get all your spells again. So when you have Lion, you never really want to deal with a hero that you can't comfortably burst down.
Sure. They pick up the Wind Ranger Secret themselves. We have seen it on Yabzor earlier this tournament. We did theorize it could have gone mid, but they ended up putting it as a 4. So this could move the Earthshaker to a 3. But
a little bit of flexibility, right? Yeah. This is from first pick. IG now have sort of 2 counter picks-ish. I mean, not really, but you do see 3 heroes. I think picking Wind Ranger, as you mentioned, like you don't quite know what Secret's doing. I do think this is most likely a Wind Ranger 4 and Earthshaker 3. But honestly, like, it couldn't be anything. I want to add on one more thing about the Venge pick, is that when you play Enchantress as 5, because I played a lot of Enchantress, one of the things you want most is simple stuns. Venge is a hero that, you just have that simple stun. It's why, like, when you play Chen Enchantress, it's nice to have, like, a carry Sven. The other thing is, when you play Enchantress lineups, your teamfight damage is weird. Like, Enchantress, she does a lot of damage, but it's slow single target damage. Venge is actually a 3 that, if she has a good game, she applies more damage than you think, just because of minus armor and aura. Just, you stun, you die, you stun again with eggs.
You're also going to get the long fight.
Yeah,
because if they try to go on your teammate, the Venge saves them. If they go on the Venge, you've got 2 lives. The duration of the fight, I think, will come into play pretty heavily here. IG can either choose to build like sustained damage, so once they burst one target, like they could have a Medusa type carry, or they can go all in on the first 5 seconds of the fight when they pick an off-lane team fight like Mars.
That does seem like what it is, though, right? Like if IG don't get a good Arena Spear Finger, some ET Spear on it, like I feel like Secret's lineup is set up to kite them. It doesn't mean that IG can't win the fights, it just means that a lot of this game from the first 6 picks looks like it's going to be around that initial initiation. And Spectre, I mean, you know Spectre better than me, Brian. What do you think about this pick here?
I considered Spectre in regards to the fact that it's good against the 3 heroes that Secret has, like individually in team fights later on in the game, but laning stage-wise, I'm imagining it's going to be a core shaker since they picked a melee carry, and Spectre one of the weakest melee carries early, and then potentially just a 4 Wind Ranger, which Spectre's good against Wind Ranger because her Desolate procs can't miss, and oftentimes Wind Ranger, when she focus fires you, will just kill herself. But if it's a support, that's not really that big of a deal. So I'm worried about her laning stage. She's got a pretty weak 5 if it is the Lion, like if they decide to rotate there. But if they do the ET, Wind Ranger as a 4 is pretty good against ET because you can't attack when she's Wind Run. So this is a hero that I was talking about leading up to the TI so much. I didn't see it. I got really sad. He had a pretty poor win rate in the group stage. But we talked about the magic immunity against ET. You have full armor because the aura doesn't go through you. And Spectre Dispersion also doesn't do any damage to magic immune targets. So looking like a pretty free lifestealer game for Matoma Man if he just gets like 1 or 2 items. They're going to need a hero IG in the mid lane that threatens physical damage. Single target, like something like a Razor. Necrophos would have been okay, not because he's physical damage, but because Lifestealer does play around using most of his hero or health pool and then infesting a target. But this last hero for IG, it's going to get lane countered, and it has to deal with Lifestealer. So,
yeah, I agree. I feel like there's a lot of conditions needed to be met for IG's last pick. And Lifestealer, honestly, I thought they were going to pick Sven there, but Matu Lifestealer, like that's a classic, Even on Team Secret, I think your signature heroes do come out. And yeah, I'm trying to think as well, like just what do you need from IG's side? I feel like they sort of need a bit of damage, like sustained damage right now, right? Because they have a lot of bursts. Even the Spectre, I would say, going to eggs build. You're building eggs because you want to burst, double dagger, 15 talent, some 700 nuke damage, Mars Arena Finger. They're all like, you see a target, you burst them. And I want them, I'm trying to think of, like in my head, it's just a spirit hero, but...
I feel like the game plan that's going to happen here is that Team Secret, what Lifestealer does as a carry is he has innate harass with Feast as well as his Ghoul Frenzy, which gives him a lot of attack speed and bonus damage, but it's also sustained. So when he gets like level 5, level 6, he's a carry that doesn't need any help. He's not afraid of dying to a combo like Lion Mars until Lion gets level 6, which is 10, 12 minutes into the game. So what they can do is the Enchantress can support Lifestealer for, 3-4 minutes, and then just leave. And they can do the Venge treatment that Zai got last game, but instead it's just going to be Matuma Man playing on his own. And they do go for the Kunkka.
And that's because Team Secret, they banned out all the Spirit Heroes. Like, I feel like this was a plan in the making, even from the second phase ban. Isn't Kunkka not good versus Lifesteal?
It's not.
Like, I feel like nothing touches Lifesteal in this lineup right now.
They're banking on killing everyone else first.
Like,
That's the only other way to deal with Lifesteal.
I mean, I know I played Lifesteal, and I play versus these Lions, and they hide in trees behind me. And they, you know, hex into some sneaky kill, but it's not reliable. Like, when you play versus Lifesteal, you want something that makes this hero feel scared to be on the map. You can't just, like, control your safe lane. You're just, like, looking at him with 3 heroes, and there's one Lifesteal hero hitting your creeps.
Can you potentially kite him in this lineup? Because they're also really tanky. You can't fight him at all. And you even get a TA now, which is actually a great matchup against Kunkka, and a great synergy with Lifestealer. Dual core lineup.
Lifestealer is like a semi-carry in regards to the fact that he doesn't need assistance early. He doesn't need to be babysat, doesn't need to be warded for, protected, so they can give all their resources to enabling Zai's aggression against the Spectre and Nisha's triangle to farm. I'm feeling like Secret's going to set a similar pace, and I don't know if IG has the tools to deal with it.
Yeah, honestly, I'm a bit worried about Emo's Kunkka mid. I saw this matchup at the Animajor. I know there's been some TA nerfs, but TAs would just take Meld and -5 armor against Kunkka's. I think he has 2, maybe 3 armor. Like, it's not an easy matchup. Kunkka used to counter TA really hard before, but it's not the same anymore, I feel like.
Well, we're gonna have to hear from our expert here, though, as we go now to Jenkins with his last word.
Hello, thank you. It's me again. On one side, we got Secret Zai on his Earthshaker. Now I'm on camera, that's good. Okay, we have Puppy, who's on his Enchantress. He's gonna be owning up the lanes. They're trying to snowball the lanes. We got Yapsor playing, Wind Ranger. If they go late on Team Secret, they're gonna win. But you have to be careful, because IG, you know what they have? They got Emo on Kunkka. They have Mars again. That's a great team fighter. These guys can win the team fights if the game goes late. You're not beating a Spectre in the late game. God damn it, you think you're beating a Spectre? That's a joke. You're a complete joke. But there's a dual core on Secret. So will the dual core be successful? Will we see a Spectre win another goddamn game? There's 26 seconds left. I thought this was a lot quicker. All right, on the other side, we have back to Lifestealer. Actually, one very good counter to the Spectre. But guess what? You got to win early. Will that happen? I don't know. What do I know? You know who does know something? Moxie and Guy Who Doesn't Have a Beard. Take it away.
Thank you so much for that, Jenkins. My goodness, I don't know what to say to that. I don't know what was on his hands and his face and his belt. What happened over there?
Something happened in the last hour. He's just really excited about the game, just like us. It's going to be a really good match and maybe a better one for IG.
How do you feel about this Kunkka, though? Because everyone seems to have a bit of a differing opinion, not super keen on the idea, but it is good team fight, right? It's good positioning.
It is. It has great lockdown and control. It like sets up that kill for you. It's great. Going to be great against Wind Ranger support typically to lock her down and guarantee her death. It's going to be good against Earthshaker, good against Enchantress, but really bad against Lifestealer typically. And you might not always have the opportunity to kill TA either, especially once BKB timings come out. So if you can have a good laning stage, maybe get an early kill, maybe transition well, yeah, it can look really effective and they could do something good with it. But we might not see the same thing that we saw from Team Spirit when they played earlier today.
Now, one of the big things they always say in traditional sports is never give them a run back. And they allowed Secret to get the Enchantress again. It seemed like the panel felt very strongly about this pick, that it really helped solidify the lane.
It is really good, but we got to remember what happened in the last game. He got a super early first blood on Kaka because he approached the lane in a cool way with the creep, and they stunned with Matuma Man. You don't get a lot of first bloods like that right off the bat, and that's like the make or break thing for Enchantress. It's like if you can get those kills, those high-skilled mobility movements that score you lane kills that you're not supposed to get, then she does feel like the best laning support. But if you miss them, she's going to feel weaker, and her impact in the mid game is going to be a lot worse.
So is this a lot of pressure just being placed on Puppy himself to make sure he lands these particular stuns, slows, whatever, or is a lot of it have to do with the fact that IG is going to have to really step up and mess with them?
Yeah, I think there is some pressure on him, but as long as he doesn't die and he puts lane pressure, like harassing, that already does a lot. But I would say the game we saw last match with Enchantress,
yesterday,
that's your best case Enchantress laning stage pretty much. So I'd be surprised if we see another one.
All right. See the nice block over here in the mid lane. It's going to be Nisha versus Emo. Nisha really popped off last time. How likely is it that we're going to see something very similar again?
Well, they do have sort of squishy supports once again. The Lion as well as the Elder Titan. They're going to have to be a bit careful here. as he does get his blink dagger and his basically once he starts getting aggressive on the map. So that's a scary thing for sure. A lot of battling over camp stuff here. Kaka just trying to lower Puppy's HP so he can block the camp from spawning. He's already got the large camp block. Now just trying to run circles. Because he knows he's not going to trade as well as
Puppy just dodging in and out of the tree line. This is some next level peekaboo going on.
Kaka blocked it, so he accomplished his goal, but now he's got to get out. And this part
I don't know.
tough.
How does he get out?
Yeah. This is a nice advantage.
Oh, all right. 60-something hit points. Pops a salve. Easy peasy.
This is a cool movement or change for Enchantress. Rather than going for Enchant level 1, he's like, you know what? I'm going to change it up. I'm just going to get heal, and now there's absolutely no way you can out-trade me. That's one of the weaknesses for Line. He's not the best trading hero. He's going to get speared to a wall. He's got heal, though. We'll see if he lives. It's going to be close.
Oh, he's trying to heal up. Is it going to be enough, though, Purge? That's the question. Is he going to make you look like a fool?
He had enough. The Tango usage and the ulti pop. So the only downside, though, heals a lot of mana, and he is out now. So it's going to be a little harder for him to fight, but he's got items coming.
Top lane, a lot of harass being put back and forth, especially with the Opser just plinking away. You know, the Wind Ranger got picked up, and I swear to God, I heard a creature just scream somewhere in the arena.
I heard it, too. I didn't hear it, but I could feel my bones shivering. So I just knew something weird was going on in the stadium. I'm not sure what it was, but you know, honestly, in the drafting stage, I agree with some of the weird things, some of the questions about Wind Ranger. But Wind Ranger 4 against a double melee lineup, that looks great for me. So Ollie's not going to be able to abuse Astral Spirit and his high damage right click because he can just cast Wind Run and walk away. So it's going to make it pretty easy for a Wind Ranger to just put a massive arrows into Spectre.
This has got to be very annoying for Fly. Ollie doing the best he can, trying to pull the waves, trying to just make some more breathing room for the Spectre.
It's going okay. On the other side of the map, JT Mars, he's the last hit leader at the moment. He had a great game last game. I think he did a lot of the good things he needed to do to be successful, but one of the scary things about the IG lineup, again, is they're very burst heavy, and while Lifestealer's very difficult for them to chain, lockdown, and kill if he's able to cast Rage in time, his ulti is also a counter to burst damage, because it's not just going to be him defending himself, he can also pump a lot of HP into whoever on Secret gets gone on. So Lifestealer is kind of like doubly effective this game. I think it was a great pick.
Already starting to see Nisha's farm start to get a little bit high here, has been stacking the camp off to the side each time. Have we seen any stacks moving around here? Oh, hold that thought. Puppy bottom lane. Again, these sprites just keeping them alive. Kaka has to be careful, though. Get the spike off. They finally hit Puppy, but they'll follow up with a kill on Kaka.
Very close. Matu almost gets the kill first, going a little better for JT, and that's a great hero to start off. Ooh, he's going the Meteor Hammer Mars build. That's going to be fun. We've seen this in some games, and I think this is one of the coolest things about Mars right now. His early item builds are super variable depending on the game, and what this one provides is better burst damage. It allows him to get solo kills, whereas normally he can solo kill like some squishy supports, but now he's going to be able to kill these like medium HP heroes as well. So he's going to be able to ulti, spear somebody to wall, drop the hammer on him, and so for a hero like Enchantress, she's got to be worried about this. If JT hits a good timing on this Meteor Hammer, she just can't really play that close to him anymore.
Your admiral is on board.
You can see the movement coming out, just making sure that they can grab those water runes for their mid laners. Evenly spread out. Yaps are trying to find the perfect position. He's going to keep getting clicked here. Ollie. He's going to be fine. Does have some wards on him, and that's another thing too, just discussing vision. I felt like in the first game, Secret really just took away a lot of the map and was able to put down great vision the entire time. The second that they showed up, Zai was there. Hold that thought though, Ollie. Nah, he's fine.
They could have maybe got him a little lower, but not worth the mana to throw the shackle there. They're just going to keep his HP a bit low until he pops his cell here. Cost him some money on his goal to do well as a support. And possible rotations. Yaps are just going to follow Ollie as well. Don't let him stack. Don't let him get stuff done mid. He even puts a ward down to spot where Ollie's ultimately going. They could use this opportunity to swing back top and pressure Fly some more, but for now, want to make sure they can cover the TA in the mid lane. Again, that's the hero they want to keep ahead. She's doing great. And now that Kunkka's 6, this is a timing where it makes a lot of sense for IG supports to rotate mid.
You can see everyone moving. Trying to protect the TA, trying to make something happen. Kaka Got held there, creep. They're getting some body blocks. That's a decent amount of damage. Goes stun. Back up over on the side, though. Xbox spot into the torn, into the boat. Plus the sleep over onto Nisha. He's got to get out of there. Pops a fairy fire. Can he get out fast enough? Emo's trying to be cheeky, throwing back that high five that Nisha has been throwing at him all game number one. But not quite enough damage. Kaka. Ooh, he's ticking down.
Well, you're fine, man, but he wanted to go back to the base. I get it. He's worried about something getting him. That was pretty funny. The power shot that hits, that's a kill. Didn't get it, though. So pretty even game. That was cool to see both teams get ready for either of them doing a rotation. They ended up initiating great on Kaka, but not enough damage, and then they barely keep Nisha alive. That was fun. In the meantime, Puppey jungling aggressively, going to block Ancient Camps to limit some of those stacks. Once again, using Enchantress as a way to offset that stack advantage that they might have had from earlier on. But now Nisha might be the one getting the same pressure on the other side of the map.
Ollie taking a couple hits from Nisha. So land the Echo Stomp Kaka for the opening. Land Spike over on the side. Power shot comes to Ollie. He needs to be careful. He's going too far. Hex comes out to keep him alive. That was almost very costly.
Yeah, Yapzor was the clinch moment there. He was able to stun Emo from approaching there. Now he's the one in trouble.
Yapzor might be tanking this gank here. Is it even a gank? Stomp, sleep, and there's the kill.
Did make them spend a lot of resources, though, so it's not the worst. Look at these double wards actually placed. This is a small mistake, maybe, on the IG side, because they basically covered two of the same spots at pretty much the same moment, but on the bright side, lower chance they both get dewarded, so they're going to have great control over the tri-camp area if TA tries to farm there.
Both the cores over on the side of Secret and on IG, about even in terms of their CS currently. Does feel like we have, oh, there's a nice shackle with power shot. Kaka walks into some friends, or maybe not, they're necessarily friends.
It's a lot of damage, actually. He had that enchant totem ready to go, so great pickup. Now Fly being the one pressured top. No Echo Slam, so probably not a kill here.
Oh, the shackle, not quite.
Okay, if that's Echo, that's very likely a kill here. 3 points in power shot is going to be huge damage output right now for Wind Ranger. So even though he probably won't have a focus fire, they're in a good spot in terms of their scalability, and Zai can keep pressuring Fly. Anytime he comes forward, enchant totem, AoE damage, follow up. Fly's low. He wants to go for the kill, but he's gonna run a Fly back and forth, and he's got to worry. If there's just a power shot here, he's gonna die to the combo.
Meanwhile, haven't seen much of Matumba Man here. Just kind of a gentleman's agreement between him and JT. We're gonna hit creeps. We're gonna, harass a little bit. But JT, important to note, has that Meteor Hammer online.
Yeah, but the downside is that his ability to spear into hammer it's not going to happen, basically. The spear stun duration 2.8, you need at least 3 seconds of stun to chain stun them, so that means that Matumba Man's always going to be able to get rage off if he goes for this kill. So as long as Matumba doesn't have to worry about Lion Hex for chain stun, then there's no way he dies. They can both farm pretty equally, and this is fine for Secret, as long as they're getting other stuff done on the map. But at some point, they will need to start crushing and getting kills.
I like how you mentioned that. You can see that Lion was already making the rotation down to the bottom area. First, Puppey's creep spots him and pushes him back, but nothing like just getting whacked by the servant of an Enchantress.
Yeah, this is really annoying to deal with. Any Soman hero like this, you just run him at supports. He can't deal with this too well. Tranquil Boots is going to offset the regen, but in 13 seconds and then time after that. So it just slows down all the pressure while Puppey gets a little bit of levels, and he's the perfect hero to sit down here.
Oh, the top lane, the shackle connects, power shot, Totem. They're gonna immediately teleport people up though. And to try to protect Fly's eye. Perhaps he's gone too far, he's turning back around. It's thinking maybe he wants to go back in, goes to the Echo Slam. He's having some life stealer inside of him, pop right back out again. Ollie running away, Fly now sitting so very low, the shackle, it connects. Can they finish anything though is the question. Is Secret, they're putting down the pressure, but they haven't quite managed to win this war just yet. JT getting into position, the Torrent catching over onto Matumba. Emo trying to get some of that cleave damage off JT. Han comes out, Fly, they want Matumba Man, they get the Hex. They're gonna just follow up with the stun, with the Arena. And that's a dead Matumba Man.
That was a long chase to get that kill, but they finally snag it. Only a 1k advantage, and TA's been hitting creeps the whole time, but I think the nice thing for Secret in that is that they got JT to TP to the top lane, and that fight ended up finishing about by the tier 1, which is kind of the direction he's going anyway, so it's not the worst for him, but Secret really made them work for that fight, and they did a great job covering each other as they were escaping. And that's going to mean that that gold advantage that they just got from killing Lifestealer is not going to feel nearly as strong. But ultimately, Secret's damage is just not quite high enough yet. It looked okay, they almost killed Spectre, but until Lifestealer gets his first item, his damage just doesn't feel that big.
Pressure being placed on the bottom tower with the Meteor Hammer, like you said. Need a little bit more disable in order to take them out too. But those towers are free game.
Yeah, and that's the other nice thing that Meteor Hammer provides to you. On the bright side, if they can keep drawing JT around the map to teamfight, he's not going to be able to take these towers super easily, but in the same moment, Lifestealer's top, slapping his own tier 1. So they should fall about the same time. So I'd say the game looks pretty even right now in terms of raw net worth. They haven't really let Kunkka get that much advantage. He's gotten 1 kill, 1 assist, so Emo is top net worth. He's happy. Also got an armlet, by the way. They're all going to have tons of armor and HP and strength. This is just like the item of the patch right now, or at least this tournament. And I think a lot of it comes down to like ET, maybe trending it a little bit. This super high armor, lots of HP, fighting early. It's a perfect item for that. So maybe part of the reason it's so popular.
I mean, this is just a patch in general where I think we're just seeing way more skirmishing way early. It's not one of those patches where people are sitting back and farming. And if you do, it's usually just the one. So perhaps that's it. But also, when you consider the way that both of these teams play, right? This is definitely a lineup where you're going to see, you know, a lot of action fairly early.
Yeah, and they're going to notice the camp being blocked now. Let's see if they end up getting the sentry, or sorry, cliff ward as well. They're actually not. I don't know if they would have checked the cliff anyways, but it's okay. Main goal was to deward the Ancients, and that's going to be accomplished here, so it'll be easier for TA to accelerate. But there's some pretty good separation between the Kunkka and the enemy team right now. He's pressuring. JT going to hammer cheese this one out as well.
Throughout the fort.
That was helpful. Yeah, it saves hundreds of HP on the tower. It's going to delay this by a lot. The hammer cooldown is pretty long, 24 seconds. And they're smoking on the Secret side, looking for a possible setup here.
Also going to teleport Matamba Man in. Interested to see if he's going to hitch a ride. It's not.
That's cool. IG reads that one really good. On the bright side for Secret, though, they still didn't reveal their smokes. They don't know for sure that they were playing there. And now IG smoking towards bottom. Likely looking for TA, Earthshaker, something like that if they can.
There's no one home, though. They've all moved over to that mid tower. They've read this quite clearly on the side of Secret.
Double damage.
They're wandering around the pit. Oh my word, how many double damage runes does Nisha had today?
In his defense, he saved this one. It's maybe part of the reason they wanted to fight. Grabbed the DD, bottled it. They would have used in that previous fight. Here's the scout, but it's going to be late, I think.
JT shackled to the tree. This is not looking good. The stop, though, coming out. Pop out again. Are they going to be able to blow up? Oh, there's the Echo Slam. They get the kill on JT. Secret going right in the Haunt forward. The Flying Blind. He wants to get in. They have the finger. Can they finish him off? Can they kill the top of it? They will. And they get the Aegis of the Immortal over onto Fly. Nisha, he does so much damage, but he's going to be denied immortality this time around. Zai trying to get them off of that spearhead. And they'll go right in again. Emo, that's a big melt strike. Kaka went down. It's going to be Nisha who falls as IG striking back hard. Fly-Fi, though. There's a trap. There's a stun. There's plenty of damage. This spooky ghost will get taken down the first time. JT joining back. Oh, Zai, though, with the quick fingers. He doesn't care about your arena.
I mean, they got the Aegis stolen from them, but that was pretty good considering Dire also got the last hit. And it looked pretty solid for Secret. It looked like they were going to be able to finish it. They shackled JT. They killed him without him casting a single spell. That was the biggest accomplishment for them. But the downside was that Nisha started getting really scared that IG was going to haunt in and take the Aegis. So rather than finishing Roche, she just started hitting the Spectre illusion. And at that point, things got a little bit hairy. Matumba Man also ran out of the pit, infested there on Zai so that he could jump in to get some damage output. So then when he ends up running towards the Roche pit in trouble after using Enrage there, he's not able to infest an ally. He ends up getting gone on. Nisha's trying to buy some time so he doesn't get hit by the boat, and that just opened up IG a great opportunity to take this. But with that said, they cleaned up those supports very effectively. That lion kill right there was huge. Otherwise, he repositions, he lands more disables. Instead, Secret's able to eke out a bunch of kills and actually make that feel about even. So not terrible for them, but I'm sure they would have preferred to have the Aegis for free. picking up Fly as well at the end was really important. So IG's happy, but if we look at the scoreboard and the gold difference, it's still pretty even.
Still anyone's game, just plenty of excitement though, which is what I like out of my Dota games.
Me too. So now they're pressuring the mid tier 1. Puppy gonna take some creeps as well. A little torrent here. This is dangerous for Enchant.
Just poking the ball with the boat. Do they have enough? The Shackle was in a good position. Oh, the Fissure though on the side, interrupting. Back again. Tumbler Toy going to be able to allow JT to pre-position.
I like how Puppy plays Enchantress typically. He goes for that front line, I'm a healer type hero. That's what he wants to do in this game. Just be the one that his opponents go on, and maybe they ulti combo him, maybe they throw the boat on him like that. As long as he gets his heal off, likely going to survive, and that was the case there, easily.
Emo having to use that X marks the spot, but there's just a creep hitting their tower here. Hello.
And Solar Crested, so and plus
Ollie's
70
like,
damage.
What is this nonsense? Get out of here.
That was actually a lot of damage.
Yes,
That's
it
pretty
was.
impressive.
It was.
All right, now he's
we're
got
sending another one.
time for some shards. Here they come.
All right, here we go. Gonna cut that wave. Send the big old boy over here.
Dude.
Oh my gosh. Look at that. He's done
Oh
some.
my God, he did it.
Puppy.
Throws the stun out so his opponent
And the bottom lane, though, they find a kill on Zai.
All right, they get something out of the map. That's good. 25 seconds, though, before Shaker comes back, and he's still going to have his spells, so not a bad loss there for Secret, considering their tower is still 3/4 full, and now they're taking away map control from IG. Once you lose that mid-tier 1, it's harder to control Roche. It's going to be harder for them to TP and back up their allies. It means pushing out the mid-creep wave feels more dangerous, and that's all dangerous stuff for IG. As Secret keeps getting farther and farther. Well, they're not that far ahead, but still, Deso and Blink on TA is a scary thing for these supports at the least. Ganking Lifestealer is really hard. So the fights, while their team fight's very good, IG's got to be a bit worried about pickoffs for a while here.
Which is funny, because that's usually how they like to fight over on the side of IG. They don't want to get jumped. And as I say that, they found themselves Kaka. Stomp, though, buys a bit more time. Can hear a Shackle on the back lines. Ollie is going to be the sacrificial lamb. And that's the Blink Dagger picked up for Lion this time. So already, this game shaping up a bit differently here for IG.
I do like how Secret approached that, though. They're ready to take the fight. They run Enchantress way in the front, pops the heal, and then IG expects like a full committal, so they pop Haunt there. But the reality was, like, the Haunt just ends up being kind of wasted. So they still get their pick-off kill. Their heroes are pretty happy. Everything's going fine. Now Secret finally getting a gold advantage. TA surprisingly just going even with Kunkka at this point in the game, because Emo's been farming so fast. And it's a beautiful Heaven's Halberd game. That was his item choice. Amazing item against the TA. Pretty good against Lifestealer as well if you can cast it at the right time. And their teamfight's only going to get better. I assume he's going to go for the old water park build with Ags and Shard.
I do love a good water
we'll
bender. Yeah, Absor throws out the Shackle, just warning off.
That was good he did that.
Nearby.
He would have gone next otherwise, and his chances of surviving that combo were low. So, slow down the rotation. There's also an Ags up on Spectre, though, so he's ready to also join these fights. This is where things get scary. JT actually going to go TP. Looks like they want to fight somewhere else. Killing Puppy seemed a little too hard for him. And even though he's got that Meteor Hammer build, we just haven't really seen it used outside of killing buildings so far.
Ooh, an Infest Bomb popping now. They're going to try to lock him into place, and they'll get the kill on Fly. Smoke over on the side of IG. They were hoping to make something happen. Like you said, they had that Aghanim Scepter completed. But jump forward, JT is over to the wall. They get the stun. The sleep. The boat's coming out. The Earth Splitter as well. They hit 3. Over inside the Echo Stuff coming out from Zai, but it's already too late for Puppy. Somehow Nisha's still alive. Ollie, though, is in a world of hurt, as JT is forced to throw the spear out against the tree. And IG will back.
Put a lot of resources into that. And most importantly, what it was is that Refraction was pretty much almost off cooldown by the time they won on him. So they got Nisha low. He pops the Essence Ring. He knows he's the guy to kill in these fights. Between Essence Ring and the new Refraction charge, after that boat hits, he's able to reset and his team backs him up. So they get a lot out of that. A lot of big spells were used on the IG side. They'd killed Spectre earlier, and they pick off the Elder Titan, all exchanged for an Enchantress. Not a huge loss here. And Enchantress is only going to get harder to kill. He hasn't bought Locket yet. He's got a Solar Crest. He just picked up Untouchable at level 9 because he just knew it wasn't that important earlier. So he's just going to be even harder to kill when he frontlines.
Net worth still fairly even between the two mid players here. 11k on Kunkka, 10k over on this Templar Assassin, and they're making moves on the side of IG. Got JT. He's going to be making his way over, letting Kaka lead. They know that Nisha probably is in this area. Kaka not going to go quick enough. It's going to disrupt the vision, though. Follow up with the Hex. They have the Shadow Step. Fly joining on in. Torrent comes out. Can they finish him off the sleeve? Nah, Nisha goes down.
It's a great catch.
Ooh, they're looking for someone else. They found themselves a Poppy. Come back, Poppy, says Fly. We're not done just yet.
And there's the negative. If they can catch your heroes one by one and separate you, that's where IG can run you down so easily. Especially with the Ags on Spectre. Can haunt one fight, use Shadow Step for the other one. The dagger is such a good vision tool. You can just stay on top of the TA and get JT to follow up. These blink daggers are really powerful for IG right now.
JT on the hunt. Tumba in though. He's finished up the Silver Edge. Zai just right outside. They go for the Shadow Step though. They want to get rid of this Earthshaker. Follow up the Meteor Hammer. Not going to be able to quite connect as they do clean up over onto Ollie. Zai does eventually fall. Got the Gale going. Kaka. Oh, the Shackle. Oh, Kaka's dead. And it's looking like we should probably be able to see the escape, but
run out of stuns there. Earthshaker is like 85% of their stuns. He dies in the top set there. I like how Matumba did that. He goes for the Silver Edge after the armlet. He's just running around looking for these easy support kills. If he catches either Lion or the Elder Titan, it's a pretty easy kill if he starts on melee range. And that's what the case was there. Just a bit unfortunate they didn't have another Disable to stop or kill Kunkka. That would have been a great pickup.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, I'm sure Emo is feeling very lucky and very happy that they weren't able to get their hands on him.
Yeah, he's pretty survivable now. Picks up a plate mail, so not going to go the water park build, unfortunately. All about keeping his hero survivable. And there's a lot of physical damage that's perfect for him.
Some pressure placed on Emo. They send the Hellbear Smasher after him. He's just going to back up, rejoin with the team. I wouldn't be surprised to see, yeah, I was about to say, I bet we're going to see another smoke.
We saw the Gale Force for the first time in that last fight. It was pretty fun. And it's so good when your opponents are trying to retreat, typically, because it just gives you, it basically like stuns them for a second or two if you can Gale in the correct direction. Lands those easy, it gives you those easy shackle shots. And now Puppy and Secret going to do the same thing. IG's position, they know Roche is up soon. There's going to be the Shard one.
There is a BKB completed.
Ooh, this could be Matumba Man in trouble top.
Tumba Man, he's baiting in. They'll follow it up, but no way. Gale Force coming in hot. This is looking bad for Ollie. He's going to get power shot in. JT, too, he just gets obliterated as a follow-up. Emo, he's tanky. We talked about this. He's going to just try to crawl away, but there's so many people holding him into place. Kaka does fall offside the screen. He's forced to just teleport out. Oh, he can't. He's going to be stuck here. They're on the high five. Come on, give us the high five. Let's go, Emo. You're going all the way back to your base in a body bag.
I'm surprised that fight was so one-sided, but it started off well. Mars dropped his ulti. That was, I guess, the most obvious part. He almost catches Lifestealer, but he gave him just a little bit too much time. He's able to infest the Earthshaker and get out of danger, even though Enrage was gone. And once that was wasted and they whiffed their initiation, the rest of the fight was going to be really hard.
There it is. There's the first Roche of the game going over to Nisha.
And that's going to give net worth separation. 1,400 free gold for TA for the silence traps. That's going to be really dangerous for Lion. If he ever plays in the area of TA and he walks over a trap, he's just dead. It's going to get silenced and TA is going to 3-shot him. No difficulty until he gets the Ghost Scepter.
Purge, I'm pretty sure it's already scary to be a Lion in this game.
It really is. But for these top pro players, they're going to be quick to react most of the time. Matumba Man gets spotted here from the sentry and Ollie's running for the hills. Maybe they can turn this around and get a kill though.
They have to be very careful in the way that they position. Look at this, the way that Secret, they immediately sweep to the side. IG lurking over in the shadows, looking for the perfect initiation. Zai, though, he's going to get initiated upon. There's no JT. With that Infest Bomb, the Gale Force, oh, the Shackle. He's just dragging the Sea Captain back. Mars, he's going to buy back, follow up with the Earth Spy, and go to follow up with the Arena. They're doing so much damage, they're going to be able to take down Matu. Kaka now running for
his life. Nisha's just got too much damage. The buybacks are coming out. The echo from Zai buys him just enough time. But then the turn it around again. Poppy just getting cut by the rest of the side of IG. They strike back furiously.
That was pretty solid for IG for what they wanted, but it did cost them 2 buybacks, one on Mars and one on Kaka, but hey, they were able to kill Matumba, man. He committed Infest earlier just to initiate so he could jump in with the Earthshaker, and at this point in the game, I'm beginning to doubt that a little bit in terms of effectiveness. I mean, he's already got a Silver Edge. Obviously, they're playing a Sentry Wards a lot, but I can't help but think I would prefer he initiates that way instead. Let's take a look at the start of the fight. Nisha gets X'd, they kill JT instantly, and at this point when things look bad, JT buys back because they can put a lot of pressure into Kunkka, but he's really hard to kill. And when they get that sleep setup and that spear onto Matumba, man, he is super dead. Kaka gets cleaned up on the back line, ET gets pressured, but Zai gets X comboed. He gets pulled back into this. The Meteor Hammer lands on 2, which was amazing, great comboing there. But 2 buybacks is going to make the fight a little closer to even.
Emo in the mid lane. Nisha wanders by. A little bit of a gale force wind. He's a sea captain. He can deal with that, right?
Yeah, absolutely. He's used to the powerful winds. But you just can't pressure this guy. He is so tanky. He's got almost 40 armor on a strength hero. He's got to be like the guy you ignore, I can't help but think. But that's the tough thing. Usually the mid players are a little squishier, these spear type heroes, but these strength tanky ones are a little bit different. The real goals on Secret, you got to kill JT, I think. He's by far the best disable on the IG side. And obviously the supports as well are great pickoffs. So once you get those guys dealt with, the supports and ideally JT, the other 2 are easy to work down if you have a hero advantage.
Look at the dedication that IG is putting on the map to make sure that they're rid of just any vision, like those TA traps. They're just playing Minesweeper at this point, and also just trying to protect themselves from this Lifestealer. Right on top of a trap here.
That's some good info, but JT is not necessarily the guy they want right away. The silence there ends up stopping Kunkka's X combo. But here they go.
The back line, the Echo Slip comes out. Ollie! He just immediately then followed with the Arena. The Gale Force blowing everybody away, though. Kaka tries to run out. They'll be able to get the kill over on Zai, but he's already done what he needs to get done. Yapsor X'd back. Emo, he's a tanky person. Looking for the stomp. Fly, he's gonna try to create some kills. He's trying to just get away as fast as he can, but Kaka not gonna be as lucky. They'll turn around again. Yapsor falling. They're going right after Matu. Matu's not looking too great. Is he gonna be able to hide? They have so much vision everywhere. That was the problem. Looks like he is going to survive.
He is so fast there when he rages. So they sort of win another team fight. 6K gold for them, and the TA's Aegis is just not something that IG ever wanted to put effort into. And it's kind of interesting, but hey, it's allowing Nisha to basically do what he wants in the fights. Hit those supports, prevent Kaka from getting a Ghost Scepter. Because if he had this in the last 2 fights, the fights do not go well for Secret. So the fact that they're continuing to keep him down is a big advantage.
Some nice neutral items dropping here as well. Did you know, I believe this is the first TI that we have neutral items.
Really? That's
so.
interesting. Because we've seen a couple phases of neutral items so far.
We have.
All right, still playing the map aggressively. Matumba Man is looking for these easy ones. He's gonna hit on the creep wave. JT could go on him, but it's still really hard.
Look who's lurking nearby.
Oh, is he gonna hit him with the hammer?
Nice.
He gets him.
Does manage land. Little cheeky move. Just teleport on out. Just saying hello.
If he had one other support there, that they can actually get a kill with that. That would have been really cool. Either way, what better BM than landing a Meteor Hammer on the enemy hero when they don't know you're there? That was pretty cool.
Surprised we didn't see the high 5 coming out.
That's really dangerous. A great way to reveal exactly where you're standing. There's times for it. That was not one of them.
Important to note, another big item coming out for the side of Secret. We have the BKB picked up now for the Earthshaker.
Yeah, that one's big. I love always using Fey Grenade. It's one of the best items for Earthshaker neutral. You just use Enchant Totem, you throw the Fey Grenade out, so you get basically 2 Enchant Totems. The first one, the Fey Grenade one, doesn't count. It's a huge amount of damage, especially against the supports. That's very spooky for IG. But now that he has the BKB, he can continue being as aggressive as he wants, but he's going to be able to retreat afterwards. Run out of any X worries, or the Mars ulti, or the Stomp. Zai's going to get multiple rounds of spells this fight, almost for sure.
Look at this, though. Look at the win probability. It is still anyone's game, even though there's a 6K net worth lead going over to the side of Secret. And the later that this game goes, the scarier it's going to become for Team Secret.
Yeah, that's true. Spectre as a late game carry is just so strong, because any damage you take is going to get reflected in almost all circumstances. And now it's time for the Ags on Kunkka. It's going to be great against the Wind Ranger, the Enchantress. Once again, he puts a little pressure on YapzOr top, just popping the reality or the shadow step for that one.
You can feel the way that IG are just holding together very tightly. They know that their Spectre can join them in any sort of fight that breaks out. So,
Man, Puppey's quite far in this game. This is one of those matches where he's just hitting creeps constantly. He bought the Shard. He's got Holy Locket. He's constantly going to have some spirits flying around him. He got the heal talent. His whole goal is stay alive in the fights. And it's looking pretty viable right now, honestly. They don't have the best ways to just kill him right off the bat. So as long as he gets his heal off, he should be able to keep his lifesteal and others alive. But the gold advantage is still pretty flat. Secret just going to be looking for an opportunity, maybe a pick-off. But they've got Roche control. That's the big thing. And it's coming up kind of soon.
They have the Roche control, but they also just picked up some more items over on the side of IG here. We now have the Aghanim Scepter completed. We're going to have the Torrent Storm, the Water Bending. And it's going to be a bit more dangerous for them to fight around the pit if they get the initiation off in time. Granted, they do have BKBs. The jump forward, though, they found themselves Anisha with the torch, going to push them over. They use the finger, and they have the damage to take them down. And this is looking like a dead puppy, too. The sleep comes out, all the water out. Again, the high five being thrown into the air.
Very close. The Fissure might have bought him some time there to survive. He could have gotten the BKB off potentially and escaped on the TA, but unfortunately he was just a little bit off. Wasn't able to catch JT from throwing the spears, so two big pickoffs, and that's a big gap close in terms of net worth now. Those IG pickoffs everybody's been talking about paying off hugely there.
That's how they like to play. They're allowed to play it, but this is not looking great here for Fly. That Gale Force wins. He's trapped. Birds on the winds, not his friends.
And YapzOr paying off, right? He's been spending constant time top, pressuring with power shot from a safe distance, and he's still contributing with the Gale Force there, keeping them separated. So Matoma Man got an item coming out. It's going to be the Basher now. Going to make it even easier for him to kill those supports. Might be able to catch them before they go Scepter, for example. But for people with high net worth, it's all those cores, the carries and the mids, all sitting about equal. This game's still up for anybody. But that pickoff was huge. That's going to make it so IG can't take Roche right now.
Gotcha. They should probably take advantage of it because the Templar Assassin is about to respawn. They're going to try to play the vision game, though. They've got a gem online. Matu walking into the pit, and they have to be careful. This Elder Titan. I said Earth Elemental. Good lord.
He's an Earth dude. It's okay.
He's an Earth Elemental, isn't he?
Yes, he is. He created Earth.
Torrent landing on 2. They're going to try to finish it off quickly. The risky, the shackle, the push back. They just go. They get it. Gale Force win, hitting on 4. It is so breezy today as they follow it with an Arena. The silence landing over on the 3's eye is just chasing them down one by one. The push over again. Follow up the boat. Pop B-side step. Easy peasy. Do manage to go. And they'll try to put out some more damage with that illusion. With the Spectre chasing after Poppy, but it is too late.
I looked away for a second. All of a sudden, Roche was dead, but it kind of makes sense. Lifestealer does huge amount of damage. Tia has insane minus armor right now. But I think my favorite thing about that fight is after the Gale Force clumped up IG so much, Zai blinks to the high ground with the Fissure, and I was like, oh, he's running into Echo. He didn't actually have it, but I love that he moved in to make it seem like he was going to.
Purge, what's the weather like today?
It's cold, very windy. Been rained on many times today, and Kaka is not liking it. That's what I gotta say. But
no, indeed, it's a little too windy for the liking of IG.
This Ward's doing a great job spotting out Secret, making them feel scared going high ground, but not Puppey. Turns the heal on, and he runs at his opponents. Go ahead, guys.
Look at all those sprites. Oh my word.
I mean, his heal's incredible right now. I've done the math before on this Nature's Attendance skill, and it's insane how much heal it puts out. If it's not like 4 heroes hitting him, he's not dying.
I don't think 4 heroes want to hit him. I think they have much more important heroes to hit.
Mid-tier 2 just being pressured by Anisha alone with that Aegis. They did get an Egg Shard Blessing, by the way. That went on Lifestealer. It's going to be very helpful. You know, I used to be a hater of this Ags, but I played with it recently. It feels great because you've got a 20-second cooldown and being able to jump in an opponent. Normally it has to be an ally. Now it's like whoever's killing you.
The initiation going, and immediately Echo Slams are coming up from the side, but they all get hit with the torch. That's going to be the Aegis, just immediately got high, is taken down. There's less control now. So Echo Scepter coming in. Puppy, is he going to be able to make it out? It's not looking great, but over onto the back lines, Nisha, he's been disarmed. He's got the BKB, and still he's just taken out.
Incredible team fight for IG.
Oh, they're not done. They want Matu. They get there fast enough, though, is the question. Do they have the lockdown? JT, he wants this kill, but rest a secret. Will retreat.
I'm sorry, they put the eggs on somebody else. Who's got it? I'm very confused. It must have been stolen. They must have gotten it on the IG side.
No. It's
Where,
on Zai.
Oh, it's on Zai. Oh, I'm sorry.
Zai.
My bad. That's the one here I didn't click on. He did have it queued up before. Probably just called for it. It's very good on Earthshaker too, but in that fight, IG got a great pick off. Speared them right to the tower, picks off Earthshaker, no BKB able to be activated there. And that's not how he wants to start the fight.
Is not indeed.
Toma's gonna have to farm his own dang items, unfortunately. He'll get there though. Well, Spectre's really farmed though. Scotty Ags, Manta, 4,000 gold in the bank. That's a good place to be, I gotta say. He's got 4,000 health at the moment. It's gonna take a long time to eat through that. But with that said, they do have Silver Edge, so they've got ways to make it easier.
The later this game goes, the nicer it looks for the side of Invictus Gaming.
Other than the 10k gold advantage, yes. I totally agree. It's scary. But they still have, like, their team fights are still a little hard to execute. Mars' abilities, excellent if you can land the spear, but it can be a little hard. Kunkka combos, until you get like a Hex or something, you're always gonna have to play around your allies, basically. And against this many BKBs on the Secret side and a Lifestealer, it's gonna be difficult to land those combos. So as long as Secret keeps out farming them on the map, it looks pretty good for him.
That's Centaur with no respect here on Emo. Get that out of here, he says.
No vision. As they walk over traps.
Well, they had a gem, but it got... there
got
it is. They have it.
Mars is fine. He's got it. They'll clear up all these traps.
Take back their outpost.
Yeps are still doing the same thing. Playing top lane, pushing it out. This is a good move because then him or somebody else can threaten the rack.
Pops the BKB to avoid the windy weather. Go for the shadow step. They'll throw up the arena. Yapsor, he's making them work for it. Making them burn some big spells.
But he does fall.
Oh, Flyfly jumps bottom actually on
sees
Nisha.
himself a Nisha. Nisha popping his own BKB. He says, I want to get the heck out of here.
Drops again. Please, cancel your TP. Safe thing to do for Nisha there. Just pop that BKB and run. This is the nastiest thing about Scotty. It is an incredible slow against any ranged hero. So TA is super hard countered by it. Because anytime you hit him, whether you pop BKB or not, you're not running away. So he's kind of forced to BKB TP almost every time. Even though there wasn't quite somebody there in time to interrupt the stun, it was by far the safest thing to do.
Secret realizing that the side of IG in the bottom area will be able to reclaim yet again. It's all about trying to keep control of this map, right? Especially when you're Team Secret. The fact that they have a Spectre, Spectre wants to be able to go hit these creeps, continue to farm, is so utterly important.
And that's the nice thing as well. They can just drag IG around the map ideally, and that's what they've been doing. They keep pushing top with Windranger. There's occasionally a gank bottom, but it wasn't just Spectre, other heroes TP'd, and that just means Secret can now go hard on the top lane again. So they retake the Shrine. Puppy plays in the middle area. That way, if anybody that's gone on, it's him. He has lesser net worth, isn't as important, is harder to kill. So it just means IG has to spend a lot of time running back and forward. So as long as Secret doesn't overcommit to bad fights or engage in one of these poor engagements, then they should farm a little faster than their opponents. And that's why they've been able to stay even.
Do have a smoke coming out from the side of IG. They want to take advantage and try to gain some of their ground back because it's been very difficult. Puppy not necessarily the one that they want, but the rest of Secret playing very far back, baiting Puppy.
I love that he put his creep here. That way if the smoke breaks, he's going to see uphill. Make it a little safer for him to live.
Oh, it's going to end off here. Go, follow the shadow step. The Gale Force wind coming in, but they have the burst damage. Zion to the back line, so with the infest
We'll be able to clean up on Kaka. Our splitter gets dropped. Secret backing off.
All right. Good disengage, a little bit of a trade there. I like how Puppy didn't even pop his heal. He knew he was super dead there. that was a little too much damage for him. But getting a little support pickup, that's the crucial disabler, the one that makes it by far easiest for IG to win a team fight. So taking him off the map is going to mean that Nisha and Matoma Man can farm more aggressively right now if they wish. And now it's basically nullifier territory for the secret lineup. Those are it's the item that's going to counter all of the Ghost Scepters or other evasive items that IG are using to be effective. Mars is going to miss having a Ghost Scepter, I gotta say. He does have BKB now, so he's got some solution, but...
Mars does have a Ghost Scepter.
No, I mean, but Nullifier is gonna nullify.
Oh, right.
I didn't mean to say nullify it, but you know what I mean. Once he's got BKB, it's gonna provide good protection from Nullifier, but if they can get pickoffs on, like, Lion at the start of every fight, that's gonna be really good.
All right, well, take a look at that net worth between the cores here. It is just so neck and neck.
It is. It's a really close game. Roche could respawn in 20 seconds here.
It'll be very important that they're able to take out the Elder Titan before they get in. They just have so much AoE team fight on the side of IG. It's very scary for the side of Secret, but there's some pressure being placed over in the top lane. See Nisha's poking over at Emo back and forth. They're smoked up.
I kind of feel like IG has two plays now. They either like disable pick off somebody, or they just wait out or fight through the BKBs, try to stay alive, and then drop mega strong Kunkka abilities. But it's like almost going high ground. Just really thinking about it.
Coming out from the side of IG. They're hunting.
They see him.
The Yapsor is going to be the first person that they spot out. Follow up with the Fissure, the Shadow Step, and that is going to be a dead Yapsor. Do they get anything else? That was the question. Yes, they do. They found themselves a Nisha, and the jump forward again. Echo Slam comes out. They'll get the kill on JT. Followed up with the Gale Force with Vine. It is just a tempest going on over here. JT buying back. X marks the spot over onto Poppy. They have a decent amount of damage. They're going to follow. They get the shackle up, though, over on the side. Kaka falls. Emo chasing after Poppy. Another buyback. This Lion is not happy to be sent back to hell, and he wants to be a part of this fight. The Roche is going to be coming up soon. They do not want to allow Secret to get their hands on that Aegis.
Yeah, very important you're alive here. So JT comes back. He runs right for his gem. It looked a little scary there. It's a good moment to throw up the shield and run away, back away very slowly from Secret, but small gold advantage with those buybacks, and they're just going to start it.
They just walk right into the pit. Torrent tossed out. Got the vision. Follow Gale Force right in the sleep, and now the Force. No, is it going to be enough? Do they have the vision? They go jumping right back in again. Side, they have it. They'll turn around. The silence. Everything coming out now. They'll take down Kaka. There's a stop. It's beautiful. They go right back in, and they're just dishing out too much damage. They'll take out Sai. Emo now forced to run. The shackle connects. He'll be next to fall. They get another step. Fly. Just cutting way over onto Nisha. Is he going to be able to stay alive? He's going to be. Oh, he's not. Downhill. Go. They'll follow up and get themselves a kill on JT. Buybacks amass coming out from the side of IG.
They gotta buy back. They can't let this Roche go down. But with that said, Secret's gonna hit it. Lifestealer was the crucial kill there. They had to get him. They had a great setup. They landed a stomp. They landed a stun. They spear him to the back wall, but they just couldn't gap close and finish him off. Here's that fight. It was Torrent first. They go for stomp. They go for impale. That push from the Wind Ranger just made it hard, and the double shackle as well. Landed on Lion and Emo. As a result, Matoma gets rage off. He starts lifestealing. He kills the supports, and then he gets an invest on his ally. His HP slowly going up there. And finally, they're able to start picking off heroes when he pops back out. Emo again shackle shotted by Yapsor. Those disables so crucial for them to win the fight and grab the Aegis. And now they got another free eggs.
Oh, it's windy weather again. Gotta wear a warm coat. Emo, the break, the silence. Matu just chasing him down, gets a couple of these nice hits. Fly trying to assist, trying to help, but it's gonna be quite enough. All right, the force back, follow up the stop, nice force again. Uh-oh, this is not looking good. As that's gonna be the Aegis Puppy. Are they gonna be able to go in and save Matu is the question. It's pretty damn difficult. The Echo Slam though coming out from side, they turn again. Again, they just take down Flyfly, no buyback on the Spectre. Beautiful sleep coming out from IG, but Secret, they don't care. They're gonna take a short little nap after that, and they're gonna go right back in and get ya.
is looking too damn dominant.
Absolutely incredible performance from Team Secret. They must be so happy right now. Man, that game was even for a long time, but they crushed it. Absolutely crushed it in those mid-game team fights. They force-staffed their allies, they glimmer-caped them, they bought them time to survive, and they won the fight.
Absolutely incredible, just neck and neck the entire time, just watching these two teams battle it out, watching them play a game of cat and mouse the entirety as they just find these openings, and it just looks so gosh darn good.
They made IG's heavy gank heroes look kind of mediocre based on the way they played. They made them chase them around the map. They were constantly pushing in the top lane. They didn't give IG the space to just get pick-off after pick-off to set tempo. They just kept the game mostly even with a slight advantage, and then they would just walk into Roche because they could kill it so quickly that the time that IG had to react was just, it was like 20 seconds or less every single time.
It was just so impressive the way that IG, again, was sticking in there the entire time. They were trying to be very patient, trying to find those pickoffs. But like you said, Secret, they're just an incredible team. They realized, okay, they've got this little bit of a, I don't want to even say an advantage, but, you know, they're staying in there. This is exactly what we need to do, what items we need, and we're just going to be able to run them over if we're patient.
Can't wait to see what happens with Secret in the rest of the tournament, but they are absolutely on fire here. I'm really surprised, but hey, good for them.
Yeah, they're looking hot, and they're going to be continuing, and they will take this series 2-0.
Thank you very much, Moxie and Purge. Team Secret, their patience that everybody has so praised throughout the years, and here at TI as well. That paid off for them, and they have taken the series 2-0 again. This is another 2-0 under their belt against a strong team. Gentlemen, what can we say about this game? It was very back and forth this time. Team Secret didn't really have that firm of a grasp on this game, but how did they manage to take it in the end?
It was just a wild one, and I think that's where, you know, Secret just kind of embraced the chaos. They had all these like crazy team fight spells. The Gale Force we saw in full force, something that really hasn't made an appearance too much on the this TI, but it's one of those kind of new Aghanim shards that has this crazy impact on fights. Zai's Shaker was just jumping in and out of fights. Machu's lifesteal felt unkillable. It was just chaos, and Secret, they loved it.
We can talk about the technicalities, but that hug at the end of the game between Yapzor and Papi, it feels good, man. Like, you can see the emotions, you can feel them, and I'm really happy for them. And they deserve it, because I'm looking at this game and I'm thinking, how do you beat Secret? Like, it didn't feel like IG was doing anything wrong in this game, and they still just couldn't catch a break. Remember when they were chasing Lifestealer on the top lane? The moment the arena falls, it's the same second that Zai is blinking in and he's getting infested. That's just on point.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's October Secret. I don't really know what to say. This is what happens every year after year after year. You got August, you got September, and then Team Secret months for a couple of months, and then, you know, they qualify to TI, and then things look rough. But no, I genuinely think like they seem to have their strategies like really well put together. You saw this Elder Titan. I don't think you play Elder Titan against Team Secret anymore. They responded with Ench, which made it impossible to play it in the off lane against Puppey, and then they had a Wind Ranger on the opposite end. Elder Titan just had no good lanes, and I think it's just that hero has not had that issue at TI. It's gotten really good laning phases every single time.
October Team Secret had the strats. Now, let's see the stats.
And for Team Secret, I believe this is the first time they've ever made it into the top 3 of any international. This is like huge achievement for them.
Yep.
And man, they did it in very impressive fashion.
If you're looking at the screen and you're a noob to Dota like me, or you know, maybe your top tier knowledge isn't really there yet, tell me about the score here. What really stands out to you in the stat screen?
Well, if I just look at the heroes, and if I hide the names of the teams, and you tell me which draft is better, I have to say that I would go for IGs. I think it's a little bit easier to execute. I understand the Enchantress and Wind Ranger versus Elder Titan, but there's just so much to them, having an easier meta hero in a form of Spectre with that Aghanims. It just plays itself. Team Secret, they just needed to outplay with every single team fight, and they did do exactly that. that last rush fight that brought them Aegis, that was so on point. Maybe a little bit of luck as well, pushing the life stealer to the edge of the pit and not being able to get on top of him. But when it comes to the stats themselves,
you can't even tell who won. Like you see this Kunkka, who's 6'4", this Fly Spectre 9'4", same net worth as Matu's life stealer. It shows how even this game was, and the fact that if anything, the stats don't really show who won, but it's Secret who was just more clutch because of how close this game was.
Parker and I were talking, watching the game, and we were thinking, how do you kill anyone? How does this Kunkka with Halberd, with AC ever die? It was so difficult to take down targets.
Well, they managed to pull it out and get a 2-0, but we still have to talk about Invictus Gaming. They did go 0-2, which to most people might think, oh, well, that's not a good score, but they're still a very, very strong team. So let's talk a little bit about what they did well. What do you think? What do you think IG's best strategy was in that game?
I think their adjustments they made for game 2 are pretty solid.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think IG, to me at least, they looked strategically like. I feel like Secret, they're taking the first step ahead of the meta now. That's the feeling I'm getting. Now, they proved it against OG, they did it against IG, and I think they started adapting. You notice, like, in Game 2, it was a much, much closer game. And IG quickly realized what they did wrong, and I think they figured out, like, this could potentially solve the problem. Yeah. But I think they only got halfway there. And I think the issue, for me at least, stems from the Elder Titan. It's just, it feels like Secret knows. They know what to do. If you pick the ET, I think you're giving Secret the upper hand.
That's so interesting because before we went into the draft, you guys were like, if Secret lets you pick this hero, they already know how to counter it. It just feels like they're like this ultimate superhero or villain, whichever way you're looking at it, that just can't be stopped. So for the people that are for the teams that are going to have to play against them, what can they do? What is the strategy? I still haven't figured that out yet.
Try and think 2 steps ahead, maybe. It's hard to say. In this game, we see some of these highlights, and it was just always Secret who just somehow come on top of these crazy, chaotic team fights.
The Wind Ranger Shackles on point, the Gale Force, Zai just constantly breaking up team fights with fissures. They take these heroes that seemingly are one-shot ponies, and then they turn them into three-dimensional, I don't even know, the fissures, the echoes, the jumps in to save heroes. They just squeeze every little bit that they can out of those heroes.
Yeah, and I feel like the games that you see, like even like maybe like a tier 1.5 or lower division DPC teams, you see these crazy spells and these fissures stuff. Usually just random stuff happens, I feel. But every time Secret's fighting around them, like it feels perfectly calculated. There's never like a fissure that slightly messes up one of his teammates. The force staffs are always used perfectly around it too. So it just feels like Secret fully understand how to use these crazy like mobility spells.
And I think to speak about IG, I mean, they almost matched them, right? I think like despite being strategically, in my opinion at least, playing from the back foot, they were fighting on even grounds with Secret for most of that game with less resources and in positions where Secret were deciding where you're fighting. Like they were going Roche, all right, we have to respond. Secret runs to the other side of the map, all right, we have to respond. So even though I feel like IG was put on like the back foot, they were still giving them a pretty close shot. So if there is some sort of rematch happening, I think it could be a really, really interesting series.
So are you saying that if it was a best of 5, that maybe things would have gone differently?
I think we could have potentially seen a comeback from IG because they really adapted well into Game 2.
Depending on if they would question mark or not.
I think Game 3 would have a question mark from one side or the other.
Well, it was a 2-0. Let's take a look at this bracket here. So Team Secret will be moving on in the upper bracket. IG will be moving down, facing the winner of T1 versus Vici Gaming. Now, as IG, how do you prepare for that upcoming matchup? What would you do?
I mean, they're just going to study their opponents. I mean, they're going to be watching that Vici Gaming T1 series like a hawk and, you know, study exactly what they're picking, how they're playing. I think for IG, you still got to feel at least like you're going to be going into your next series with like an information advantage. You can kind of see what happens in those drafts. They get a bit more time to prepare for their opponents. So I don't think for IG it's time to panic or anything just yet.
You have information advantage, and in the last 6 months, you were pretty much always the favorite against these 2 teams. So I think that they have what it takes to take that series.
Okay, well, let's see what our winners thought as we go to an interview with Frankie and Zai.
Thanks, guys. Zai, how does it feel to quite literally echo slam your way into a guaranteed 3rd place here at TI?
Extremely good. My pulse is still running very high after that game, but I'm calming down. But yeah, just super happy, super excited.
You must have had your patience tested quite a lot, though, towards the second half of that match, because you seem to have the advantage, and yet it looked like IG were just not going to move. They were not letting you anywhere near their base.
Yeah, no, IG is very good, and they play fights in a way. Like Kaka is an incredible player, and it's literally as simple as if we kill him, everything is good. If we don't manage to kill him, we're probably losing the fight.
Well, yeah.
So it was pretty much that where we're dealing with that in the game, and the fights that we did kill him worked out. The ones that we didn't, disaster.
Now let's talk about the Game 1 draft. Were you anticipating the Mars Lina pick with the Venge pick of your own?
Yeah, and so I mean we know for sure that they like Mars Lion, and Kaka loves his lion. We have a nickname for him. We call him Impaler. So we know he's playing his lion. So it wasn't that hard to see it coming. Yeah.
And can you see yourself in the finals of TI? Is that easy to see coming?
I mean, it's one step at a time. All I can say is we're playing great. We all feel great, and yeah, hopefully we carry on doing it this way, and then I think it's very, very realistic.
One more quick question. If you win TI, will you actually tweet about it?
Yeah, because I've lined up my tweets nicely. So if I do win TI, I have the exact same tweets, except with TI, and it's going to be great.
I love that he's got his drafts loaded up. Thank you so much, Zai. Congratulations. Let's head back to Sumi and the boys on the panel.
Thank you very much, Frankie and Zai. Zai showing some patience, Team Secret patience, taking things one step at a time here in the tournament. They will move on, and we have another series coming up next with Shiver and the crew. But first, let's take a look at community member Mark Warner.
Let the battle commence.
Stop.
How are you using your chin?
My chin is on the joystick, and when I move the joystick, yeah, I move the mouse in the game.
And is that how you're clicking too?
No, I'm clicking. It's a button, right and left.
Oh, on your temple there?
Yes.
On your head?
Oh. Okay.
Oh, sorry. Did you just die?
Yeah, it's a little bit hard to talk and play. So no, it's okay.
What were you like as a kid?
I was a very active kid. I was very much outside and done a lot of sports.
Do you think that you're all pretty competitive as a family?
Yeah, I think my brother and me, we are very competitive.
Ich hatte den Vorteil, ich war nochmal der ältere Bruder, hatte immer ein bisschen mehr Kraft in dem Sinne schon. Aber mein Bruder hat mich nie unterkriegen lassen. Es gab auch Sachen, wo er dann wirklich besser war als ich, und das musste ich dann auch irgendwann akzeptieren.
Which one is Mark?
Mark's der Lin.
Oh, there he is.
He has a talent for all kinds of sports.
Oh my gosh.
Skiing, snowboarding. I think this was the center of his life.
This is 2007, the end of 2007 it looks like.
Yes. And then 2008, there was the accident. And this is I think it's another story.
Well, you hear about drivers crashing their cars through buildings.
But what about kite surfers riding the wind right into a building? This actually happened in Lake Mango.
So what do you remember about that day?
It was a cold weather, and it was planned that I was only there to watch. But my friend was the first one, and he go, you can try it if you like. There's really nothing on this beach. It's all flat, but only one house. And yeah, the wind was too strong and pushed me forwards. I smashed against the strand house.
So you saved everything.
Yeah. He flew against this building.
Oh, that's the building?
No, that's the building. So this was a trauma helicopter, and then he was, for 6 months, he was in the hospital. And we were not sure if he will be able to walk again. Maybe he will die.
Can you talk about what it was like to have to be the one to tell him what his injuries were?
Ich war damals 16. Ich hatte vorher nie was von einer Querschnittslähmung gehört. Es ihm dann aber auch zu sagen, dann das in Max' Augen zu sehen, war schon sehr belastend und natürlich sehr traurig, weil das natürlich keiner wahrhaben wollte. Ne?
This was a moment of shock because then I understand what's happening and what's going on. It was very scary, but your family members are feeling sad about you and your situation, and you want to change that because you are the reason for it. And so I try to be strong for them.
Normally I could cry every day because when I'm looking back, these pictures, and he was running and jumping, but I see the progress today. So for me, it's sort of tragedy. It was a kind of challenge, I would say, that we stand it as a family. And now everything is normal.
When my accident happened, I was very sad that I didn't really have many chances to be competitive to someone because of my handicap. And after 2 years or something like that, my best friend came to me and he wanted to play Dota. I played with him before my accident and he said, yeah, maybe we can play together again.
So how often would you guys play together?
Oh, I think maybe each day.
Every day?
Yes. The first game since 2 years was really bad. And I think we lose within 10 minutes. But it was great. It was just the thing we did already before the accident.
This was a really good feeling to play against other people and play with my best friend again. We managed and we played a lot. Whoa. Okay. Easy. Yeah, but the tower is down. GG.
Who's the better Dota player right now?
He. Of course, he is really good. I don't know how he can do it.
Just so that people understand, how many Dota games have you played?
Around 3,000 or 4,000 games, something like that.
Okay, what's your MMR?
Yeah, around 3K. I was Legend 3, now I'm Archon 3 at the moment, but I hope that I rise again.
Er lebt das Spiel ja wirklich. Ich denke, das hat ihn auch vom Kopf her noch mal ein Stück nach vorne gebracht.
I think Dota was the first time where he saw, okay, I can do something alone. And that was the first time to say, okay, maybe he can do some other things.
Did you go back to school?
Yes, I wanted to finish my high school degree, and we see that it's going to be okay. And then I go to school again. And I got my bachelor and my master degree.
What are your other goals looking ahead?
I'm 27. It's good to live with my parents, but there is a time you need to move out and live for your own.
Also Marc an sich ist wirklich auch ein Vorbild, auch für mich. Also er hat mir eigentlich beigebracht, dass es für jedes Problem eigentlich eine Lösung gibt. Man muss nur immer mal ein bisschen um die Ecke denken und
I think he's the living example for how to manage the situation like that. I appreciate that I can be a part of his story, I would say.
For me, Dota is a big thing in my life because it's my way to be competitive, and I think it's good for me because I can accept my situation, my handicap better, and accept who you are. Because mostly the people doesn't really know that I have a handicap online. When you play bad, they said you play bad, and it's okay. So this handicap wasn't really a thing, and now it's not really a thing in my life.
Incredibly inspiring. I did not expect to be hitting the fields like this, to be fair. But credit to Mark, and I also think that this is a wise lesson to everybody at home, because Mark is 3K MMR, and I think that for a lot of people it's like, oh shoot, you know, there's no excuses anymore. There's no excuses anymore at that point. But glad to see Mark doing well. My panel is also doing well because we're about to watch another semi-finals in the upper bracket, and we've swept things up a little bit. I'm joined by Insania and Tigov, but also LOA. Welcome to joining the panel.
Thank you.
How are you doing?
Doing well, considering the circumstances.
Oh, no. Okay, yeah, I like it. Focusing on the positive here as well, because we're about to witness some exciting Dota 2 here in the upper bracket, and I want to get something out of the way that I feel like hasn't been talked about today at all, or maybe at least not that much. We're about to witness one best of 3. Really nice Dota game. This one best of 3 for the players, for the teams, on the line. $2.2 million, Insania.
It's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money.
Is that at all in your mind when you play? At all?
I think it probably is going into the game. You probably know better than I do. But I would imagine, like, as soon as you start playing, it's kind of out of your head. But when you die or the game is looking rough, I think that's maybe when those thoughts start creeping in. But you got to just shut it out.
Yeah, will you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, if you just focus on the money, you're going to lose sight of what you should be focusing on.
Yeah. Okay.
Otherwise, you know, the $1 million dream coil can turn into the $2 million feed at the Roche pit. No one's going to enjoy that.
Apart from the opposing team, that would then get 2.2 extra million. By the way, you shouldn't feel sorry for whoever loses, because they already guaranteed a 1.4 million T. It's a big pot. There is enough for everyone.
Yeah, I think it's you only really care about the money if you've lost, and someone who lost early on, you know, very early on and last place, you see everyone else earning, you know, 6 figures and you're getting like 5. Like, oh no, but yeah, millions are enough. You know, these players, I feel like this is the best thing, right? You play for the love of the game, right? Yep. And then the money's the nice incentive at the end.
Yep, and we're gonna find out what these teams are playing against each other very, very soon. The second series for Virtus.pro on the main stage here at the International 10, and this team is looking incredible. Yesterday we saw their series against Vici Gaming with a 2-1, a very convincing finish, and I know people were worried that, like, okay, you know, this team, if they lose one game, they could be shaky, they could be losing confidence, and it could all go downhill from there, but instead the opposite was true. They lost one game, and then the fire kicked in, and now they're ready to go up against their opponents, PSG LGD. The Goliaths, the Behemoths, it's PSG LGD. In many people's bracket, they take it all. They take the crown, and they will become your world champion. They're still, of course, not there yet, but they are on the right track here in the upper bracket semifinals. They have had one series before this one against T1. They were able to take it. They did drop one game, but to be fair, I don't think anybody was doubting who was gonna take it in the end. And PSG LGD looking so strong, looking unbeatable, and they have looked unbeatable for such a long time. Can they keep up the momentum? Can they keep up their ride here in this upper bracket? We're about to find out. This upper bracket semifinals between Virtus.pro and PSG LGD coming to you very, very soon. And we're gonna break this series down real nice right now, because I want to start by talking about PSG LGD. They're the favorites for the tournament. LOA, going into it, were you also as a team looking at PSG LGD as the team to have the biggest bullseye on their backs?
I think so. I think they are the team that came in and showed, at least at the last major, they are the most dominant. They are a very versatile team. Xiao8 is not an easy player to draft against. He's extremely adaptable. He's creative. They're not going to play the same thing twice in the same way. Even if they do, they play the Magnus multiple times. It could be played different ways. It could be itemized different ways. It's a very difficult team to play against, as I can tell you, and it's not an easy team to beat in a series.
Yeah, and he mentions Xiao8 as a coach, very important role.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I think it's instrumental with PSG because, speaking to Leon Arthur, top lad, by the way, helping bring, I think, the Chinese scene to the Western scene. That's the best thing about this year, by the way, is just understanding more about the teams because, PSG is like that hallmark team where I think a lot of, Westerners are now looking at this team going, I actually enjoy watching them play. I appreciate, because I know in the past it was very much, we had this kind of ignorance towards other scenes, I think. So that's pretty cool. But anyway, going back to Xiao8, he was talking to me about how at the start of the season, he has the option to, be streaming and coaching and stuff like that. But he actively said to his team, I'm not going to really focus on streaming. I'm just going to work on the team, lead by example. It's like he could earn a lot of money, right, streaming. But he fully declines all that, focus fully on the team, and it's kind of that attitude that's kind of spearheads the team to being as dominant as they are today.
Yeah, they are definitely looking very dominant. This TI for this organization, it's their 9th international. They only missed TI1. And I say that's their 9th international, but if you count LFY, it's a little bit of sister organization there. Then they actually were in 10, and they've had top 6 finishes in almost every single one. But they have never won it, and there's something missing there in Stadium. Why haven't they ever won it?
I think in previous years you might have even go as far as they got unlucky. I think TI8 it was really on the cusp, but at the end of they just missed that little bit of clutch, which I think this team this year has. I think this team has proved that they can win any game. It doesn't matter if they're winning, if they're losing. At any given time in the game, they have the ability to come back, and I think I've heard a lot of people talk about how hardworking they are and how much time they put into the game, and I think that's why they have that. They have played these situations out. They've been behind. They've been ahead. They know what to do in almost every single situation.
Yeah, you mentioned the clutchness of PSG LGD, which is perfect because we have a clip for you guys of PSG LGD versus T1. I think a lot of people have already seen this clip, and they're not going to be sad to see it again because it was something that hadn't happened before at a TI main stage. A team fight. And it starts so simple with a team fight, T. You got a team fight, and people die. It happens, right?
Yeah, but then obviously, as team fights go and how the meta of TI goes, I think it was 3 years ago, buybacks, it was 3 per series on average, and then suddenly it's now jumped up to the 7 to 8 plus. It's kind of how Dota become, and I believe you're kind of moving towards the point. This was the 10 buyback fight, yes?
Yes, it was.
Oh, beautiful, wasn't it?
It really was, and it feels like such a unique thing, LOA. Have you seen this before? Obviously this fight you probably have, but have you seen this scenario before where 10 people die back? 10 people buy back, but nobody died back?
Yeah, it's definitely a unique scenario. I also think it speaks to LGD that this game for them is a very difficult game to win at a certain point. They probably feel like they're getting outscaled. I mean, they're playing against Doom, Mag, Medusa.
Yeah.
Very difficult late game fights, a lot of spells to think about, and they're making this game very hard for T1 to close out.
Yeah,
it takes a 10 buyback fight to win a game against this team.
Yeah, and that's the main thing, right? It's at least we got to see PSG bleed a little bit in this tournament, right? They lost once to Secret, and then now, of course, they lost to T1, eventually winning that series. But it does kind of show how PSG, LOA was mentioning before, the team, they are able to adapt not only within outside of a series, but in the series. Not a lot of teams can bring their prep to, game 1, 2, or 3 and suddenly pivot that on the fly, right? And I think this is what PSG has shown throughout the tournament and previous tournaments. When they go to a game 3 or a game 2, they're not kind of still looking at their notes, right? They're kind of bringing in fresh ideas. They're thinking on the fly as they're losing, as they're kind of winning. Oh, we can perfect or improve here and there.
Yeah, we got, by the way, 3 TI champions on the side of PSG LGD. And I count the coach. We're counting Xiao8 as well as one of those 3. I know that they don't really consider themselves having the Wings flair because they're their own team, but they do have some of that in Stadia.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think you can just tell by how much the Western scene loves them, right?
Yes.
I think the last time the West loved the Chinese team this much, it was Wings.
It was Wings.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I think everybody has seen the belly rubs. Love those. It was
Those
just a
are
little
great.
bit of rub for good luck. I want to talk about Virtus Pro as well because, yes, we have a lot of veterans, or a couple veterans at least, on the side of PSG LGD. on the side of Virtus Pro, this is the only team at the International 10 that nobody has ever been to an international before, not even the coach, because even though there's been first-timers on other teams, at least the coach is a more experienced one. But also Bulk, the coach of Virtus Pro, has not set foot on a main stage of TI. Right? Am I wrong in saying that? I see you're thinking. Did I do my research wrong, T?
I had my thinking cap on because I know he was at TI9, but I don't know I think he was like an assistant coach for the VP squad, I believe, but I can't remember.
I think he was Gambit's coach that year.
Yes.
But he might have gone to the TI as like an assistant.
Exactly,
analyst type.
But it was very hidden, very like not really like the 12th voice.
Yeah, because Arseek was at that point the main coach.
Exactly. Yeah.
So it was his first like real.
This is his time to shine, and doing pretty well. Bringing the young lads together. I think when you look at average age of that team, it's like 19, 20. Compare that to PSG, they're hitting 23, 24.
Yeah.
A little bit older. So I think that alone, you really need someone who can bring those fresh ideas and kind of warp them into something that can actually win a tournament, right?
Yeah, you need to unify the young spirit of that team. Yeah. I think those guys do a tremendous job of it on their own. There are 5 players who come from the same time, the same spirit, the same fierce mentality, and they have that natural synergy, the natural buy-in into each other, the trust. You need somebody to help focus that, get them on the same page, drive it in a direction.
And they got Bulk, of course, for that in-game. They got a very, very tall basketball player. And I'm saying that being 6'2", by the way. The very tall basketball player helping them outside the game. And I think that story is so interesting because it is a former basketball professional, and he's helping them specifically, as what DM called it, he's helping them with discipline. And that is something, if you're the best, because they've been the best in their region for the whole season, and that's smooth sailing. But if you're the best, maybe you get a little lax in Senia. Maybe at some point, sit back, and then you need someone to say, no, you're gonna wake up 8 a.m. and you're gonna have this healthy breakfast, and then you're gonna practice. Having someone to do that might be a very valuable thing for them.
Yeah, I mean, I know before almost every major, like during the online season, we scrimmed Virtus Pro quite a bit, and we just kept getting clapped. They would just dumpster us over and over and over again, and I'd be like, all right, Singapore major, this team's going to show up, they're going to show up big, they're going to be so strong. And then for whatever reason, it seems like whenever they would do well in their online season, they'd go to the major, and then they would just fall flat. So it seems like whatever Mr. Basketball player is helping them with is working out, and they're looking a lot stronger. And yeah, I really think this team is like the most snowbally team here at the event. And if they win this series, I would not be surprised to see them go to the grand finals.
Yeah, they, of course, are playing for Virtus Pro as an org. I want to mention them, too. Obviously, we mentioned for PSG LGD that they've done very well at TIs. Virtus Pro has had top 6 finishes, but not more than that. And, of course, if you win this coming series, you are guaranteed top 3. So that would be a massive jump in rankings already for the org. And, of course, it's insanely good for the players if they make it that way. I think also, I feel like we have to mention, T, that it's insanely good for the region and for maybe even the game as a whole, that such young players can just show up and do it.
Yeah, I feel like Eastern Europe kind of held the title for that, really, right? We have Spirit and VP, very much kind of fresh faces to the scene to some degree. 2019, kind of them all kind of appearing to some degree. So yeah, I feel like Eastern Europe has really kind of shown how DPC is very healthy for promoting new Dota, bringing new teams up, and hopefully we have that trickle effect to other regions so that we are kind of having everyone equally supported and getting good quality Dota from everyone.
Yeah, I know, Aloe, you're very passionate about the North American Dota scene. Of course, I mean, seeing this squad, do you feel like, okay, this is what the DPC is meant to promote?
I think everybody in Dota would love to see a lot of strong regions, and those really strong regions competing against each other with the best teams. I think healthy regions as a whole promotes better Dota, better community, better games. That's what we're here for, right? I think those guys embody the spirit of the region along with team spirit, and they're doing a tremendous job at being the flagship team for what they want to represent.
Talking about flagships, I want to talk about flagships of the teams because Nothing to Say versus GPK, that's going to be my one to watch in Sania. How about you?
I mean, I think Nightfall is probably one of the only carry player captains that we have here at TI. So for me, I think it's going to be really interesting to see how he matches up against Ahmed, like balancing the captaining act and at the same time, matching up against arguably the best carry player in the world.
How about you, T?
I'm just happy that we get to see some mid laners that don't just play spirits, you know? Like, sorry to say it, but yeah, I'm excited to see maybe like a Tinker from Nothing to Say. We saw some Shaker mid from GPK earlier, like Necro as well. I hope to see some new things. So in the upper bracket, right, you got a lifeline, you can do fun things. I've only been working lower bracket series where everyone's like scared to play new stuff. They want to try and be good, but I'm hoping for a little bit of spice in this series, a little bit of science line.
Spirit Breaker?
Thank you. Yeah. Oh, all right.
I mean, it is a typical Eastern European pick. I was actually, you saw me on my phone because I was really looking for the leaderboards of Dota 2, and obviously it updates all the time because players are here in Bucharest and they're playing pubs all the time. And I was hoping to find out what the difference was between GPK and Nothing to Say.
They're 1 and 2.
They're 1 and 2. Yes. Okay. How big is the difference? I mean, you've both pubbed here. You've definitely pubbed here.
Yeah, a little bit.
Have you had them in your team?
Yeah, they are tremendous pub players. I think the one time I had GBK on my team, we lost. It was very unfortunate. You know, stuff happens.
Was it his fault? You can say if it was.
He threw a little bit, but you know.
Did he have items in his inventory at the end of the game? Is the question everybody wants to answer.
Purple, yes or no?
I'm not gonna, you know, maybe there was a Shadow Amulet or two. I'm not gonna go into details here.
I appreciate that.
But you know, I hope we see the Shadow Fiend. I think it's a hero that could come out.
Shadow Fiend.
You were talking about, you know, spicy heroes.
Yeah. That is a spicy hero. I would love to see that. Some just, you know, I wanted to see Shadowfiend versus Quap or something. I know.
Anything but spirits. Anything.
No, we're gonna see spirits.
Of the embers and the voids and the storms and all this whatnot.
But that's what Nothing to Say and GPK are playing all the time.
But like, sorry, no, like a Shadowfiend. I'd kill for a Shadowfiend.
We're not gonna get that.
I would.
I know people really want that too. All right, we got the favorite heroes of the two teams for Virtus Pro first. The favorite heroes of that squad right now. They're you know, there's only one spirit in there at least. The only one.
Yeah,
but look at the win rate. Oh, look at Bane's win rate.
Yeah, but that's the big one I want to talk about. The big old Bane. I believe VP's actually beaten Aster and IG with the Bane as well. So already kind of knocking down some Chinese team with it. And I think that's just an underrated hero, maybe a little bit.
They also played it in a unique way, right?
Yeah.
Save plays this hero a lot of the time. He plays it as a 4. He gets fat. He gets Aether Lens. He gets that Ags next. This Ags, in my opinion, is one of the most overpowered Ags in the game in terms of how much it changes the hero's functionality and impact. It's just a very clunky item to get on the hero, right?
Yeah, it's really hard to get there. But I think Save is like, he plays a lot of these like slow farming position 4 heroes. You see him play like Skyraths and heroes like that. Yeah, Pugna. Like, he'll find the farm. He knows how to do it. And I think when he gets to dominate his lanes, he's one of the best 4s at this event.
Yeah. And that's pairings, by the way. 3 of the pairings are the same. This is actually a 3 pairing right there.
Yeah, and the main reason for that pairing, for like Bane Io, Bane Storm, it goes back to the test of time. It's the fact that Bane is a hero that can actively walk into kind of these scary areas as well. You have the Nightmare, you have the Brain Sap to keep yourself alive with extra HP, and then you have the Grip. So realistically, you can disable 2 heroes if you go into a scary area of the map. And then you have heroes like Storm or Io. Io can relocate that additional, 2 bodies in, or Storm just zips in. So it's very classic, but it's the idea of Bane is great at setting up engagements, a little bit less clunky than maybe, let's say, an Ogre.
Yeah, let's take a look at PSGLGD's most picked heroes, see if it is very different. It is actually very different in Sania.
Yeah, I mean, I think LGD, they play more teamfight. Just straight up, it's the first thing that you'll notice when you look at these heroes. And I think LGD is more, in my opinion, more of a team. They play more together, grouped up in a way that I think, whereas I think VP rely more on winning their lanes. They rely more on having that edge from the start and then using the advantage they get from the laning phase to then dominate the map.
Yeah, and I think the main thing here is the idea is Faith Beyond and Jin Q in the offlane. They play these obnoxious pairings where they're always trying to bully. So Legion Sky, some Snap Tide, some just Snapfire in general, to be honest. Like, he was there in the top 4. Like, the fact that you're able just to annoy this carry in 5, maybe you felt this at some point if you scrimmed against them or whatever, but like, it's that off-lane momentum they bring, having to have, like, in the T1 series, they're bringing 4 heroes top at minute 10, Army is now free farming the entire jungle, and that one TP you do to top lane, you feel so bad, because even if you kill them, you're now looking at this carry free farming, you don't have any resources to then get back into that jungle. So.
I mean, LGD is extremely good at getting to their timing in the mid game. They are not a team you're going to run over in lanes very often, and if you fall behind versus them, they're extremely good at controlling the map, and they very rarely give it back. So to me, this matchup is a test of, can VP, if they go with that snowball style, can they control it well enough into that mid game where they don't give LGD that footing on the map?
All right, let me ask a question that I haven't asked yet for this series. Do you guys all have PSG LGD winning this one?
I think VP can win.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's just like Eloy said, though. That is going to be the big question.
Okay.
Can they run over LGD? Because I think they're going to have to. They're going to have to get a big edge. And then can they keep the map control? Because I think the way that LGD drafts, you're going to be running into Ame, but he's going to be playing with these Elder Titan Aura or the Magnus and Power. Whereas I think Nightfall is going to be playing with more farm. His hero's just going to have maybe one item more. And that's going to be their win condition. They want to try to win the game off of us having more gold. And then our 4 heroes are going to try to kill you. Whereas I think LGDs are going to look to buff up Ame a lot more.
All right, what's the most important thing in this game, T? Make it short.
Make it short. Oof.
Yeah, we got a draft right around the corner.
You know, VP, they're the ones bring it to PSG. I think PSG, they know exactly what they need to do to win this game. Like Insania mentioned, I'd like to see some Dawnbreaker or Darkseer. Just heroes that VP can play with and into, you know, like kind of fail-safe aggressive style heroes.
All right, most important thing for you?
If you go and you try and win the lanes versus LGD, don't lose the lane.
Don't lose
you know,
the
if
lane.
you go in with those Bristles or Banes or Dawnbreaker carry, this type of stuff, win those lanes.
Yeah. All right, guys, let's have it. It's drafting time. Let's go.
Virtus Pro versus PSG LGD. Game 1.
All right, well, we have a draft getting started. I'm with 2 wonderfully dressed gentlemen here. Of course, we have Lacoste, we have Kyle, and guys, I think this is gonna be a great, great series.
Yeah, this is definitely going to go to Game 3. This is, you know, something that everyone expects. And to go back a bit to what panel was talking about, a bit of a versatility in terms of heroes. So far, 36 heroes, different heroes picks for Virtus Pro and 48 for LGD. Like, I want to go back to position 1 Nightfall against Ame. Only 7 different heroes from Nightfall and 12 from Ame. So there's going to be a big difference in terms of like what they can pick, what they've shown is really good, and what works for them.
I see you've definitely done your homework, bringing all those numbers. Kyle's, what homework have you brought today?
Well, Lacoste was kind enough to bring his along with mine here to this.
What a good friend.
Yeah, this is the series I think I've been looking for all day. I kind of figured I was told not to make any predictions one way or another. I have no opinion one way or the other about this series.
That is very rare for you.
VP LGD, these are just 2 teams we kind of expected to be here. VP, the only real question mark was, you know, how are they going to perform on main stage? I feel like they answered those questions, specifically GPK, who has just got the clutch gene. It gives me kind of some tremors of Sumel back at TI5, you know, come through in the big debut. Already we're in the opening picks, though. Dawnbreaker tied.
Not the opening that we saw. I don't think anyone opened up with these 2 heroes so far. Doesn't say anything. We've seen mid Dawnbreaker coming out from OG and also a carry coming up from the Virtus Pro, so you don't know where this hero is going to go. It's very hard to guess. Coming into this tournament, I think from what everyone expected was maybe it's going to be that position 5 most of the time. Get that Holy Locket, maybe Aghanim Scepter, or from position 4 if you get a bit more farm.
Yeah, no, after watching Thompson play at mid, I mean, that was busted.
Looks like a mid hero right now.
Yeah, right? I mean...
It does. It was looking like a core hero, though, too, when it was played over on the side of Virtus Pro. So is this... you know, what are the plans for PSG LGD? Or is it something that they've watched so many times that they're thinking, maybe we could try that? Or do you think it's most likely going into that support position?
I mean, I think it's nice here just because, you know, throughout TI, especially with the new ban pick phase, I think having flexibility in your opening 2 is kind of required. And Dawnbreaker is kind of unique because it does very different things, whether it's a core or support. If you consider, you know, Legion Commander as an example, you're playing for your shard, right? Whether you're a 3 or you're a 5. Dawnbreaker's got like a completely different play style, right? You're buying Armlet mid. You might be buying a Holy Locket as a support, but Silencer is another hero I don't think has seen too much success at this tournament. It feels like into BKBs, which oftentimes PSG LGD, they're gonna have 3 of them by 20, 25 minutes. Makes Silencer incredibly difficult to have a game.
Silencer was a key hero in a series Virtus.pro against Vici Gaming, where it had a ton of potential, like those clutch silences coming up from the position 5. It's a hero that deals a ton of damage early on, very annoying to play into. Could potentially stop initiation from the Tidehunter, delay it a little bit if you want to play around it. I think it's a very strong opener from Virtus.pro with the Earthshaker and Silencer. GPK played it on a mid lane, can be off lane, can be positioned for, so a lot of flex coming up from VP.
I think the other thing too, I actually had this conversation with Fog the other day. As I say, first of all, I hate Silencer. Everybody knows that. It's my most hated hero. But it's definitely one of those heroes that, like you said, has an incredible laning stage, right? It puts out a lot of harass and makes sure that, you know, when you have these big team fight ultimates coming out from the enemy team, that they're going to be more reticent to try to, you know, get in there for those fights because you're afraid of the global silence. But he also said, as the game progresses, and as Kyle said, right, the BKBs and also these neutral items that come out and they just purge off his spells. So he has to have a good lane, right?
Yeah,
he has to kind of snowball.
Tier 4 items timing, Silencer becomes relatively useless. There's what, three dispel mechanics, so kind of hard to play into that.
Yeah, Shaker, of course, is going to be versatile here. I'm hoping it goes towards DM. I just feel like the hero's a lot more effective as an offlaner in this patch. The Aghanim's timing is just, it's just nice. And talking about neutral items, if you get Fade Grenade, it's just silly. You get double totem damage plus the lingering vision.
Yeah, Purge and I were just discussing that in the previous game. But yeah, you know, another thing to keep in mind too is Virtus.pro, currently they are the lowest number of unique heroes picked for this team. They are people that are creatures of comfort, so they're going to try to just err on the side of, you know, what works for us, not necessarily getting wrapped up in the meta of another team.
Virtus.pro, they showed 2 different styles of Dota that they can play. At the start of the tournament, they were playing more, well, we're going to hit that one big timing. First, they played like, we're going to run at you, then they're going to be playing that, we're going to hit that big timing with the Pagana, Bristleback type of a hero. I remember one game where they had 0 kills, and they still managed to win the game. I believe that was the EG series. And again, Bane, Virtus.pro with this hero, just it allows them to go onto high ground, or allows them to move around the map constantly and make the plays.
This is just so much more difficult. I got LOA and Insania just staring at me, judging everything that I say, but I told
You're a professional, you can handle this.
Yeah, I taught Aiden everything that he knows.
Yeah,
so.
you perform well under pressure. And now he's not even looking at them.
All right, I like the Bane. I thought Tiga brought up a great point though, where your typical pairings are with heroes that can capitalize on both the vision Bane provides by face checking high grounds. We're gonna get to that Visage in a moment, but also the global just catch, so that when you actually sleep or grip somebody, there's going to be a kill. I love this Visage. This is a classic. Faith Beyond played this all the way back at TI6 when he actually won the event with Wings. We don't ever see this. I believe they're the only team to have played it so far this tournament.
The TI, yeah.
It is incredible against these 2 supports. And you can't flex Silencer or Bane. You don't even want to. Silencer core against Visage is miserable. And you just eat them alive. You Grave Chill, send birds at them, and they're 100% dead. It's also a really great interrupt for the birds. Excellent against the Shaker, too. These are all incredibly low armor heroes.
What PSG LGD is looking for is this one big timing. Tidehunter is really not afraid of any of these heroes. Maybe a bit against the global silence, but still you can play into that. There's a way to play around it, to get the Lotus Orb eventually. I don't like to see that, you know, coming into this big team fight from Luna, Visage, and Tidehunter, also having a bit of a global presence from the Dawnbreaker. Virtus.pro, I need to see something. It could be like a relatively decent Slark game, because they're no stuns, like they have no silences. There's also Leshrac that was banned out by Virtus.pro, which kind of rings the bell for me. Same goes for Invoker. He does not like to play into mana burn.
What happens if you pick something up like the Slark? Like you're saying, you know, the lockdown's a little bit light on the side of PSG LGD, but if the Slark starts to fall behind, how do you manage those expectations then?
That is the $1 million question, literally, because you actually can't really play Dota into Tidehunter at the moment. So any sort of 5-on-5 engage is going to be disastrous. This is similar to a Slark in a sense where you needed something that could go in and poke. It's excellent.
Yeah, the looks that you guys are giving one another, I love
exactly
it.
what Slark looks like.
Exactly, yeah.
It's similar, okay? It's going to provide the same sort of like in and out. You get a lot of not like hard disable, but you're going to stick to targets. It's a very sticky hero. You also get a bunch of stacks.
Continue.
Thank you. Very good against Luna Visage as well. Visage, theoretically, if you buy Vanguard into a Crimson, the birds start doing 0 damage, which is very effective and helps keep your squishy supports alive. I think it's a great pick if there were ever a game for Bristleback. However, I agreed with LOA's closing thoughts, right? If you're going to pick the Bristle and then you don't win your lanes, this is going to be a very difficult game for you.
Well, that's something that Virtus.pro has typically really enjoyed doing, is they try to play as fast as possible. But you are on an international stage. You're up against one of the best teams in the world, one that a lot of people are saying, they're thinking they're going to win this whole gosh darn thing. So I would not be surprised if PSG LGD was able to adjust. Like, this is a team that does their homework, right, Lacoste?
Oh, for sure. This is a team that has probably the hardest working players this whole year, I would say. They need some kind of answer for Bristleback because their damage output is relatively limited right now, especially for the early stages of the game. Once Bristleback gets that Vanguard, from what I've seen, Nightfall 2 or 3 times in a row went for Vanguard into full Aghanim Scepter straight away, just to be more annoying in their own face, a bit of more AoE against the birds.
It is pretty nasty. Like, that is the timing for Bristleback. The earlier you get it, the faster you can start running at enemy heroes in tier 2s. Just comment now, PSG LGD, I love the fact that, Zhao 8's drafting, and no wonder they can work so hard when you can trust the director, arguably the most legendary Chinese captain, to just make all of these strategical decisions. Obviously, you're going to have some input, but you can just vibe, right? Just like have time to go pat Jinqiu on the belly, like, all right, we're...
Oh, they're doing that after
casual
draft ends.
For sure.
After draft?
Yeah, for good luck.
But is it a situation? I mean, that's another thing we talk about the director, is that I believe he's higher MMR than his own players as well.
He won it. Nothing to say, was stuck in Malaysia. Zhao 8 was winning tournaments in Europe.
He was losing his lane,
Standing in.
but...
He was playing mid-Spirit Breaker and beating teams that are still participating here at this tournament.
I'm so excited over there now for mentioning that.
It wouldn't be bad. You get the break mechanic? No, not happening.
All right, we get a Kunkka pickup now. How do you feel about this? This gives you a Silver Edge carrier. It gives you some team fight. It gives you a way to reposition if they try to run away. Do we like this?
I like that. It's possibly that he gets a Silver Edge in this game, but what I'm looking for is that one item timing coming out from PSG LGD. Kunkka can go, like, you can get either Armlet or you can get a straight up BKB, which is really nice, and then you go with the birds, go with the Tide Hunter. So yeah, Virtus.pro, they defended their Ember Spirit with the puck pick, what they tend to do whenever there's a Storm Spirit in their own game, or they tend to pick it. Not enough lockdown for this Ember Spirit, so it feels like a really good Ember game. Whenever Ember is paired up with a position 1, you need to have some kind of tower damage. Bristleback is not the best one, but will do the job.
Yeah, I love this. I think VP are at a bit of a disadvantage. They're going to need to play fast. The team fight and BKB timings of PSG LGD are going to be nuts this game.
All right, well, lots of really excellent points. This is going to be a very exciting game for sure. But speaking of people who are extremely excitable, I believe we have Jenkins over with the last word.
Tidehunter Gush. Great setup for the Visage Birds in this game. You got that minus armor. You've got that Luna Aura. This is a great PSG LGD draft. I'm spitting all over the green screen. I'm sure they don't like that. Virtus.pro, they've got the Earthshaker. They've got the Bane. This is a hero that can go into team fights. He can grip. What if it gets interrupted, you might ask? Well, that's a bad question because they have a silencer. That's a global silence. That means if Bane goes in there and he tries to do something, he's going to get it off. So this game depends entirely on how the team fights are executed. Bristleback, he can pop off this game. Kyle was kind of right. He can get a Vanguard, but the game is starting. How long do I have left? Let me see. 2 seconds, yes. Okay, sending it off to Canadian guy and American guy with the cast.
Wow. Thank you, Jenkins.
Yeah.
That was something else. My goodness gracious, Trent. I've never had an intro like that before.
Yeah, people sometimes get a little nervous getting on the big stage with like the really huge teams and everything. So that can really break you out of any sort of nervousness when there's just Jenkins rambling at you. So bless his little heart, his little soul. I just hope we get a little bit more of him here. And for a long 3 games, can we hope as the night grows dark, the games get good. And ladies and gentlemen, we have a Faith message.
I cannot wait. Oh my goodness gracious. No, it's the Y message. You were so prepped. Oh my God. Can I just tell?
Hadn't looked at the pics yet.
Everybody out there, Trent was just like, he was hyped up. All our pre-work for TI, all our everything, he was just like, can't wait for Faith message. They pick it, they put it on Y.
He's gonna do it. Faithion's gonna do it again, guys. Trust me.
anyways, it's going to be a great series
and then he
here.
Just gives it off to Y again.
I'm really excited for this one.
Why does he crush my hopes? You know, Jenkins is a real distraction, okay? This
You're
is
not
not
wrong.
on me.
That's
all
true.
I'm saying.
That's absolutely true. So should mention, as we head out across the map right now, Virtus Pro trying to find themselves an opening, but likewise LGD all staying together across the map. The panel talked a lot about the early pressure that Virtus Pro needs to lay on, and I think the point that was made of like, if you draft to win the lanes and you lose the lanes, you're going to have a bad time. I think that was an SVG comment there.
That's pretty solid advice, you know, from a TI captain right there. So you got to make sure your game plan goes all according to plan here. And for now, the plan is a bit of passivity. So everyone just kind of on their own side. And we'll just go for 2 for 2. So yeah, my disappointment is immense here. I'm not going to lie. Why on the Visage? So big differences here will be that you're not going to see that like super heavy damage dealing Visage that you might have been expecting, right? Like someone just like gets right in there, but of course throws them off a little bit during the draft. You have it for the flex pick there. Not sure what they're going to do. Of course, we can run support Tides these days. We can run support Visages. So Faith Beyond just going on the old standard reliable, because they didn't really go for necessarily the best Tide counters, right? Which has, of course, been a big theme throughout the drafting as we've moved forward throughout TI.
Yeah, that's something that's kind of interesting, because in a lot of ways it feels like the damage that gets done in the biggest way by Tide is in sometimes that laning stage with the minus armor, Gush, just running people down. So instead opting to go back over to the other side there. And opting to try and beat him out in that phase of the game instead. So Kingslayer and DM, because they sent the Earthshaker up top with Kingslayer.
Yeah, of course, you're seeing in the tri view there, just like, but where's the Luna? But Ame, hello, he's making his way down in that bottom lane. Now we'll show up here, so nothing wrong with getting a little bit of extra gold and XP on a Visage, that's for sure. But Luna wants to get in there right about now, so gives the taunt, roars that ferocious roar, and gets Y out of the way.
Absolutely, and you're seeing right here. Yeah, this is obviously part of the reason that you're taking this Visage and support role. Still does a ton of damage out there with the nukes, the soul assumptions, the grave chills. It's all good.
Yes, to use a Suns fan line of, you know, the old man, where am I? Visage, of course, renowned for its old strength in the tri-lanes as a support, something that, you know, AUI here joining us as panelists used to do this quite a bit. And you're gaining all this damage for your soul assumption to put it back in the enemy supports. Won't save your courier, though.
Not even a little bit, and I think we'd be a little bit remiss if we weren't talking about already this mid lane here. 10-3 on the Kunkka versus the 4-1. Nothing to say, having a really good time here against GPK. You know, we watched a lot of the pubs in the lead up to TI as well, and these guys were battling out for that top spot in MMR, and GPK put on a really good performance, but, you know, it should be noted that this is a little bit of a rough one at the early goings, at least, getting doubled up.
Well, considering how we did just yesterday, you know, he also knows that things can be rough for an Ember, but they can also recover.
Absolutely.
So no panic quite yet. And some voice lines being thrown out here from Save. Save again on this Bane, something that also was mentioned by the panelists, is a way that Virtus Pro play the hero that's pretty unique to them. Getting that earlier farm and hoping to get into that Aghanims at some point, which is how ridiculously strong it can be.
Can be incredibly impactful as the rundown again. You take a look at this Bristleback, hasn't really been able to get any free time for his Bane to run up there and get some Ancient stacks yet. That's something that might happen a little bit later on, but that's something to watch for sure, something that can accelerate that Bristles farm quite quickly once we get to the later stages.
Yeah, meanwhile, of course, we didn't even discuss ZQ here on the big old Dawnbreaker. Popped out really fast in the draft, something that Virtus Pro was, you know, kind of dabbling with a little. People were questioning that being there, and so LGD come out with a little bit of a statement here to just grab it right away. And position 4 role has the Orb of Venom, has a stick, and you can kind of see how it would mesh with the Tidehunter, much like those Weavers and Snapfires too, of just trying to be an offensive forward to follow up on the Gush.
A couple pulls going out, back and forth across those sides, back towards mid. Again, Ember catching up a little bit, but getting a good amount of pressure there with that Tidebringer cleave from Nothing to Say. And depending upon how it goes, we'll have to go back and maybe get the Bounty Rune. Up top lane, DM has also been getting a little bit of the better end of it by Faith Beyond. He's right now sitting 21-6 on this Tidehunter. A one-on-one-ish matchup. Both the supports are kind of bouncing around which ways.
Yeah, certainly an interesting one, right? You don't really see this all too often anymore, but it comes back to what you mentioned before in terms of like the Bristle being on that side of the map. When you're playing Dire, you sort of want to be near the Ancients, and you can control this area. You can contest the Luna a little bit. And, well, speaking of tri-lanes here, we have a very sneaky TP coming out here. Not spotted, I believe, by the Vision. XinQ trying to get a wraparound play through the trees. They don't want to scare him off quite yet on Nightfall.
Yeah, and I mean, save is nearby, but again, if you're able to get that jump, there's a potential you could try and find some extra pressure. But Kingslayer also making the move down bottom.
Yes! He's back. Tri-lane versus tri-lane Visage. The crowd goes wild. They love it.
Well, they might need to be able to do some extra damage there as Nightfall slowed down for the moment, seeing if they can get a couple more hits the second round, but no! In fact, it's Y who falls, and also in the mid lane. Don't look now. It ends up being a nothing to say solo kill on to GPK, and they're still looking for more. XinQ in some trouble as, well, Kingslayer might have gone a bit too far there, gets punished by XinQ. Can they do anything else here? Save, right click, slow down. Nightfall trying to get XinQ. Can't quite connect.
He's good.
Yeah, dodges away through the other side and has a salve going. Could maybe make another run at it.
Oh, that's dangerous.
Yeah, it's a bane, my man. You're in a little bit of trouble now. Team gets up there with the Starbreaker, but they both end up falling at the last second. Just mayhem down bottom.
Two teams starting to get a bit of a feel for each other. There is a truce up top, of course, between Earthshaker and Ty. They're just hanging out, but that mid lane kill, now level 7 on Nothing to Say, while GPK still level 5. Got the punish on the getting 6 first, used the ulti for the kill. Ember unable to escape, and needs a friendly TP to the lane just to fill the bottle.
Yeah, this is a tough one. I mean, and again, Ember matchup as, well, Nothing to Say. It's just going to walk in again, going for the right click down, but with save there, that should be enough to stop the pressure. But yeah, normally you can like go for either a, a Remnant away with the X combo or what have you. Not the case when you don't get 6 in time. As XinQ turned upon by GPK, Kingslayer there, gets in range for a little bit of minus intelligence as well. A hot start on this cold night. Impressive.
And now you guys start wondering, with Faith Beyond obviously getting off this great start on the Tidehunter, leading in the CS, moving towards this tower. What's the answer from Virtus Pro? Like, do you try and stop the side? Because he's just going to keep going. And
yeah,
DM doesn't really have a lot to do. If you try and mess with them too much, you already see the rotation coming in from Y. You have an Ember, like GPK, he wants to try and get some punches when he can, but he's a little busy catching up. He's hitting neutrals right now. I feel like DM's just going to get sent to the wolves here. They are bringing everyone on LGD.
Yeah, DM, you're the sacrificial one here as they move in and finish them off.
They know that there's not a counter move here from Virtus Pro right now. Right? Like, XinQ's just sitting mid. He's going to grab a little bit of creeps on the wave here. Maybe they can get this kill, but there is a ward that's spotting this move from Save, so I highly doubt XinQ goes down. Right, yeah. Respecting the vision. Yeah, he's good.
Keeping it cool.
Yeah, he knows exactly where Save is sitting. So, of course, the best case scenario for a Tidehunter player, take that top tower, TP bottom, and hold the wave.
I mean, I think that this is one of those situations, too. Well, maybe they've been able to find him. I don't know if they can really do all that much. Boat goes out first, and in fact, if VP aren't careful, they might end up losing another one themselves. Y moves himself through the river. GPK gonna throw out the Remnant back behind, but the rundown won't be enough to kill off that Ember there.
Yeah, X was coming back pretty soon there too, so.
Played it safe, he knew the limits.
He's got that timer, the internal clock that all Dota players have. Got to get that field going, and well, with Ty taking the bottom lane, Ame freer to farm up here, moving in towards these neutrals. And you love the team playing nearby, so he's stealing some of this farm that was lying in wait for GPK.
It's an invis that spawns bottom as everybody was stacking around that top rune spot. Maybe looking for an opening there. But as you can see, another rotation up towards top to protect the Luna. But are they going to be able to get her out of there? The fissure block actually comes through. Obviously no 6 yet on save, and with that, they're not going to be able to connect for any type of a punish with these supports. They're kind of weird support duo, right? Like the Bane Silencer. It feels like they're both good individually, but kind of cover each other.
Not standard like the Visage Dawnbreaker.
Exactly, now you're reading me.
Yeah, I gotcha. I see what you're up to.
GPK, they get a little aggro there in the jungle. Luna turned upon. They move in again. Save trying to get in range. Does have enough for one. Remnant's out and looking for more. Another sleight of fist. Does GPK have it?
Force Graveskeeper.
Get it. Yeah, it's really good.
Keeping you up here. So 2-1-1 build even at level 4 will keep him up. He'll be just fine. GVK still wants to hang around, see if he gets a little bit greedy coming back here, or will at least grab the next wave. Saying, you got to respect my positioning here on the map, but unfortunately for him, LGD are just going to go grab some of the runes from him, sneak one right out from underneath that Bristle, who is heading towards a pretty healthy Ancient stack here. With the Vanguard, this is a free-to-farm situation.
It's really interesting. Like, you're looking at the way that the map is laid out right now. They're wrapping around up on top a little bit on Ame, seeing if they can go for the punish. But it's super interesting how aggressive Virtus.pro can play, and they're still down 1,000 gold with that lead remaining about constant.
And look at this TP from Nothing to Say, trying to get aggressive here and get a catch. TP's just from the bottom outpost, hoping to find someone in their area. They have this ward, but he knows that an X play, pretty unlikely to work on GVK at this point. Sees there's a remnant down. You have to force something out from him to try and get the catch.
And I mean, you're talking about, again, that like weird combo that they've got. Like, there's nothing to punish GPK right now. This is a completely free Ember game once you get through that laning phase. And like, who's gonna try and control this guy? You get a Starbreaker or something out there? There's nothing.
Now, I know what happens to Ember players. See, they see this kind of a game and they go, oh, there's no stuns. So they keep playing and they keep pushing and they go to that limit, and then suddenly there's, a cleave you don't spot from a Tidebringer and a Soul Assumption and you're dead.
That's true. We'll see if it ends up happening here. Obviously, a lot of nerves potential on the big stage. There is one really big stun if they want to use it, as Faith Beyond heads on in, but the Remnant away. That's going to keep him back.
That's the false sense of security, because your core can't be killed.
Exactly.
So you just follow him into battle, and then he abandons you like that as a support. But trying to help get some kills for GPK, and sometimes that's going to cost save there on the aggressive Bane that he plays.
And obviously that extra space has opened up a little bit of room on the map for that Bristle to clear out those Ancient stacks that you were mentioning. But at least for now, seeing Virtus.pro be definitely the ones on the aggressive end of things. Even if they're not necessarily leading into kills, they're sort of trying to control the pace of the game, it feels like.
Well, I think ever since they lost the top tower, they've really helped balance things back out. GPK is playing like this, sort of that walling force you've heard about a few times on the panel today, where he's just saying, like, you guys stay over here, and look what he's getting on the other side. His Bristle's farming, and more importantly, perhaps, his Earthshaker is farming, right? DM wants to get that Blink Dagger, gonna be getting it just now. Treads, double Gauntlet, and Blink. DM going to be hitting pretty hard here, so expect the Blink, expect a Smoke, and they'll have the Global Silence, of course, to cover them there too. So now the question will be, until there's a Dispel available for Faith Beyond, that this interaction between the Global Silence as well as the Kraken, right? You do not want to force that pop on Faith Beyond.
That can turn so deadly, and when you have any type of like sort of, weird AoE damage that you sometimes get with the Ember, with the Bristle, whatever the case ends up being, things could start going south pretty quickly for you.
Yeah, got to be very careful with your Echoes and your Globals not to make a bad mistake there and free him from his shackles.
GPK again moves on in, going to try and take away some of this triangle farm. Playing aggressive on the map, stealing a bounty rune away, and XinQ, all he can do is look at him. You really don't have another option. Actually, if he's not careful, XinQ's dropping down to about half HP.
He's got 9 armor, though.
The birds are up.
Pretty tanky Dawnbreaker.
It's true.
Only at level 6, 1200.
Blink Dagger done.
And a Smoke at the same time here from PSG LGD.
And DM gonna blink right away. They walk forward. Oh, the X is there. Goes for the Fissure. Not gonna connect on to Nothing to Say. The Nightmare save, though, from Save. Not bad at all. And actually gonna get both of the birds taken down by VP.
They used Global at the same time, though, unfortunately. I don't think they had to. But, double saves from the supports. And, of course, one of the reasons why Virtus.pro can make this Bane look good on position 4 is that Save is so well-timed with those Nightmares, right?
Oh, yeah.
There must be something in the Virtus.pro org or something. I don't know who's got the cheat sheet, but Solo was the same way. He always had the best Nightmare saves on this squad.
Stun comes out now. Nightfall turning the back and now turning to burn a little bit if they can make it happen. At the very least, killing off that Helm of the Dominator creep. And going immediately into the Aghanim Scepter. So this was something that was incredibly popular for a while, and then like everybody lost their mind and hated seeing Bristleback all over the place, and then it got nerfed significantly, but still seeing some value for it in this game.
There was also Viper everywhere. We had like position 5 Vipers being like first phase banned sometimes, which then would result in like a Bristle ban. Some regions played it like way heavier than others for sure, but definitely respected as a strong hero. And of course, one of the best things was that we had the egg shard timing with the cheese back in the day, and that's what made it seem so strong. Now you're still going to get that Aegis. You're still going to get that shard, and that means you're going to have that hairball on that second Roche.
Something that can be absolutely devastating if done in the proper way. We'll have to see how it goes. For now, LGD still hanging out and gonna get gripped for the moment. InQ in a little bit of trouble, nothing to say, moves in, wants to save his buddy, and in fact, the boat's gonna come out there. Quick catch for the kill, and GPK actually got pulled back in by that X.
Oh.
He rented it out at the wrong timing. Oh my God, and that's a huge pickoff.
That is absolutely massive. You can tell the way he's been playing, like doing an excellent job for sure, stealing a lot of this net worth away for some of these LGD heroes, trying to widen the gap there. But when you go down, it's very costly, and they're going to punish really fast into this tower. That armlet on the Kunkka, he's hitting hard into this thing. And then Y, of course, level 8 now. A very happy Visage player. Almost level 9.
Yeah, he has had a good one. And I mean, to be honest, both of the supports for LGD they're incredibly farmed right now.
That we're level 6 on the 2 supports for Virtus Pro right now.
Well, off to a hot start. There's a reason LGD is coming in as favorites and taking down this VP team at the early outset at the very least that's been looking so good. But this is the timing that Virtus Pro have been trying to play for at least a little bit. You've got the Agnum Scepter done for the Bristle, got the Blink, smoke up, time to go.
So much pressure again here on another Blink play from DM. Global's there and ready. Their vision ahead of themselves, though, absolutely nothing. Oh, here we go, though.
Looking for an opening here.
Maybe they can draw a fight in here if they come to try and cover, nothing to say. But no one TPing quite yet.
There's a lot of heroes here. This is going to most likely be a dead nothing to say unless there's a lot of rotations and actually bringing in one. Okay, an opportunity to turn around the Ravage to try and save. The Armor Toggle's going to keep nothing to say alive for the moment. Still taking some of that slow, steady burn down damage. But Virtus Pro not able to connect for the kill.
Now this is good. Conscious decision.
Can they go for any more afterwards? They're going to lose that Dawnbreaker. Still hanging out down bottom is Faith Beyond. He TP'd into this.
Yep.
So they go in for the save onto one and end up potentially losing another
Look at
here.
his teammates. Look how far back they are.
They're not coming in for this one anymore.
They're waiting.
Oh my goodness. So much emphasis placed there on keeping nothing to save alive.
So, that was so much forward thinking from Virtus Pro. They're thinking in their heads about the stack of spells available in these engagements and what they have to do. I love the play of not popping the global, right?
Yeah.
The Tide comes in, you could have globaled there, then there's no Ravage, but he knew there's not even a follow-up. No one's going to die from this Ravage. It's only going to delay. Sure, we don't get the one kill, but we get another kill afterwards and so much pressure on this tower. And it's going to go down just from the creeps.
Wow, just like that, Virtus Pro, they hit that timing.
And of course, again, they get to hold global. They get to hold their echo, right?
Yeah.
All because they didn't panic when that Ravage came out.
And you can see also now up to level 12 on the Earthshaker. So starting to get that level 2 ulti, some serious damage will be thrown out there by Virtus Pro if LGD offer a chance for a fight. Now, the panel talked a lot about these BKB timings. Got them pretty close here on the Luna. We're getting very close on the Kunkka. And then obviously Faith Beyond going back for that Agnum Scepter. So this is going to be most likely the window where LGD need to delay for.
I'm seeing a theme in these later main stage games, huh? Where BKB, second item for pretty much everyone, all the core players.
It's the way to be. But for now at least.
Bane stocks rising.
Virtus Pro.
Oh, wait, is he in that ward down? I believe he is up top there. Yeah, they actually see save. Not going to matter, though.
Yeah,
perhaps it will.
There. They go in, maybe, with the birds. DM getting slowed down here. Yeah, there's not really a play there. It's interesting. Like, do you think that Virtus Pro need to just keep the energy and momentum going? Like, there's still this window where they're very strong.
It's a very hard read for them right now because they want to wait for the BKBs. They don't want to get caught by like some BKB fight from the Luna because they can tell that Almay is obviously farming very fast. Didn't have to rush the Agnum Scepter like Nightfall, so even though he's ahead in net worth, his BKB is of course going to be quite a bit, you know, significantly more delayed than that of the Luna. Torrent fight's a little difficult.
A little bit off the mark there, and Nightfall in the meantime again clears through the wave. They're hanging out there mid and getting very close, only 1,000 or so gold away for the Nightfall BKB.
There are some issues though, right? I mean, obviously Virtus.pro have been watching the games. They know what's happening. They understand that BKBs are going to be coming out on the earlier end in these games. You have some decent options versus BKBs. You of course have the Global Silence, if that comes out after. That could of course hamper you during your BKB and the efforts that you want to put out there. And you also have that Echo Slam. And you know, sometimes it functions a lot like a Scythe, where it's this idea of just like, yeah, you have BKB, but I might catch you first.
Save there, stalking around this area. It almost looked like he wanted to get caught. Maybe that, you know, was sort of bluff of there's vision over here or something. But Nightmares goes for the walk away, then Nightmares again.
I feel like he's almost wants a Dawnbreaker play, right? Like Solar Guardian and just come out globally.
Bullwhip left down on the ground there, but the Dawnbreaker shows up bottom. GBK going with the grip, trying to find the kill. The Ravage is there though. And the turnaround, the attempt, GPK still going in. The global afterwards, and now Remnant's Ward, they've also got a fight on the other side. Nightfall trying to TP out. Do they have anything to control him? Yes, they do. So while the fight's going on bottom, they managed to kill off the Bristle. And the turnaround, though, looking for it. TM went in, but he gets punished hard.
Those are some good BKBs. That's what that was.
Wow.
That was painful. You see Echo Slam on the fight recap, and then you look at the damage, and you're just like, oh, I guess that wasn't a very good Echo there, guys. My bad.
Man. And, you know, just a little bit of discombobulation across the map there. Some teams zigging when they should have zagged. Now a 5,000 gold lead for LGD.
I like these small rotations to cover from LGD. It's not full 5 hero panic, right? It's just 2 heroes 2P'ing down. Sure, you're using the Ravage, but it's enough that it forces out the global, and of course, you're still getting that kill in the mid lane. So yeah, certainly things going better for LGD at the moment. Not able to capture a major objective off that. They're not grabbing that Roshan or anything. But all things pointing in a good direction for them for sure. I will say, at the very least, GPK, after being a pretty active and aggressive hero here, was able to catch up quite a bit on the net worth.
Yeah, and it's much needed. I mean, again, you're running on that.
It was way down for a while there.
It was a tough one.
Of course, that might just be some of his allies also faltering a little bit here, and perhaps, like, you know, DM not getting as much time in the jungle, starting to roam around and still hunting for that elusive Echo Slam.
I mean, he had one earlier, to be fair, but yeah, it's a tough one right now. You see all these potential openings there, and maybe a moment where they can find LGD grouped together, but it's just not happening. LGD are delaying the game, trying to slow it down and consolidate this lead they've been building.
You can see Virtus.pro, I believe, starting to consider that next potential objective here for LGD. Should be going for the Roche. They want to D-ward around there, try and cover it, but it's hard to win the Vision game versus a Visage.
Oh, that's a sneaky one. Love that ward there.
That's a real nice one.
And you can take a look here. You know, GPK, ever since that mid lane matchup has happened, he's just been on their side of the map. If you look down to the mid map there.
That's incredible.
Just absolutely playing on their side.
Few in the fountain, too.
Right. You're not wrong. But, of course, this is sort of transitions now into him being a little bit behind and having to play a bit of catch-up. TM, again, farming down bottom. That Celestial Hammer is going to come back to Xingqiu.
It's a very explosive game. Things kind of, you know, very chill in between. Everyone's kind of respecting each other, staying on their own sides, and then we get into the one big blow. Part of that also coming down to some of the larger cooldowns in this game. When you're trying to play around your own Ravage, the enemy team is watching for the global silence.
Right, and this is why I feel like I really like the Virtus.pro's draft in some ways, because you can see the way that Ember's supposed to go in, find the bait of the abilities to be used on him, and then gets out afterwards. And it just hasn't worked out that way yet. So you can understand the idea, but in practice, it's looking a little bit rough.
Yeah, Faith Beyond No just marching with his Aghanim Scepter. You spot a hero, you throw out the gush, and there is a BKB here for Nightfall.
Nightfall, he walks into all of them. The rest of Virtus.pro is pretty far away, but still hanging on to that BKB. This could be they're not going to go for the fight.
Now he pops it.
Okay, and TP out. Manages to escape from that one, and now just going to walk right into the pit for LGD.
Yeah, didn't TP to the outpost or anything. Is running right back immediately. Salves up to has the Quicksilver Amulet, so he's running.
Taking down that Helm of the Dominator creep. And LGD maybe thinking they are able to get away with a free one there, but not to be the case.
And of course that ward, as you pointed out before, still sitting there. So they see some of these little rotations around the pit. And so they're going to go for the smoke wrap. Another smoke.
Oh, this could be big if they could find him. Up on the high ground, Nightfall is on the low ground. Kingslayer's the one that gets jumped on first, potentially. Has a no global if he wants it. But they're gonna go for the pull down and the kill. Dead, but has buyback. So buyback global is an opportunity here. If they want to turn it, jump forward, fish around, onto Y, looking for the chase down. Do they have enough? They don't want to break that Kraken show, but the Ravage comes out, gonna connect onto only 2. Do they have any more afterwards? The Echo, it's not doing nearly enough. Virtus Pro have to run away in fear as LGD just won't let him go. The chase down one by one by one. LGD are just too damn good.
Things are looking so good up on the high ground there too. Like they kind of split the fight up into 2 with the Bristle down on the river, and he's waiting for his BKB, and now the BKB's even there from DM. I thought this was his chance. But the whole team not able to connect. I mean, still holding on to the Fiend's grip. Save couldn't really find the right moment. After all that, a punishing play here from LGD. And they got 5 minutes of freedom with that Aegis.
I mean, sometimes you just fight as Luna in the pit with nobody nearby. There's a billion Eclipse beams.
It's such a slow way the fight starts, right? It's just an Ag. Like, you have so much time to react from this Ag's gush, and they just kind of waddle at you. Faithbeyond's just walking in up top. They try and punish onto Y. And DM just, I mean, he's looking at this, sees 2 heroes, but BKB timing on the Ravage was good. The Eclipse comes out, but the BKBs, again, by the time he gets on course, they're just getting the BKBs out. But back in the game, they're
wrap around there, finding themselves one, but GPK able to get out the last second. Save.
Nice save.
Well done.
You can save a word there. It's good. You know, nice save.
That's there
Must
at
be
a
why
premium.
he plays the Bane.
Exactly. But yeah, 9,000 gold up right now for LGD with Aegis in hand on this Luna. We've seen so many times these Lunas just march down lanes and end them. But
constellation kill here. Oh no,
that guy's pretty good. There's a low 4-staff action.
No stuns on that pairing, unfortunately for them, so can't even find a little bit of a kill for themselves as they're going to lose their tier 2 tower up top. No way they're going to contest this Aegis BKB and Luna, who also has the Eclipse coming back, and I feel like LGD might just kind of want to run at them a little bit more here, you know? Why sit back?
It's true. I mean, they can force the issue now if they want. They can play it a little bit more safe, get that next tier of items. Like, that's the strength of this lineup right here. And in the meantime, you can just keep on making these moves as well with nothing to say. It's a lot of damage out from that Tidebringer.
Yeah, he's still deathless this game, too. Same with Ame. There's 3, 4, and 5. There's a couple of feeders.
Apparently.
As far as I can tell.
Doing okay, though. Yeah, it's a strong showing so far from LGD, as the Scotty is now going to be completed. And GPK trying to rally the troops with the chat wheel lines. This is what he's got to do. Put the team on his back. But will it work? And will it even be given an opening to make it work?
He's on possibly one of the most powerful heroes in the entire tournament, in the Ember Spirit, I would say. Gives you a ton of potential. He's gone for one of the more playmaking builds with the Aghanims.
Oh, Nightfall. BKB, runaway, TP, and we'll get out of there.
At least they're probably going to have that for a while.
That's true.
The old BKB TP. Very, very unlikely we're going to find an answer to that anytime soon.
But in the meantime, it certainly doesn't feel great to have to use it in that fashion. It makes those fights that much more difficult. A chance, a hope, an opportunity. Lots of TPs coming in, though. The boat's going to be there afterwards. GPK finds 1 kill, but it's going to come at the cost of Save, who falls down. Meanwhile, wait, Luna left alone? Do they have a way to catch her? She still has BKB TP out. That'll keep Ame alive. So a trade of 1 for 1. I think you're happy with that if you're VP.
Checks up top. Bane's dead. Yeah, okay. Heading on home. And another 4-staff, I believe, just finished out here. So 4-staff for Y, 4-staff for Faith Beyond. These are just the coverage items, you know? Just in case the fight looks a little bit hairy. We'll get the 4-staffs out there and we'll be able to get the repositioning there for Ame and draw you deeper into the engagement. And Virtus Pro, at this point, when you're down 9K, you're kind of hoping for the quick hit and out, but that can be very difficult when you're a Bristol lineup.
That's really the problem. I mean, that's where the Ember really shines, and why I feel like if you can get GPK maybe a couple more items here, start to boost up that damage somewhat, you can find an opportunity to blow up those supports. Going in for the Shiva's Guard next, but
face me on.
Don't look now.
Can he shock him? Yeah, I know. He's good.
They're going to give him a tip there, save, wanting to rally his team as well.
But GPK really wants to waste as much time as possible.
He has the Remnant out. Doesn't have a TP available.
No, up top team trying to capitalize on that chaos there by hopping onto Xingqiu. Xingqiu just right back up here. You know, no fear. Holding on to that tier 1.
Nothing to say. Tempted a little bit of fate there, but we'll back out afterwards.
All right, how do you find a kill as Virtus Pro?
It's so difficult. The heroes are either tanky, or they got global help, or got BKBs. Game is hard.
It's got to be DM, right? DM's got to find some plays. You know, you never want to put a game on one person, but at this point, he has got to find something with this Earthshaker, and it can be tough. The vision game is difficult for them. They're fighting into the Visitors. They're fighting into a team who's very strong when it comes to wards. Of course, you see this really deep one. I mean, I don't even remember when they were over here.
Yeah.
This thing's just down here. It spots all your couriers coming through. It spots when you're bringing smokes. The couriers tell the enemy team where you are, like this one flying right over. You know, maybe they don't have wards on other parts of the map, but they're going to see this little silencer courier and be like, oh, he's right over there. Oh, and they're actually going to see there's a gem on it now, too. So, a valuable bounty to be claimed.
If they can find the kills, and with seeing those couriers, LGD are going to make a smoke play now and head off towards the mid lane. Save is going to be there to separate, but DM actually blinking in. Do they run into each other here?
Okay, DM. He keeps getting the big item. He's ready for the reveal. The blink, it didn't work out. The BKB, not so hot either. But this time, the Shadow Blade. Maybe this is his time.
Does he have it? There's maybe an opportunity there. Walking in, breaking the smoke. But no, DM has already left, and Kingslayer going to fall. They've just not been able to, on Virtus Pro, hook together with all of their combo. Everybody's always off, having to push out those other side lanes.
And they're going for the sneaky play, but it's not so sneaky when you're under an Obs and a Sentry.
True.
GPK and Save down here.
I mean, this just
At least they don't know
like
saves there, right? You know,
right.
until then it
first
wears off.
He's been playing with consistently, I feel like, on this team, so much heart.
Oh, jeez. Now DM also running through a ward here, too. They're just getting destroyed on vision.
Maybe an opportunity to find a kill. They jump in, they jump out. DM still in biz. They're going to run away now with Save. The run down with nothing to say is there, and the Bane will fall.
Considering the vision LGD had, you'll take that, I feel. Got yourselves one kill, you're behind, you're trading, that's going to give you the advantage. Ember also grabbing the kill, so a little bit more gold into GPK's pockets to help towards a eventual BKB for this Ember Spirit.
All right. Well, has the Aghanim Scepter done with that Maelstrom as well. And I believe that's another item coming out on the Courier, which should be the Shiva's Guard as well. So still very farmed, 11,000 gold lead. But every now and then, Virtus Pro, they're finding these pickoffs.
Oh, I see. He's gone for that instead. All right, GPK. I mean, that's the playmaking, right? You know, BKB is not going to win this game. That I can agree with for now. Just don't get hit.
There it is.
Yep.
DM. An opportunity. Nearby. Echo to start. Half HP. Down low. Almost dead. Can they kill her? Yes. That's the quick combo that they needed with the global afterwards.
All right, GPK.
Virtus Pro.
Them up.
They feel like they found their moment, and they might have, as the chase down continues. Why? Running up to high ground, away from the Ancients. They don't have nothing to say nearby at all. And why likely to die here as he hides off on the other side, goes to Stone Form, comes out of it, and eventually in the dirt. Look at this, and this is right around the same time that Roche is capable of respawning.
All right, DM, he's in the game. The Earthshaker has arrived. They needed that so bad. Not even just for like this game and everything, but I feel like that's going to help his mentality so much. He's really struggled this game. Now hits the big play that can finally garner them some map control.
Just like that, you can see it's going to be a 2-minute Roche respawn. So definitely in favor of LGD with that one, as GPK will keep those lanes pushed out.
He wants this bird. Get a familiar 100 gold. Oh, that one feels good.
Very interesting, the way this game has worked out. You know, you've got on the one side LGD dodging fights constantly, only putting themselves in good positions. On the other side, Virtus Pro going for the hunt and then finding the pickoff.
But Lyrical.
Yeah.
My man. This Kunkka has a silver edge, and
wait a
this
minute.
Luna has a silver edge.
Yeah, I hear ya.
Okay, but, you know, doesn't work very well when you don't hit your spells.
True.
There is that. But, yeah, you know, if you're trying to play behind Nightfall, because eventually he's going to have to get, you know, very involved in these engagements, it can be a bit tough playing through that break.
It is true, and it's something that's going to be concerning. Also, these items no longer sort of a burden to have to take. You sort of like being able to get them with the crit built in. It does only break for the 4 seconds, so they're going to have to find the kill in that duration. DM, again, the one that could break the smoke. GPK is there, the smoke breaks. DM still not visible.
They have a wide approach here from LGD. They're so spread out.
Nightfall going to walk into all. Have that silver edge going. DM hides back behind, waiting for the opening. The fissure, it connects on a 3. The echo afterwards, a ton of damage out, and the Fiend Script to boot. GPK runs through them all. The Ravage is out, and now the turn. Ame, he's mad, he's in control. The right clicks come through in the Glaives. They're way too much damage. Fissure one more time again. GPK, how are you living? You're not, never mind, you're done. Just like that, LGD pull it back. It was looking so bad for a moment, and now the buyback. GPK runs back in, triple kill for him now. Wants to find that kill onto Y, won't get it. The double buyback secures a couple more pickoffs, but just mayhem in the river.
Yeah, the river runs red with everyone's blood right now. And again, this is a situation where Virtus Pro, they're very far behind, so yeah, it costs a couple buybacks, sure, not great, but you are definitely, you know, at least feeling like you can keep fighting in this game right now, whereas it was a bit rough for a second there. Oh, man, I thought that it was going to look a little bit rougher here, too, because DM coming through, watching for this Echo Slam, right? This is the play, again, gets in there before the BKBs are popped. Now, the main problem was Ame, of course, sitting there just slaying this entire time, throwing out this big damage, but they do focus the other cores down first, right? Take away that control from the Kunkka, try and get the Tide after the Ravage, and deal with Ame in the end.
Just right there, you can see how close he was, but one last round there. The Soul Assumption doing so much damage, and then of course the buyback after he got the Remnant down. GBK knew that Soul Assumption was going to kill him and made sure to get out after.
This will do wonders for GBK's net worth too, of course. You know, like, you bought back, that part's a little bit painful. Came back, got a kill though, and of course you're farming the entire map by yourself. He was the only core left standing.
Has the BKB done, and really it's the levels there as well. You can see now up to 26. Went for the 2 Sleight of Fist charges. So,
wow, he is well ahead on the XP. The next highest, at least on the enemy team, is 24.25.
This is going to be an interesting timing. How much can he get done with this advantage that he's been able to build up? Still, again, 10k gold into the lead there of LGD, but the Remnant in. They're hungry. They want to find these kills. As they walk forward, Y gonna be controlled. Faith Beyond. BKB out from DM though. Goes invis afterwards. Broken. Oh, he's controlled. Echo done. The break on the Tide Hunter, absolutely beautiful from DM. And now the grip onto Ame. They want to kill him in time. Do they have enough? No. Ame with the turn. Ame, are you kidding me? What in the hell was that? Ame lives, but that finally goes down. One last hit. Oh my goodness, save. You did it to him.
At least he finds that in the end. There's some buybacks here all around. But that's got to feel good for LGD. Finally taking a decisive victory in an engagement. Absolutely ridiculous. The Roche is up. Everyone knows it's a major contesting point in this game. And somehow able to get Ame back standing, not finished off there by that grip.
My goodness. The rum buff, I mean, everything just keeping him alive there in the end. And the Solar Guardian, all for Ame.
I mean, and the Silver Edge as well there on the Tide Hunter to get him broken from the Kraken as well. It's a bit of a mess. Don't worry, in the main game, we're all good here. They're just roaching by themselves. And Y, of course, you know, kind of pulls them in. Nightfall is basically just gaining vision. He runs in first, sees what's going on in the team fight, and that's what Save and DM are mostly trying to play around. There's that break you're looking for, the finish with the Echo Slam, and then after the Stone Form, Nightfall can go back, get the finish. But there, again, getting the grab onto the Luna. Oh, he got so low, too. 600, 100, 180 HP. Like, really?
That is
at least Save gets the big reach at the end there after the Nightmare for the kill.
That would have, I mean, if Ame lived there, that's it all. That's the game almost, it feels like. But as it stands, can feel the hype in the booth. Teams getting ready. Upper bracket is no place to mess around.
I can tell you one benefit there for Virtus.pro is that Luna doesn't have the Aegis. They grab that, they put it onto nothing to seize Kunkka. And, you know, when you actually want to hit buildings and go high ground, you'd probably rather have it on the Luna, especially with all these 4-staffs they have too, where they can really mess around with the initiations from Virtus.pro. Oh, I see Faithcon just found, was that a gem?
Might have
run around somewhere? Okay, maybe I'm just crazy. I saw something
one
on his head.
Y. But nonetheless, 27-17. And even though it's felt at various times like Virtus.pro are just on the verge of breaking it through, this net worth lead continues to go into the favor of LGD. Veteran squad giving it all out here. Aghanim Scepter done for Bane, though. We got the triple Fiend script.
Oh, been waiting on that for quite a while. Also a Assault Crest there, too, for the Bristle. So just, like, gaining more and more power here for Nightfall.
Already 40 minutes into this game, and can see LGD starting to feel a little bit more bold, crossing the river, putting the pressure now on this young VP team.
They can move very confidently right now with Y having the birds and having the gem. They can check for all this vision. And I don't see any obs with them right now. So they've got one up in the dire triangle.
You can see all of Virtus.pro right now with the exception of GBK hanging out on that bottom side of the map. And nothing to say with the DD now wearing out. Is going to go for a couple quick hits there onto that tier 3 tower and go for the slow, steady, safe siege.
Yeah, it's just Y just throwing the birds at the tower there. Not too concerned. Looking towards a eventual scythe, maybe. High aspirations from a support player.
Take Q, walks out, finds DM. The fissure is there, but seeing and sensing the danger coming their direction, the rest of EP are going to blink and TP out.
Jeez, that's got to be 10. Please don't TP next to me. Like, is that really what you want? Seen that end too poorly several times, but they'll be all right this time. They were just trying to delay the game. They're catching waves as far away from LGD as they can. They do not want to fight into this Aegis. They'd love to get a couple picks, though. They're going to smoke into their base. They don't have the best vision. They have an idea about where the tide is at the very least. They just saw him a moment ago, and they're going to find themselves an invis rune here, too.
Oh, and that one's going to be picked up by Nightfall now. As, again, the move through the river. Dire scanning, hoping to find somebody in a triangle. They're a couple of seconds early. Ame, does he dare step up high ground or just reveal himself on these creeps? And Virtus.pro recognizing this, they're going to get some vision down now. Hold this area. And LGD, they're going to tempt fate and go up there as well. Doesn't look like it. I have a feeling that they recognize where Virtus.pro are right now, and now Nightfall shows, nothing to say, knows he's going to be farming this camp, walks in, slow down from the gush, has that Aegis on nothing to say, just walks into all of them. The big cleave afterwards. Oh, and the connection. That's going to be a big one on the Nightfall. There's the BKB. Global silence used already. Trying to turn, trying to go into this fight, but Bane caught alone. He's going to get absolutely decimated, and Virtus.pro is fighting out, go great, but they're able to find another. DM jumps in. They're not enough damage, though. Oh, and Ame in the back lines is just going absolutely ham as they run them down one by one. Hex is out. The slow, steady burn as they find Kingslayer and also gonna foul Nightfall. Another victory there for LGD. And now what a tremendous mountain they're gonna have to climb to pull this one back.
Ame's just picking up change on the sidewalk there, walking through TPing heroes with no BKBs as a Luna. One stun for you, one for the other. No chance of getting away. And Virtus.pro. Game one starting to slip here. You can only imagine the LG are going to start going high ground. That Aegis working out fantastically for them. 15 seconds left. Obviously, you know, they don't really need it at the moment. Not looking like a big, strong force here to contest from Virtus.pro. They have the sense that, you know, Bristle, they know that buyback's not back for 2 full minutes here. And this is a Luna, ladies and gentlemen. We might be looking at the end, depending on how fast they want to push it.
It's going to go so quickly. And yes, you mentioned no buybacks. LGD sensing a little bit of blood in the water, looking for an opening, and the Hex is there. They catch GPK. He is going to fall. Kingslayer also in trouble as they run him down. The grip is out. but is it enough? Nothing to say. Turns forward, tries to find GPK. He's down to a quarter HP as they set their sights on taking down this Dawnbreaker first. But the real carry is in their base. The buyback comes out. LGD, they turn on to GPK, find that kill, focus down the Ancient, another buyback coming this time from Gunka, but in the end, it is all too much as they turn in, take the Ancient, and go up 1-0 in the series.
LGD. The team to beat at TI, everyone knew it coming in, and as we continue through the group stage, through the main event, it continues to be true.
What a great game that one was in this best-of-3 series. And again, at moments, you can see this Virtus Pro team, there were things that looked good. There were team fights that were solid, but in the end, it was consistently LGD with the lead, and they continued to grow it.
Despite it being a loss, I feel like there were some good lessons there from Virtus Pro. I think particularly this could have gone down even worse. I think they made very good plays from GPK as well as DM to try and stay in that game. Everyone playing very well in a situation where they were well behind and they hadn't really succeeded in their initial objectives with their heroes, but finding some of these pickoffs, trying to find these little plays in the side lane.
And you can hear the crowd very much appreciated the performance from LGD.
But I think they needed that confidence boost of finding those plays because if they just lose that game in 25 minutes, it would have looked a lot worse going into game 2. So I'm sure they're feeling at least like they've got some chance.
Well, I love Dota. That game was great. We can't wait to hear more from the panel. Let's head back to them now.
That was an LGD chant. I want to give a special shout out to the crowd and crowd sweetener. That was top tier. Yeah, they take game 1 in convincing fashion here with AY, LOA, and TGov, and we're here to break the game down because there is a lot to break down. I want to take it to the laning stage because we mentioned at the start of the game where we were going to have Nothing to Say versus GPK, the 2 top highest MMR players in the world at the moment, going head to head, and LOA, that was a clear favorite.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what happened in this matchup, but NTS, it was utter decimation, I think. I think at one point he was at 44 CS to the Ember's 18, and at one point he was almost 2k up on him. I think this is a huge setback for VP in this game because they're a tempo-based lineup. This Ember needs to come online, hit his Maelstrom timing, hit his Ags timing, and if this stuff gets delayed because this lane is such a large difference, it really sets them back a lot in this game.
Yeah, it was a rough one, and the laning stage as a whole was